The impoverished youth, Chen Ran, was struck by lightning, awakening a peculiar sensory ability within him. With a mere touch, he could not only identify exorbitantly priced jade and rare antiques, but also discern life and death, witnessing the experiences of all things. Thus, he embarked on a journey of gambling on stones, appraising treasures, solving mysteries, and healing the sick, soaring through life with vigor. Chapter 1. Indeed struck by lightning. Hey, you rascal, you've finally awakened. Chen Ran groggily opened his eyes, struggling to comprehend his surroundings, when a familiar voice pierced through his haze. You scared me half to death. You little brat. Why on earth would you choose to jump off a building instead of learning something more worthwhile? What tremendous setback was death your only option? Did you even consider the consequences for me? I lost my husband at 27 and am relying on the rent from that building to make ends meet. If you were to fall and shatter into pieces, how would I ever lease that place again? What have I ever done to deserve this treatment from you? This was the voice of the landlady, Zhao Shuyuan, who sat beside him, her face etched with reproach. Chen Ran soon realized he was in a hospital room. Jumping off a building? When did that happen? Are you even listening to me? Didn't the doctor say you were fine? Noticing Chen Ran's silence, Zhao Shuyuan waved her hand in front of his face, her concern palpable. Could it be that you become a bit daft from the fall? Doctor, help! Shuyuan Jia, I didn't jump. Chen Ran suddenly spoke, which only heightened Zhao Shuyuan's worry. Ah, so you really are daft. Doctor, please come quickly. As Zhao Shuyuan rose to call for help, Chen Ran instinctively grabbed her hand to stop her, but she was already standing, leading him to inadvertently clutch her thigh, clad in a fitted skirt. Smack! Zhao Shuyuan swiftly swatted his hand away. You little rascal. At a time like this, you dare to take advantage. Chen Ran felt wronged. Shuyuan Jia, I'm fine. Please don't shout. And I truly did not jump. Fine. Zhao Shuyuan bent down to scrutinize Chen Ran's expression. Her figure was enticing, and as she leaned forward, a captivating view immediately unfolded before Chen Ran's eyes. He found himself entranced. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Indeed, this was true. Chen Ran struggled to lift his gaze, only to find Zhao Shuyuan glaring at him. Your eyes still darting about, seems you are indeed fine. She adjusted her blouse and returned to her seat, leaving Chen Ran feeling somewhat embarrassed, though Zhao Shuyuan seemed disinclined to hold it against him. So many people witnessed you jumping from the rooftop, and you still claim you didn't? I truly didn't jump. I was struck by lightning. Utter nonsense. What lightning could strike on such a clear day? I find it perplexing as well. As Chen Ran recounted the events, he recalled the peculiar incident. He had been drying blankets on the balcony when he suddenly saw an extraordinarily long and thick purple lightning bolt appear in the sky, nearly blinding him. He had never seen such an unusual lightning bolt and hurriedly took out his phone to capture the moment for social media. However, just as he pulled out his phone and was about to open the camera, a deafening thunderclap echoed in his ears. Looking up, he saw the purple lightning bolt hurtling towards him. Chen Ran barely had time to react before a jolt coursed through his body, and he felt dizzy. He only remembered wanting to retreat into his room, but somehow found himself at the railing's edge before everything went black. When he awoke, he was here in the hospital. Is it true? Zhao Shuyuan, astonished, asked. More real than pearls, Chen Ran affirmed, feeling exceptionally unlucky. Zhao Shuyuan regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before replying. Well, at least you're unscathed. Let's not dwell on the cause. She seemed skeptical of his explanation. Chen Ran wished to clarify, but suddenly paused. Unscathed? He had been struck by such a massive bolt of lightning and had suffered no injuries? Moreover, the rooftop was on the 7th floor. How could he fall from such a height without harm? Realizing this, he hastily lifted his arms and legs, discovering he could move freely. Apart from some dirt on his clothes, he appeared to be fine. The doctor checked you when you arrived. Your limbs are intact. Your organs stable, nothing amiss. You are simply fortunate you landed on the awning. Now get up quickly. You have no relatives here, and if something happened, there wouldn't be anyone to accompany you. I've been here for hours. He got things to attend to. Feeling a bit sheepish, Chen Ran scratched his head and quickly got out of bed, following Zhao Shuyuan as they exited. A short while later, after settling the medical bills, they climbed into Zhao Shuyuan's somewhat dated Beetle. Shuyuan Jia, I truly apologize for taking up so much of your time bringing me to the hospital, and then you had to pay. What can be done? You're broke. The medical expenses and checkup totaled 2,600, but Chen Ran only had 300 in his account, far from sufficient. Don't worry, I'll repay you as soon as I have funds, along with what I owe you from before. Zhao Shuyuan, though blunt in her speech, was genuinely kind, having rented Chen Ran a place at a low rate and lent him 10,000 yuan. You're aware you owe me money? I thought you attempted to jump to escape your debts. I truly didn't jump. I was struck by lightning that I don't care if you jumped or were struck, just don't venture to the rooftop again. The hospital was not far from Chen Ran's residence, and as they conversed, the car reached the entrance of the community. As Chen Ran was about to exit, Zhao Shuyuan suddenly tossed him 200 yuan. Shuyuan Jia, what's this for? You have that little electric scooter, don't you? I have a decorative stone in my trunk that doesn't match my home style. Take it to the flower and bird market and trade it for something else. The third shop on the left at the street entrance. I've already spoken with the owner. As Zhao Shuyuan spoke, she opened the trunk. Indeed, a hefty stone lay inside, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. After leaving the factory, Chen Ran had spent most of his time delivering food and had purchased a small electric scooter. They'll help you deliver it. You don't need to pay me. Given how much Zhao Shuyuan had assisted him, Chen Ran felt he couldn't accept payment. Just take it. Stop pretending to be noble in front of me. Get moving. Zhao Shuyuan wouldn't allow Chen Ran the chance to be coy, urging him to lift the stone. Understanding her intent was to help him earn some money, he felt grateful and began to work without further hesitation. The stone was heavy, but for a young man in his 20s, it was manageable. Just as Chen Ran prepared to lift it with determination, he unexpectedly felt the stone's outer shell transform into a semi-transparent state upon contact, revealing its interior. Wow! Chen Ran was taken aback. Was he hallucinating? What's wrong? Can't lift it? Noticing Chen Ran's daze, Zhao Shuyuan frowned. 30 to 40 pounds was substantial, yet she, a woman, could manage to carry it from the 5th floor to the car. Surely, he could handle unloading it? No, I can move it. Chen Ran snapped back to reality, responding to Zhao Shuyuan as he attempted to lift the stone again. Just like before, no issue until he touched it, and once he did, it transformed into that semi-transparent state again. Damn it, this is bizarre. Chen Ran was perplexed, wondering if the fall from the 7th floor had left him with some peculiar after-effects. Within the stone lay several distinct substances, each layer sharply defined, yet initially appearing somewhat indistinct. Chen Ran endeavored to discern the details more clearly, focusing intently. As soon as he grasped the clarity of the scene, a jolt surged through his hand, startling him so much that he lost his grip on the stone, allowing it to tumble to the ground. Bang! The stone struck the floor, shattering into 2 pieces. Oh dear, how careless of me. I hope I didn't hit you. Upon witnessing the stone's descent, Zhao Shuyuan exclaimed irritably, rushing to investigate. Well, now that it's broken, I suppose there's no need for a replacement. Noticing Chen Ran was unharmed, Zhao Shuyuan shot him a disapproving glance. However, Chen Ran remained transfixed on the stone, his expression one of astonishment. Sister Shuyuan, the stone isn't worth much. Look at how frightened you are. Zhao Shuyuan assumed Chen Ran's fright stemmed from the stone's shattering. Little did she know, it was the sight of the stone's internal structure, identical to what he had observed while holding it, that had truly unsettled him. What on earth is happening? What I beheld moments ago was no mere illusion, it was indeed the inner visage of the stone. Chapter 2. The existence of superpowers. Enough of this stone. There's no need to concern ourselves with it any longer. Just fetch me a new one, and I shall compensate him for the price difference. Chen Ran was still in a daze when Zhao Shuyuan re-entered her vehicle, preparing to depart. As she was leaving, she remarked, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. While you were unconscious, your sister called to ask for some money to be sent back. I didn't dare mention your leap from the building. She sounded quite anxious, so I transferred her 30,000. Now, you owe me over 40,000. Please don't do anything rash, otherwise I'll be at a considerable loss." With that, before Chen Ran could fully process her words, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Over 40,000 owed? Watching Zhao Shuyuan's retreating figure, Chen Ran found himself momentarily stunned. Glancing at his phone, he indeed saw a missed call from his sister. After graduating high school, Chen Ran had been working alone in Pengcheng, leaving behind farming parents and a studying sister in his hometown. Just 2 days prior, his father had suffered a cerebral infarction, and after being rushed to the hospital, the expenses had spiraled out of control. With no savings to speak of, Chen Ran had borrowed 10,000 from Zhao Shuyuan, sending back his entire savings of 8,000, leaving him without even the fare to visit home. Realizing that the money was insufficient for medical expenses, he dared not return and instead worked tirelessly to accept orders, hoping to earn more. Yet, 2 days had passed, and he had only managed to make a little over 300. Though aware that 18,000 would not last long, he had not anticipated it would deplete so swiftly. Even more astonishing was that, while he still owed Zhao Shuyuan 10,000, she had lent him an additional 30,000. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as he dialed his sister's number, intending to inquire about their father's condition. However, when the call connected, he found his sister's phone turned off, as were his parents. They were likely busy. Concern gnawed at him, but for now, he had to suppress it. Gazing at the stone on the ground, he pondered the peculiar vision he had experienced. Why had he seen inside the stone? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Or was it real? Uncertain, he decided it would be best to deliver the stone first. Resolving to complete his task, he pushed his electric scooter out of the parking area and made his way to the flower and bird market. Upon arriving at the landscape shop Zhao Shuyuan had mentioned, he conveyed his purpose, and the owner presented him with another stone that had been prepared. Perhaps aware of the previous stone's unfortunate mishap, this one was encased in a wooden box. The size was comparable to the first, and as Chen Ran took hold of it, an impulse drove him to touch its surface. Once again, he beheld the interior. However, this time was different. Was it the internal imagery of this stone? Chen Ran sought to confirm his suspicion, yet after the previous mishap, he hesitated to risk damaging this one, particularly since it seemed rather costly. Although Sister Shuyuan was affluent, he did not wish to take advantage of her generosity. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a corner of the shop, where a jumble of stones lay discarded. "Excuse me, are these stones of any use?" Chen Ran inquired. "Those are all scrap stones, worthless. Feel free to take any you like," the owner replied. Hearing this, Chen Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him as he picked up one of the stones. Indeed, the outer shell was transparent, revealing two distinct substances within, each varying in color, shape, and size, yet all visible. Drawing from his previous experiences, he maintained a calm demeanor this time. He discovered that merely holding the stone elicited no sensation. Only when he focused on discerning the volume and dimensions of the internal materials did he feel a slight tingling sensation in his hand, an itch that was not unbearable. Once he had discerned the internal structure, he hurled the stone forcefully to the ground. It shattered, revealing its interior, which matched his vision exactly. Encouraged, he seized another stone, and the same process ensued. He smashed 5 stones in succession, each displaying the same internal structure he had perceived. At last, he was certain he truly possessed the ability to see the inner workings of these stones. But why? Had that lightning strike endowed him with superpowers? "Young man, if you wish to take those stones, please do so, but refrain from causing further damage here, all right?" The owner, witnessing Chen Ran's unrestrained destruction of several stones, felt compelled to intervene. "Oh, my apologies," Chen Ran replied, realizing his behavior had been rather peculiar as he sheepishly returned to his electric scooter. To think, he had acquired superpowers. What a serendipitous turn of events. Chen Ran was filled with exhilaration. However, he soon wondered how this newfound ability to see inside stones could be utilized. Rumor had it that an antique shop nearby was selling raw stones. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to investigate. Just then, 2 elderly gentlemen passed by, their conversation piquing his interest. Raw stones. Yes, he could indeed examine raw stones. Raw stones were the unrefined materials for jade. Unprocessed jade is collectively referred to as raw stones. Though they appeared to be ordinary rocks on the outside, they might conceal highly valuable jade within. With the ability to see inside, how could he forego the opportunity to purchase raw stones? Suddenly, a path to financial gain emerged in his mind, and without further thought, he hastily mounted his electric scooter, following closely behind the 2 gentlemen. The flower and bird market was vast, teeming with flowers, potted plants, decorative stones, ornamental fish, pets, and antiques, an eclectic array of offerings. Despite having visited several times, Chen Ran could not recall where raw jade stones were sold, so he opted to follow the elderly men. Fortunately, they did not venture far before stopping outside an antique shop, its entrance adorned with a multitude of stones of varying sizes and shapes. After parking his scooter, he hurried over. The shop was bustling with patrons, creating quite the lively atmosphere. Initially, Chen Ran assumed the commotion was due to a surge of customers. But as he approached, he realized something was amiss. Furthermore, the source of the disturbance was someone he recognized, Guiyong. Chen Ran had made a friend named Guiyong when he first joined the factory. He was a plump young man of similar age. Their bond had grown strong. And after leaving the factory, Guiyong, like Chen Ran, had taken up food delivery. Surprised to encounter Guiyong here, Chen Ran's confusion deepened when he noticed a middle-aged man gripping Guiyong's scooter with an expression of fury. "What is going on?" Chen Ran inquired. Guiyong, with a wry smile, lamented, "Don't even mention it. I was running late for a delivery, so I rode a bit too quickly and accidentally broke something." He gestured toward the ground. Chen Ran looked down to find a shattered vase lying in pieces. The shops at the flower and bird market were small, and many owners set up stalls outside to display their wares. Evidently, this vase belonged to one of those stalls and had been knocked over by Guiyong. "You there? With so many witnesses seeing you break my property, you better not think you can leave without compensation." The shop owner's tone was stern. Chen Ran, do you have any money? Lend me some, Guiyong implored. How much? Chen Ran asked. 2,000. 2,000 for this broken thing? Chen Ran replied, crouching down to inspect the remnants, which bore the inscription, manufactured in the year 2015. Is this genuine? Chen Ran wondered aloud. Only 2,000 for something fake? If it were real, you might as well add 2 more zeros, and I still might not agree. The shopkeeper retorted with irritation. Had it not been for the multitude of eyes scrutinizing the words at the bottom of the bottle, he would have wanted to demand a higher price. 2,000 is excessive. How about 200 instead? You can go cool off elsewhere. The shopkeeper was entirely dismissive towards Chen Ran, and as he spoke, he began to pull out his phone to call the police. Guiyong, feeling dejected, remarked, 2,000 is what I negotiated after a lengthy discussion. He initially wanted 8,000, so they had reached an agreement. This item was certainly not worth 2,000. However, Chen Ran felt it inappropriate to go back on his word, so he remained silent, albeit with only 500 in hand. Guiyong possessed merely 200. With Guiyong's mother deceased and his father disabled, he was in a far worse situation than Chen Ran. Upon realizing that neither of them could muster the 2,000, the shopkeeper's frustration escalated. If you can't produce the money, don't blame me for calling the police. He threatened, ready to dial. Wait, Chen Ran interjected, causing the shopkeeper to believe he might produce the funds. However, Chen Ran did not mention money at all. Instead, he pointed towards several raw stones at the entrance of the shop. These must be the raw stones. How much are they? Although Chen Ran lacked funds, he was capable of earning them. Furthermore, he had initially come with the intention of making a profit, only to be sidetracked. In his mind, if he purchased 2 raw stones and managed to uncover jade, then 2,000 would be mere pocket change. The shopkeeper, oblivious to Chen Ran's intentions, saw him unable to produce 2,000 and found it amusing that he wished to gamble on stones. Young man, don't tell me you're intending to buy a few stones and wait for jade to emerge to settle my bill? The shopkeeper was quite astute. Indeed, that was Chen Ran's plan. Huh. Now, not only the shopkeeper laughed, but the onlookers joined in, mocking Chen Ran's naivety. After sizing Chen Ran up, the shopkeeper finally said, Young man, you seem like an ordinary person. To be frank, these stones are all unprocessed materials, what insiders refer to as pure gamble stones. To avoid unnecessary disputes, let me make this clear. Regardless of whether you purchase expensive or cheap stones, the rule is cash on delivery. You provide the payment, and I hand over the stones. Whatever jade you find is yours, but if nothing emerges, you must accept that. Don't come back to me saying you found nothing and refuse to pay. Where would I go to reason with that? Upon hearing this, Chen Ran understood. The shopkeeper was concerned that he might renege on the deal. No problem. Cash is no issue. Chen Ran confidently replied, turning to Guiyong. You have 200 on you, right? Lend it to me. Guiyong was taken aback, still troubled over his own financial situation, and here was Chen Ran asking to borrow money. What a good brother you are. Are you sure you're all right? With our circumstances, you wish to gamble on stones? Purchasing jade raw stones, often dubbed gambling stones, was not something just anyone could engage in. It is precisely because the situation is dire that one must take a gamble. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle, and a motorcycle can turn into an SUV. Don't you often buy lottery tickets? My lottery tickets cost mere pennies, but this. Chen Ran interrupted, enough of that. I am confident I can turn a profit. Trust me, despite having never gambled before, not even purchasing lottery tickets. He would not have considered buying these raw stones unless he had absolute certainty. Seeing Chen Ran's resolute demeanor, Guiyong, though puzzled, handed over the 200. After all, it was merely 200. Combined with Chen Ran's funds, they now had a total of 700. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be a disaster, at worst. They could leave the car here to offset the debt of 2,000. As Guiyong mentally prepared himself, Chen Ran approached the basket of raw stones priced at 300. He picked one up, examining it closely. To the untrained eye, it appeared he was scrutinizing it. But in truth, he was attempting to discern whether he could see inside the stone. If he could only view the interior of ordinary stones and not the raw ones, that would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, the moment he lifted the stone, its insides were fully visible. I can see. Chen Ran's confidence soared. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he began to select. The first stone yielded nothing. The second stone, still nothing. The third stone, again, no jade. After examining several stones, he found no success. It was no wonder purchasing raw stones was referred to as gambling. The odds of uncovering jade were exceedingly low. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Does this young man even understand raw stones? He seems to be choosing at random. Is he treating this like a vegetable market? The antique market is filled with fakes. What good materials could there possibly be? This shopkeeper selling raw stones is merely putting on a show, no matter how he selects. He is bound to lose. Unfazed by the disparaging comments, Chen Ran continued his selection. Young man, That basket is clearly filled with worthless stones. Why not check the other one? Two elderly men who had earlier passed by Chen Ran now watched him intently. Seeing him indecisive, one of the men with a fan urged him to check the other basket. Chen Ran, however, paid them no heed. He wanted to explore the other basket. But with only 700 in total, and the shopkeeper having quoted 800 for that basket, he was constrained. After trying several more stones, just as impatience began to mount among the spectators, and even the shopkeeper showed signs of annoyance, Chen Ran finally found a stone that was distinct from the others. Unlike the previous stones, which contained multiple substances yet remained dark and coarse, this stone was white and smooth. Could this be jade? Chen Ran pondered as he took that stone out. Seeing that Chen Ran had finally selected a stone, the shopkeeper restrained his impatience, waiting for him to continue his selection. Soon, Chen Ran discovered another stone, equally white and smooth in texture as the previous one, both roughly the size of a palm. One cost 300, thus, two would amount to 600, leaving him with little room for further purchases. I'll take these two, he declared, handing 600 yuan to the shopkeeper. After accepting the money, the shopkeeper inquired, shall I open them here? Typically, establishments that sell raw stones provide opening services, and more specialized shops can even process the extracted materials. Of course, please do. Otherwise, how would I settle the account? Chen Ran replied. Hearing this, the shopkeeper chuckled and shook his head, recognizing the youth as a naive novice still clinging to notions of settling accounts. Were it not for the rule of cash transactions, he might have ended up in debt. Without further ado, the shopkeeper fetched the machine, rinsed the stones with water, and asked Chen Ran how he wished to proceed. Whatever you prefer, was Chen Ran's nonchalant response. Given the modest size of the stones, he felt any method of opening them would yield similar results. Upon hearing Chen Ran's lack of specific requests, the shopkeeper decisively sliced through the center of one stone. Wow, it seems there is something inside, exclaimed onlookers as the stone split in two. Initially perceived as a worthless rock, the interior revealed a striking contrast to its exterior, instantly piquing everyone's interest. Had he not wasted his money, after all? The crowd gathered closer, and even the shopkeeper, taken aback, quickly rinsed the stone to discern its contents more clearly. It was indeed jade, albeit of the bean variety, as one observer pointed out. The others began to murmur in agreement, echoing the same sentiment. The shopkeeper illuminated the stone's cross-section with a flashlight, only to find it lacked translucence, his previously astonished expression swiftly morphing into disappointment. Bean variety, he declared, eliciting a collective scoff from the spectators, as though dismissing its value entirely. Witnessing Chen Ran's stone yield a discovery, Guiyong felt a surge of excitement. Believing Chen Ran was on the brink of fortune. Yet, upon noticing the disdainful reactions of the crowd, he couldn't help but question, what exactly is bean variety? He turned to Chen Ran for clarification. Chen Ran shook his head. He, too, was in the dark. Until today, he had never encountered raw stones, let alone jade. And he was entirely unfamiliar with such terminology. Fortunately, among the onlookers, there were those equally curious about the meaning of bean variety. Someone explained, it's characterized by large granules, lacking translucence, and is considered the most inferior type. Oh, Guiyong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Chen Ran's spirits dipped as well. After all that effort, he had unwittingly selected the least valuable material. Is it even jade? A passerby inquired. Technically, yes, but it won't fetch much, came the response. Not much money. Chen Ran felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. How much is this worth? He eagerly asked the shopkeeper. This type of material isn't valuable. If I were to buy it, I could offer you at most 800. Only 800? Guiyong clearly disapproved. The shopkeeper, growing irritated, retorted. Bracelets made from bean variety jade sell for only 200 or 300 each. 800 is quite generous. He estimated that the stone could yield 2 or 3 bracelets at best. I can only offer 800. If you're unsatisfied, feel free to inquire elsewhere, he advised Chen Ran. 800 it is, Chen Ran conceded. The flower and bird market seemed to have only a handful of shops selling raw stones, and he had no idea where else to ask. Though inexperienced, he sensed from the absence of price discussions among the crowd that the material was indeed of low value. And 800 seemed reasonable. He accepted the price, prompting the shopkeeper to proceed with the second stone. Surprised by Chen Ran's willingness to accept so readily, the shopkeeper had anticipated a negotiation. However, he welcomed this straightforwardness, saving himself the trouble of haggling. At Chen Ran's request, the shopkeeper began cutting the second stone, again without any specific instructions. Once more, the shopkeeper sliced through the middle, and to his astonishment, this stone also contained something, yet still of the bean variety. Chen Ran had anticipated this outcome, remaining unfazed. He was eager for the shopkeeper to reveal the value of this stone as well. This one's slightly larger. I'll give you 1,000. What do you think? The shopkeeper sought Chen Ran's opinion. with a total of 1,800 from the two stones, and only a remaining 100 in hand. Chen Ran realized he would still fall short of repaying Guiyong. However, recognizing the prevailing market prices, he nodded in acceptance. Pleased with Chen Ran's prompt agreement, the shopkeeper swiftly completed the transaction. "Young man, will you be purchasing more?" he inquired, noticing Chen Ran now had more money in hand. "Absolutely," Chen Ran exclaimed, but Guiyong intervened. "Chen Ran, it's good to make a profit, but don't buy more. This isn't even enough to settle your debts. Why continue?" Chen Ran was intent on acquiring raw stones for profit, and since he had yet to earn any, he was not about to stop. Chapter 4, Treasures. Still buying? After acquiring 2 pieces of the worst material, does he dare to continue? Some onlookers perceived Chen Ran as blissfully ignorant of the risks. However, others held a contrasting viewpoint. You can't say that. Although bean variety is the most inferior, at least he found something. Do you know how many people have invested hundreds of thousands, even millions, and left with nothing? By that logic, is he still considered lucky? Lucky? He only bought 2 stones. Both yielded bean variety. Do you really think that's luck? If not luck, then is it skill? Don't tell me he had the insight to choose wisely. He looks too young to have any experience. I wonder as well. It's hard to say. The shopkeeper also perceived Chen Ran's success as mere fortune, but as he listened to the crowd's discourse, he began to ponder. Was it truly luck? If Chen Ran had randomly selected 2 stones and both revealed something, it could be interpreted as luck. Yet, he hadn't chosen randomly. He had deliberated for quite some time. The basket of raw stones, unbeknownst to others, was comprised of discarded materials rejected by jade merchants from Yunnan province. No one wanted them over there, and the shopkeeper had only spent a few hundred on shipping for the entire lot. Even he believed these scraps held no potential for discovery, yet not only had they produced results, but Chen Ran had unearthed 2 stones. While they may not be valuable, the probability of finding anything at all was astonishingly high. Was it truly mere luck? As these thoughts percolated through his mind, the shopkeeper's perception of Chen Ran shifted considerably. Meanwhile, undeterred by Guiyong's warnings, Chen Ran resumed his search for more stones. This time, he opted for an 800 yuan stone instead of a 300 one. The smaller stones felt inadequate. Given his newfound funds, he was determined to find something larger. However, the only distinction between the large and small stones lay in their size. Otherwise, they were equally elusive, with no clear signs of jade. After examining over a dozen stones, he finally encountered one that contained jade. Yet it was still of the bean variety. Aware of its low worth, Chen Ran decided against purchasing it, meticulously searching for a valuable material. As he continued to sift through the stones, a troubling realization struck him. The clarity of the interiors of the stones he observed was diminishing. It seemed that since earlier, the clarity had gradually waned, and the sensation of electric shock in his hands was also growing fainter. Why was this happening? Was it possible that his supernatural ability was being depleted? Alarmed, Chen Ran felt a chill run down his spine. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, especially after having examined so many stones earlier. The stronger the electric sensation, the clearer the vision. Now that the sensation was waning, clarity also diminished. Understanding that the use of his supernatural ability was finite, Chen Ran's mood abruptly soured. He was uncertain whether this limitation existed only within a specific time frame or if the total capacity was inherently finite. In other words, he was unsure if his supernatural abilities could be replenished once depleted. If they could be restored, that would be fortunate. However, if they could not, it would certainly spell disaster. Chen Ran was deeply troubled, but soon even his anxiety dissipated as his vision began to blur. If the images he had previously perceived were of high definition, then now they were akin to low resolution. He could scarcely distinguish the shapes of different substances. Even Chen Ran, despite his naivety, realized that this signified the imminent waning of his abilities. Yet, he had yet to select a precious stone. How frustrating. With no time to ponder, Chen Ran hastily sifted through the stones, determined to find something valuable before his powers faded completely. The onlookers observed his sudden acceleration in selecting raw stones with perplexity. What had prompted this urgency? Could he truly discern anything while rushing so? Who could say? As the number of stones that passed through his hands increased, the clarity of his vision continued to diminish. Just when he thought he would not find anything worthwhile, he suddenly halted. Eureka! The stone he held in his hand was unlike the others. It contained jadeite, and, notably, it was not of the inferior type. Filled with elation, Chen Ran quickly cast the stone aside, and, while his abilities still lingered, reached for another. However, after selecting 3 additional stones, he found none that possessed any value. Upon picking up the 4th stone, he could no longer see its interior or feel any sensation in his hands. Simultaneously, a wave of weakness washed over him, as if he had engaged in laborious physical activity. Had his supernatural ability truly vanished? Would it ever be restored? Chen Ran pondered these thoughts in solitude. Young man, Will you continue selecting? Seeing Chen Ran pause, the proprietor, puzzled, inquired. Chen Ran snapped back to reality, shook his head, and replied, "No more selections." He held up the stone he had chosen, simultaneously retrieving another from the basket. He had previously examined this one, which was of inferior quality. Though the inferior type was not worth much, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Uncertain of whether his supernatural ability would ever return, Chen Ran opted to take this inferior stone as well. The two stones totaled 1,600. After paying, he requested the proprietor to cut the inferior stone first. As the proprietor sliced it in half, the crowd quickly discerned it was indeed of the inferior type. "Oh no, another inferior stone," they exclaimed. Truly, this young man is rather peculiar. Does he only purchase inferior stones? Or is it that his skill can only reveal inferior types? The onlookers found it increasingly strange. With no one able to ascertain whether Chen Ran's selections were due to skill or mere fortune, the proprietor, offering a price, stated, "This one is larger. How about 1,800? He scrutinized Chen Ran once more, feeling that the three inferior stones were rather uncanny. Chen Ran did not haggle over the price. Knowing that inferior stones held little value, his focus lay on the other stone, which was not of inferior quality, though he was uncertain of its nature. Surely, it cannot be another inferior stone? As the proprietor began to slice the fourth stone, discussions among the crowd grew lively. "It is quite possible. What do you think? Is this young man skilled or not? All he has purchased are inferior stones. It seems luck plays a significant role. If this one turns out to be another inferior stone, then he must indeed possess some ability. After all, even the ability to discern inferior stones is a skill." The crowd engaged in spirited debate, while Chen Ran remained wholly focused on the opening of the fourth stone. It cannot possibly be another inferior stone. As the proprietor cut deeper, he contemplated what might lie within. Upon slicing a third of the stone, he discovered nothing. It seemed his initial luck had merely been fortuitous. This fourth stone was proving to be a disappointment. Just as he pondered this, his eyes narrowed with sudden realization. As the cutting machine penetrated further, he noticed a difference inside. It had turned white, and not the white characteristic of the inferior type. Could it be something valuable? The crowd observed the proprietor's change in demeanor and became alert. Chapter 5, A Profitable Venture. With a decisive cut, the stone was swiftly cleaved apart, revealing that half of its interior was pure white. By heavens, another inferior stone? No, this is different. It is far purer, likely a glutinous type. Glutinous type? Isn't that just slightly better than the inferior type? Listening to the crowd's discussion, the proprietor remained silent, cleaning the cut surface before illuminating it with a flashlight. The palm-sized white area revealed that a third was translucent. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. This isn't just glutinous. It seems to have ample water content. It's glutinous ice. What a find. This is truly a good discovery. Finally, it was not another inferior stone. This young man possesses genuine skill, for selections in a row have yielded valuable results, culminating in glutinous ice. I initially thought he was merely lucky, but it appears he is indeed talented. Eyes darted toward Chen Ran, who finally exhaled in relief. Having had little prior exposure to jade, his knowledge was practically non-existent. Although he had hastily selected the distinct stone, he had no clear expectation of what it might yield. He feared it could turn out to be even worse than the inferior type, that would render his supernatural ability utterly futile. Thankfully, fortune smiled upon him. As the murmurs of the crowd confirmed he had indeed uncovered something valuable. "Proprietor, please provide a price." Chen Ran, eager to profit, urged the proprietor to state his offer. However, the proprietor remained in a state of shock. This basket of raw stones was essentially refuse, only selected due to its size. To think Chen Ran had extracted 3 inferior stones was one thing, but to also unveil glutinous ice? He marveled. Were there glutinous ice stones among this refuse? Had he known, he would have kept it for himself. Glutinous ice is a type of jadeite situated between glutinous and icy types, possessing characteristics of both. Its price lies between the two, categorizing it as mid-range jadeite. The proprietor had initially perceived Chen Ran as merely a Na'vi youth. However, it was becoming evident that his judgment needed refinement. This young man was indeed talented. The proprietor no longer underestimated Chen Ran, offering him a smile before appraising the jadeite in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he announced, 30,000. Wow. Upon hearing this offer, Guiyong was taken aback. Previously, he had seen Chen Ran purchase items for mere hundreds, with the most expensive being just over 1,000. He had assumed all items would be within this price range. Little did he expect this one to be so valuable. Chen Ran's perception diverged entirely from Guiyong's. Witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, he assumed this object must be exceedingly expensive. Is it really so inexpensive? Just 30,000? Chen Ran felt somewhat dissatisfied, yet he lacked the knowledge to negotiate. While he contemplated this, an individual suddenly squeezed through the crowd. It was the elderly gentleman who had spoken to Chen Ran earlier, fanning himself. Upon entering, the gentleman addressed the proprietor. "Shopkeeper, may I have a look?" Chen Ran had yet to respond to the proprietor's offer, meaning the items still belonged to him. Thus, the proprietor had no authority to refuse. He handed the raw stone over to the elderly gentleman, who examined it from several angles before shining a flashlight on it, fiddling with it for a while before finally nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned to Chen Ran and said, "I'll offer 40,000. Young man, sell it to me." The elderly gentleman appeared to be quite the connoisseur. Had he discerned the subtleties? Chen Ran was not the only one taken aback. The onlookers began to scrutinize the old man as well. At that moment, another elder who had accompanied the man with the fan spoke up. "Old Xiao, is 40,000 a fair price?" The man with the fan nodded with a smile. "This piece of glutinous ice is crack-free, has few impurities, is of aged quality, and possesses sufficient water content. It is considered quite good among glutinous ice, though its size is a bit small. Nevertheless, it can at least be fashioned into 2 bracelets." The shop owner, who merely had a rudimentary understanding of jade, did not dare to raise the price too high for fear of incurring a loss. However, upon hearing the initial bid of 40,000 from the fan-wielding elder, and then listening to the analysis, he immediately realized he had underestimated the stone's worth. An idea struck him. 45,000. Chen Ran was nearly ready to acquiesce to the elder when he noticed the shop owner had added 5,000. His heart swelled with joy, yet he restrained his excitement, eager to see if the elder would raise his bid. 50,000. The elder indeed raised the price. But the shop owner appeared to be quite affluent as well. 55,000. Chen Ran had hoped to witness a bidding war, yet after the shop owner made his offer, the elder fell silent. He merely smiled and handed the stone back to the shop owner, indicating that he was not inclined to bid further. This meant that 55,000 was the final price for the stone. Chen Ran felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, gaining an additional 25,000 was still quite commendable. "Young man, are you satisfied with 55,000? The shop owner inquired, seeking Chen Ran's approval. "Let us settle on that." Chen Ran replied, nodding. The shop owner beamed and promptly transferred the amount to him via his phone. With a chime, 55,000 plus the earlier 1,800 arrived. Staring at the notification, Chen Ran was momentarily puzzled. "Boss, why didn't you deduct the compensation my friend owes?" The shop owner's smile was now far more radiant than before. "Forget about that vase. No need for compensation. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. I hope you forgive me for any previous offense. It is said that a person must possess genuine skill to earn respect." Chen Ran had merely opened 4 pieces of jadeite rough, and the shop owner's demeanor had transformed entirely. Chen Ran, slightly taken aback, finally said, "In that case, thank you. No need for formalities, young brother. I still have many stones here. Would you like to select 2 more?" The shop owner seemed eager to gauge Chen Ran's abilities, hoping he would make another purchase. Chen Ran too had the desire to buy, yet lacking the supernatural abilities, he was reluctant to risk his hard-earned money. Thus, he waved his hand, stating he had other matters to attend to and would not be buying today. Seeing Chen Ran's refusal, the shop owner appeared somewhat disheartened but quickly asked for his contact information, urging Chen Ran to return when he had the time. Chen Ran was uncertain if his abilities would ever return, but if they did, he certainly intended to purchase more rough stones. So he didn't mind sharing his contact details. After exchanging information, he learned the shop owner's name, Huang Xinghua. With a newfound fortune, Chen Ran departed. No sooner had he left than a throng gathered at Huang Xinghua's shop, eager to select their own rough stones. These individuals were inspired by Chen Ran's success, earning several tens of thousands in just an hour. Who wouldn't envy that? While Chen Ran might have relied on his abilities, most of them lacked such talents. However, the fact that someone had successfully opened jade at this shop suggested that the rough stones held promise. After all, who could resist the allure of luck? Many entertained such thoughts. Chen Ran had intended to express his gratitude to the elder who had raised the price, but upon squeezing through the crowd, he found that the elder had already departed. "Chen Ran, we've known each other for so long, yet I had no idea you possessed such skills. You've hidden them well." Within a short span, having earned over 50,000, Chen Ran's gains left Guiyong feeling both envious and slightly resentful that Chen Ran had kept such abilities from him. "I don't possess any special skills. It was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." After exhausting his supernatural abilities, Chen Ran was hesitant to claim any talent. "If that is the case, how come I, a blind cat, haven't encountered one? Didn't you buy anything? Should I go back and purchase?" "Ah, no. Your luck has already been spent. Going back would only mean giving the shop owner money." "How do you know my luck is spent?" "I can tell fortunes." "Is that for real?" Guiyong's expression was even more astonished than before. "Indeed, I predict that your future wife will bear you 8 sons. Get out of here." Realizing Chen Ran was teasing him, Guiyong shot him an annoyed glance, but refrained from mentioning the idea of returning to buy rough stones again. Firstly, he had no money. He had lent Chen Ran the last 200 he had. Secondly, he found it hard to believe that Chen Ran had truly opened jade with skill. Having known Chen Ran for 3 years, he questioned how Chen Ran could have been so impoverished if he indeed had such talent. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. "I'll owe you that 2,000 for now. I'll pay you back once I have the money," Guiyong stated, recalling the earlier compensation. "What for? The shop owner didn't even ask for it." "Speaking of which, I still owe you 200, Chen Ran replied. "You've already covered my 2,000 debt. The 200 is inconsequential." As Guiyong was about to dismiss the matter, Chen Ran waved his finger and completed the transfer. When Guiyong checked his phone, he was shocked to see it was not 200, but 5,000. "Why did you transfer so much? Today has been fortuitous. I've struck a windfall, and I believe in sharing the wealth," Chen Ran smiled. "Even if it's a windfall, it was earned by you. There's no need." Chen Ran interrupted Guiyong. "Have you forgotten our previous pact? In prosperity and in adversity, do not forget each other. The wealth is mine, and I decide how it's shared. It cannot be returned, or I shall sever ties." Chen Ran had worked alone in Pengcheng for 3 years, aside from his landlord, Zhao Shuyuan. Guiyong was his only friend. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, he had relied heavily on Guiyong's kindness. Their bond was forged through shared adversities. Even though Chen Ran was financially strained, having recently struck a modest fortune, he wished to let his brother partake in the joy. After deducting the 5,000 from the total of 56,800, there would still be enough left to settle Zhao Shuyuan's debt, with some surplus remaining. Listening to Chen Ran's words, Guiyong felt a mixture of emotion and concern, inquiring about the state of Chen Ran's father's illness. Guiyong was aware that Chen Ran's father had been unwell. Just as Chen Ran was about to respond that he hadn't been able to reach his family, his phone rang. It was his sister, Chen Kiki. Chapter 6, Boyfriend. "Kiki?" Chen Ran answered the call, only to hear his sister's voice quivering with tears. "Brother, my phone died just now, but it's charged now. Mom asked me to ask you if Dad's illness can be treated." Chen Ran was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. "What do you mean? If we are to treat him, we need to prepare a lot of money. Didn't I just transfer 30,000 to you?" Chen Ran queried, puzzled. 30,000 isn't enough. The doctor reviewed the test results this afternoon and said we need at least 200,000. And it must be gathered within 10 days at the latest. The sooner, the better. But the family has no money, and you likely don't either, right? That 30,000 hasn't been paid. Mom said the doctor isn't even confident. "We have no money. Should we just forgo treatment?" She asked me to get your opinion. As she spoke, her sobs grew louder. Chen Ran's heart sank. He understood the gravity of the situation. "Since my father's illness, our family's savings of over 10,000, along with the 18,000 I earned, have been entirely depleted, amounting to more than 30,000 spent, yet hope remains elusive. The impoverished often hesitate to seek treatment for serious ailments, not merely from fear of unsuccessful cures, but from the dread of exhausting the family's savings and potentially incurring substantial debt. In the end, they are left with nothing, and the living are burdened. My younger sister is still in school. I have yet to start my own family, and our mother is likely worried." "Treat him." "What?" "I said treat him. Continue the treatment. As long as the doctor hasn't declared it hopeless, I will spare no expense," Chen Ran declared resolutely. "However, brother, is there enough money?" "Don't worry. Just pay the 30,000 today, and I will transfer more to you by tomorrow at the latest. I have the means." Chen Ran's voice was unwavering. His sister, on the other end of the line, was already in tears, but this time her tears were not of sorrow, but of excitement. Their mother's suggestion had left her terrified. She feared Chen Ran would also say to abandon treatment. She was young and simply could not bear the thought of watching her father pass away. "Brother, thank you. Why say such things? Just arrange the payment, comfort our mother, and I will send you the money tomorrow." "All right." After hanging up, Chen Ran exhaled deeply. He had assumed that Zhao Shuyuan's 30,000 would suffice for his father's treatment, only to discover that it would require 200,000. Moreover, there was no guarantee of success. Had he not earned the 50,000 through his extraordinary abilities, he might have hesitated to continue treatment. However, having made that amount, he was confident in his ability to earn more, and thus could not easily surrender. Yet, he needed to reserve that 50,000 as capital. He could not send it home or repay debts just yet. What? Is the money insufficient? While Chen Ran was on the phone, Guiyong, who was nearby, deduced the situation from his brief remarks. Chen Ran nodded. "I told you not to transfer money to me. This is for you." As Guiyong spoke, he intended to return the 5,000 previously sent to Chen Ran, but was stopped by him. "There's no need. My family is short on funds, but I have enough on hand. I don't need you to send me money." Knowing that Guiyong had likely not heard the full story, Chen Ran fabricated a lie. The total cost for treatment was 200,000. Even if his abilities might restore him, that 5,000 was of little use. compared to returning the 5,000 to Guiyong. Chen Ran was far more interested in discovering whether his abilities could still be recovered. Seeing that Chen Ran would not accept anything, Guiyong relented, stating he would refrain from spending that money and advised Chen Ran to inform him when he was in need. After saying this, he prepared to leave, as he had orders to fulfill. However, just as he was about to exit, he seemed to recall something and called out to Chen Ran again. If you have the funds, you might as well go home and check on your dad. Don't deliver food for a while, especially in the university area. Why? Chen Ran asked, puzzled. That guy you got involved with. I heard he's a rich second generation, and he's been looking for you everywhere these days. Even posting a bounty in our delivery group. Didn't you see? I muted that group. Just try to stay out of sight. Is it really such a trivial matter that he's chasing after me? What seems trivial to you may not be to him. It's better to be cautious. After Guiyong finished speaking, he rode off on his electric scooter. Chen Ran could only shake his head in resignation. A week prior, while delivering food, he encountered a wealthy individual who had given him 1,000 yuan to deliver flowers to a girl at Pingqing University for an entire week. However, for 4 consecutive days, the girl had refused the flowers, just when Chen Ran thought she would refuse on the 5th day as well. She not only accepted them but also publicly declared that Chen Ran was handsome and she would be willing to be his girlfriend. He learned that the girl was one of the campus beauties at Pingqing University. For anyone else, this would have been a delightful occurrence. Yet, Chen Ran was not naive. He recognized that she likely intended to use him as a shield, as she hadn't even asked for his contact information. Sure enough, upon learning of this, the individual who had orchestrated the flower deliveries became irate and incessantly contacted Chen Ran, seeking to cause trouble for him. To avoid conflict, Chen Ran refunded the money he had earned, resulting in 5 days of labor with no profit. He had hoped that the incident would blow over. Now, according to Guiyong, it seemed that the person still wanted to trouble him? What a fool. Chen Ran muttered under his breath as he mounted his electric scooter and returned to his apartment. Upon arriving, he parked his scooter and took the box upstairs. The entire building belonged to the female landlord, Zhao Shuyuan, who also resided there, just 1 floor above Chen Ran. Chen Ran, on the 4th floor, took the stone up to the 5th floor and knocked on Zhao Shuyuan's door. He had initially worried that she might not be home, but to his surprise, she opened the door shortly after he knocked. Sister Shuyuan, the stone. Before he could finish, Zhao Shuyuan's delighted voice interrupted. You're finally back. Just a stone. And she could hardly wait? Chen Ran was puzzled by her exuberance. He noticed that Zhao Shuyuan had changed from a fitted skirt to a women's suit, seemingly just returning home, without even changing her shoes. Come in. Zhao Shuyuan's tone remained exuberant as she ushered Chen Ran inside. Chen Ran had assumed she merely wanted him to help place the stone, but once he entered, he realized there were others present. In the living room, 2 men and a woman were seated on the sofa, and on the coffee table before them lay an open box containing a teapot. It seemed Zhao Shuyuan had guests. Chen Ran was just about to place the item down and leave when unexpectedly, Zhao Shuyuan grabbed him and uttered something that left him dumbfounded. This is my boyfriend. Chen Ran. Huh. Chapter 7. The 1 million yuan Zisha teapot. If Chen Ran had not misheard, Zhao Shuyuan had just declared him to be her boyfriend? What? Hurry and put down the stone. Don't you see we have guests? Noticing Chen Ran's momentary daze, Zhao Shuyuan continued, casting him a special glance. Upon seeing her expression, Chen Ran understood. She wanted him to play along, to act as her boyfriend? Fine, it wouldn't be a loss for him. He quickly set down the stone and walked with Zhao Shuyuan into the living room, where the 3 guests stood and greeted him. This is Mr. Li Jiujiang, and this is Mr. Zhang Hengfa, and this is Ms. Liu. A pleasure to meet you. Chen Ran had no idea who these so-called Mr. and Ms. were. But since Zhao Shuyuan introduced them, he shook hands with each in turn. After introductions were made, the 3 resumed their seats. I thought you were still single. I didn't expect you to have a boyfriend. The man named Zhang Hengfa spoke, while sizing Chen Ran up, seemingly trying to discern his background. I've already stated that I have a partner, so I want to be attending tonight's dinner. Upon hearing this exchange, Chen Ran understood that this Zhang Hengfa was likely one of Zhao Shuyuan's suitors, who had invited her out for dinner. And Zhao Shuyuan, perhaps feeling annoyed by his advances, had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Zhang Hengfa smiled wryly. Mr. Chen certainly possesses charm. It's just that you appear rather youthful. May I inquire how old you are? 23. Upon hearing Chen Ran's age, Zhang Hengfa was taken aback and inquired how the two had met. Chen Ran finally comprehended why Zhao Shuyuan found him bothersome. The young lady already had a significant other yet persistently inquired about various matters, displaying a complete lack of awareness. He chuckled softly, opening his mouth to spin a fanciful tale. As for how we met, it was truly serendipitous. One evening, while I was strolling by the river, I happened upon Shuyuan doing the same. The wind was quite fierce that night, and she was standing in a place devoid of railings. As she walked, she inadvertently lost her footing, and it seemed she was about to tumble into the river. At that moment, I happened to be right behind her. Seeing the peril she was in, I rushed forward and caught her. Chen Ran recounted his story with great fervor, and to illustrate his point more vividly, he dramatically wrapped his arm around Zhao Shuyuan's waist. Zhao Shuyuan, momentarily taken aback, felt the sudden tightening around her waist, finding herself snugly embraced against his chest. Just like this, she gazed at me back then. We locked eyes for a full 10 seconds, and in that instant, I was utterly captivated by her. Thus began our acquaintance. Would you not agree it is fate? Chen Ran spoke with utmost sincerity, his hand playfully squeezing Zhao Shuyuan's waist to emphasize their closeness. Indeed, Sister Shuyuan possesses an exquisite figure, so toned, he mused, a radiant smile gracing his features. Zhao Shuyuan feigned a bashful demeanor, all the while cursing him inwardly. You little rascal, is pretending to be my boyfriend not enough? Must you also take advantage of me? She maintained a cheerful facade, yet, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she pinched the back of Chen Ran's hand with considerable force. However, Chen Ran remained unperturbed, his hand continuing its playful movements. How can he endure this? Even after being pinched, he still refuses to let go. Zhao Shuyuan seethed, pinching him once more with greater intensity. Yet, Chen Ran still exhibited no reaction. Puzzled, Zhao Shuyuan noted that her grip had indeed been quite forceful. Darling, she called out. What's the matter? Chen Ran leaned down to gaze at Zhao Shuyuan nestled in his embrace. Is your hand hurting? She queried, perplexed. My hand. Why would it hurt? Chen Ran responded, bemused. It doesn't hurt at all. Doesn't hurt? Zhao Shuyuan was now confounded. How could it not hurt? Chen Ran spoke no falsehood. His hand genuinely felt no pain. Merely a slight ticklish sensation, which he initially attributed to a mosquito. Thus, it seems you two are indeed fated, interjected Zhang Hong, who, perhaps disapproving of the intimacy between Chen Ran and Zhao Shuyuan, chuckled lightly before turning to business. Pointing to the teapot on the table, he remarked, This is a remarkable item, worth $1 million without question. Shuyuan, if you have no objections, shall we proceed with signing the contract? Very well, prepare the contract. Zhao Shuyuan replied, taking a seat on the stool. Chen Ran sat beside her, his mind still pondering why the teapot was stored in a box. Upon hearing the price, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, This shabby thing is worth $1 million? Li Zheojiang and Zhang Hong were immediately displeased by his words. Shabby thing. Mr. Chen, you are mistaken. This is no ordinary teapot. It is a Zisha teapot. Zisha teapot. Chen Ran was unfamiliar with the term, only glancing at the pot and noting its distinct appearance. Resembling a tree stump, but he could not discern its value beyond its unique form. Mr. Chen, do you have knowledge of Zisha teapots? Li Zheojiang inquired. Noticing Chen Ran's scrutiny, Chen Ran possessed no understanding of Zisha teapots. Prior to this day, he had never encountered one in reality. However, now portraying the role of Zhao Shuyuan's boyfriend, he forced himself to nod in affirmation. Yes, I have a passing understanding. Upon hearing Chen Ran's admission, Li Zheojiang eagerly elaborated. This teapot is known as the curved-handled plum stump teapot, crafted by the contemporary ceramic master Wang Yinxian. Are you familiar with Master Wang Yinxian? Somewhat familiar. Chen Ran replied earnestly, feigning knowledge. While others might not discern his pretense, Zhao Shuyuan certainly could. Finding it amusing, she shifted her gaze towards him, exchanging glances. Li Zheojiang and Zhang Hong were unsure whether Chen Ran was genuinely knowledgeable or merely pretending. However, recognizing that Zhao Shuyuan had yet to sign the contract, they understood that Chen Ran's presence was a potential obstacle. Thus, they continued to expound upon the merits of the teapot, highlighting its immense value. Chen Ran, being a man of modest means, possessed no such knowledge and, after a lengthy discourse, had absorbed none of the information presented. The only thing that resonated with him was the statement about its auction value of 1,500,000, while for Zhao Shuyuan, it was being appraised at 1 million. 1 million for a shabby teapot? Surely, that is a folly, Chen Ran mused, advising Zhao Shuyuan to exercise caution. Zhao Shuyuan, however, explained that she was not purchasing the teapot, but rather that Li Zheojiang owed her money and was offering this item as a form of repayment. Zhang Heng acted as the intermediary, while the woman beside them was a representative from the appraisal agency. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran experienced a moment of clarity. It made sense. Although Zhao Shuyuan was affluent, she was not one to squander money frivolously, as evidenced by her continued use of that old Volkswagen Beetle. Why would she invest in such ostentatious items? While he still believed the price was excessive, given that it was intended as a debt settlement, he had no grounds to obstruct Li Zheojiang's offer. Moreover, considering that Li Zheojiang was a friend of Zhao Shuyuan and had long since arranged this, he felt it inappropriate to interfere. After all, he was not Zhao Shuyuan's genuine boyfriend, merely a temporary stand-in. Mr. Chen, why not hold it and feel its texture? Suggested Li Zheojiang, observing Chen Ran's silence. thinking perhaps his previous explanations had fallen on deaf ears. He quickly lifted the teapot and offered it to Chen Ran. Chen Ran was merely at a loss for words. As he accepted the teapot, intending to assess its texture and subsequently facilitate their transaction, he was unexpectedly met with a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through his hand. This feeling was all too familiar. It was his superpower. Could it be that I can use it once more? Just a brief respite, and I can activate it again? But why would my ability respond to an antique rather than just stones? Before he could fully revel in this revelation, he suddenly sensed something amiss. How had his surroundings transformed entirely? Just a moment ago, he had been in Zhao Shiyuan's home, yet now he found himself in what appeared to be a workshop. Inside, two figures obscured by shadows were gathered around a table. On the table stood a large machine, continuously operating, creating an item. Chen Ran squinted at the scene and realized it was indeed the very Zisha teapot he had just been holding. Beside the machine rested a computer displaying an image of the Zisha teapot, with several words being rendered in 3D print. Chapter 8. The item is a fake. What could this possibly mean? Chen Ran attempted to move closer for a better look, but as soon as he did, the surrounding scenery shifted once again. Reverting back to the living room of Zhao Shiyuan's home, Li Jiujiang and Zhang Heng remained, their gazes fixed upon him, just as before. Yet, in his hand, he still held the Zisha teapot. Had he not possessed superpowers, he would have surely doubted his sanity. However, having undergone the experience of betting on stones, he understood that what he had just witnessed must have been a signal conveyed through his ability. Could it be that he had glimpsed the scene of the teapot's creation? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He began to analyze the situation. Li Jiujiang had stated that this teapot was handcrafted in the 1990s. Yet what he had seen was clearly a 3D printing process. Was there 3D printing technology in the 1990s? Do not speak of 3D printing. One might fear that the computer itself was not as minuscule as it appeared moments ago. Furthermore, Li Jiujiang mentioned that the creator of this teapot is named Wang Yinxian, a woman. However, the two individuals seated beside the teapot in the image are both male. Though their faces are indistinct, they evidently sport short hair and are clad in male attire. Chen Ran began to ponder. If what he beheld was indeed the scene during the creation of this teapot, then could it not imply that Li Jiujiang's account was fabricated? And thus, this teapot must also be a counterfeit. Chen Ran suddenly lifted his gaze. Casting a glance at Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa, he found them grinning at him, entirely oblivious to the extraordinary vision he had just experienced. So how does it feel? Quite splendid, isn't it? $1 million is certainly justified, Li Jiujiang inquired. Chen Ran placed the teapot down, his smile fading, and replied coolly, Mr. Li, it seems you possess a rather insufficient understanding of Zisha teapots. What? Li Jiujiang was taken aback, about to inquire further, when Chen Ran continued. Perhaps that explains why I assert this worthless trinket does not warrant $1 million. It is not the work of Master Wang. What? Both Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa were startled. Mr. Chen, how can you say that? This is indeed Master Wang's creation. I acquired it for 120,000 from a friend, complete with a certificate from an authentication agency. Here, take a look. As Li Jiujiang spoke, he retrieved the certificate from the box and extended it to Chen Ran, who did not accept it. Noticing Chen Ran's disregard for the authentication document, the nearby woman interjected. This Zisha teapot is undoubtedly the handiwork of Master Wang. Our agency has verified it. Sir, one cannot speak so recklessly without understanding. I do not understand. Chen Ran chuckled softly. While he may not possess the knowledge, he certainly had the ability to discern. Having previously earned over 50,000 through his supernatural talent, he chose to trust in his own capabilities over that of the authentication agency. Moreover, he had noticed something peculiar. Perhaps due to the influence of his powers, his observations of the surrounding events had become remarkably more acute. As he asserted that this Zisha teapot was not the work of Master Wang, he distinctly perceived a flicker of panic in the astonished expressions of Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa. If they were steadfast in their belief that their item was authentic, they would likely dismiss him as a mere child, yet their unease suggested otherwise. They were aware that it was a forgery. This meant they had attempted to use this counterfeit as collateral while knowing its true nature. Were they not criminals? Chen Ran glanced at Zhao Shiyuan, who was staring at him in a daze, seemingly unaware of the situation. You must not sign that contract. Chen Ran swiftly snatched the pen from Zhao Shiyuan's grasp. While he could not concern himself with others being deceived, he could not stand idly by if Zhao Shiyuan were to fall victim to a scam. Before Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa could react, Chen Ran placed the teapot back into the box and pushed it forward. No need to discuss further, the item is counterfeit. Mr. Li, please take it back. We have no desire for it. Initially, Chen Ran believed it to be worthless simply due to his lack of experience, feeling it served no purpose, unaware that it was indeed a forgery. Now, however, he recognized the truth. He understood that this item was not only fake, but was also being used by Li and Zhang to deliberately deceive Zhao Shiyuan. Given their intent to deceive, he felt no need for subtlety and spoke with utmost candor. This directness elicited displeasure from both Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa. Mr. Chen, even if you do not appreciate this Xisha teapot, there is no need to declare it counterfeit, Li Jiujiang retorted. The woman from the authentication agency added, Sir, this Xisha teapot has been verified by our institution. Your claims of it being fake are utterly unfounded. Upon hearing these words, Chen Ran could not suppress a smile. Had they not exhibited those subtle reactions moments ago, one might have assumed they were unaware of the item's true nature. However, the micro-expressions that had crossed their faces were unmistakable. They were still clinging to hope, attempting to argue their case. May I inquire as to the name of your agency, its address, the items you have authenticated, and the credentials of your esteemed experts? Please elaborate. Additionally, I happen to have a friend who works at an authentication agency and is quite knowledgeable about Xisha teapots. I could easily give him a call and have him come over for a verification. Let us see if your agency's findings align with his. Should they differ, it would call into question either your agency's competence or suggest involvement in fraud, which would not bode well for you. The woman, who had previously spoken with unwavering confidence, immediately exhibited signs of anxiety at Chen Ran's words, her gaze becoming erratic and her throat swallowing audibly. Every expression was palpable to Chen Ran's discerning eye. He recognized her discomfort. Otherwise, why would she remain silent? Chen Ran's remarks not only unsettled the woman, but also instilled a sense of unease in Zhang Hengfa and Li Jiujiang. They exchanged glances, uncertain and fearful that Chen Ran might indeed summon an expert to verify the teapot's authenticity. Mr. Chen, there is no need for such anger. If you do not wish to keep the teapot, then so be it, Li Jiujiang feigned indifference. Zhang Hengfa, noticing Chen Ran's fierce demeanor, hastily bypassed him and addressed Zhao Shuyuan. Shuyuan, this item is absolutely authentic. Before Zhang Hengfa could complete his statement, Chen Ran interposed himself, positioning Zhao Shuyuan behind him. Whether it is authentic or not, you two should know better than I. Kindly remove it. Furthermore, I advise you both not to assume that Shuyuan is easy to deceive. Do not attempt to foist such nonsense upon her. Out of respect for your acquaintance, I will overlook this incident, but next time, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities. Although Chen Ran was merely portraying Zhao Shuyuan's boyfriend, his anger was genuine, fueled by the numerous times Zhao Shuyuan had assisted him. While these two scoundrels sought to deceive her, Chen Ran was unrelenting, and their rage only intensified. Humph. Your rudeness is unbecoming. Very well, we shall take our leave. Both Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa, incensed by Chen Ran's resolute stance and humiliated by the exposure of their deceit, each muttered a retort, retrieved the Xisha teapot, and rose to depart. As they stormed out, descending to the ground floor and entering their vehicle, Li Jiujiang vented his frustration at Zhang Hengfa. Did you not claim that the woman named Zhao was utterly ignorant and easily manipulated with your endorsement? Zhang Hengfa, equally incensed, replied, How could I have known that young man was so astute? I had presumed him to be merely a pretty face. Little did I expect him to discern the forgery so swiftly. This cannot be blamed on me. I never anticipated his capabilities. Zhang Hengfa's ire stemmed partly from the unmasking of their ruse and partly from the loss of a woman he had intended to pursue. And what of the debt you owe her? The teapot was not exchanged. What will you do? We shall postpone it. I have no money. And she is merely a woman. I can surely manage. As they conversed, they started the car and departed from the neighborhood. Until Zhang Hengfa and Li Jiujiang left in a huff, Zhao Shuyuan remained somewhat dazed. Initially, she had been incredulous when Chen Ran claimed the item was counterfeit, as she could not fathom how someone like him could possibly identify a fake. It was only when the woman was rendered speechless by Chen Ran's interrogation that she began to perceive the truth. However, everything had transpired too rapidly. She still felt somewhat disoriented. Is it truly fake? She questioned Chen Ran, her disbelief evident. Indeed. Otherwise, why do you think the three of them fled so hastily? Zhao Shuyuan found some logic in his assertion. The woman was unfamiliar to her, yet she had known Li Jiujiang and Zhang Hengfa for some time. Both were not known for their amiable dispositions. If there was nothing amiss, it was likely they would be relentless. Running away so swiftly could only imply guilt. With this thought, she immediately recognized the malicious intent behind their actions. Those two scoundrels dared to deceive me. How foolish I was to believe Li Jiujiang's tall tale of being broke, agreeing to let him settle the debt with antiques. Sister Shuyuan, one must always be wary of others. Your kindness has led you astray. Fortunately, I returned early today. Otherwise, you would have fallen victim to their deceit. Chen Ran's words piqued Zhao Shuyuan's curiosity. How did you know that item was a forgery? She was genuinely surprised by Chen Ran's discernment. I just guessed. The truth was too precarious to reveal. Chen Ran could only fabricate a story. Guessed? Zhao Shuyuan was skeptical. Indeed, The moment I laid eyes on those two, I sensed something was off. I merely suggested it was fake to trick them, and lo and behold, it worked. Chen Ran wore an expression of luck. What about that friend from the appraisal agency? A fabrication. I have no such acquaintance. Chen Ran's quick thinking was merely an attempt to intimidate the woman. Zhao Shuyuan regarded him with a peculiar blend of astonishment and admiration. I never expected you to be quite clever. I merely spoke casually. Primarily, it was your good fortune, Sister Shuyuan, that you encountered incompetent swindlers. However, those two are not to be trifled with. Steer clear of them henceforth. Whether they are good or not, I can't say, but you certainly are not. What do you mean by that? Before Chen Ran could finish, Zhao Shuyuan pinched his ear. You little rascal. Pretending to be my boyfriend wasn't enough. Now you're trying to take advantage of me? In a fit of indignation, Zhao Shuyuan pushed Chen Ran onto the sofa. Chen Ran felt unjustly accused. Isn't that a baseless accusation? I wasn't being overly forward. Someone was present. If no one were here, who knows how bold you might have been? You asked me to act as your boyfriend. I merely aimed for authenticity. If there were no signs of intimacy, how could one believe it? So, you took liberties, did you? I did not. Chen Ran protested earnestly. Zhao Shuyuan shot him a fierce glare, and upon seeing his lack of resistance, released him, scolding, You little rascal, it's about time you found a girlfriend. Mind your own business. But do heed my warning about those two. They truly are no good, trying to swindle you with counterfeit goods. You must avoid them in the future. I can certainly avoid the one surnamed Zhang, but Li still owes me money. If I cut ties, how will I retrieve my funds? Zhao Shuyuan retorted. Chen Ran pondered this and, out of curiosity, inquired about the identities of the two men, discovering they were merely business associates of Zhao Shuyuan's late husband. While they were termed friends, their relationship was purely transactional. Li Jiujiang had an outstanding debt of 1 million, unpaid for 2 years, with the repayment deadline set for the end of this year. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran realized he could not simply sever ties and advised, just be cautious. If he intends to repay you, demand cash only. Do not accept any substitutes. Although Chen Ran had been less than forthright earlier, he had indeed unraveled the deceitful scheme of Li and Zhang, sparing Zhao Shuyuan from being duped. Feeling touched by Chen Ran's concern for her well-being, Zhao Shuyuan conceded. Very well, I shall be cautious with him. In light of your recent efforts, I shall reward you with a delightful dinner tonight. As dusk approached, it was indeed time for dinner, and Zhao Shuyuan intended to treat him. Typically, Chen Ran would eagerly accept the invitation from the lovely landlord, but today was different. He had yet to fully comprehend his newfound abilities and needed to return home to delve deeper into his research. I must decline this time, Sister Shuyuan. I have matters to attend to. What could possibly be more pressing? Delivering takeout? No. What do you earn in a night? I can offer you 1,000. Join me for dinner. Zhao Shuyuan assumed Chen Ran was simply busy with work and wanted to alleviate his burden. However, Chen Ran remained resolute in his refusal. I truly have something to attend to. Let us postpone for another day. Without giving Zhao Shuyuan a chance to persuade him otherwise, Chen Ran stood and left. Zhao Shuyuan, accustomed to inviting Chen Ran out for meals, was taken aback by his refusal. Watching him leave without a backward glance left her perplexed. That little rascal. Could it be he's found a girlfriend? She mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. The mere thought of Chen Ran having a girlfriend stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Her mind drifted back to that night a year ago when Chen Ran, a stranger, risked his safety to save her from a group of thugs, emerging battered and bruised. At that time, he had no place to stay, and out of gratitude, she had offered him her vacant room downstairs. Though she had not intended to charge him rent, he insisted on compensating her. From that day forth, they frequently crossed paths, and as time passed, she discovered Chen Ran's earnest nature, often teasing him. A playful banter that had persisted for an entire year. She had grown fond of that camaraderie. Now, the thought of him having a girlfriend made it difficult for her to continue their playful exchanges, leaving her feeling unexpectedly melancholic. Chapter 9. A fish out of water yearns to rise. After leaving Zhao Shuyuan's home, Chen Ran collected several distinct stones from the community's greenbelt to take back to his residence. His superpower could regenerate with rest, which delighted him. Yet he still lacked any substantial experience in mastering it. Realizing that this skill would be crucial for his future, Chen Ran felt compelled to gain a deeper understanding of it. He prepared a bowl of noodles and spent the evening experimenting until he finally grasped some aspects of his abilities. He discovered that once his power was depleted, a mere 10 minutes of rest would restore it, albeit for only one brief observation of around 4 or 5 seconds. When encountering stones made of the same material, such as bricks, they appeared transparent. Only when the internal and external materials differed could he perceive variations. Furthermore, this ability was limited to viewing the interior of stones. He could not discern what lay beyond the walls in his home. After clarifying the recovery duration, he began contemplating how to activate and deactivate his power. It activated automatically upon contact with stones, which seemed wasteful. If he could learn to control its activation and deactivation, he could use it as needed, conserving it for more critical moments. Due to the excessive use of his power today, Chen Ran found himself spending considerable time in recovery, yielding little insight into control. Moreover, he had not unraveled the mystery of the scene he had witnessed while touching the purple clay teapot. Despite touching various kitchen items, he had not seen their production processes. Could it be that only antiques were visible? But that purple clay teapot was not an antique. It was merely a replica. After pondering for quite some time, Chen Ran remained only partially enlightened about his abilities. Yet, he did not despair, reassuring himself that expecting to master a skill in a single day was rather naive. Further exploration would unfold with future use. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Ran decided to abandon his research for the time being, allowing his power to regenerate, and took out his phone to search for information regarding jade. Though he earned 50,000 yuan today, he was acutely aware that his knowledge of jadeite was utterly non-existent. If he intended to rely on this stone for future profits, it was imperative that he immersed himself in study. Not that he needed to become an expert, but at the very least, he ought to familiarize himself with the various types of jadeite and their respective prices. This way, he would avoid the embarrassment of opening subpar stones and, when fortunate enough to uncover something valuable, be ill-equipped to negotiate its worth. After an entire night of intensive study on jadeite, fatigue soon overtook him, and Chen Ran fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself within a grand house filled with an array of jadeite raw stones, each more exquisite than the last. Elated, he realized that fortune was within his grasp. Suddenly, he spotted a piece that emitted a radiant glow. Approaching it, he discerned that it was a small purple stone, not resembling a typical raw stone, for it was only slightly larger than his thumb. A powerful desire to grasp this stone surged within him, yet when he reached out, his hand closed around nothingness. The purple stone vanished. Following its disappearance, the other raw stones faded away as well, and panic gripped Chen Ran as he realized he had yet to sell anything. This anxiety jolted him awake. Upon awakening, he chuckled softly, recognizing it had all been a dream. Reflecting on the fact that he had spent the entire night studying raw stones, he found it amusing that his subconscious had conjured images of them. Yet, he was perplexed. He couldn't recall having seen that purple stone online the previous night, nor anything resembling it. As he reflected on the knowledge he had absorbed, he was astonished to discover that he recalled every video and every text he'd encountered with remarkable clarity, as though he had viewed them hundreds of times, despite having only skimmed through them. Could it be that the lightning strike had not only altered his fate, but also enhanced his memory? Moreover, he noted that although he had slept for less than 5 hours, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. His senses appeared heightened. His vision sharpened to the extent that he could discern the intricate patterns on leaves from 30 meters away. His hearing had also improved significantly. He could detect the sounds of activity throughout the building, someone washing their face, another cooking, and even the sounds of a couple engaging in morning exercise. How vibrant their energy seemed. Chen Ran marveled at this transformation, examining his hands and touching his face, noting the newfound smoothness of his skin. The changes in his physical capabilities led him to surmise that all of this might be connected to the extraordinary powers he had acquired from the lightning strike. What he had initially considered bad luck, being struck by lightning on a sunny day, had turned out to be a stroke of fortune. His luck was finally changing. With a sudden fervor, Chen Ran clasped his hands together and gazed devoutly out the window towards the sky. "Oh, divine thunder god, thank you for choosing me amidst the vast sea of humanity. If I am to rise from my humble beginnings, I shall surely offer you some golden ingots in gratitude." After uttering these words, he completed his morning routine and stepped outside, savoring a bowl of noodles at the community entrance before hopping on his electric scooter, heading straight for the flower and bird market. After such a lengthy hiatus, he was eager to put his powers to good use. His father awaited funds for medical treatment. He had debts to settle with Zhao Shuyuan, and he aspired to accumulate wealth. He had no reason to dawdle. With his newfound abilities, he aimed to purchase more raw stones and maximize his profits. Not finding any alternative vendors for raw stones, Chen Ran returned to the shop he had visited yesterday. Upon his arrival, Huang Xinghua had just opened for business. "Ah, young brother, where are you off to so early?" Huang Xinghua exclaimed, recognizing Chen Ran. Initially, he had assumed Chen Ran was merely passing by, but upon learning he was there to buy raw stones, he was both surprised and delighted. He promptly ushered Chen Ran inside, offering tea and water, his demeanor markedly different from their first encounter. Huang Xinghua's enthusiasm stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he had sold the glutinous ice piece Chen Ran had opened for 80,000 yuan at a jade shop after their last meeting, netting himself over 20,000 yuan in profit. Secondly, after Chen Ran's successful venture, many onlookers had also purchased raw stones, adding another 20,000 to his earnings. even if they had not found anything remarkable. Combined, that amounted to over 50,000 yuan in a single day, a feat many shops like his could not achieve in an entire month. How could he not feel grateful to Chen Ran? Moreover, with Chen Ran returning, who knew what treasures he might unveil this time? Chen Ran, slightly taken aback by Huang Xingguo's eagerness, was primarily focused on making money and didn't want to waste time entertaining his host. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he began to examine the raw stones. Since he had discovered the glutinous ice in the 800 yuan basket yesterday, he decided to peruse that same selection once again. Fortunately, his memory served him well, and he recalled which stones he had previously felt. However, he opted not to touch them this time, instead searching for those he had not yet examined. After an extended period of selection, he found nothing of value. There were only a handful of stones, and after inspecting them all, he regrettably concluded that none were promising. Left with no other choice, he shifted his attention to the 300 yuan basket. Yet, after sifting through that as well, he still found nothing satisfactory. Regardless of whether they were from the 300 or 800 baskets, most stones were devoid of value. A select few were passable, but primarily consisted of subpar varieties such as bean type, flower green, or dry green stones, all of which were inferior. There were a few that were neither of these types, but they lacked water content. The only stone that was neither bean type nor flower green and possessed some water content bore a resemblance to the glutinous ice he had purchased yesterday. However, it was quite small and riddled with cracks. Had Chen Ran been less informed, he might have proceeded with the purchase. Yet, after a night of intensive study, he now understood that jadeite's value lay in its suitability for jewelry making, and any stone riddled with cracks, regardless of size, would not suffice for this purpose. Thus, such stones held little worth. Even if he were to purchase all the bean types available, he might only recoup a few thousand yuan after deducting costs. And he was unwilling to squander time on such unpromising stones. Having been unable to find anything satisfactory among the cheaper options, Chen Ran reluctantly turned his attention to the more expensive raw stones displayed on the opposite side. Initially, he had considered the stones priced in the hundreds to be unworthy. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the more costly stones were even less valuable. Among the 20 or so raw stones, only 4 contained jadeite, and all were disappointingly small. At least 3 were entirely worthless, and the only valuable piece was priced at 70,000 yuan. "Boss, do you have any other stones?" Chen Ran inquired, having quickly surveyed all the raw stones on display. However, Huang Xingguo replied, "There are no others." He chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, most people are hesitant to buy raw stones. I've only just begun selling them and didn't dare to stock too many. Everything I have is right here. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran felt as though cold water had been splashed upon him. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to make a substantial profit today, but now it seemed there was not a single viable option available to him. Well, it seems I've made a wasted trip, he thought to himself. Forget it, he muttered, preparing to leave and seek opportunities elsewhere. Huang Xingguo, surprised by Chen Ran's sudden departure, called out, "Young brother, what's the matter? You didn't find anything you liked?" He was counting on Chen Ran to uncover something valuable so he could share in the profits. He had his sights set on a piece, yet the price was exorbitant. Chen Ran did not elaborate much and casually remarked that the only item of interest was a stone priced at 70,000, roughly the size of a human head. However, he possessed only 50,000, leaving him short of funds. Huang Xingguo initially presumed Chen Ran had no genuine interest. Upon learning otherwise, he turned back to scrutinize the items himself, inquiring, "Which one do you find overpriced?" Chen Ran exhibited a wary demeanor, chuckling softly, "Boss, if I reveal which one, you might decide not to sell it to me and keep it for yourself, leaving me as the fool, wouldn't it?" Huang Xingguo bristled at this. "Young man, that sounds rather dismissive of my integrity. After years in business, I pride myself on honesty. Would I engage in such underhanded dealings?" Yet, deep down, he felt a twinge of unease. For just a moment, he had entertained such a thought. The stones had not cost him dearly, and he had recouped quite a bit yesterday. He was eager to ascertain whether Chen Ran's judgment was astute. Now that Chen Ran had called him out, he found it difficult to act on his fleeting notion. Unbeknownst to Chen Ran, Huang Xingguo's thoughts were complex, yet he chose to remain silent, contemplating the prospect of visiting other stores to earn a bit more before returning to make a purchase. Just as he was about to depart, Huang Xingguo detained him. "Young man, hold on. If you're unwilling to disclose which piece you find overpriced, I won't press further. However, I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with you. Therefore, I'll sell you all the stones in my shop at a discounted price of 60% off the marked price. Feel free to choose as you like." Upon hearing this, Chen Ran's spirits lifted. "Are you serious? I wouldn't deceive you," Huang Xingguo declared, thumping his chest. "Weren't you saying yesterday that you don't negotiate? That applies to items priced in the hundreds, not these expensive pieces. Besides, you're a valued customer. How could I not offer you a concession?" Huang Xingguo feigned a concerned expression for Chen Ran's benefit. In truth, Chen Ran had considered haggling, but he figured the discount would only amount to a few thousand less, rendering the purchase still unaffordable. He had not anticipated the owner would offer such a discount, especially at 60% off. After calculating, he realized that a 70,000 piece at 60% would cost 42,000. Indeed, it appeared that the profit margins on raw stones were substantial. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "What about 50%? Absolutely." Huang Xinghua responded without hesitation, revealing his youthful impulsiveness. However, having made a counteroffer, Chen Ran felt obliged to follow through. As one must always maintain a certain level of integrity, he returned to examine the stones once more. Huang Xinghua was not deceiving Chen Ran. He was genuinely experimenting with the sale of raw stones. This was his first venture into this business, and he had been cautious with his purchases, avoiding expensive items. The reason his shop was filled solely with uncut stones was due to the high cost of cut stones, which he dared not stock. These uncut stones were relatively inexpensive, the priciest among them having a purchase price of only 30,000. Even at 50% off, he would still profit. Yet, more than the profits, he yearned to witness Chen Ran's true capabilities. After feigning deliberation for some time, Chen Ran finally made his decision and picked up the stone marked at 70,000. This one, having cut the price to 50%, why not choose a couple more? Huang Xinghua suggested. Whether this piece yields anything remains uncertain. Let us first see how it cuts, Chen Ran replied, being tactful. Among all the stones, this was the only one of worth, and he had no intention of purchasing anything else. Young man, your words inspire confidence. I believe this stone will certainly yield something valuable. Huang Xinghua's expression was jubilant, though it was unclear whether he sincerely believed in Chen Ran's abilities or was merely being polite. Regardless, Chen Ran's perception of him improved considerably. How should we cut it? Straight down the middle? Huang Xinghua inquired after Chen Ran completed the payment and handed the stone over for processing. Yesterday, Chen Ran had observed that stones were cut from the middle, but that was due to his ignorance. Now, he understood that the more valuable the stone, the less one should cut from the center. Chen Ran was aware of the jade's volume and marked a line with a pen. Let us cut it here. Yesterday, Chen Ran had appeared as a novice, yet today he was different, confidently drawing lines. Huang Xinghua was unaware of Chen Ran's prior ignorance. He assumed that the lack of interest yesterday was due to the inferior quality of the items, so he interpreted Chen Ran's newfound seriousness as an indication of better prospects. With a hint of surprise, Huang Xinghua regarded Chen Ran but did not linger, promptly starting the machine to cut along the lines drawn by Chen Ran. The marked area was small, and the cut was completed swiftly. Wow! Though it was early and no one was present to witness, Huang Xinghua exclaimed, summoning the energy of dozens with his enthusiasm. He had seen the cut surface, a patch of vibrant green. Incredible! A full green, with a rich texture and excellent translucency. Though Huang Xinghua was not an expert, he possessed basic knowledge about jade's value, which rests on three elements: color, texture, and translucence. Color is straightforward. Texture refers to the fineness of the internal particles. Finer textures indicate an older stone, while coarser ones are younger. An older jade will appear smooth externally, with stable internal particles that do not change over time, thus possessing greater value than younger stones. Translucence, or water head, denotes clarity. The higher the translucence, the greater the value. While this jade's color was somewhat common and lacked uniqueness, it exhibited the characteristics of an older texture and sufficient translucence. Ensuring its worth would not be trivial. Chen Ran approached, nodding in satisfaction. It indeed matched the vision he had seen. The jade's green was remarkably uniform, typically referred to as full green. Having anticipated the outcome, Chen Ran remained composed, while Huang Xinghua, in contrast, was quite exhilarated, as this was the most valuable jade he had extracted from his shop thus far. The cut surface was roughly the size of half a palm. It might not be suitable for a bracelet, but crafting several pendants would be no issue. Chen Ran asked for a price. 80,000. Huang Xinghua estimated, providing a figure that reflected his internal valuation. However, Chen Ran was dissatisfied. At 50% off, the cost was already 35,000, and he felt 80,000 was insufficient. Brother, that price is reasonable. After all, the cut surface is only this size. Who knows what lies beneath? Before Huang Xinghua could finish his thought, Chen Ran took the stone and marked 2 more lines on top. Let us keep cutting. Huang Xinghua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Chen Ran's intention. With only one cut surface and it being small, he hesitated to quote a price. Chen Ran's actions suggested he wanted to extract more surfaces to negotiate a higher price. Unless one was exceedingly confident in their judgment, few would dare to act so boldly, for further cutting might not yield jade. Extracting jade is often termed gambling on stones due to the immense uncertainty involved. Until the jade is entirely revealed, no one can ascertain its size or whether it will yield a profit or loss. It is purely a matter of chance. There's a saying in the industry: one cut can make you rich, another can leave you destitute, and it is not without merit. Huang Xinghua genuinely believed in Chen Ran's capabilities, yet was also somewhat clueless. Seeing Chen Ran's determination to cut, he refrained from discouraging him and proceeded to follow his lead, marking and cutting as instructed. After completing the second cut, he was astonished to discover more green and larger than the first cut. He was somewhat agitated. Without waiting for Chen Ran to urge him, he proceeded to cut the third facet, revealing yet more green. Chen Ran observed the jade's volume from every conceivable angle, remaining entirely composed, confident in his assessment. After cutting 3 facets, the stone, roughly the size of a human head, had diminished to a mere third of its original size, with the majority still comprising jade. Brother Chen, you truly possess remarkable skill. Impressive. The small amount of green on the discarded fragments indicated Chen Ran's precision in marking the lines, showcasing minimal waste, which left Huang Xinghua in awe. He had always known of Chen Ran's abilities, but now it was evident that they were indeed substantial. Boss Huang, please make an offer. Ignoring the flattery, Chen Ran prompted Huang Xinghua to state his price once again. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Xinghua declared 250,000. Although this was a significant increase from before, Chen Ran was still not entirely satisfied. Given the current volume of jade, several bangles could be crafted, each fetching several tens of thousands. 500,000. Having gained some understanding from yesterday's experience, Chen Ran articulated his psychological price. Brother, that price is somewhat excessive, Huang Xinghua replied with a rueful smile. The 500,000 was too steep, it posed a risk of incurring losses, and he was hesitant to concede. The two continued to haggle, one insisting on 30 while the other countered with 45. All right, let us cease this back and forth. How about we each make a concession and settle on 36? A concession should be fairly substantial. Let's make it 38. Chen Ran retorted. Chapter 11. A terrifying sight. Huang Xinghua chuckled bitterly, casting a curious glance at Chen Ran. Brother, you're not as straightforward as yesterday. Unlike the previous day when Chen Ran had accepted a price without negotiation, today he seemed resolute. People can change, Chen Ran smiled. Faced with Chen Ran's unwillingness to yield, Huang Xinghua sighed in resignation. Fine then, 38 it is. Who could deny your talents? With that, Huang Xinghua promptly requested Chen Ran's account details and transferred 38,000 without hesitation. In their line of business, transfer limits were typically high to facilitate swift transactions. Although Chen Ran had remained calm while cutting the stone, he felt a surge of exhilaration upon receiving the money. 38,000. This was indeed 38,000. Just yesterday, he had been tirelessly struggling for money. How many deliveries would it take to earn such an amount? Yet today, he had earned it in just over an hour. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Now he could afford to pay for his father's medical treatment and settle Zhao Shiyuan's debt. Overjoyed, he hurriedly wired money to his family and left in a rush. Upon exiting the flower and bird market, he immediately went to the bank to process the transfer. After spending 35,000 of the previous 50,000, he had 15,000 left, and with the newly earned 38,000, he totaled 39,500. Adding the cost of a few pieces of bean jade he had purchased yesterday, he had just under 400,000 altogether. Although his sister had mentioned that 20,000 would suffice for medical expenses, and he had already transferred 3,000 back, Chen Ran decided to send her 30,000 outright. Upon receiving the news, Chen Kiki immediately called, her mother's delighted voice audible in the background. Both were thrilled and shared brief updates on their father's condition. As soon as the money arrived, the hospital would proceed with the surgery, and they indicated a high success rate. Chen Ran felt elated until Chen Kiki mentioned that they might not need that much. What if it's insufficient? It's better to have a little extra just in case. Chen Ran's rationale was sound, and Chen Kiki acquiesced, though after a brief silence, she asked, Brother, where did you acquire so much money? I earned it. What could you possibly do to earn such a sum? Chen Ran had worked for several years, and in prior years, he had sent home only 30 to 40,000 a year. Yet now, within just a few days, he had amassed such wealth, igniting Chen Kiki's curiosity. She feared her brother might have strayed into dubious ventures in pursuit of money. Now that Mom isn't here, can you be honest with me? Chen Kiki asked in a hushed tone, clearly avoiding her mother's presence. Are you suspecting that I might be involved in something illegal? Chen Ran discerned her underlying thought. I'm just worried. He contemplated clarifying the situation, but then realized that revealing his supernatural abilities might be even more incredulous than confessing to wrongdoing. If he merely mentioned gambling stones, his family might misconstrue it as engaging in gambling. To be truthful, I have been taken under the wing of a wealthy benefactor. Chen Kiki fell silent for a moment. Is that true? MHM. Is she kind? Can she give me 30,000? Not quite. Chen Ran chuckled, inadvertently thinking of Zhao Shiyuan. You must be teasing me. Chen Kiki retorted, annoyed by his laughter. Oh, just assume that that's the case. Regardless, I haven't done anything illegal. All this money is clean, so there's no need for concern. If mom asks, just tell her I made it through stock trading. Whatever is difficult to comprehend, just relay that. I have matters to attend to. With that, Chen Ran ended the call. Given his sudden influx of money, it was only natural for his family to suspect wrongdoing, but since he had committed no crime, he felt no fear. Learning that his father would undergo surgery today filled him with anticipation, yet also concern. When the call connected, his mother immediately inquired when he would return home. Chen Ran had previously yearned to go home, but lacked the fare. Now that he had it, he was more inclined to seize the opportunity to earn more money. It was simply a matter of being tired of poverty. Chen Kiki mentioned that the surgery would start in the afternoon, and since returning home now would be pointless, Chen Ran decided to wait until he learned the surgery's outcome before making any decisions. If the operation succeeded, he would postpone his return for a while until he had earned sufficient funds. If it failed, no, it could not fail. Chen Ran shook his head, dismissing the darkest thoughts. Checking his phone, he noticed it was nearing noon and decided to find a noodle shop for a meal. While eating, he contemplated that his supernatural ability likely functioned as a form of sensing. If he could sense once every 10 minutes, that equated to 6 times an hour, and over a full day, he could sense 144 times. However, since he had ceased using his ability yesterday, it had not yet been a full 24 hours. Perhaps only 15 or 16 hours had passed. He estimated he could sense around 80 or 90 times. Having already used it over 70 times since purchasing the raw stone, he believed he could still sense it a dozen more times. While a dozen might seem scant, the ability to restore every 10 minutes made him reluctant to return just yet. The flower and bird market was vast. Surely, there were more vendors selling raw stones. He resolved to finish his meal and explore other shops to exhaust those final opportunities. Being midday, the noodle shop was bustling with patrons. Chen Ran occupied a spot near the entrance, adjacent to a middle-aged man in his 40s, who had a bottle of erguotu beside his bowl of noodles. After finishing his meal, the man gulped down the liquor. Chen Ran frowned at the sight. Were it not for the potent aroma emanating from the bottle, he might have mistaken it for water. Was it really necessary to drink so liberally in the middle of the day? Such disregard for one's health was astonishing. Although Chen Ran disapproved of such drinking habits, it was not his place to intervene. Once his beef noodles arrived, he focused solely on his meal. Before long, a young woman entered through the door. It was unclear whether she was disabled or simply had difficulty walking, as she limped noticeably. Just as she stepped inside, an older man, having finished his drink, stood up to leave. There were a few steps leading up from the street to the noodle shop, and as they approached each other, the inebriated man, swaying unsteadily, collided with the girl, who was already struggling with her mobility. The impact startled her, causing her to cry out and tumble towards the direction where Chen Ran was seated. Hearing the commotion, Chen Ran turned just in time to see her head about to strike the edge of the table, and without understanding how, he instinctively reached out to catch her. However, despite being saved from a painful fall, the girl let out another scream. It turned out that the drunken man had stepped on her foot. Chen Ran's temper flared instantly. "Hey, how do you walk?" he exclaimed, gripping the man's arm, determined to demand an explanation on behalf of the girl. Yet, as he grasped the man's arm, an utterly horrifying sight met his gaze. The man's eyes were wide with shock, his face smeared with blood, and the lower half of his body was a gruesome mess. Chen Ran, taken aback by the sudden gruesomeness of the scene, felt a wave of terror wash over him, and he instinctively released his grip. Chapter 12. Antique Acquisition. Chen Ran stared in horror at the man before him, who had just turned to assess Chen Ran's expression. After a moment of bewildered scrutiny, the man's gaze shifted towards the girl he had collided with. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, as if just realizing the gravity of the situation, offering a nonchalant apology before staggering out of the shop. "Hey," Chen Ran attempted to speak, but the girl intervened. "I'm fine. It's all right, thank you." She believed Chen Ran was trying to seek justice for her, which prompted her to stop him from confronting the drunken man. Chen Ran, however, was not merely concerned about the incident. The bizarre vision he had just witnessed intrigued him, and he sought to understand it further. The drunken man paid him no mind and continued on his way, not even glancing back. The girl straightened up and expressed her gratitude once more. Only then did Chen Ran notice her youth. She appeared to be around 20, with short hair, fair skin, and a striking beauty. "No need for thanks," he replied, glancing once again towards the door, but the man had already vanished from sight. Chen Ran looked at his own hands, still shaken and struggling to recover from the fright. What a bizarre occurrence. What on earth did I just witness? The memory of the horrific image lingered in his mind, robbing him of his appetite. After pondering for a while without reaching any conclusions, he stepped outside, hoping to locate the man again and perhaps grasp him once more to verify his experience. Yet, within that brief span of time, the man had seemingly disappeared without a trace. The street was devoid of his presence. Unable to find him, Chen Ran resigned himself to the idea that it had all been a figment of his imagination. Surely, being struck by lightning has some lingering effects. Hopefully, this is just a one-off incident, he mused, recalling that such strange occurrences had not happened the previous day. The thought of repeatedly experiencing such terrifying visions would surely take a toll on his heart. After exiting the noodle shop, Chen Ran wandered into the flower and bird market. Finding no suitable stones at Huangxing's shop, he decided to explore elsewhere. He had assumed that in such a vast market, at least 2 or 3 shops would offer raw stones, but after scouring the entire street, he discovered that Huangxing's establishment was the sole vendor. It was no wonder that most of the shops along the street were rather desolate. These merchants lacked any semblance of innovation, leaving Huangxing to rake in the profits. As Chen Ran muttered to himself and prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed numerous stalls selling antiques along the street. A realization struck him. His supernatural ability was not limited to assessing raw stones. He could also evaluate antiques. After all, he had successfully identified that purple clay teapot yesterday. Although he was still somewhat inexperienced in discerning antiques, it was precisely this inexperience that warranted further practice. Who knows? With a bit of luck, he might stumble upon a hidden gem. Resolute, Chen Ran began to examine the antiques displayed at the roadside stalls. He preferred the open-air stalls over shops primarily because the latter tended to be exorbitantly priced. When he was at Huangxing's shop, even the cheapest antiques were priced in the thousands. Lacking knowledge of the market, he felt ill-equipped to haggle. The vendors at the roadside, however, likely possessed less expertise, granting him the freedom to negotiate. Eager to find a bargain, Chen Ran sifted through various items at the stalls for quite some time, but yielded no results. Just the day before, he had felt a reaction to counterfeit items, yet today, his powers seemed to have failed him. Was it possible that his abilities had diminished? A sense of disappointment washed over him as he moved from stall to stall, touching a dozen items without any sign of a response. Just as he began to believe that his ability to sense antiques had vanished, he finally encountered an unusual phenomenon when his hand brushed against a red plate adorned with flying cranes. The moment his fingers made contact with the plate, the surrounding environment transformed instantly. He found himself in a kiln, filled with warmth and steam. Several individuals, their heads adorned with braids and half-shaved, clad in coarse garments and bare-chested, were diligently crafting various types of porcelain. The plate he held was among their creations. Chen Ran, immersed in the scene, attempted to turn his head to observe more, but as soon as he moved, the vision reverted to reality. Was he unable to move? Perplexed, Chen Ran mused over the situation. Just when he thought he had lost the ability to sense antiques, it seemed to return abruptly. He noticed 4 traditional characters inscribed on the bottom of the plate, Shen De Tangji. Unsure of what Shen De Tang referred to, he quickly searched for it on his phone and learned that it was a Qing dynasty institution known for producing official kiln porcelain. The time period aligned with the attire of the artisans he had just glimpsed, leading him to believe that this plate was indeed genuine. Elated yet careful to conceal his excitement, Chen Ran noticed the elderly vendor watching him intently. He discreetly set the plate down and resumed browsing. However, he felt no response from the other items he touched. He continued to feign interest, picking up various pieces only to set them down one by one, growing increasingly dissatisfied with each selection. After observing Chen Ran's prolonged indecision and apparent disdain, the vendor grew irritable. "Young man, you've been here studying for ages. What exactly are you trying to figure out? If you're looking for a wife, I assure you, I have none at my stall." The vendor's tone was less than courteous, and Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "Old man, while you may not have a wife, surely you must possess at least one genuine item among your wares." The vendor's temper flared immediately. "Young man, you can joke about anything, but don't you dare belittle my offerings. Every piece here is authentic. How could you claim otherwise? Can you even discern the value of these items? Now off you go." With a dismissive wave, the vendor urged Chen Ran to leave. Chen Ran had no intention of provoking the vendor, but having observed others purchasing items, he noticed that these stallholders often charged even more than shopkeepers. Whenever someone exhibits even a modicum of interest in the wares displayed at these stalls, the vendors audaciously shout out their prices. They initiate bids in the tens of thousands without a moment's hesitation. If they do not feign a hint of disdain, they might as well be inviting extortion, no? While the items may indeed be genuine, who can ascertain their true worth? What if the price they demand far exceeds the value of the object? Would that not render it a venture of folly? I remarked to the elderly vendor, "Good sir, at your advanced age, why must you be so irascible? Why drive away potential customers when I am indeed interested in purchasing? You claim my goods are counterfeit, yet you still wish to buy?" He retorted. "Oh, let me be candid with you. On this entire street, how many authentic items can one find? I have come here expressly to acquire fakes." Chen Ran's words left the old man momentarily speechless. With a sly grin, Chen Ran continued, "I intend to present a counterfeit to my father-in-law. The vendor quickly grasped the implication and scrutinized Chen Ran with a knowing gaze. Young man, your father-in-law is indeed unfortunate to have you as his son-in-law. Although the vendor offered no flattery, he ceased his attempts to shoo Chen Ran away. Now, which items have caught your eye? He prompted. Earlier, Chen Ran had asserted that the vendor's merchandise was entirely fraudulent, which had displeased the old man. Yet upon learning it was a gift for his father-in-law, the vendor ceased to contest. It appeared Chen Ran had been astute in his observations. The elderly hawkers themselves were rather ignorant about the true value of their goods. Who knows from where these items were procured? Chen Ran selected a sword, a large bowl, a substantial vase, and ultimately included the plate he had been eyeing. After some deliberation, he inquired, "What are the prices for these four items?" "This one is 20,000, this one 25, this one 40,000, and this one 60,000. The vendor's pricing was as unequivocal as Chen Ran had previously witnessed. Yet, the plate's price was indeed the lowest among the four, for it was the smallest in size. It seemed the old man truly lacked discernment. Chen Ran sensed the opportunity and chimed in. "Good sir, we are practically kin. There is no need for jest. How about 100 for the plate?" "Kin? Who are you calling kin? Be off with you, and find somewhere cooler to linger." The vendor was incensed by Chen Ran's proposal, and had he not been in a hurry that day and forgotten his cane, he would have surely chased Chen Ran away. "Oh, come now, do not be hasty. If you are dissatisfied, why not propose a price?" Chen Ran urged, holding back the agitated vendor. "This item is not for less than 18,000. I reiterated that we are practically kin. I dabble in this trade as well. 18,000 is merely treating me as a fool. How about this? I'll sweeten the pot by 80, making it 180. Young man, if this were my youth, I would have kicked you out by now," the vendor exclaimed. "Should you choose to kick me, it would not be I who pays you, but rather the other way around. Your merchandise may barely suffice to cover your losses. How about 20 more, making it 200? Chen Ran bantered on, convincing the vendor that he was indeed knowledgeable in the trade, which quelled the vendor's initial ire. After a moment's contemplation, the vendor lowered his price, 1,000. Chen Ran sensed a glimmer of hope. 200 cannot be exceeded. 8,000 is my final offer. 280. Good sir, I am only considering your advanced age. 6,000 is my last word. 300. Take it or leave it. As Chen Ran stood to depart, the vendor, unwilling to relent, saw Chen Ran's determined stride and hastily gestured. All right, fine, 300 it is. Let us make a deal. Why the reluctance, old man? Had you been so agreeable from the start, you would have sold many items by now, Chen Ran said, returning with a hint of disdain. Not everyone is as cunning as you, young rascal. Do I need to starve? The vendor replied grumpily, raising his payment code. Despite his complaints, the vendor was adorned with gold and jewels, his thick gold chain far exceeding the thickness of Chen Ran's door chain. Clearly, he had no issue with sustenance. Chen Ran promptly completed the transaction but hesitated to take the plate. Good sir, since this is a gift from my father-in-law, it would be inappropriate to present it as is. Do you have a box or something for packaging? He inquired. Young man, you expect me to give you a box for an item I am selling at 300, with no profit to be had? And you expect me to incur additional costs? The vendor was decidedly displeased. Feeling around in his pocket, he produced a somewhat dirty handkerchief. No box. But you may wrap it in this. Chen Ran was not adamant about a box. His primary concern was controlling his sensory abilities. If he held the plate directly, it might trigger his abilities prematurely, thus defeating the purpose of his recovery. The handkerchief would suffice, and he expressed his gratitude to the vendor as he wrapped the plate and left the stall with a sense of elation. Although the true value of the item remained uncertain, it was assuredly worth more than 300. Eager to liquidate his acquisition, Chen Ran pondered where to sell it. After deliberation, he returned to Huang Xingguo's shop. Upon seeing Chen Ran again, Huang Xingguo assumed he was interested in purchasing raw stones. However, upon hearing Chen Ran's intentions, he scrutinized the plate for a considerable time, his brow furrowing. Brother, you possess a keen eye for raw stones, but your discernment for antiques leaves much to be desired. This piece does not strike me as authentic. How much did you pay for it? Huang Xingguo inquired while peering through a magnifying glass. Chen Ran held up 2 fingers. 200? Huang Xingguo rolled his eyes. No, 20,000. Huang Xingguo immediately set the item aside. Brother, please do not take offense. You have been thoroughly duped. For 200, I could supply you with a whole collection and throw in a few extras for good measure. This could not possibly be real. Chen Ran studied Huang Xingguo's expression, searching for deceit. Yet, Huang Xingguo's demeanor remained unwaveringly confident. Let me be frank, brother. Even the most counterfeit items in my shop would surpass the authenticity of this piece. Huang Xingguo spoke with conviction, yet Chen Ran remained unconvinced. The scene he had witnessed, with individuals sporting braids and half-shaven heads, clearly indicated a Qing dynasty aesthetic. How could this man make such claims? It was evident that Huang Xinggua's extensive business had not cultivated any discernment over the years. No wonder he had shifted to selling raw stones. He had evidently been floundering in the antique trade. Unperturbed, Chen Ran gathered his belongings, preparing to leave, when a thought struck him. Huang, if this item were genuine, what value would it hold? That is simply impossible. Huang Xinghua replied with disdain. But humor me. If you were to consider it as authentic, what would its worth be? Chen Ran pressed. Huang Xinghua hesitated, then contemplated for a moment. Based on market pricing, if this were genuine, it could fetch at least 400,000. For 100,000? Chen Ran had anticipated it to be worth merely a few thousand. Hearing such a lofty figure sent a thrill through him. Though he subsequently worried that Huang Xinghua was merely spinning tales. Is there any basis for this? He inquired. Of course. My word alone is your basis. Let me assure you, while we may lack the expertise to authenticate treasures, our pricing inquiries are generally quite accurate. In the world of antiquities, every item that circulates in the market is meticulously documented, making it relatively straightforward to ascertain its transaction price. It is only those that remain untraded that pose a challenge. This particular piece, known as the coral red ground famille rose plate featuring a depiction of cranes, if authentic, could indeed date back to the Daguang era, justifying the price I have mentioned. Observing Huang Xinggua's convincing demeanor, Chen Ran nodded appreciatively. If it is worth 400,000, and I only spent 300, that would indeed be a substantial profit. Do you happen to know of any discerning masters who can authenticate such items? Huang Xinghua pondered for a moment before asking. My dear brother, are you doubting my assessment and seeking a second opinion? It wasn't that Chen Ran entirely mistrusted Huang, but having invested so much, he was understandably hesitant. This is a common sentiment. Noticing Chen Ran's ambivalence, Huang Xinghua expressed his understanding and continued. In the entire cultural relic market, there are indeed many with an eye for quality, but the most authoritative establishment is undoubtedly Wanbao Pavilion, a venture of a large conglomerate. Unlike us, who dabble in various wares, they exclusively focus on antiques. With branches across the nation, the masters within are highly skilled, many of whom are esteemed figures in the antique industry. If you remain unconvinced, it would be wise to inquire there. He added as a cautionary note, however, let me give you a word of warning. Items like these, due to their low production cost, are often subject to forgery, so temper your expectations. Despite Huang Xinghua lacking expertise, he was genuinely kind-hearted, concerned that Chen Ran might feel despondent, and thus offered consolation. Chen Ran nodded, expressing his gratitude before setting off for Wanbao Pavilion. As he was about to leave, Huang Xinghua called out, Brother, you've already encountered a setback in your first foray into antiquities. Yet, in my shop, you have never been misled when purchasing raw stones. I have an abundance of stones available. Why not consider acquiring another piece? Huang Xinghua believed that Chen Ran's venture into antiques was merely throwing money into the wind, and that purchasing raw stones would be a more prudent choice. He could profit, and they could thrive together. What could be more delightful? He earnestly hoped Chen Ran would invest in his stones. Chen Ran, wishing to dismiss him, noticed Huang's puzzled expression and, considering Huang's amiable nature and his own profitable experience there, decided that it would be unwise to alienate potential allies. Thus, he paused and replied, Boss Huang, let me be candid with you. It's not that I don't wish to buy your stones. It's simply that these stones of yours hold no value. Who wouldn't he want to make a profit? I'm not foolish. However, buying them would only result in losses for me, so why would I proceed? If you wish for me to consider your stones, it would be prudent to acquire some quality inventory. Otherwise, I shall have to seek alternatives. With that, Chen Ran departed, leaving Huang Xinghua in a state of bewilderment. Cannot yield anything? He turned back to survey the nearly 100 stones in his shop. Could it be that none of these would be of value? If anyone else had made such a claim, he would have dismissed it as a mere jest, but coming from Chen Ran, the assertion carried weight. He had witnessed Chen Ran's capabilities. Although he found such a conclusion somewhat rash, there was an inexplicable inclination to believe that Chen Ran might not be speaking frivolously. As Chen Ran walked away, Huang Xinghua fixated on his stones for a prolonged moment. I spent less than 150,000 on these stones, and I have nearly recouped my investment. If I wish to discern whether this brother's words are mere folly or grounded in truth, there is but one course of action. Huang Xinghua muttered to himself, a bold thought striking him suddenly. Chapter 14. Do you truly understand? After leaving Huang Xinggua's shop, Chen Ran arrived at Wanbao Pavilion. He had already familiarized himself with the layout of the market, recalling the exact locations of the various shops without any need for guidance. While Wanbao Pavilion was not the largest establishment in the flower and bird market, its DCOR was distinctly unique, exuding an air of antiquity. In contrast to other shops that displayed a plethora of antiques, complete with price tags and labels to ensure recognition, Wanbao Pavilion exhibited only a few select items, presenting a clean but unremarkable appearance, akin to mere decorative pieces. There were no labels or prices, giving the impression that it was not intended for sale, but rather for display. Were it not for Huang Xinggua's assertion of its authority, Chen Ran would have questioned whether this was indeed an antique shop. Upon entering, he found only a solitary figure within, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and engrossed in a book behind the counter. Clearly the proprietor. Upon noticing Chen Ran's entrance, he closed the book and greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Chen Ran, eschewing any pretense, promptly declared, "I have an item I wish to sell." The flower and bird market attracted many buyers, but sellers were a rarity, especially those venturing into Wanbao Pavilion. The proprietor's interest was piqued, and he inquired about the item Chen Ran intended to sell. Chen Ran produced the plate, or more accurately, the cloth wrapping it. The proprietor, evidently well-versed in his trade, showed no sign of surprise as he donned gloves to carefully unveil the cloth. Whether Wanbao Pavilion was truly authoritative remained uncertain to Chen Ran, but the proprietor's careful handling gave him a sense of assurance. He contemplated purchasing a few pairs of gloves for himself, allowing him to manage his sensitivity at will, wearing them when not in use, and removing them when needed. The proprietor unveiled the cloth, revealing the plate, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. Of course, while his overall demeanor was steady. Chen Ran keenly observed the slight twitch at the corner of the proprietor's eye as his gaze lingered on the plate for an extended moment. Ah, a discerning eye. Chen Ran felt a surge of anticipation, eager for a price to be quoted. However, after a prolonged examination, the proprietor placed the plate down and informed Chen Ran, "Sir, I am afraid our establishment cannot accept this plate." Chen Ran, taken aback, inquired, "Why not?" "Because this plate is a forgery." At this, Chen Ran chuckled. Recognizing the similarity in their rhetoric, he knew exactly what was unfolding. This was an attempt to deceive him. Shaking his head, he promptly rewrapped the plate and began to leave. The proprietor, anticipating a rebuttal, was astonished when Chen Ran, without hesitation, began to gather his belongings to depart. "Wait, sir. If you feel my assessment is inaccurate, I welcome your feedback. Why must you leave?" he called out. Chen Ran laughed lightly. "You've just declared that this item is a forgery. What feedback could I possibly provide? Your discernment is lacking, and any input from me would be futile. I have no desire to waste my time with you." As he reached the door, the proprietor sensed the impending loss and urgently called out, "Sir, please return. Let me reassess the situation." Chen Ran was aware that the proprietor would not truly allow him to leave unless he lacked any expertise. As expected, just as he was about to step outside, the proprietor called him back. Chen Ran did not genuinely intend to leave, as he still hoped to sell the item, so he turned back at the proprietor's request. "Please, examine it thoroughly. This is a family heirloom. I know its authenticity." Whether Chen Ran's claim was sincere or fabricated, the proprietor could not discern. However, judging by Chen Ran's demeanor, there was a semblance of authenticity to his assertion. Could it truly be an heirloom passed down through generations, thus inspiring such confidence? The shopkeeper pondered, scrutinizing the plate once more. He hesitated to label it as counterfeit, instead muttering to himself, "At first glance, it may seem fake, but upon closer inspection, it bears an air of authenticity." Chen Ran chose not to respond, aware that the man was merely feigning ignorance. If he genuinely believed the item to be a forgery, he would have dismissed Chen Ran long ago instead of summoning him back. Earlier, while haggling with the elderly gentleman at the street stall, he had not perceived anything amiss. It was only now that he recognized the ignobility of his own conduct, mirroring that of the man before him. Not a single word of truth had been spoken. Yet, the elderly gentleman was no paragon of virtue either. He had attempted to sell counterfeit goods for exorbitant prices, preying on the unsuspecting. "You are deceitful. I shall learn your ways of duplicity. Who fears whom?" The shopkeeper muttered to himself. Noticing Chen Ran's silence, he gazed at the plate again and inquired, "What price would you consider for this plate, sir?" At last, the conversation had turned to the matter at hand. Recalling the price mentioned by Huang Xinghua, Chen Ran nearly blurted it out, but hesitated. Why should he be the first to state a figure? Was this man testing him? Who could ascertain the reliability of Huang Xinghua's valuation? If he divulged an implausible amount, it would reveal his ignorance. With this thought in mind, Chen Ran resolutely refrained from stating a price, instead replying, "I have no specific figure in mind. I merely seek a satisfactory offer." The shopkeeper, clearly taken aback by Chen Ran's response, paused before continuing. "Then, what price do you believe would satisfy you? You are the buyer. The onus is on you to propose a figure." Chen Ran firmly decided against making the first offer. He added, "If you can discern the authenticity of this item, you must surely know what price to propose." Seeing Chen Ran steadfastly refuse to speak, the shopkeeper scrutinized him intently, contemplating for a moment before extending 3 fingers. "What do you think of this figure? If it were 3 million, I would find that acceptable." This remark elicited genuine laughter from the shopkeeper, devoid of the previous forced mirth. "You possess quite the sense of humor, sir." The highest market price for such a plate does not even reach 1/10 of 3 million. Chen Ran astutely detected the discrepancy between the shopkeeper's statement and Huang Xinghua's valuation. 1/10 of 3 million is 300,000. Yet Huang Xinghua had asserted that this item was worth at least 400,000. Could it be that Huang Xinghua was mistaken? Sensing the shopkeeper's furtive gaze upon him, Chen Ran felt certain that the man was intentionally quoting a lower price, attempting to deceive him. If this item could not fetch even 1/10 of 3 million, what need was there to sell it? Would it not serve better to keep it for personal use? Realizing this, the shopkeeper recognized that Chen Ran was not easily swayed. He regarded Chen Ran with a newfound respect. Was this young man truly knowledgeable? Despite his youth, which typically suggested ignorance, Chen Ran exuded an air of understanding. His words were meticulously chosen, leaving the shopkeeper uncertain as to whether he was well-versed in antiques or merely feigning expertise. In the realm of antiquities, the approach taken by sellers varies significantly based on the buyer's knowledge. An uninitiated individual signifies a lack of familiarity with the community. Such individuals typically possess genuine items only by chance and rarely return for subsequent sales. Conversely, a knowledgeable buyer is likely part of the circle, possessing multiple genuine antiques, which cultivates their discerning eye. Such individuals might return for second or even third transactions. However, if a buyer is dissatisfied with the initial offer, the prospect of a return visit diminishes significantly, let alone subsequent ones. The shopkeeper continued to ponder. Chen Ran, growing impatient, was about to urge the shopkeeper for a sincere price when, suddenly, a girl entered the shop. He recognized her as the young woman he had encountered earlier at the noodle shop, who had a slight limp. "Is it you?" Upon seeing Chen Ran, the girl appeared momentarily startled, then broke into a warm smile. Even the most unattractive person can appear charming when they smile, and this girl, possessing natural beauty, radiated an aura of springtime warmth. "What a coincidence," Chen Ran remarked, greeting her. "Are you an employee here?" The girl inquired. "You must ask the shopkeeper if he is hiring," Chen Ran replied, causing the girl to momentarily pause in realization. "I apologize. Excuse me, shopkeeper. Do you accept old items for sale?" The shopkeeper, still contemplating the price for Chen Ran, turned his attention to the girl. "What is it you wish to sell?" The girl, appearing younger than Chen Ran, surprised him by expressing her intent to sell something. The shopkeeper, puzzled, glanced between Chen Ran and the girl, wondering why so many young people seem to be dabbling in antiques nowadays. Despite his curiosity, he nodded and asked for the item. The girl promptly retrieved a small box from her bag, opening it to reveal a copper coin. Tongji Tongbao. Upon seeing the 4 characters inscribed on the coin, Chen Ran felt a surge of excitement. The plate he had brought was from the Daoguang era, and this coin was not far removed in time. The shopkeeper examined the coin briefly before addressing Chen Ran. "If you are not preoccupied, may I take a look at this?" "Of course," Chen Ran replied, genuinely unhurried, as he too was eager to ascertain the coin's authenticity. With Chen Ran's consent, the shopkeeper picked up the copper coin. Chen Ran soon noticed that the coin was quite thick, significantly more so than those depicted in television shows. "Did you purchase this item?" the shopkeeper inquired. "No, it was passed down through my family." In the world of antiques, unless one is unaware of the provenance, claims of inheritance are commonplace. Earlier, Chen Ran had claimed his plate was an heirloom, but unbeknownst to him, he had fabricated that story while the girl spoke the truth. The shopkeeper scrutinized the coin for a moment before asking the girl how much she wished to sell it for. The girl, lacking any guile due to her youth, clearly unaware of the complexities involved in selling antiques, promptly replied, "Would 10,000 be acceptable?" The shopkeeper frowned, contemplating for a while before shaking his head. "This coin cannot fetch such a high price. I could offer a maximum of 500. "What? So little?" The girl was evidently taken aback by the low offer. "Could you not offer a bit more? I have heard from my family that this is a mother coin, which can sell for several thousand." The shopkeeper nodded. From the design of this coin, it indeed appears to be a mother coin, a template used for mass-producing copper coins. Thus it is thicker than typical coins. However, if you're claiming it could be worth several thousand, it must be genuine, but this particular piece does not seem authentic. Again, Chen Ran felt a wave of disdain wash over him as he listened to the shopkeeper's remarks. He had observed closely, and the fleeting look of surprise in the shopkeeper's eyes upon examining the coin indicated that it might very well be genuine. Even if it were not authentic, it certainly should be worth more than 500. Rest assured, this item is indeed an heirloom. I guarantee its authenticity. It was unearthed from beneath the main beam of our ancestral home during renovations, allegedly buried by my grandfather. The young woman's words sounded somewhat plausible. However, the shopkeeper remained unconvinced. Even if it were indeed buried by your grandfather, who could guarantee that what he acquired was authentic? After all, the genuine article has been lost to time for at least a century and a half. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's skepticism, the young woman appeared to waver in her confidence. Disappointment evident on her face. "Can't you offer a bit more?" she implored once more. All right, I'll raise it to 800. Seeing the shopkeeper's continued pretense, Chen Ran could no longer remain passive. Let me take a look, he said, gesturing towards the shopkeeper. Initially reluctant, the shopkeeper hesitated but eventually relinquished the copper coin into Chen Ran's hands. The instant he grasped it, the surrounding scene transformed. Much like his own surroundings, he found himself amidst a group of individuals with shaved heads and braided hair, not in a kiln, but in the act of minting copper coins. Uncertain if his sensitivity would respond, Chen Ran accepted the coin with a spirit of experimentation and was delighted to find that indeed, it reacted. It seemed that fate was not blind to his plight. In a fleeting moment, the scene reverted, yet Chen Ran now possessed the undeniable knowledge of its authenticity. His disdain for the shopkeeper grew. Duping the wealthy was one thing, but to deceive the impoverished was a different matter entirely. The young woman was clearly destitute. Her clothing, though clean, bore the signs of many washes, and her legs were weak, possibly afflicted by some ailment, awaiting funds for treatment. Coming from humble beginnings himself, Chen Ran felt a natural empathy towards those of similar plight. If the young woman's possession were indeed counterfeit, the shopkeeper's refusal to pay would be understandable. After all, no one would willingly purchase a forgery. Yet, it was evident that her item was genuine, and both she and the shopkeeper were aware of this fact. Yet he insisted it was false. This was nothing short of blatant deception. Were the shopkeeper to peddle his lies to the affluent at a street market, Chen Ran would harbor no qualms, for they too were merchants of deceit, engaged in a game of wits. However, to exploit this naive young girl, who knew little of the world, was simply beneath him. In my estimation, this piece should be authentic, he declared, setting the coin down. His words drew a frown from the shopkeeper, but a glimmer of hope sparkled in the young woman's eyes. You believe it to be real? She asked, her excitement palpable. With Chen Ran's endorsement, she pressed the shopkeeper for a better price. The shopkeeper, taken aback, pondered how Chen Ran could ascertain its authenticity with merely a glance after his prolonged scrutiny had only led him to suspect it might be real. Reflecting on their previous exchange, he grew concerned that Chen Ran was not genuinely knowledgeable, but merely seeking to assist the girl in raising her price. As the shopkeeper hesitated in silence, Chen Ran discerned his reluctance to yield. Wait here a moment. He instructed the young woman before retrieving his mobile phone and stepping outside to make a call. He resolved that if the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion refused to purchase the coin, he would buy it himself. However, he was uncertain of its true worth and needed to inquire first. Though he wished to assist the young woman, he could not afford to suffer a loss himself. Chen, my brother? He asked, reaching out to Huang Xinghua, a contact of limited acquaintance. Boss Huang, I have in my possession a coin from the Tongji era, a mother coin. If I'm not mistaken, you are well versed in such matters. Could you enlighten me on its potential value, assuming it is authentic? True to form, Huang, a connoisseur of antiques, immediately grasped the significance. Tongji Tongbao. Yes. Chen Ran heard the sound of a cutting machine in the background. Ah, the Tongji Tongbao, a mother coin. You say? My brother, I hope your judgment is sound. Do ensure it's not a counterfeit. I wouldn't want you to be taken advantage of. Rest assured, my eyes are precise. No one in this world could deceive me. Just share the price. Sensing Chen Ran's unwavering confidence, Huang Xinghua couldn't help but feel he might have been duped. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to provide a valuation. At a minimum, it's worth 20,000. But only if it's genuine. Chen Ran was taken aback. The girl was asking for merely 10,000. Do you have a means to sell it? Of course. But it must be authentic. I cannot sell a fake. Huang's insistence stemmed from his fear that Chen Ran might attempt to sell him a forgery, hence his repeated warnings. Very well, you carry on, Chen Ran replied, ending the call. As Huang tucked his phone away, wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the scattered cut stones around him, his expression one of confusion. Damn it, my brother was right. There's no value in any of this. Chapter 16, yet again, profits arise. Having learned the price, Chen Ran returned to the counter. Sister, here's the deal. If the shopkeeper refuses to purchase, I'll buy it from you. How does that sound? The young woman, oblivious to Chen Ran's earlier intentions, was taken aback by his offer. You would pay 10,000 for this coin? I'll offer 2,000. Really? The young woman's joy was palpable as she realized Chen Ran's offer exceeded her expectations. His willingness to pay more was not solely driven by altruism. Huang had indicated the coin could fetch at least 20,000, so offering 2,000 would still allow for a profit. The exact amount mattered little to him. He simply felt it right to compensate Huang for his assistance. Chen Ran had considered this carefully. Let us proceed with the transfer, he declared, instructing the young woman to prepare her phone for the transaction. The shopkeeper, initially believing Chen Ran was merely attempting to drive up the price, was startled by his intention to purchase the coin outright. His mind raced as he observed the impending transaction, prompting him to intervene hastily. Sir, please hold on. What is the matter? You want to buy it, but wish to prevent others from doing so? Chen Ran retorted, annoyance evident in his gaze. Chuckling nervously, the shopkeeper waved his hands dismissively. No, it's just that I'd like another look. I didn't examine it closely before. Yet now was not the time for second glances. As a businessman, he surely understood the adage. Once the opportunity is missed, it may never return. Finding the shopkeeper's lack of integrity disheartening, Chen Ran was uninterested in his further chatter. Just as he was about to finalize the payment, the shopkeeper, sensing Chen Ran's urgency, felt cornered. While that may be true, the principle of the marketplace dictates that the highest bidder prevails. If my offer exceeds yours, I trust the young lady would prefer to sell to me. Wouldn't you agree? The shopkeeper's gaze shifted to the young woman. She remained silent, instead looking to Chen Ran for guidance. 30,000. Of course, she was willing. Yet Chen Ran had made the first offer, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Little did she know, Chen Ran was entirely unconcerned. Noticing the young lady glance in his direction, he promptly declared, "Sister, don't just stand there. The shopkeeper is willing to offer 30,000. Go ahead and collect the payment." Upon Chen Ran's indication, the young lady finally retrieved her phone and displayed the payment code. The reason Chen Ran sought to purchase the copper coin was simply to assist her. He never anticipated making a significant profit. Now that the shopkeeper's offer exceeded his own, his objective had been achieved, and he saw no reason to contest further. However, the shopkeeper's willingness to offer 30,000 made Chen Ran realize that the true value of the coin must surely surpass that amount. Huang Xinghua had mentioned a minimum selling price of 20,000, which now appeared to be rather conservative. The actual value was undoubtedly much higher. But how much higher remained a mystery. Had he known, perhaps he could have further negotiated a better price for the young lady. Ultimately, it was a matter of lacking knowledge. Chen Ran resolved to diligently enhance his understanding of antiques after returning home. "Miss, could you kindly provide me with your identification number for registration?" The shopkeeper inquired, recalling something as he prepared to make the payment. Having been in this business for many years, he had encountered numerous complicated situations. The young lady appeared quite young, raising his concerns that she might still be a minor, possibly selling something taken from her home without permission. If her parents were to come looking for her later, it could complicate matters. To avert such a scenario, he felt it prudent to clarify. "Of course," she responded, without overthinking it, and promptly presented her identification. Chen Ran glanced at it and noted her name, Tang Li, age 20. Realizing she was of legal age, the shopkeeper felt reassured. After recording her name and identification number, he swiftly processed the payment and collected the copper coin. Initially expecting to sell for no more than 10,000, Tang Li was astounded to find it sold for 30,000. She was not foolish. She understood that Chen Ran had played a significant role in securing that price. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she repeatedly expressed her thanks. One who gifts roses retains their fragrance. Chen Ran felt pleased, yet he humbly downplayed his contribution, asserting that it was merely the true value of the coin, and he had done nothing extraordinary. After completing the transaction, Tang Li departed, while Chen Ran remained in the shop. With her items sold, he still awaited a buyer. The shopkeeper resumed examining his plate. Chen Ran discerned that the shopkeeper was feigning ignorance. Without a little pressure, he would not speak honestly. Rather than engaging in further debate, Chen Ran declared, "Shopkeeper, with so many antique shops in the market, do you think I chose to come here for no reason? It's because the Wanbao Pavilion's reputation precedes it. The Wanbao Pavilion signifies expertise. Do not treat me like that young lady who was merely tested. Please offer a sincere price." Though Chen Ran was not one to boast excessively, he was not without confidence. At least, his words carried a semblance of credibility. Primarily, he had faith in the worth of his item, which gave him the conviction to speak boldly. The shopkeeper, having previously suspected Chen Ran's knowledge, was now convinced after the copper coin incident. Chen Ran truly understood antiques. Otherwise, he would not have so readily pursued that coin. Given his expertise, the shopkeeper realized he could not treat him as he had the earlier girl. The shopkeeper smiled, refraining from further haggling. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Since you are also knowledgeable in this field, I shall be frank with you. 45,000. How does that sound?" It seemed Huang Xinghua's estimate had indeed been conservative, perhaps even outdated. The shopkeeper's willingness to offer 45,000 surprised Chen Ran. An additional 5,000 was certainly advantageous, and he had no intention of lowering his ask. Rather, he aimed to elevate it. Who wouldn't he desire to maximize their profit? 50,000. Chen Ran asserted confidently. The shopkeeper paused, then chuckled. "Sir, you should know that 45,000 is already quite generous. I can offer this amount because the prices for such plates have recently risen. However, upon acquiring these items, we must also consider packaging and selling costs. Even at auction, there are commissions to account for. Our company cannot operate without making a profit, can we?" Seeing the shopkeeper's candidness, Chen Ran remained unsure of the sincerity of his words, yet his instinct urged him to hold firm. "Shopkeeper, your company is well established. I am confident you possess ample means to turn a profit. Just 50,000. After much deliberation, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted as he finally conceded. Very well. Since this is your first time selling with us, let us befriend one another. I shall waive my commission on this transaction. 50,000 it is. Indeed. Chen Ran had anticipated a more reluctant negotiation, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Unsure of the veracity of the shopkeeper's claim to forego the commission, he detected a hint of hesitation in his subtle expressions. It appeared that this price, if not the absolute limit, was close to it. The deal was struck, exceeding Chen Ran's expectations by 10,000. He felt a surge of joy, albeit slightly irked by the shopkeeper's lack of straightforwardness that had prolonged the process. Though Wanbao Pavilion boasted considerable renown, the shopkeeper's narrow perspective was apparent. Chen Ran contemplated that should he encounter another fortunate find in the future, he might opt for a more accommodating establishment. As before, they agreed upon a price. The shopkeeper made a record, and then he compensated Chen Ran. Taking possession of the plate, with his newfound wealth, Chen Ran exited Wanbao Pavilion, exhilarated. From a mere 300 in costs, he had effortlessly turned it into 500,000. Seeking treasures and antiques was no slower than purchasing raw stones. The smile on Chen Ran's face was impossible to suppress. After converting the 39,000 back home to 30,000, leaving him with just 9,000, the addition of his recent earnings brought him back to 59,000. In less than a day, he had amassed such wealth. The future appeared bright. As Chen Ran stepped out of Wanbao Pavilion, ready to mount his electric scooter and depart, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Assuming someone intended to cause him harm, he swiftly turned around, only to find it was the young lady from earlier, Tang Li. Chapter 17. Guiyong faces consequences. Tang Li clearly intended to call out to Chen Ran, but from a distance of 5 to 6 meters, she hesitated to speak. When Chen Ran abruptly turned around, she was taken aback. "Oh, it's you," he exclaimed, lowering his guard. Puzzled, he wondered how he had heard such a loud noise despite the distance. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, looking at Tang Li curiously. She took a few steps closer, saying, "I was waiting for you here, just to express my gratitude." "You needn't be so formal," Chen Ran replied, surprised that she had taken the time to wait for him to say thank you. "If it weren't for your assistance, I would never have sold my copper coin for such a high price. I certainly owe you a thank you. How about I add you on my contact list and transfer a little something to you?" Chen Ran was momentarily taken aback. "You helped me sell for such a substantial amount. I should give you a token of appreciation, consider it a commission." To his astonishment, not only was the young lady polite, but she was also quite savvy, even offering him a commission. Chen Ran chuckled and waved his hand. "I've already said it's unnecessary. Your item is worth that much on its own, and it has little to do with me. Whatever you earn is yours alone. There's no need to compensate me." Chen Ran had merely intended to assist her out of kindness, never expecting any monetary reward. Upon seeing Chen Ran's firm refusal, Tang Li felt somewhat embarrassed. "Having assisted me twice already, would it not be prudent for us to exchange contact information?" Chen Ran had genuinely not considered any form of recompense, yet the young lady's enthusiasm was unmistakable. She insisted on obtaining his contact details. Chen Ran thought it rather inconsiderate to refuse such a request, thus he retrieved his phone. Just as they were about to swap information, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Excuse me, I must take this call," he said, answering the phone to hear an urgent voice on the other end. "Rengu, where are you? Yonggu has been assaulted." "What?" The caller, Wang Shuwen, was a fellow delivery worker, much younger than Chen Ran, having just turned 18. He shared a good rapport with both Chen Ran and Guiyong. Chen Ran understood that the Yonggu referred to Guiyong. The news of Guiyong's beating sent a wave of anxiety through him. "Where is he? Who attacked him?" "At the station. It was the station master." "Damn it. I'm on my way." Chen Ran had a strong bond with Guiyong, and the thought of his friend being harmed compelled him to act swiftly, especially since their delivery station was not far. After ending the call, he hopped onto his electric scooter, eager to assist. Tang Li, who had been waiting to exchange contact information with Chen Ran, was taken aback by the urgency of his conversation. She had expected to share details, but now he seemed entirely focused on rescuing his friend. "My apologies, miss, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps another time," he called out as he revved the scooter and sped away. Wang Shuwen had mentioned that the station master was Sun Hailin, a man who had secured his position through family connections. He was notoriously lazy, in his 30s, lacking skill, yet possessing a formidable temper and a penchant for boasting. The delivery workers at the station held little affection for him, particularly Chen Ran. Sun Hailin was a stout and dark-skinned man with unkempt features, and despite being in his 30s, he remained single. Once, he had witnessed Chen Ran video chatting with his younger sister, Chen Kiki, and found her attractive, urging Chen Ran to introduce them. Given that Kiki was still in high school, Chen Ran outright refused, which led Sun Hailin to feel slighted and insult Kiki. insinuating she had likely had many boyfriends. Infuriated by Sun Hailin's disrespectful comments, Chen Ran had retaliated, resulting in a bitter feud between them. While Guiyong stood in solidarity with Chen Ran, he had only previously joined in on verbal confrontations with Sun Hailin, never escalating to physical conflict, until today. Chen Ran was puzzled by the assault on Guiyong and was determined to uncover the truth. Navigating swiftly through the streets on his scooter, he soon arrived at the station, which was somewhat secluded, located in a narrow alley with few pedestrians. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he spotted several individuals holding Guiyong down in a puddle of murky water, half of his face pressed into the ground, his clothes drenched. Yet, Guiyong remained defiant, shouting, "Damn you, Sun Hailin. If you have the guts, kill me today?" Standing nearby, Sun Hailin sneered, "I wouldn't dare to kill you, but you dared to strike me. So I won't let you off easily. Hold his head down and let him drink some of this filthy water." Wang Shuwen, attempting to mediate, pleaded, "Master, please stop." When Chen Ran arrived, a considerable amount of time had passed since Wang Shuwen's call, leading him to believe the situation had not escalated significantly. However, upon witnessing Guiyong's dire state, his anger flared. "Let him go, you bastards!" Chen Ran shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Sun Hailin's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Oh, the main character has arrived." "What main character?" Chen Ran was baffled, but Guiyong shouted urgently, "What are you doing here? Hurry and leave." "Leave? Not a chance. I'm here to rescue you." Ignoring Guiyong's protests, Chen Ran charged forward. Though not inherently aggressive, Chen Ran had learned a crucial lesson in the city. Kindness often invites exploitation. The more timid one is, the more others will take advantage. Thus, while he did not seek conflict, he was not afraid of it either. There were 3 individuals restraining Guiyong, all clad in delivery uniforms but unfamiliar to Chen Ran, likely from another station or new recruits. Chen Ran was undeterred. Anyone who dared to harm his friend was an enemy. Believing the odds were against him, he devised a strategy to incapacitate 2 of them first to rescue Guiyong, thereby improving his chances in the ensuing confrontation. However, as he charged forward, he noticed an odd stillness around him. The 3 assailants seemed to move in slow motion, as if under the influence of some delay. His perception sharpened. He could see their expressions and movements distinctly, albeit in exaggerated slow motion. Was this a manifestation of his newfound abilities? After all he had endured, it seemed his capacity for combat had significantly augmented. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly dispatched one assailant with a powerful punch, followed by incapacitating the remaining 2 with well-placed strikes. The trio lay defeated, each nursing their wounds, and Chen Ran was momentarily stunned by the surreal nature of the encounter. This was no dream, it was a reality. As Chen Ran reveled in his triumph, Wang Shuwen and Guiyong gazed at him in utter disbelief. What had unfolded before their eyes had transpired in a heartbeat. Yet it felt like an eternity. How could Chen Ran have so effortlessly taken down 3 individuals in the blink of an eye? Sun Hailin, equally startled, snapped out of his stupor. "What are you 3 doing? Getting beaten by one person? Shut up." Chen Ran, fueled by adrenaline, directed a powerful kick at Sun Hailin, sending him flying several meters away. The reason he could only fly a few meters was that just a few meters away stood a wall. Otherwise, who could say how far he might have soared? With a resounding thud, Sun Hailin's body collided with the dilapidated sofa at the foot of the wall. "Ouch, damn it." Upon witnessing Chen Ran kick Sun Hailin so forcefully, Guiyong leapt to his feet, dirt and grime on his face and body. His expression a portrait of shock as he stared at Chen Ran. "What on earth are you doing, Chen Ran? Why are you being so heavy-handed?" Guiyong was not jesting. He was genuinely frightened. The distance Sun Hailin had been sent flying was a testament to Chen Ran's considerable strength. Could he have potentially kicked him to death? If that were the case, the consequences would be dire. Not only was Guiyong alarmed, but the others were also taken aback. The trio from earlier forgetting their own pain as they rushed over to check on Sun Hailin. The youngest among them, Wang Shuwen, was momentarily stunned. Surely he couldn't be dead, could he? It was not just them who were startled. Even Chen Ran himself felt a tinge of fear. He had not anticipated that he possessed such strength. Sun Hailin, weighing around 200 pounds, had felt surprisingly light when he kicked him, and it seemed he hadn't exerted much force at all. Yet, he had been sent sprawling. However, a sense of intuition assured him that Sun Hailin would be fine. After all, a few meters was not an insurmountable distance, and there was a sofa cushioning his fall, a worn-out piece of furniture discarded by the residents of the nearby buildings. Often used by delivery workers for a quick rest, Chen Ran had sat on it before. It was quite soft. As he took a few steps forward to assess Sun Hailin's condition, he noticed that Sun Hailin had already been helped to a seated position. His complexion was pale, and he remained silent for a while, but thankfully, he was still breathing. Guiyong, relieved, patted his chest and muttered, "Damn, what a lucky break for him. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. By the way, what happened? Why did he let someone hit you?" Seeing that Sun Hailin was alive, Chen Ran also breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about the situation. "You're the one to blame," Guiyong replied. Chen Ran was puzzled. "What does this have to do with me?" "It has everything to do with you." Guiyong recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that ever since Chen Ran had been confessed to by the campus bell at Pengqing University due to the flower delivery incident, he had offended the wealthy young man who had requested him to deliver those flowers. This individual had been searching for Chen Ran to teach him a lesson. With a bit of influence, he managed to locate Chen Ran's delivery station within a few days and contacted Sun Hailin, asking him to help find Chen Ran's home address. Under normal circumstances, Sun Hailin could have obliged, but since yesterday, Chen Ran had not been delivering food and had not shown up at the station. Due to past grievances, Sun Hailin also lacked Chen Ran's contact information. He had sent a message in their work group, but it seemed Chen Ran had not seen it. "This kid must have taken that rich guy's money to help him find you. He asked me about it last night, and I didn't say anything. Then today, he asked again, and I still said I didn't know. He knows we're close, so of course, he didn't believe me. He insisted that I tell him. I was so annoyed that I told him to stop being a lackey for someone else and just be a good station master. He didn't like that and threatened me to spill the beans, or else he'd teach me a lesson. Did I fear him? I ended up arguing with him. And he couldn't hold his own against me, so he called a few other delivery guys from different stations to help him, and that is how it escalated. Well, it does seem to be related to me. Why did you tell me to leave just now? You're all skin and bones. I was worried you'd be at a disadvantage. Why should I be the only one to suffer? But I didn't expect you to be so capable, handling them all by yourself. Had I known, I would have just given them your address. At least then, I wouldn't have taken a beating." "You've never mentioned that you trained before," Guiyong remarked curiously. "I only started training yesterday. Stop boasting." As the two conversed, Sun Hailin, still disoriented from the earlier incident, managed to regain some composure and stood up, visibly angered. "Chen Ran, you're in trouble. You've assaulted all four of us. Just wait, I'm calling the police." Sun Hailin, still feeling the effects of Chen Ran's kick, was seething with the desire to retaliate, but given Chen Ran's prowess, he knew that if he acted, the tables could easily turn against him. After gathering his breath, he resolved to call the police, believing that with the authorities involved, Chen Ran would certainly face repercussions. "Call the police. Hurry." Upon hearing Sun Hailin's intent to report them, Guiyong suddenly shouted, causing Sun Hailin and his companions to freeze in surprise. "Do you even have a clue why Chen Ran hit you? Wasn't it because you guys were holding me down? Chen Ran wasn't attacking you. He was acting in self-defense." Guiyong gestured at his own face and hands, which bore the marks of their earlier altercation. "You scoundrels, go ahead and call the police. I'm looking to have you arrested as well. We all know each other. We might as well enjoy a little camaraderie in jail." Both Guiyong and Chen Ran were not well off, but they were not naive enough to believe everything that was said. The root of the matter was clearly Sun Hailin's fault, so they were not intimidated. Even if it couldn't be classified as self-defense, it would at most be seen as a brawl. Since it was a brawl, everyone had a share of the blame. Who was afraid of whom? Regardless of whether Sun Hailin was frightened, as soon as Guiyong finished speaking, the three delivery workers began to feel apprehensive. They were from different stations and had each been paid 200 yuan by Sun Hailin to assist him, having helped restrain Guiyong earlier. They were already anxious about the situation. Now, upon hearing that things might escalate, they immediately withdrew. Sun Hailin, both astonished and furious, began to speak, but was interrupted as Chen Ran and Guiyong approached him. His heart raced, and he anxiously asked, "What do you two want?" While he wasn't particularly afraid of Guiyong, Chen Ran's strength was something he could not underestimate. He was all too aware of how powerful that kick had been. "Sun Hailin, you don't even grasp the position of a station master. You're trying to play the lackey for a rich kid while calling on others for help? You've truly overestimated yourself." Chen Ran sneered. "Let me make myself clear. I'm done delivering food, and I won't be coming back to this station. From now on, we have no ties. If you dare to lay your hands on me or plot against me, I won't hesitate to make you regret it. Do you understand?" Seeing Sun Hailin silent, Chen Ran pressed him further. His gaze was so intense that Sun Hailin, never having seen such a fearsome side of Chen Ran, nodded rapidly. "I understand. Now get lost." Guiyong cursed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ran pulled him aside. Guiyong turned to see Chen Ran pointing at the station sign nearby, and he suddenly realized that they were on someone else's turf. "Fine, let us go," he said as he and Chen Ran exited the alley together. Chapter 19. Thanks to these two. After being beaten so badly, do you need to go to the hospital? Stepping out of the alley and seeing the injuries on Guiyong's face and arms, Chen Ran couldn't help but express concern. The situation was dire. Aside from a few slaps from Sun Hailin, no one else laid a hand on me, merely restraining me. Well then, Chen Ran began, but before he could finish, Guiyong rubbed vigorously at the dark bruise on his arm, and a lump of dirt came off, revealing the skin beneath. It wasn't an injury. It was merely mud. Didn't you notice how filthy the ground was? Upon hearing this, Chen Ran recalled that the narrow alley was flanked by old residential buildings, with dozens of air conditioning units dripping water, and the ground was perpetually puddled. If I hadn't mentioned these were injuries. What if that punk had called the cops on you? At least I have some sense, Guiyong remarked proudly, casting a glance at Chen Ran. As long as it's not an injury, that's what matters. Chen Ran sighed in relief, purchasing a few bottles of water from a nearby convenience store and squatting on the curb, encouraging Guiyong to wash up. Guiyong inquired about the surgery costs for Chen Ran's father, and upon learning the money had been gathered, he felt a wave of relief. As he washed, he muttered, "After this ordeal, I won't be delivering takeout anymore. I can't stand this nonsense. Thankfully, with the 5,000 you gave me yesterday, I can manage for a while. I heard there's an electronics factory hiring in the southern suburbs. I plan to check it out tomorrow. Want to join me?" Listening to Guiyong, Chen Ran felt a twinge of guilt. His friend had been doing well in the delivery business, and now, because of him, not only did Guiyong endure a beating, but he also had to search for a new job. "Never mind, I want to go." "You're not going? Then you shouldn't either." Chen Ran's words took Guiyong aback. "My dad has rehabilitation every week. If you don't go, who is going to support me?" "I'll support you," Chen Ran replied. And at that, Guiyong paused his washing, staring at him in bewilderment. "Wait a moment. I'll transfer you some money so you can rest for a few days." Guiyong, convinced he hadn't misheard, eyed Chen Ran warily. "Chen Ran, how long have we known each other? You know I have hemorrhoids. Don't get any funny ideas." Chen Ran shot him an annoyed glare. "What are you thinking? I wouldn't even look at you like that." "Good to hear." Guiyong sighed in relief, yet confusion lingered. "Then why are you giving me money?" "Let us move to a different spot to talk," Chen Ran suggested. This was a busy intersection, bustling with pedestrians and far too noisy for a conversation. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly dinner time. Once Guiyong finished washing his face, Chen Ran intended to treat him to dinner so they could chat while eating. Guiyong, delighted at the prospect of a meal, attempted to rise from the curb, but found his legs stiff from squatting too long. Being somewhat portly, he struggled to stand, prompting Chen Ran to lend him a hand. However, as Chen Ran touched Guiyong, an unsettling vision flashed before him. He saw a mangled truck, with Guiyong crushed beneath one of its wheels, bloodied and gazing at him with a haunting expression. Damn! The sudden, horrifying image startled Chen Ran, causing him to recoil several steps. Guiyong, merely seeking assistance to stand, was thrown into confusion by Chen Ran's reaction. "What on earth are you doing?" he asked, perplexed. "Did you see a ghost?" Chen Ran remained silent, his face still etched with terror and confusion. Earlier, during lunch, he had witnessed a similarly horrifying scene. Now, he was witnessing it again, albeit with different characters. One was an older man, and the other was Guiyong. Regardless of who it was, they both bore the semblance of death, and the brutality was chilling. Why was this happening? "Chen Ran, what's wrong?" Guiyong noticed Chen Ran's silence and began to worry. "It's nothing," Chen Ran finally replied, shaking his head stiffly. "Nothing? You're sweating bullets." Guiyong observed the beads of perspiration forming on Chen Ran's forehead, his confusion deepening. Chen Ran struggled to articulate an explanation. During his earlier encounter with the older man, he had questioned whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. But the man had walked away. Now, witnessing such a scene again, and with Guiyong as the focal point, was overwhelmingly frightening. Determined to uncover the truth, Chen Ran reached out, intending to touch Guiyong again to see if the vision would re-emerge. "Hey, Yutong, is that you?" Just as Chen Ran was about to make contact, a surprised voice called out from nearby. Turning, he spotted two young women approaching from across the street. One, sporting a fashionable cap, t-shirt, and a short skirt, greeted him with a smile. "Delivery guy, what a coincidence." She clearly recognized Chen Ran, chatting with her companion in hushed tones. The other girl, dressed in athletic wear, was less flamboyant but equally radiant. The moment the two appeared, Guiyong's eyes widened. "Chen Ran, do you know them?" he asked, astonished. As friends for many years, he had never realized Chen Ran was acquainted with such beautiful girls. "Are you hogging all the good fortune for yourself?" Guiyong teased. Chen Ran, though slightly surprised, quickly masked it with disdain. "What's with the flattery?" However, before Guiyong could respond, Chen Ran said, "The beating you took today was courtesy of these two lovely ladies." Guiyong froze for a moment before processing the information. "You can't be implying those are the school beauties who confessed to you?" "Only the one on the left." Chen Ran pointed to the girl in athletic wear. Her name was Su Yutong, the campus belle of Pingching University, while the girl beside her, Lin Shi, was her close friend. Chen Ran recalled delivering flowers to Su Yutong when she confessed, Lin Shi encouraging her to speak up. Chen Ran suspected it was Lin Shi who had prompted Su Yutong to confess, leading to the current predicament, where a wealthy heir had taken an interest in him. Despite both girls being strikingly beautiful, he felt no attraction toward them. Had it not been for his newfound powers after being struck by lightning, he could only imagine how humiliating his situation would be, with his father's illness and the disdain from the station master. Hey, sister-in-law. Guiyong's comment caused Chen Ran's expression to fall. What are you shouting about? Chen Ran shot him a glare. What are you talking about? She confessed to you, and you didn't refuse. That makes her your girlfriend. Should I call her brother-in-law then? Guiyong said matter-of-factly, glancing at Su Yutong, who was blushing and shooting him a glare, while Lin Shi stifled a laugh. Though Guiyong's words were jest, for a fleeting moment, Chen Ran found some merit in them. But then he recalled that it wasn't that he hadn't refused. Rather, she hadn't given him a chance to decline before leaving. Lin Shi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Su Yutong had not anticipated encountering Chen Ran on the street. Her expression was tinged with embarrassment as she urged her best friend to leave hastily. Chen Ran was correct in his assumption. Her confession had not stemmed from genuine feelings, but was merely a ruse to use him as a shield to fend off her pursuer. Although she had acted in that manner at the time, she later felt a sense of wrongdoing. Yet, the prospect of apologizing to Chen Ran was out of the question, which only deepened her discomfort, prompting her to feign ignorance and hasten her departure. Guiyong, jokingly, stepped forward to obstruct her exit when he noticed Su Yutong's intent to leave without acknowledging him. I say, beauty. Your refusal to accept my calling you sister-in-law suggests you aren't truly interested in my friend. If your intentions are not sincere, do you realize the turmoil your confession has caused him? Chapter 20. Illusions Become Reality. Guiyong's sudden remarks left both Su Yutong and Lin Shi momentarily speechless, while Chen Ran raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Guiyong continued. It has cost us our jobs. I endured a beating today. Look at my face. If I weren't so tough, I might have ended up in the hospital by now. His exaggerated tone drew surprised glances from Su Yutong and Lin Shi, who exchanged bewildered looks. Lin Shi inquired of Chen Ran, is that true? Before he could respond, Guiyong interjected, of course it's true. Do you think I'm joking? Su Yutong furrowed her brow, realizing she had inadvertently created such significant trouble for Chen Ran. What do you want then? She asked, perplexed. Guiyong hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by her seemingly amiable demeanor that precluded any challenge to his claims. He glanced back at Chen Ran. What do we want from her? There's no need for anything drastic. You simply need to clarify things with your admirer and ensure he ceases to bother us, Chen Ran responded calmly. While he was unperturbed by the prospect of trouble, he was concerned for Guiyong's well-being. After all, he possessed extraordinary abilities, while Guiyong did not, having just taken a beating on his behalf. Yes, exactly what my friend said. Tell that infatuated fool to leave us alone, Guiyong reiterated, patting Chen Ran on the shoulder. At that moment, as Guiyong's hand made contact, Chen Ran was engulfed in a flashback to the earlier scene. The visceral sensation overwhelmed him, and he instinctively recoiled from Guiyong's touch. Guiyong, bewildered, awaited a response from Su Yutong, oblivious to the change in Chen Ran's expression. When the scene had first emerged, Chen Ran had been startled, only recognizing the deceased as Guiyong without noticing anything else. Yet now, in the second manifestation, he discerned that beneath the truck, there was not only Guiyong, but others as well. He could not see their faces. Only a pair of legs clad in black athletic pants adorned with a clover logo. Chen Ran's gaze abruptly shifted to Su Yutong. Black pants, a clover. The trousers Su Yutong was wearing matched those he had glimpsed in the vision. Alongside those legs lay a blood-stained Mickey Mouse backpack. Adjacent to the truck was a cosmetics store, and on the other side stood a no parking sign. Turning, Chen Ran realized that to his right was indeed a cosmetics shop, and just a few meters to his left was the very sign. The realization struck Chen Ran with a chilling jolt. He had initially dismissed it as a mere hallucination, yet now the elements from his vision were aligning with reality. Was it truly an illusion? A profound sense of unease began to swell within him. I hadn't anticipated this would impact you so severely. I apologize. Rest assured, I will clarify matters with him. Hearing that Chen Ran and his friend had been beaten due to this incident weighed heavily on Su Yutong's conscience, prompting her to express her regret. She cast a reproachful glance at her friend Lin Shi, who had suggested that she confess to Chen Ran. However, Lin Shi was oblivious to Su Yutong's glare, her attention fixed curiously on Chen Ran. What is wrong with him? Guiyong and Su Yutong failed to notice Chen Ran's distress, but Lin Shi did. Observing Chen Ran's anxious demeanor as he scanned his surroundings, she found it peculiar. Hearing this, Su Yutong also became aware. Guiyong turned around, puzzled. Chen Ran, what are you looking for? We can't stay here. The mounting sense of foreboding compelled Chen Ran to realize their need to vacate the area. Where else would we go? Guiyong was left bewildered by Chen Ran's urgency. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a sudden blaring sound reverberated through the street. It was the horn of a large truck. Chen Ran followed the sound, witnessing a large truck seemingly careening out of control. Barreling towards their position, The front of the truck mirrored the one he had seen in his vision. It's happening. The scene he had envisioned was materializing into reality. Chen Ran's heart raced as chaos erupted in the street. Many people, alerted to the oncoming truck, began to flee in terror. It was Saturday, a day when the streets were already bustling, and the intersection became a veritable maelstrom as one frightened individual prompted a mass exodus. Su Yutong and Lin Shi, initially bewildered by the sudden upheaval, were soon swept away by the tide of panicked bodies, knocked to the ground without warning. Good heavens! Guiyong, now aware of the out-of-control truck, turned pale with fear. Run! Chen Ran shoved Guiyong away and sprinted ahead. While he harbored no particular fondness for Su Yutong and Lin Shi, the thought of standing idly by as people perished was too cruel to bear. The two girls, having fallen in the tumult, were quickly lost from his view amidst the frantic crowd. The throng was daunting, making it nearly impossible to move against the current. Fortunately, Chen Ran's body, having been struck by lightning, was no longer ordinary. He pressed forward, and not a single person could impede his progress. After taking a few steps, he realized that it wasn't just Su Yutong and Lin Shi who had been knocked down. There were many others. Chen Ran hurriedly helped those he could to their feet, preventing them from being trampled. After assisting a few, he spotted Lin Shi cornered and hastily pulled her up. Having been knocked down multiple times, Lin Shi had finally curled into a corner to avoid being trampled. When Chen Ran grasped her, she instinctively attempted to wave him off, only to realize it was him once she was upright. Where's Yutong? Lin Shi, recovering her senses, frantically searched for Su Yutong, who had already been swept away by the crowd. Chen Ran's gaze landed on Su Yutong, crouched beside a trash bin, cradling a small girl who was half kneeling on the ground. Both of them bore numerous footprints. Yutong! Yutong! Lin Shi exclaimed with joy upon spotting Su Yutong. But her exhilaration quickly morphed into horror. The stampede had surged past them, but in tandem, the large truck was also barreling forward. She had been unaware of the unfolding disaster until now. Yet, by the time she comprehended the situation, it was too late. The truck, a massive semi-trailer, careened in a diagonal path, sweeping away everything in its path. She found herself paralyzed, unsure of where to run. Even Lin Shi could see the truck now. And so could Chen Ran. He also recognized the Mickey Mouse backpack on the girl in Su Yutong's arms, just as it had been in the vision. Recalling the harrowing scene, although Chen Ran felt a surge of panic within, he could not afford to delay. With swift strides, he hurriedly scooped up Su Yutong and the little girl from the ground, then turned to grasp Lin Shi, immediately taking flight. After only a few steps, he realized there was yet another person on the street. It was Guiyong. Hadn't he just told Guiyong to leave? Why was he still here? Chen Ran was both astonished and anxious. Little did he know that Guiyong had only managed to run a few paces before Chen Ran rushed in to rescue others. Could he escape alone? In a moment of desperation, Chen Ran contemplated assisting him. Although he could not lend a hand to Chen Ran, he managed to help several fallen individuals. However, the crowd was overwhelming, and after aiding the last woman, he was trampled by those rushing from behind, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Just as he regained his footing, he saw a large truck barreling towards him, and his heart sank. This was the end. Yet, in that moment of despair, he suddenly spotted Chen Ran, who was cradling two others in his arms. Appearing right before him was Chen Ran, fearing for his life, seeking companions. Who was that child? Before Guiyong could ponder further, he felt a kick to his waist, sending him spinning into the air. After propelling Guiyong away, Chen Ran had scarcely any time left. He could feel the rush of wind from the oncoming truck against the back of his head. Glancing at the truck's front, now mere centimeters away, he realized there was no time to hesitate. He had to take a chance. He pushed off the truck's front, using its momentum to leap away with great force. Chapter 21, Escaping Calamity. Bang! The truck crashed violently into a storefront, billowing clouds of dust and eliciting a cacophony of screams. Vehicles on the street came to a standstill, and many drivers exited their cars to witness the spectacle. Of course, not all were mere spectators. The magnitude of the incident prompted some to dial for emergency services. Coughing twice, Lin Shi gazed incredulously at Chen Ran beside her. Had she miraculously survived? Everything had happened so quickly. She only remembered Chen Ran rushing toward her, after which her mind drew a blank, unable to recall the ensuing chaos. Su Yutong fared even worse. All she remembered was a truck hurtling toward them. And then everything faded away. At this moment, they found themselves in a clothing store, its walls shattered by the truck, revealing half of its front, while the interior was shrouded in dust. Gradually regaining her senses, Su Yutong felt a tightness around her waist and realized she had been embraced by Chen Ran. However, before she could react, Chen Ran's grip loosened. In the frantic rush, he had only managed to leap into the store. Fortunate that the truck collided with the adjacent building rather than crashing through the store itself. Yet, The experience had terrified him immensely. The distance from his leap to the ground was nearly 20 meters, with 3 lives in his arms. While they had avoided death, the risk of injury from the fall loomed large. If the 3 of them had been harmed, all his efforts would have been in vain. To mitigate the impact, Chen Ran allowed his back to hit the ground first, sliding several meters to lessen the force. Were they all unscathed? Chen Ran, feeling relatively well, quickly turned to check on Su Yutong, Lin Shi, and the little girl. Upon realizing that the trio appeared dazed but unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then dashed outside. Did he truly save us? Su Yutong looked at Lin Shi in bewilderment. It seems so, Lin Shi replied, her disbelief evident as she scratched her head, only to realize her cap was nowhere to be found. The truck had come so swiftly, despite Chen Ran's quick reflexes. There had been insufficient time to save Guiyong, at least not with his hands. In a moment of urgency, he had resorted to kicking him aside. Recalling the incident, he remembered kicking Guiyong toward a nearby store laden with numerous undergarments. Chen Ran emerged, anxious to ascertain Guiyong's condition. Upon stepping outside, he indeed found Guiyong amidst the piles of undergarments, though his weight had collapsed the display. Fortunately, the soft fabric cushioned his fall, preventing serious injury. As Chen Ran approached, he saw Guiyong struggling to rise, his expression clouded with confusion, as if he had lost his memory. Had he been kicked or struck by the truck, resulting in such distance? Seeing that Guiyong was relatively unharmed brought Chen Ran immense relief. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurried toward the front of the truck. The force of impact had flattened the truck's front considerably. Noticing blood seeping from the door crack, Chen Ran frowned, suspecting the driver might not have survived. Nevertheless, he bravely climbed up to peer inside. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, it was that uncle. The interior of the cabin was a harrowing sight, reminiscent of the scene he had witnessed while dining with the man. Had he not been mentally prepared, he might have succumbed to nausea. While he found the coincidence unsettling, he also felt a sense of incredulity. He finally understood. The horrific images flashing in his mind when he encountered people were not mere illusions or post-traumatic remnants. They were omens of death. His sensitivity extended beyond mere objects. It encompassed the very essence of mortality. As Chen Ran marveled at his extraordinary abilities, police cars and ambulances began to arrive in succession. Although he had saved numerous lives, the truck had veered out of control for a considerable distance, causing collateral damage to many others. Earlier, when 4 individuals had assaulted him, he had remained composed, but that kick had truly brought him to tears, such excruciating pain. As the rescue personnel tended to the injured, Chen Ran and Guiyong sat on the curb. Guiyong bore a large footprint on his waist, a result of Chen Ran's kick. He felt miserable. Had the medical staff not assured him that he was merely bruised, he would have been on his way to the hospital. Nevertheless, he insisted that Chen Ran procure some ointments to ease the pain. I had no choice. I told you to run long ago. If you had just stood there, I had to kick you to save you. Chen Ran retorted, exasperated. I know you were saving me, but why kick my waist when I have so much padding? Guiyong protested. What if you injure me? How will I have children if I get hurt? As long as your wife doesn't mind. I can help you with 10 or 8. Chen Ran jested. Get lost. Ouch, take it easy. Guiyong grimaced in pain, contemplating how Chen Ran possessed such strength. Before he could inquire, Su Yutong approached, leading the little girl, followed by a middle-aged man. It was him. As they reached Chen Ran, Su Yutong pointed toward him. Chen Ran, still puzzled, watched as the man knelt before him in gratitude. Sir, thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. The man was the girl's father. He had been picking her up from a nearby training school and had been delayed by a few minutes. Upon discovering the accident, he had been terrified until he saw Su Yutong carrying his daughter. Believing Su Yutong to be the savior, he expressed endless gratitude toward her. Although Su Yutong had indeed rescued the little girl, it was Chen Ran's intervention that ensured their safety, prompting her to attribute the credit to him, resulting in the current scene unfolding before them. Hey, quickly rise. It is but a trifling effort, no need for such formality. As long as the child is unharmed, that is sufficient. Chen Ran spoke, hastily assisting the man to his feet, yet the man was solely preoccupied with expressing his gratitude, tears of emotion streaming down his face. It was evident that he truly cared for his daughter. Chen Ran glanced down at the little girl, who was blinking her eyes in confusion, her back adorned with a Mickey Mouse backpack. In the scene Chen Ran had sensed, the little girl was absent, leaving only the blood-stained Mickey backpack behind. Although the backpack before him bore numerous footprints, fortunately, it was devoid of any blood. He gently patted the girl's head. The scene remained unchanged. He had previously touched Guiyong as well, without encountering anything terrifying. It appeared that this ordeal had indeed been evaded. Chapter 22. Cooperation for Profit. The situation had been perilous. The child might have been frightened. You should take her home to rest properly, Chen Ran advised the man. The man nodded in agreement. then requested Chen Ran's contact information, as if mere thanks were insufficient. He seemed intent on expressing his gratitude in another manner. I have merely rendered a small favor and prefer to remain anonymous, Chen Ran replied, repeatedly declining. Observing Chen Ran's refusal to provide his contact details, the man felt awkward but remained undeterred, producing a business card from his pocket and extending it to Chen Ran. It's perfectly fine if you do not wish to share your contact information. Please accept this card. I run a small business in Pingcheng and have a few acquaintances. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Chen Ran was genuinely taken aback by the man's fervor. Although he had not sought any recompense, he felt somewhat reluctant to refuse outright, eventually accepting the business card. It bore the name Han Jixian, followed by a phone number and no additional information. Chen Ran, perceiving the man's genteel demeanor, was unsure of his occupation. After expressing his gratitude once more, the man departed with his child. Thank you very much. As the father and daughter left, Su Yutong also expressed her gratitude to Chen Ran. Although everything had transpired rapidly, too quickly for her to recall the details, she vividly remembered Chen Ran rushing towards her. Lin Shi had witnessed it as well. Big brother, I may not comprehend how you single-handedly saved all three of us, but you are truly remarkable. Lin Shi, trailing behind Su Yutong, also thanked Chen Ran, playfully adding, your arms are quite powerful. She couldn't recall how she had survived. She only remembered the strength of Chen Ran's arm around her waist, more reliable than the protective mechanisms of a thrill ride. No need for thanks, everyone is safe. And that is what matters. Chen Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling the harrowing scene. Su Yutong parted her lips, seemingly about to say something when a sleek black car suddenly drove past. Noticing the vehicle, Lin Shi quickly tapped her hand. Yutong, your family has arrived. Su Yutong turned, her expression somewhat puzzled, and approached the car. A woman in a tailored suit emerged, surveying Su Yutong from head to toe, ensuring she was uninjured. Upon confirming that Su Yutong was indeed unharmed, the woman sighed in relief, opened the car door, and beckoned her inside. Su Yutong glanced back at Chen Ran as if she had something to convey. Before she could speak, the woman whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing it, Su Yutong's face reflected obvious astonishment, and without further ado, she climbed into the car. Big brother, what is your name? Su Yutong asked once she was seated. Before Chen Ran could respond, Guiyong eagerly interjected, Chen Ran? Lin Shi nodded to herself. Chen Ran, thank you for today. With that, she too entered the vehicle. The car swiftly departed. Did you just share my name with others without my consent? Chen Ran remarked, discontented as he watched the car drive away. Why would you refuse? Didn't you see how affluent the school beauty's family is? That car was a Bentley. Guiyong replied earnestly. What does her family's wealth have to do with me? Chen Ran retorted. That is precisely why you'll never succeed. Why should it not matter? The situation was perilous, you saved her. And that qualifies as a gallant act of heroism. Who knows? She might be harboring feelings for you, just waiting to express them. If she were to do so, wouldn't her wealth become yours? You refuse to even share your name. Where is she supposed to direct her affections? Guiyong looked at Chen Ran in exasperation. Are you genuinely that deluded? Have you forgotten how you were just beaten? Chen Ran replied, annoyance evident in his tone. As the two exchanged banter, they arrived at the parking area. Chen Ran had initially intended to dine with Guiyong, but after such a harrowing experience, neither had an appetite and decided to part ways. You've sustained injuries, rest well at home. For the time being, refrain from taking delivery jobs or seeking employment. Stock up on ingredients and hone your culinary skills. In a few days, when I have the means, I will invest in a restaurant for you. As he spoke, Chen Ran transferred 50,000 yuan to Guiyong. Guiyong's father had once been a chef, and Guiyong had inherited his skills, possessing considerable culinary talent. Chen Ran knew that Guiyong's dream was to open a restaurant. Guiyong was incredulous, believing Chen Ran was joking. Upon seeing the 50,000 yuan reflected on his phone, he was left utterly speechless. Are you serious, my friend? He stared at Chen Ran in disbelief. Chen Ran, who had just given him 5,000 yesterday, had now gifted him a total of 55,000. Of course, it is genuine. Go home and ensure your father does not hoard his culinary knowledge. He should impart all his skills to you without delay. Chen Ran said, mounting his electric scooter. Where did you acquire such funds? Guiyong inquired, puzzled, recalling that Chen Ran had only earned a little over 50,000 the previous day. That's none of your concern. Just remember my words. Once I have the means to help you open a restaurant, I will contact you. With that, Chen Ran revved the throttle and sped away. Upon hearing Guiyong's intention to cease delivery work, Chen Ran had resolved to assist him in opening a restaurant. Feeling that it was a worthy investment in their friendship, he had visited Guiyong's home several times and tasted his cooking, which was indeed of a chef's caliber. The restaurant did not need to be a bustling enterprise. It should merely sustain him. As for his ability to sense the impending death of others, Chen Ran was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. This thought weighed heavily on his mind as he yearned to return home and rest. Just as he mounted his scooter and had not traveled far, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Huang Xinghua. "Brother, where are you?" "What is it, Boss Huang?" Chen Ran queried, puzzled as to why Huang Xinghua was calling him at this hour. "It's evening. I'd like to treat you to dinner. Do you have time?" Chen Ran recalled the gruesome image of the truck driver's death and felt nauseated. He had no appetite for dining. "I'm sorry, Boss Huang, but I'm not feeling well tonight." Chen Ran began to hang up, but Huang Xinghua quickly interjected. "Hey, brother, even if you don't want to eat, we could chat. What could two gentlemen possibly have to discuss?" Moreover, while Chen Ran harbored no particular grievances against Huang Xinghua, he did not consider their relationship to be particularly close, leaving them at a loss for conversation topics. Chen Ran once again politely declined, but Huang Xinghua remained undeterred. "My dear brother, to be candid, I seek your company to discuss a lucrative business opportunity, and I hope you will indulge me." "A profitable venture?" While Chen Ran had no interest in idle chatter, the mention of profit immediately piqued his curiosity. He had just been contemplating investing in a restaurant for Guillaume, which required funding. Noticing Chen Ran's silence, Huang Xinghua inquired about his location, suggesting he come to meet Chen. "Never mind, I'll come to you," Chen Ran decided, realizing that he was not far from Huang Xinghua's establishment, and turned towards the flower and bird market. Before long, he encountered Huang Xinghua, who greeted him with undue enthusiasm. Despite Chen Ran's lack of appetite, Huang Xinghua insisted on dragging him into a hot pot restaurant at the market's exit. The vibrant red broth simmered enticingly, but the mere sight of it reminded Chen Ran of the disarray in the back of a truck, rendering him unable to stomach a single bite. "Boss Huang, I'm here solely regarding the business you mentioned. Please dispense with the suspense and speak plainly." Upon sensing Chen Ran's impatience, Huang Xinghua chuckled amiably and replied, "Ah, my dear brother, you truly are a busy man. Very well, I shall be forthright. I wish to collaborate with you in purchasing uncut stones to secure some profit." Chapter 23, Double Happiness. "What?" Chen Ran looked at Huang Xinghua in bewilderment, struggling to grasp the implications. Surely, if they were to buy the raw stones separately, what need was there for collaboration? Observing Chen Ran's confusion, Huang Xinghua chuckled awkwardly and elaborated. "You may recall that when you visited my shop, I inquired why you did not purchase my stones, to which you remarked that none of them were of value. I dismissed it as mere banter." Chen Ran, thinking Huang Xinghua was displeased with his comment, was surprised to hear him insist, No, that was not my intention. After you left, I took a leap of faith and opened all those stones. Can you guess what happened?" "You were indeed correct. None of them were worth a penny," Huang Xinghua exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Though we have only known each other for 2 days, I have discerned your remarkable insight, and I have resolved to partner with you for a significant profit." As Huang Xinghua spoke with fervor, he poured Chen Ran a glass of liquor. "I do not drink," Chen Ran stated, taken aback by Huang Xinghua's audacity to open all the stones based solely on his words. Unsure of the details behind this prospective fortune, he urged Huang Xinghua to continue. Noticing Chen Ran's refusal, Huang Xinghua too abstained from drinking and continued, "Tomorrow afternoon, a 2-day oddstone expo will commence at the South Suburb Park. The expo purports to showcase various peculiar stones, but its real purpose is to sell them. Many of these are uncut stones, some of which are highly valuable. This is a golden opportunity. With your keen eye, you are certain to profit handsomely if you attend this expo." The Oddstone Expo? Chen Ran, having worked in Pengcheng for several years, was not unfamiliar with the name, though he had paid little attention in the past, unaware that uncut stones would be available for sale, just as he lamented his lack of options for acquiring raw stones. This opportunity presented itself serendipitously. Yet, he was curious about the nature of the collaboration Huang Xinghua proposed. Upon expressing his confusion, Huang Xinghua sheepishly explained, and after some time, Chen Ran finally understood. The expo presented a rare opportunity, yet Huang Xinghua lacked the discernment to purchase the stones himself, fearing potential losses. Aware of Chen Ran's capabilities, he sought to partner with him. He would provide the funds while Chen Ran would handle the selection, with profits split 60-40 in Huang Xinghua's favor. After Huang Xinghua finished explaining, Chen Ran regarded him with a quizzical expression. Under Huang Xinghua's expectant gaze, he proposed, "A 60-40 split will not suffice. Let us arrange it as an 80-20 division." Huang Xinghua was taken aback. "Oh, my dear brother, how thoughtful of you. I am genuinely touched. But given that this endeavor relies heavily on your expertise, it would be remiss of me to allow you to bear too great a burden." "Boss Huang, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, you take 1, and I take 9. "What?" Huang Xinghua, initially thinking Chen Ran meant he would take 90%, was jolted by this assertion, causing the food in his mouth to nearly fall out. "Brother, this is a bit excessive." Although he could comprehend a reversed 60-40 split, a straightforward 80-20 was beyond his acceptance. However, before Huang Xinghua could voice his objections, Chen Ran interjected. Boss Huang, as a businessman yourself, you must recognize that our collaboration hinges entirely on my expertise for profit, yet you would claim the lion's share. Does that seem fair? I am open to partnership, yet I am capable of purchasing on my own without having to share profits with you. Chen Ran's reasoning was sound. Yet Huang Xinghua did not intend to treat him as a fool. My dear brother, you must understand that the stones at the expo are not inexpensive. While the lower-priced stones are manageable, those of higher value cannot be liquidated immediately and require various formalities. If I were to claim 60%, that means I am shouldering the financial risk. Any losses would be mine alone, and I would also handle all the necessary procedures, leaving you to simply evaluate the stones. After 2 days of interaction, Huang Xinghua had gleaned not only Chen Ran's capabilities but also discerned that, while Chen Ran was indeed talented, his financial resources appeared limited. If he had ample funds, he would not have sought out Huang Xinghua's modest establishment for uncut stones. Recognizing this, Huang Xinghua proposed to cover the expenses. Chen Ran pondered Huang Xinghua's words. If the stones at the expo were expensive and could not be swiftly liquidated, it would indeed pose a challenge. He was acutely aware of his own financial constraints, and the prospect of a lengthy liquidation process for a first-time venture was something he wished to avoid. Yet even so, he could not acquiesce to allowing Huang Xinghua the majority share. Since you insist, I shall make a concession. Let us agree on a 20-80 split. With you receiving 20 and I receiving 80. Huang Xinghua was eager to negotiate, but Chen Ran did not afford him the opportunity to speak. You have sought me out, so the risks are irrelevant. My involvement guarantees there will be no losses. Furthermore, when I say 20-80, I mean only the profits will be divided in that manner. Your initial investment will remain intact, thus alleviating any concerns of loss on your part. Rising from his seat, Chen Ran declared, I truly have no appetite this evening, so I will excuse myself from your company, Boss Huang. The expo does not commence until tomorrow afternoon. Should you find my terms acceptable, please call me. If not, there is no need to reach out. Farewell. As he spoke, he turned to leave. His words were not a mere test. He was serious. He felt confident in his ability to profit and believed that an 80-20 split was already generous, leaving no room for further negotiation. Should Huang Xinghua decline, he would need to devise a way to earn more money by the next morning to ensure he had sufficient capital for the afternoon's venture, thus leaving no time for further bargaining. Seeing Chen Ran prepare to depart, Huang Xinghua suddenly panicked, his mind racing as he calculated the implications. Chen Ran was capable and could generate income at will, whereas he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. If this collaboration fails to materialize, it is likely that Chen Ran will be lost to us forever. Attending the expo, he is bound to reap substantial profits. Once the other party accumulates wealth, they will surely turn their noses up at his modest establishment, deeming it beneath them. This, in turn, signifies that once this opportunity passes, there will be no second chance. Huang Xinghua was in a state of utter anxiety, watching as Chen Ran prepared to exit the hot pot restaurant. Furrowing his brow, he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, Hey, brother. Wait, let us proceed as you suggested. Huang Xinghua truly possessed a remarkable resolve. His willingness to compromise in such a short span of time took even Chen Ran by surprise. The other party had a whole night to ponder the matter. Unbeknownst to Chen Ran, Huang Xinghua was not as financially secure as he appeared. If they finalized the collaboration today, he would need to scramble for funds overnight until the morning, and the sooner, the better. Turning around, Chen Ran noticed Huang Xinghua approaching him. Let us do as you say, brother. I want to say another word. We can iron out the details. With Huang Xinghua's agreement, Chen Ran had no reason to leave, and promptly sat back down. After finalizing the meeting time for the following day, the two parted ways. Just as Chen Ran stepped out of the restaurant, he received a video call from his sister, who joyfully announced that their father's surgery had been a resounding success. The doctor advised a few days of hospitalization for observation, after which he would be discharged. Having just sealed a lucrative deal with Huang Xinghua, Chen Ran was already in high spirits, and this delightful news elevated his mood even further. I've been rather busy lately, so I can't return just yet. I'll leave it to you and Mom to manage things for now. Seeing his father in good condition alleviated Chen Ran's only worry. He resolved to earn more money before returning home. After all, just a few days was a small price to pay for a 2-year wait. With their father's surgery successful, the family was in good spirits and made no push for Chen Ran to come back, merely reminding him to take care of himself and not to exhaust himself. After a few exchanges, he ended the call. 2 consecutive pieces of good news lifted Chen Ran's spirits immensely, and reflecting on the scene of the car accident, he felt far less apprehensive. Perhaps this was the blessing that comes after surviving great adversity. Cheerfully humming a tune, Chen Ran rode his electric scooter back to the community. However, as he arrived at the entrance of the complex, his expression darkened. It was now dark outside. and Zhao Shuyuan appeared to be embroiled in a heated confrontation with several men at the entrance. Get lost. If you don't, I'll call the police. Zhao Shuyuan shouted angrily, attempting to break free from their encirclement. Among the 5 men, one clad in a jacket, appearing to be in his 40s with a beefy visage, loomed threateningly. Zhao Shuyuan, don't push your luck. If you provoke me, you'll have nowhere to cry. The man named Li Chengnan growled. You will sign today? Whether you like it or not. Li Chengnan, don't try to intimidate me. I want to sign, and you can't do anything about it. The man named Li Chengnan seethed with rage. You think I can't do anything to you? Hold her down. He commanded 2 of his men to seize Zhao Shuyuan. What do you want? Let go of me. Help. Zhao Shuyuan was no match for the 2 burly men and began to scream for help. Just as Chen Ran arrived at the intersection on his scooter and witnessed this alarming scene, a surge of indignation welled within him, prompting a thunderous shout. What the hell are you doing? Chapter 24. The invitation from the big shot. Chen Ran twisted the throttle, charging forward, causing Li Chengnan and his crew to instinctively retreat, fearing he would collide with them. If they did not yield, he would have indeed crashed into them. However, since they stepped aside, he was reluctant to damage his scooter. He quickly reined in the throttle, dismounting and positioning himself in front of Zhao Shuyuan. Who the hell are you ruffians, attempting to rob a woman in broad daylight? No, in this pitch darkness. Chen Ran barked angrily, then turned with concern to Zhao Shuyuan. Sister Shuyuan, are you all right? This neighborhood was an older one, and at night, the streets were deserted. Zhao Shuyuan had genuinely felt frightened until Chen Ran's timely intervention, which brought her a measure of comfort, even though he was alone. I'm fine. Who is he? She inquired. My husband's cousin. Zhao Shuyuan replied just as Li Chengnan stepped forward, sizing Chen Ran up and down. You little brat, what is it to you? You'd best keep your distance. Huh? Chen Ran sneered coldly. I want tea back down. You can take a lap and show me how it's done. Damn, do you know what you're meddling in? Li Chengnan sneered, eyeing Chen Ran, who he didn't recognize, and had no idea where this bold youth had emerged from. It's my business who I associate with. You're not involved, so keep your nose out of it. Chen Ran retorted, his irritation flaring. Hearing this, Zhao Shuyuan's eyes widened in shock, while Chen Ran was consumed by anger. You have no right to dictate my relationships. You don't even know what you're talking about. Li Chengnan, incensed by Chen Ran's defiance, declared, Fine, if you want to act the hero, I'll grant you that wish. Everyone attack. Make him eat dirt. Li Chengnan was genuinely infuriated by Chen Ran's insolence and was determined to teach him a lesson, summoning his 4 lackeys to strike. Upon seeing them about to make a move, Chen Ran was amused. In the past, he wouldn't have been intimidated, let alone today. Earlier that afternoon, he had taken down 4 opponents single-handedly. These 4 were not as robust, so why should he be afraid? Come on, let us see who gets the better of whom. Chen Ran proclaimed, readying himself for a fight. Chen Ran, don't engage with them, it's not worth it. Zhao Shuyuan urged, concerned for his safety. But it was clear she didn't grasp the situation. This was not a matter of whether Chen Ran would engage or not. They were intent on assaulting him. And he couldn't simply stand by and take it. Sister Shuyuan, they want to hit me. I can't just stand there and be a punching bag. Don't worry, step back and watch how I handle them. As Chen Ran rolled up his sleeves, preparing to retaliate, suddenly, a black sedan sped into view, screeching to a halt by the roadside. Stop! A commanding voice rang out from within the vehicle before the doors even opened. A man in his 30s, donning gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out with an air of authority. I don't care who you are, leave this place at once. This man exuded even more bravado than Li Chengnan, demanding their departure the moment he alighted. Who the hell are you? Li Chengnan was baffled, wondering why today had attracted so many audacious individuals. However, as soon as he caught sight of the man's business card, his expression shifted dramatically. The man held a card that read, Assistant to the Chairman of Tianyue Group, Wu Haiyun. Although Li Chengnan did not recognize this individual, he was well aware of Tianyue Group's reputation. It was a prominent enterprise in Pengcheng, involved in various industries, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions. I say, Mr. Wu, I'm here dealing with personal matters, and I'm not interfering with you, am I? Despite the formidable presence of the newcomer, Li Chengnan deemed that he had not encroached upon Wu Haiyun's affairs, thus responding defiantly. Mr. Chen is my friend. You bully my friend, and yet claim it does not concern me? Wu Haiyun declared, casting a knowing glance at the driver, who promptly exited the vehicle. Until that moment, he had remained unperturbed, but upon stepping out, he revealed a towering stature exceeding 6 feet, with a physique as robust as an ox. His fist seemed nearly comparable to Zhao Shuyuan's head, and his hands were calloused, indicative of a life of labor. Clearly, he was not merely a driver, but also bore the responsibility of a bodyguard. Li Chengnan's countenance turned exceptionally grim. This shabby-looking youth could possibly have such formidable acquaintances? He had never anticipated the sudden emergence of such a brash individual, accompanied by someone of this caliber. Yet, Wu Haiyun stood with an air of superiority, his bodyguards glaring menacingly at him. Even if he felt defiant, he dared not provoke them. On one hand, he doubted his 4 lackeys could best the professional bodyguards, and on the other, he harbored a fear of offending Tianyue Group, at least not so openly. With a sense of retreat creeping into his mind, Li Chengnan could only cast a begrudging glance at Zhao Shuyuan. Consider yourself fortunate. Having said that, he departed with his 4 subordinates. Shuyuan, your friend is quite impressive. Why let him go? I say he ought to be taught a lesson, Chen Ran remarked, vexed as he observed Li Chengnan's hasty retreat. Unfamiliar with Wu Haiyun, he mistakenly believed him to be Zhao Shuyuan's savior. Zhao Shuyuan, puzzled by Chen Ran's connection to such a formidable figure, could hardly fathom how a mere encounter had intimidated the typically arrogant Li Chengnan. Upon hearing his comment, she looked at him quizzically. What do you mean, my friend? Isn't he your friend? She recalled Wu Haiyun introducing himself as Chen Ran's acquaintance. Chen Ran was taken aback. Wasn't he a savior summoned by Zhao Shuyuan? He turned to Wu Haiyun with a puzzled expression. The latter, shedding his earlier stern demeanor, revealed a harmless smile. Mr. Chen, I am Wu Haiyun, here specifically to meet you. With that, Wu Haiyun extended a business card to Chen Ran. Chen Ran had already spotted the inscription. Recognizing Wu as the assistant to the chairman of Tianyue Group, the opulent Maybach and the imposing bodyguards lent credibility to this assertion. Yet, he remained baffled as to why they sought him. My friend, I appreciate your assistance, but I believe we are not acquainted, Chen Ran replied, bewildered. Our chairman wishes to meet Mr. Chen, but I am not familiar with your chairman either. Chen Ran's confusion deepened. He was aware that Tianyue Group was quite renowned in Pengcheng, but what business could the chairman possibly have with him? Moreover, how had they located him? It is due to the incident on Victory Road that our chairman wishes to meet you. Victory Road was the site of the recent accident. We followed the surveillance footage of your electric scooter to find you. Chen Ran was perplexed by the connection between the accident and their interest in him. But Wu Haiyun merely glanced at Zhao Shuyuan before stating, I can only say that meeting the chairman is a fortuitous opportunity, a most favorable one. I hope Mr. Chen will honor the chairman's invitation. Wu Haiyun's demeanor suggested a strong insistence on Chen Ran's attendance. Fortunate? How can there be so many good things? Noticing Chen Ran's puzzled expression, Zhao Shuyuan whispered, could he be a fraud? If you don't want to go, just don't. Despite the resolution of her predicament, Zhao Shuyuan seemed far more concerned about Chen Ran's safety than expressing gratitude. Although Chen Ran was reluctant to attend, he realized that refusing would only deepen his confusion. Confident in his own abilities, he was not afraid of being deceived. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded. Very well, I will accompany you. Chen Ran. Zhao Shuyuan expressed her unease upon his agreement. It's all right. What could such a large corporation possibly do to me? Chen Ran reassured her before stepping into Wu Haiyun's vehicle. The car sped towards the headquarters of Tianyue Group, arriving in no time. True to its reputation as a prominent enterprise in Pengcheng, the headquarters towered impressively at 66 stories. Despite the night, the building glowed brightly, with numerous employees still at work. Under Wu Haiyun's guidance, Chen Ran ascended to the 60th floor, arriving at the chairman's office. Wu Haiyun knocked on the door. Come in. At the sound of a somewhat fatigued voice, Wu Haiyun opened the door, ushering Chen Ran inside. Chairman, Mr. Chen has arrived. Chapter 25, The Gratitude Gift. Inside the office sat a solitary figure, a middle-aged man of average height with a dignified appearance, exuding an air of refinement. He was Su Jianbang, the chairman of Tianyue Group. Although only in his 40s, his face bore few wrinkles, his thick brows accentuating his composed demeanor. Dressed in a well-pressed shirt and with meticulously styled hair, he appeared quite spirited. Yet, Chen Ran, with his keen perception, discerned the underlying exhaustion in his eyes, as if burdened by some pressing concern. As Su Jianbang perused the document, he closed it upon noticing Chen Ran's entrance. You may leave, Su Jianbang instructed Wu Haiyun. With that, Wu Haiyun exited, leaving only Chen Ran. Upon entering, Chen Ran was greeted by an alluring fragrance, neither floral nor perfumed, its origin unknown to him. After a cursory glance at Su Jianbang, he began to survey his surroundings. Su Jianbang raised his gaze, scrutinizing Chen Ran for a moment before finally managing a smile. Albeit faint, and uttering a single word, sit. Had it not been for the fact that he stood before the esteemed chairman of Tianyue Group, Chen Ran might have found it hard to believe that this prominent figure had summoned him. Although he was now convinced, he still struggled to comprehend the reason behind it. Chairman Su is a well-known figure, yet I have only seen you on television. We have no prior acquaintance. Your assistant indicated you wished to meet me. Why is that? Chen Ran inquired, settling into the chair, eager to clarify his lingering doubts. Su Jianbang seemed momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a direct inquiry and surprised by Chen Ran's nonchalant demeanor. as if he did not regard him with the usual reverence afforded to someone of his stature. As the chairman of Tianyue Group, everyone within the corporation treated him with utmost respect, and even prominent figures in the business and political spheres honored him accordingly. Yet this young man before him was distinctly different. Chen Ran had briefly considered adopting a more humble demeanor, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Su Jianbang was indeed a significant figure, but what relevance did that have for him? He was neither a senior relative nor a superior when he faced hardship. Su Jianbang had not extended a helping hand, and now that he had found success, it was not Su Jianbang who had facilitated it. He owed him nothing. So why should he act subservient? In Chen Ran's view, it was Su Jianbang who sought him out, not the other way around. He was fortunate to be here at all. Why should he feel compelled to act like a subordinate? After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianbang regained his composure. Smiling as he inquired, "Is Mr. Chen a native of Pengcheng?" "No, I hail from Shu province." "What do your parents do?" "They are farmers. Members of a family of impoverished peasants for 3 generations. Do you have any siblings?" "I have a younger sister." "And your age?" 23. As Su Jianbang's words trailed off, Chen Ran immediately discerned the nature of his inquiry, and upon answering his questions, a frown knitted Chen Ran's brow. Was Mr. Su summoning me from a farm merely to conduct a census? He regarded Su Jianbang with a quizzical expression. "Oh, no, I was merely asking casually." Noticing Chen Ran's impatience, Su Jianbang waved his hand dismissively. "Casually asking? This seems rather too casual. If you have something to say, please do so directly, Mr. Su. It's already evening, and I have matters to attend to tomorrow." Chen Ran genuinely could not fathom why this individual sought him out. Yet he had resolved that should the other party remain ambiguous, he would take his leave. Fortunately, perceiving Chen Ran's growing impatience, Su Jianbang refrained from further obfuscation and divulged his purpose. "I invited Mr. Chen here to discuss the incident on Victory Road. On one hand, I wish to express my gratitude to you, and on the other, I would like to extend my apologies and offer a form of compensation." Chen Ran was baffled by this statement. "Gratitude? Su Yutong is my daughter." Upon uttering this, Su Jianbang's intention became somewhat clearer to Chen Ran. "I have reviewed the surveillance footage at the intersection. You saved Yutong and her classmates, for which I am profoundly grateful." Chen Ran realized the weight of his actions. It was merely a trivial effort. There is no need for such formality. His act of heroism stemmed solely from his inherent kindness, and he held no regard for expressions of gratitude. However, he was perplexed by the notion of an apology. Having viewed the footage, "I am aware that not only did you save my daughter, but also several passers-by. Given that you rescued so many, you rightfully deserve commendation from the relevant authorities. Yet, due to certain circumstances, you will not receive this recognition, and I feel a deep sense of regret about it. Consequently, I have decided to offer you some form of recompense." Chen Ran had indeed saved numerous lives, though he had never contemplated receiving accolades for his actions. Upon hearing that the commendation he was entitled to had been revoked, he could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity and inquired as to the reason. Su Jianbang, clearly reluctant to disclose the details, eventually relented in response to Chen Ran's persistent questioning. It was then that Chen Ran learned the unfortunate truth. The truck responsible for the incident belonged to Tianyue Group, and the driver was an employee of the company. Chen Ran's expression morphed into one of astonishment. This incident resulted in 3 fatalities and several injuries. Had it not been for your selfless intervention, the death toll could have been even higher. Given the magnitude of this event, we were compelled to undertake measures to mitigate its public impact. Su Jianbang's words were couched in politeness, yet Chen Ran grasped the underlying message. Tianyue Group, embroiled in this scandal, sought to protect its reputation and diminish the fallout. Had he received recognition, the media would undoubtedly have sensationalized the story, exacerbating the situation. Thus, they employed various tactics to rescind his commendation. Nevertheless, feeling a sense of obligation, they wished to provide him with some compensation. As he concluded, Su Jianbang retrieved a check from his drawer. "This sum represents my gratitude for your life-saving actions toward my daughter, as well as compensation. I hope you will accept it without disdain." Chen Ran, having never encountered a genuine check before, was intrigued by the amount. Leaning closer to inspect, he was taken aback. 5 million. He stared wide-eyed at Su Jianbang. Disbelief etched across his face. Although aware of the man's vast fortune, he had not anticipated such a generous offer for what he considered a simple act of kindness. Had this occurred just a few days prior, he would have seized the opportunity without a second thought. However, after a couple of days spent trading raw stones for profit, he had developed a more nuanced understanding of wealth. Most importantly, he now possessed the ability to earn money, and while he had yet to amass such a sum, the future held promise. Thus, although astonished by the amount, he managed to restrain himself. "Mr. Su, my act of saving lives was purely out of kindness. Accepting your remuneration would alter the nature of the deed. Furthermore, this amount is excessively generous." Chen Ran mused that a token of 3 or 200,000 would suffice. Such a substantial sum made him feel awkward about accepting it. Su Jianbang chuckled softly. In light of what you have done, this sum is hardly excessive. Primarily, I have an additional, rather delicate request that I hope you might consider. What sort of delicate request? Chen Ran inquired, perplexed. I would like to ask if you could spend some time abroad. Just as he had initially perceived Su Jianbang's demeanor as overly courteous, this statement irked Chen Ran. What do you mean? Is it not enough that I decline recognition to alleviate the impact on your company? Now you expect me to flee abroad? Chen Ran's frustration was palpable. Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. Su Jianbang waved his hand, attempting to clarify. I am not suggesting you run away. Rather, I would like you to accompany my daughter abroad. This rationale proved even more difficult for Chen Ran to accept than the previous suggestion. Accompanying his daughter? Su Yutong? For what purpose? He was not a mere escort. Chen Ran was utterly confounded. Had he not been certain of his hearing, he might have doubted his own senses. Chapter 26. A painting. Chen Ran indeed heard correctly. Su Jianbang had genuinely made such a proposal. He soon elucidated his reasoning. Tianyue Group has encountered some issues recently, and I am exceedingly busy, leaving me little time to care for my daughter. I contemplated sending Su Yutong abroad for a while. Yet I worry she might struggle to cope alone, so I thought to accompany her. I heard about her confession to you at school a few days ago. Since Yutong has feelings for you, your presence might encourage her to stay longer. Chen Ran understood the reason behind Su Jianbang's request. It became clear that the news of Su Yutong's confession had reached her father's ears. Yet he was blissfully unaware that his daughter had merely used Chen Ran as a shield, assuming it to be genuine affection. No wonder he had been so curious earlier. Chen Ran grasped the entire situation. The 5 million was merely an initial sum. All expenses incurred during the stay abroad would be covered, and upon his return, further compensation would be forthcoming. Stop right there, Chen Ran interjected, halting Su Jianbang from continuing. Mr. Su, you are misunderstanding the situation. Su Jianbang regarded Chen Ran with confusion. I have no relationship with your daughter. She does not harbor feelings for me, nor do I for her. My actions today were entirely coincidental. As for that incident at school a few days ago, consider it a joke. Please do not overthink it. If you doubt my words, feel free to ask her directly. I completely understand your concern for your daughter, but I can unequivocally assure you that if she truly wishes for someone's company abroad, it certainly will not be me. Chen Ran declared emphatically, determined to extinguish Su Jianbang's notion at its inception. Merely accompanying someone abroad for a trip in exchange for a few million sounded appealing, yet Chen Ran recognized that such wealth did not rightfully belong to him. Su Yutong did not have any affection for him, nor would she ever permit him to accompany her, even if he accepted the money and succeeded in pleasing Mr. Su. Once Su Yutong learned the truth, she would undoubtedly disclose it to her father, thus branding him a fraud. Therefore, Chen Ran was forthright in his refusal. He was resolute that he would not travel abroad. He still had much to accomplish in earning money, and once he succeeded, he intended to return home in glory and provide for his family. Chen Ran's explanation left Su Jianbang momentarily speechless. His daughter disdains him? Had he been mistaken all along? Although Chen Ran did not conform to his ideal image of a son-in-law, the nobility of his character shone through his willingness to act heroically, rendering his moral integrity beyond reproach. Furthermore, his appearance was not lacking. It was merely his humble background that set him apart. Deep down, Su Jianbang had already reconciled himself to the idea of Chen Ran as his son-in-law. Now, with the truth unveiled, he was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. All right, Mr. Su, I've made myself clear. This is where our conversation ends. Farewell. Chen Ran had assumed Su Jianbang sought him out for a particular reason, only to discover it was all a misunderstanding. Regardless of whether Su Jianbang believed him, he had provided his explanation and felt it was time to depart. Mr. Chen, even if the connection between you and Yutong is a misunderstanding, this sum of money is rightfully yours. Chen Ran's candidness was met with admiration from Su Jianbang, who genuinely wished to express his gratitude. If not for his affection, Chen Ran's act of saving his daughter would have been all the more commendable. Having reviewed the surveillance footage, Su Jianbang was bewildered by how Chen Ran could have moved with such speed. Recognizing the perilous nature of the situation and deeming Chen Ran deserving of the compensation, I have already stated that saving someone is merely a trifling act. There is no need for recompense. Chen Ran remained resolute in refusing the money. As he turned to leave, he paused at the door and glanced back. Su Jianbang assumed he was reconsidering the offer, and although he found it amusing, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. It is commendable for the youth to exhibit humility. How could one truly refuse a gift so readily presented? He quickly extended the check once more, only to be met with Chen Ran's unexpected request. I will not accept the money, Mr. Su. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, might you consider gifting me that painting? Since entering, Chen Ran had been captivated by a peculiar fragrance, a subtle yet unforgettable aroma that invigorated the senses. After scrutinizing the room, he discerned that the scent emanated from a painting by the window. The artwork depicted a coastal landscape, with a sky tinged in purple hues. It resembled an oil painting, yet was not quite one. Chen Ran could not identify its style, but he felt an undeniable longing for it. The purple pigments mirrored the luminous stone he had dreamt of the previous night. An intense desire to possess the painting surged within him, and he was certain it was no mere figment of imagination. Upon hearing Chen Ran's words, Su Jianbang was taken aback. To forego money for a painting? He hesitated, casting a glance at the artwork. It appeared to be a modern piece, unremarkable at first glance, and Chen Ran likely considered it of little value. Yet, upon reflection, a man of Su Jianbang's stature would not display an ordinary painting in his office. Perhaps it was deceptively valuable. Very well. Chen Ran was about to dismiss the idea when, unexpectedly, Su Jianbang agreed wholeheartedly. He approached the window and carefully removed the painting. It was not large, measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, framed elegantly. Mr. Su, I was merely speaking in jest. If it poses any inconvenience, please disregard my request. Observing Su Jianbang extend the painting towards him, Chen Ran refrained from taking it. There is no inconvenience. I merely wish to inquire, why do you desire this painting? It is not the work of a renowned artist. Su Jianbang regarded Chen Ran with curiosity. Relieved to learn that it was not a masterpiece, Chen Ran exhaled. If it were indeed a famous work, I would hesitate to accept it. The truth is, I simply admire it. I was drawn to it at first glance and found it beautifully rendered. Really? Mr. Chen truly appreciates this painting? Su Jianbang's excitement was palpable upon hearing Chen Ran's admiration. Chen Ran mused. Perhaps this was a creation of Su Jianbang himself, long unappreciated, now finding recognition in him. Hence the excitement. Yes, it's simply a matter of preference. What other reason could there be? Chen Ran replied nonchalantly. Su Jianbang regarded Chen Ran with a newfound depth of understanding, his expression shifting to one of melancholy. Who would have thought that a young man such as Mr. Chen possessed an appreciation for art? It would be far better for this painting to be in the hands of someone who values it than languishing with a Philistine like himself. With that, he solemnly presented the painting to Chen Ran. The latter was puzzled by Su Jianbang's gravity. He had already clarified it was not a work of significance. Even if it were his own creation, he could simply craft another. Yet, though he did not fully comprehend, Chen Ran feigned a sense of gravity as he accepted the gift. I hope Mr. Chen will cherish it. Certainly, Chen Ran assured, clapping his chest in promise. Although he lacked any deep understanding of art, he could not discern what made this painting special. He simply desired it. The moment it was in his possession, his spirits visibly lifted. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your generosity. I shall take my leave now. Regardless of the painting's worth or origin, Chen Ran felt immense gratitude, extending his hand for a handshake with Su Jianbang. Yet, just as they clasped hands, an unsettling familiarity washed over him, and the scene before him abruptly morphed. He beheld a black sedan violently rear-ended by a construction vehicle, crumpling the rear half of the car. Within, the occupants were bloodied, and to his shock, it was Su Jianbang. Damn! Chen Ran cursed inwardly, swiftly retracting his hand. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene, each occurrence evoked a primal fear within him. The suddenness was jarring, leaving him utterly unprepared. The imagery was grotesque, hauntingly vivid. Chen Ran's hand recoiling felt akin to a sharp sting, leaving Su Jianbang momentarily bewildered, unsure of the young man's sudden change. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, Wu Haiyan approached the door. Chairman, the meeting is ready. The reason Su Jianbang remained at the office so late was to prepare for this meeting. And upon hearing Wu Haiyan's words, he dismissed any concern for Chen Ran. Mr. Chen, I have a meeting to attend, so I will not see you out. With that, he instructed Wu Haiyan to escort Chen Ran, while he himself made his way to the conference room. Chapter 27. I Can Foretell Fate. Under Wu Haiyan's guidance, Chen Ran descended the stairs, yet the scene he had witnessed lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. From prior experiences, he had come to understand that he could sense the moments leading to another's demise. This indicated that Su Jianbang was destined to die soon. Su Yutong was Su Jianbang's daughter, a revelation that had taken Chen Ran by surprise. Yet, with Su Yutong having recently been in an accident, it was alarmingly coincidental that her father would soon face a similar fate. Car accidents were commonplace, but for one family to endure two such tragedies in quick succession seemed far too improbable. Chen Ran suspected there was more at play than mere coincidence. He recalled Su Jianbang's earlier remarks about being too preoccupied with work to care for Su Yutong, which led him to consider sending her abroad. This had struck Chen Ran as peculiar. If he could not provide care domestically, how would sending her overseas remedy the situation? Despite the demands of his job, he could at least see her occasionally. Chen Ran concluded that Su Jianbang must have been withholding the truth, but as it did not concern him directly, He had opted not to press further. In his mind, it was likely that the Su Jianbang group had encountered some trouble, sensing a looming danger, which prompted them to send their daughter away to avoid any potential entanglements. It soon became evident that Su Jianbang's decision was indeed prudent, for calamity was about to befall him. He never anticipated that the chairman would gift such a painting to Mr. Chen, which clearly indicated his profound admiration for him. As Chen Ran was being escorted to the car, Wu Haiyun remarked with a smile. Chen Ran, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Assistant Wu, what is the origin of this painting? Is it truly valuable?" He found it difficult to comprehend how someone could deduce Su Jianbang's affection for him merely based on a painting. Noting Su Jianbang's reluctant expression earlier, Chen Ran was unclear whether the artwork held any real significance or not. Hearing his question, Wu Haiyun appeared somewhat taken aback. "Mr. Chen is not aware of the painting's background?" Chen Ran shook his head. Wu Haiyun chuckled softly. "To be frank, in the hands of others, this painting might be worth little, but to our chairman, it is nothing short of a priceless treasure." Such words piqued Chen Ran's curiosity further. "Why is that?" "It was painted by our chairman's wife." "Oh." Chen Ran was taken aback, initially assuming it was painted by Su Jianbang himself. "But what makes the artwork so precious? She could just paint another one when she has the time. She is not a stranger." Upon hearing Chen Ran's comments, Wu Haiyun found it both amusing and lamentable. "Mr. Chen, you may not be aware, but our chairman's wife fell ill many years ago and has been in a vegetative state ever since." "I see." Chen Ran realized he had misspoken. No wonder Wu Haiyun claimed the painting was invaluable to Su Jianbang. It was for this reason. Before her illness, it was likely that she left behind more than just this painting, and having it in his office must carry some special significance. At that moment, Chen Ran felt a pang of embarrassment. He had unwittingly taken something so meaningful with a mere gesture, though he contemplated returning it. He was also curious about the painting's allure that stirred such a yearning within him. Ultimately, he decided to keep it, reasoning that he would have to see it again before considering its return. Yet, he could not fathom why Su Jianbang would so readily part with such a precious item, especially if it held special meaning due to his wife's condition. Was it merely because someone expressed admiration? Or did he sense impending danger and feel incapable of protecting the painting, thus opting to give it away? Lost in thought, Chen Ran soon found himself in front of the very Maybach he had seen earlier. He noticed several other vehicles parked nearby, one of which was a Rolls-Royce. Upon seeing this car, he instinctively halted his steps. In the instant he shook hands with Su Jianbang. He recalled the accident scene where the vehicle that had been struck was none other than this one. "Mr. Chen, I shall not accompany you any further." Wu Haiyun instructed the driver to take Chen Ran. However, Chen Ran hesitated before boarding, pointing at the Rolls-Royce. "Is that your chairman's car?" Indeed. Though Chen Ran had no authority over Su Jianbang's affairs, he felt a sense of moral obligation. Having taken something from him while remaining oblivious to its significance was one thing, but knowing that he might be in danger and feigning ignorance felt too callous. Thus, he said to Wu Haiyun, "Please advise your chairman not to use that car for the time being." Wu Haiyun was taken aback. Why? He was puzzled by Chen Ran's sudden insistence. Because, as he observed Wu Haiyun's perplexed expression, Chen Ran found himself at a loss for words. If he were to speak the truth, he feared being dismissed as a fool. Surely no reasonable person would believe him. Perhaps it was better to weave a fanciful tale instead. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ran took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor, his voice lowering. "To be candid, Assistant Wu, I possess no remarkable talents, save for a family legacy of fortune-telling, which has proven quite accurate. Just now, I noticed your chairman's brow darkening, as if shrouded in clouds. I fear he is destined for misfortune. This vehicle is ill-suited for him. He should not ride in it." Chen Ran's declaration left Wu Haiyun astounded. Had it not been for the fact that the chairman himself had requested Chen Ran's presence, Wu Haiyun would have swiftly ejected him. Yet, he held his tongue, bewildered. "But this car has always been our chairman's, and he has traveled in it without incident. Was it not the case that he enjoyed good fortune before? If he is now to encounter misfortune, can the past continue to repeat itself?" Chen Ran shot Wu Haiyun an exasperated glare, asserting, "Let me be clear. If he avoids this vehicle, all shall be well. If he rides it, calamity will surely follow." Chen Ran spoke with such conviction that he appeared quite earnest. Wu Haiyun glanced between the car and Chen Ran, his expression one of confusion. "The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. It is only because your chairman is a decent man that I have said so much. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you." With that, Chen Ran stepped into the Maybach. As he watched the car pull away, Wu Haiyun remained in a state of uncertainty. Regardless of Chen Ran's age, could he truly possess the gift of foresight? After all, he was a graduate of a prestigious foreign university, a returned PhD, and had always scoffed at superstitions. Yet, Chen Ran's words, though sounding absurd, contained a kernel of truth. The chairman had indeed been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. Reflecting on this, Wu Haiyun began to question his own judgment. After all, he was still young and inexperienced. What if fortune-telling held some validity? In this regard, one might heed the old adage, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. Lost in thought, Wu Haiyun remained undecided. Just then, he spotted Su Jianbang exiting the hall and hurried to greet him. Has the meeting concluded? Wu Haiyun glanced at the time, surprised to see it had lasted less than 20 minutes. Typically, even evening meetings would extend for at least 40 to 50 minutes. Clearly, Su Jianbang was in a foul mood, suggesting that the meeting had not gone well and may have ended prematurely. Let us go home, he said briskly, making his way towards the Rolls-Royce. Just as the bodyguard was about to open the door, Wu Haiyun stepped forward to halt him. What is the matter? Su Jianbang asked. Looking at Wu Haiyun with curiosity, Wu Haiyun hesitated. Chen Ran's earlier remarks had been so outrageous that, while he entertained the notion of believing in them, he was reluctant to voice them directly to Su Jianbang. He quickly concocted an excuse. There seems to be a minor issue with this vehicle. Perhaps the chairman should consider taking another one? An issue? Su Jianbang paused, and Wu Haiyun nodded earnestly. Being Su Jianbang's trusted aide, he was never questioned. And thus Su Jianbang merely smiled wryly. No wonder it is said that when one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can lead to a sore tooth. Why must problems arise at such a time? With a hint of annoyance, Su Jianbang turned and climbed into the nearby Bentley. Chapter 28. The enhancement of abilities. Chen Ran was uncertain whether Wu Haiyun would heed his advice, but he felt he had done all he could. If they chose not to believe him, no amount of persuasion would make a difference. Upon returning home, it was already past 10. Perhaps hearing the sound of his door opening, Chen Ran soon received a message from Zhao Shiyuan. You're back? Yes. Everything all right. Nothing else wrong. Are you still awake? I just got into bed. Why not come up for a bit? Zhao Shiyuan's late-night invitation would have been readily accepted by Chen Ran in the past, but not tonight. He needed to focus on studying the painting. Never mind, it's too late. Don't you want to know what those people were bothering me for earlier? I do. Then come up and chat. Not tonight, I want to come. I'll come down to find you. No, really it's too late. Let us save it for another day. It'll be the same then. Chen Ran reluctantly declined. Are you free tomorrow? Come shopping with me. Tomorrow 1T work. I have something to do. Are you deliberately avoiding me? Zhao Shiyuan seemed somewhat annoyed. No, I really have things to do tomorrow. I meant tomorrow afternoon. It's about tomorrow afternoon. I swear, I'm not lying. Go to hell. Seeing Zhao Shiyuan's last message, Chen Ran realized she was indeed upset. However, he was helpless. It wasn't his intention. After all, he genuinely had commitments tomorrow. The afternoon was reserved for the rare stone exhibition, a plan he had already discussed with Huang Xinghua. It wouldn't just be inconsiderate to cancel, but Chen Ran was also keen on making some money. This was a golden opportunity. He had no choice but to turn down Zhao Shiyuan for now, hoping to make amends with her once he earned some money. With this thought, Chen Ran tossed aside his phone and took out the painting he had acquired from Su Jianbang, beginning to examine it. The painting depicted a simple scene of the beach and the sky. However, lacking an artistic inclination, Chen Ran was not drawn to the subject matter, but rather to the paint itself, specifically, the purple hue. Why did it always seem so fragrant? There was an overwhelming urge to inhale it. Chen Ran pondered, could it be toxic? Yet, he had no addiction. With no one around, he tentatively licked a bit of the paint. Yuck, it was bitter. Wiping his mouth, he found himself even more perplexed. It wasn't a craving for consumption. It felt more like a desire to have it nearby. Being close to this substance made him feel invigorated and at ease. After contemplating for a while without arriving at any conclusion, he realized time was slipping away, and he decided to take a shower and go to bed. Awakening at dawn, Chen Ran felt extraordinarily refreshed. Upon seeing the painting from last night, however, he was taken aback. The previously violet sky had transformed into a murky gray. How could the sky in the painting change? Upon touching it, he discovered the paint had vanished. The thick layer of putty that had coated the surface of the paper was now gone. As if that wasn't enough. The most astonishing part was that the moment he touched the painting, a scene of its creation unfolded before him. He saw a woman in a seaside room, holding a brush, capturing the sky outside the window, the very scene depicted in the painting before him. The vision lasted only an instant, leaving Chen Ran bewildered. What on earth is happening? Last night, he had no such visions while touching the painting. Why was it different this morning? Confounded. He reached out once more to touch the painting, and another scene materialized. But this time, it was different. The painting was being framed, set against the backdrop of a framing shop. Touching it again brought forth yet another scene, this time in Su Jianbang's office, with Su himself arranging the painting. However, when he touched it for the fourth time, no scene appeared. Chen Ran paused, then reached for his phone. The device, which had previously shown no reaction, now revealed a scene of a phone assembly line the moment he touched it. Another touch transformed the background into a warehouse storing phones, and yet another into a phone store. On the fourth attempt, there was no response. He tried touching other objects, and the same phenomenon occurred. Each time, 3 scenes appeared. But after that, no more would manifest. After some contemplation, Chen Ran began to understand. His abilities seemed to have improved. Previously, there had been no reaction to everyday items, only to antiques and the initial purple clay teapot replica. This ability had been unreliable, but now it appeared stable. He could now see 3 scenes consistently. The scenes displayed with each item bore no connection other than the common object, as if they were randomly generated. Regardless, it was a definite enhancement. As for why this improvement had occurred, he surmised it might be related to the purple paint in the painting. Although he was uncertain how the purple paint had vanished, it undoubtedly tied to his newfound abilities. He had sensed a profound yearning within himself for a reason. It turned out that this substance could enhance his capabilities. It seemed that his dream from the previous night wasn't tea without purpose. Perhaps it was his ability conveying some form of guidance, urging him to seek out that particular stone. Chen Ran suddenly felt a touch foolish. Beyond the painting, he should have inquired about the nature of that paint. Now, he wondered whether Su Jianbang was still alive. If he had passed, would anyone still care to answer his questions? With a mind to find Su Jianbang, Chen Ran glanced at the time and realized it was already 11 o'clock. He hadn't anticipated sleeping for so long that night. The rare stone exhibition was said to commence in the afternoon, but merchants would begin setting up their stalls throughout the morning. He had arranged to meet Huang Xinghua at noon. Given that the exhibition primarily featured not raw stones, but rather a selection of them, with varying qualities, arriving early was essential to procure good finds. Noticing the time slipping away, Chen Ran decided to head to the exhibition first and earn some money before anything else. If Su Jianbang were dead, going now would be futile. If he were alive, arriving later would not pose a problem. Having made up his mind, Chen Ran hurriedly washed up, then went downstairs to purchase a pair of gloves at the community entrance. He had no choice. Everything he touched now evoked scenes, even his toothbrush and toothpaste. Although each item only displayed 3 scenes, the consumption was significant. Without a pair of gloves, he risked exhausting his sensory ability before the exhibition even began. Chen Ran barely had time for breakfast before he dashed out on his electric scooter. Just as he turned the corner, his phone began to ring. Expecting it to be Huang Xinghua, he picked it up only to find it was Guiyong. Chen Ran, are you at home? Guiyong's voice came through the line. Chen Ran was not far from home, but didn't he want to delay his plans. So he simply replied that he wasn't home. If you're not home, then where are you? Guiyong asked, puzzled. I'm at Nanjiao Park. I have something to do. Why are you looking for me? Not looking for you. Your wife is looking for you. Chen Ran frowned, initially thinking he had dialed the wrong number. Upon seeing the name was indeed Guiyong, he retorted, have you lost your mind? I don't have a wife. It was indeed the wealthy woman you saved yesterday. What was her name again? Su Yutong? Chen Ran was taken aback. Is that right? I'm not entirely sure. I accompanied my father for a follow-up at the hospital and happened to run into her. She mentioned she had something to discuss with you. The fact that Su Yutong was still seeking him out suggested that her father was still alive. However, what could she possibly want from him? Chen Ran found himself puzzled. Tell her I'm unavailable at the moment, I'm not at home, and we'll discuss it tomorrow. Chen Ran was uncertain about the nature of her inquiry, but today, nothing held more significance than attending the Stone Expo. I'm in it for the money. Do you think this is a joke? As he spoke, he hung up the phone, twisted the throttle, and sped off towards South Suburban Park on his electric scooter. He was not alone in his urgency. Huang Xinghua was equally anxious, having skipped lunch and only purchasing a few sesame cakes. When Chen Ran arrived, he found Huang seated on a park bench, gnawing on a sesame cake. As the appointed time drew near, he was about to call Chen Ran to inquire about his whereabouts when he spotted him arriving on the electric scooter, and his face lit up with joy. You made it on time. I was just about to call you. Rest assured, I detest being late, Chen Ran replied, glancing at the sesame cake in Huang's hand. Swallowing hard. Have you eaten yet? Huang Xinghua inquired. Not yet. Instantly understanding, Huang opened the bag containing the sesame cakes. Would you like one? Chen Ran did not hesitate, grabbing one and taking a bite. There are more if you need them. I can buy more if this isn't enough. Huang had skipped lunch due to his hectic schedule, spending the entire morning dealing with capital matters. He was unaware of why Chen Ran had not eaten either, but he refrained from asking, urging Chen Ran to eat well so he could work effectively. Upon arriving at South Suburban Park, Chen Ran noticed it was cordoned off. With over 20 security personnel stationed at the entrance, a police kiosk nearby, and armed police patrol vehicles on the roadside. Inside, numerous vendors were busy setting up their stalls, while many others were already prepared. As the saying goes, do not underestimate the early bird. There are always earlier birds. Chen, this is our chance to strike it rich. Are you confident? Huang Xinghua asked nervously while munching on his sesame cake. Boss Huang, at this point, let's not dwell on such unproductive questions. If I were to say I lack confidence, would we even consider leaving? Chen Ran's words elicited a sheepish smile from Huang Xinghua. Have you prepared the money? Chen Ran was not concerned about his own reliability, but was apprehensive about Huang Xinghua faltering. Fortunately, Huang did not disappoint, patting his chest confidently. Don't worry, Chen. I was well prepared. How much? Chen Ran asked. Huang held up 4 fingers. Chen Ran raised an eyebrow. For 100,000? That is not even as much as my own funds. For 100,000? No, for million. Huang Xinghua exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing such a substantial amount, Chen Ran's excitement surged. How many raw stones could they purchase with that? He had not anticipated that Huang Xinghua, who ran a rickety little shop in the flower and bird market barely measuring 20 square meters and seemingly on the verge of collapse, could muster such a sum. When Chen Ran mentioned Huang's financial prowess, Huang's enthusiasm waned considerably, and he sheepishly confessed, "Please don't mock me. I've mortgaged my house." If he possessed 4 million, he wouldn't need to partner with Chen Ran. He would have already switched careers. It was precisely due to his financial constraints that he was eager to make some money. The reason he had skipped meals was that he had been busy seeking a loan from the bank. Out of the 4 million, 3 million was borrowed, and 50,000 came from friends, while he himself only contributed 50,000. He was candid about his borrowing, detailing each sum and its respective interest. Chen Ran was no fool. He quickly grasped that Huang Xinghua was depending on him to purchase more stones to earn a profit, lest he struggle to cover even the interest. It was remarkable that he managed to secure a 3 million mortgage in such a short span. Rest assured, Boss Huang. With my involvement, profits are guaranteed. Just await my gratitude, Chen Ran reassured him, giving Huang a pat on the shoulder, a gesture that served to instill confidence. Huang was more than eager for such assurance, nodding enthusiastically. Once they had finished their sesame cakes, the two made their way into the expo. Chapter 29, The Stone Expo. A substantial portion of South Suburban Park was cordoned off, with various stalls arranged in a haphazard manner, creating a complex network of pathways akin to the streets outside. The expo was organized by Wanha Group, the same group that owned Wanbeige, which specialized in antiques, jade, gold, silver, and various luxury goods, boasting significant financial strength. Chen Ran followed Huang Xinghua, listening to his explanations while admiring the array of peculiar stones showcased at the stalls, many of which were quite costly. One stone table was priced at 2,800,000, while a stone screen over 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide bore a price tag of 660,000. Chen Ran couldn't help but marvel silently. He wondered if anyone would genuinely purchase such items. The shipping costs alone would be substantial. He had initially thought Huang Xinghua's 4 million was a considerable sum, but in comparison to the prices of these stones, it was hardly significant. Fortunately, they were not in the market for these curiosities, but were instead focused on raw stones, inherently seeking to leverage small investments into larger returns. Otherwise, their funds might indeed prove insufficient. This year's transactions were significantly more convenient than in previous years, as Wanha Group collaborated with Pingqing Bank to develop a mobile application. All vendors and buyers merely needed to have funds in their bank accounts, and after a verification process, they could register as users. Once registered, users could execute rapid transactions within the app, with Wanha Group acting as a guarantor, whether buying or selling. Everything could be completed with a mere tap of a finger. At the end of the event, users would simply need to verify their identities at the Wanha Group service point, and the funds would be transferred directly to their bank accounts. The only downside was the 2% service fee, which was understandable given the scale of the organization. They could not operate without generating profit. Prior to Chen Ran's arrival, Huang Xinghua had already completed his registration. As mentioned yesterday, Chen Ran needed to concern himself with nothing other than purchasing raw stones. However, there was one notable change. The transactions had become considerably more streamlined. Given that Chen Ran had limited funds, he had previously heard that the transaction procedures could be somewhat cumbersome and funds could not be immediately liquidated, which was why he had agreed to a profit split of 20/80. With the advent of this app, transactions had become much simpler, and the profits no longer required immediate liquidation. They could be utilized directly within the app and cashed out upon leaving the venue. This development left Chen Ran feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, especially since he had advocated for a 190 split just the night before. Perhaps considering this, Huang Xinghua, after explaining the new system, steeled himself and said, "The situation is slightly different from our previous discussions, but rest assured, I won't let you suffer any losses. If we earn significantly this time, we'll stick to the 190 split. If the profits are modest, you'll have to show some mercy to your brother and allow me a little leeway. Of course, the final decision on how much will be left to you." Huang Xinghua's demeanor was exceedingly humble. Hearing him say this, Chen Ran glanced at him and observed his sheepish smile. While Huang had initially left a less than stellar impression on Chen Ran, he had subsequently come to appreciate him, particularly for his flexibility and honesty. Chen Ran had not raised this matter today, and Huang could have easily chosen to remain silent. Perhaps it would have been wiser to remain ambiguous. to deflect his inquiries with vague responses and operate in the shadows. Yet, he spoke candidly, articulating his thoughts with remarkable clarity. This aspect is indeed commendable. Very well. Let us proceed according to our discussions from last night. Chen Ran's words took Huang Xinghua by surprise. Brother Yu, it is indeed rare for Boss Huang to speak so frankly. The situation has shifted, yet it was not by your design. As for me, I am not one to contradict myself. Regardless of profit margins, we shall adhere to our previous agreement. A promise is a promise. Chen Ran values his integrity and does not wish to quibble over trifles. Of course, this candor from Huang Xinghua occurred before they had purchased the stones. Had he revealed this during or after the transaction, Chen Ran might not have been so accommodating. Chen Ran's words filled Huang Xinghua with elation, who exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly generous." He had prepared himself to make concessions, but to his astonishment, Chen Ran was not one to hold grudges. Changing one's stance in the midst of negotiations can destabilize morale, so this matter shall not be debated further. Indeed, you are absolutely right, brother. You possess great vision. Huang Xinghua laughed heartily, giving Chen Ran a thumbs up in praise, as they approached the stall selling the raw stones. The stall spanned approximately 30 square meters, displaying hundreds of raw stones of varying sizes. Someone had just auctioned off a piece of ice jade, and many were vying for it. I bid 400,000, 450,000, 500,000, 600,000. This exhibition of rare stones attracted a diverse crowd, ordinary spectators drawn by curiosity, affluent buyers seeking to acquire unique stones for their collections, and individuals like Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua, hoping to profit from the raw materials. Among them were many owners of jade shops. These jade merchants were less interested in the raw stones themselves than in the jade they could yield, as they specialized in jade processing, requiring only the jade. Due to their lack of direct dealings with raw stones, they often lacked discernment and typically refrained from purchasing raw stones, instead opting for the processed materials. Although the costs were high, as long as the prices remained reasonable, the risks were minimal and manageable. The reason raw stones were sold at this exhibition was that the jade extracted from them would always find a market, either through the stall owners or these merchants. The jade shop owners, typically affluent, would engage in competitive bidding, resulting in high sale prices. If the seller of the jade was dissatisfied with the offers, they could always sell to Wanha Group as the organizer. While Wanha Group might not concern itself with other items, they would certainly ensure a market for the jade, given their business in jade products. They might not offer the highest prices, but they would guarantee no losses. Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua stood by the stall, observing the competitive bidding, until a bald-headed owner secured the ice jade for 750,000, having purchased the raw stone for only 120,000. With a profit of 630,000, the middle-aged man was elated, which ignited a sense of envy in Huang Xinghua, who quickly inquired of Chen Ran, "Brother, do you see anything you like?" Chen Ran stood 3 feet away, contemplating that mere observation would not suffice. He needed to touch the stones. Without a word, he approached. He knelt beside a stone the size of a human head, removed his gloves, and began to feel it. A mere touch revealed a bean variety. It was estimated to be worth several thousand, yet the stone was priced steeply at 80,000. Chen Ran then reached for the adjacent stone, larger and even pricier at 220,000, but it contained lesser quality material, a dry green variety estimated at just over 1,000. Despite the excitement surrounding those who had successfully extracted jade, should one fail to do so, there would be no place to lament. No matter how much capital one possessed, purchasing several such stones would induce apprehension and regret. Earning a profit is never an easy endeavor. Chen Ran had mentally prepared for this challenge and continued to feel a third stone, only to find it lacking. He proceeded to the 4th and 5th. But after 5 unsuccessful attempts, Huang Xinghua grew anxious and whispered, "Brother, these uncut stones truly test one's discernment. Why not consider the cut stones instead? Uncut stones reveal nothing from their exterior, whereas cut stones at least provide a glimpse of the jade within, making them easier to assess. However, they are correspondingly more expensive. And while uncut stones may yield losses, cut stones could potentially incur even greater losses." Of course, Chen Ran possessed a unique sensitivity to such matters, ensuring he would not encounter such pitfalls. Nevertheless, he remained resolute against purchasing the cut stones, deeming their prices exorbitant, for to 500,000 each, and given their size. Even if profitable, the gains would be modest at best. He preferred the uncut stones, which, while challenging to yield jade, offered greater rewards. What of it? He countered. Even a single stone can yield profits that far exceed the cost of many others. One stone is certainly worth the effort. At last, Chen Ran located a raw stone containing jade, triumphantly presenting it. In Chapter 30, the first stone. Does this one contain jade? Huang Xinghua expressed both joy and astonishment at the significant stone Chen Ran was cradling. He rejoiced at finally discovering a jade-bearing stone. yet was taken aback by its considerable weight, estimating it to be around 70 to 80 pounds, which Chen Ran effortlessly lifted. He even weighed it with one hand. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Lifting such a hefty object with one hand seemed unfathomable. What remarkable strength, they murmured. Chen Ran, suddenly realizing the absurdity of his display, was taken aback. Since being struck by lightning, his physical abilities had surged, making the 70 to 80-pound stone feel like a mere 2 or 3 pounds. In a moment of prideful forgetfulness, he had neglected to temper his display. He was there to purchase raw stones, not to showcase his strength, and hastily placed the stone back down. How much for this stone? He inquired of the vendor. Brother, why not take a moment to reconsider? Perhaps you should compare it with others? Huang Xinghua, concerned that Chen Ran might act impulsively, urged him to evaluate all options. No need, Chen Ran replied confidently. This one is quite satisfactory. Seeing his determination, Huang Xinghua ceased his objections and inquired about the price. The stall, run by a couple, had the wife point to the price tag affixed to the stone. It's marked at 250,000. Before Chen Ran could respond, Huang Xinghua began to negotiate. Such a price for an uncut stone is excessive. Reduce it. The vendor replied, for a stone of this size. Not to mention the transportation costs, we brought it all the way from Pugong. Pugong, a renowned jade-producing region in Myanmar, is well known. Yet those dealing in raw stones typically do not divulge the exact origins, opting instead to say they are from Pugong when inquired. Moreover, clients who purchase rough stones are indifferent to their origins. What truly matters is whether they yield anything of value. If they fail to produce, it is inconsequential even if they hail from extraterrestrial realms. Huang Xinghua remains relentless. It is precisely because we recognize the quality of your goods that we are inclined to make a purchase. Let's not exaggerate. The proprietress, uncertain, glanced at her male counterpart. Huang Xinghua's words were not confrontational. He sought a discount without belittling others' wares. After some contemplation, the owner suggested, since you are genuinely interested, let us reduce the price by 20,000, making it 230,000. Huang Xinghua was somewhat dissatisfied with such a modest concession. Yet upon noticing Chen Ran's silence, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Having settled on a price, Huang Xinghua promptly remitted the payment. Regardless of where one procures rough stones, the protocol remains consistent. Payment precedes cutting, as buyers fear that if the stone fails to yield results, they may not be recognized as legitimate purchasers. This arrangement serves not merely to protect the vendor's interests but also to safeguard those of the buyer. For if the stone yields something of considerable value, the vendor might also refuse to acknowledge the agreement. A fair exchange, money for goods, ensures that no party can dispute the transaction. After settling the payment, the vendor inquired whether they wished to proceed with cutting, to which the answer was an unequivocal yes. Chen Ran took up a pen and marked several lines upon the stone. Cut along the lines I've drawn. Observing Chen Ran's assured demeanor, many onlookers grew curious. This young man, though seemingly inexperienced, appeared quite knowledgeable. While it is easy to feign expertise, the anticipation of what might be revealed lingered in the air. There were fears of it yielding nothing substantial, rendering the investment of over 200,000 a mere folly. Amidst the murmurs of hope and skepticism, Chen Ran remained unfazed. While Huang Xinghua cast a sidelong glance at those casting doubt, he muttered under his breath, we haven't even begun yet, and these fools are already speculating. Though he trusted Chen Ran, a hint of apprehension lingered regarding potential losses. Chen Ran reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, urging him to remain calm. The proprietor brought the stone to the machine, rinsing it with water before swiftly cutting along Chen Ran's marked lines. The initial cut of the 70 to 80-pound stone removed a significant third. Oh, there is something. Observers gasped upon seeing a green spot the size of a nostril on the cut surface. Is that jadeite? It appeared to possess good translucency, perhaps imperial green? Regardless of the specific shade, it was rather diminutive. Just slightly larger than a fingertip, it could only serve as a pendant. Huang Xinghua's anticipation surged at the mention of imperial green, but upon realizing its size, his expression soured. As the first cut was completed, the proprietor glanced at Chen Ran. No need to look at me. Proceed with the cuts as marked. Chen Ran's abilities had been validated, and regardless of the surrounding chatter, he possessed unwavering confidence. Nearby, several jade merchants noted that the green spot was already a commendable find, particularly since imperial green was esteemed within jadeite circles. Though the green was small, a pendant might still fetch a value of over 100,000, perhaps even reaching 200,000 with some marketing finesse. Some contemplated bidding. Yet seeing that Chen Ran intended to continue cutting, they restrained their words, opting instead to patiently watch. The vendor, being experienced in this field, skillfully proceeded to the second cut. When this surface was revealed, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was green once more, and significantly larger, now the size of a palm. My goodness, what a size! Exclaimed one onlooker. This could be fashioned into a bracelet. The previous smaller cut still held some green, but this new surface was at least a hand's breadth larger, potentially yielding 3 bracelets. And there remained a large portion yet to be cut. Who knew how many more treasures lay within? The young man was indeed fortunate. Conversations erupted as the previously reticent jade merchants seized the opportunity to bid. 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. I'll bid 650,000. In mere moments, the bidding escalated to 650,000. Huang Xinghua was elated. He was assured a return on his investment. The vendor, equally surprised by the size of the green, looked to Chen Ran, awaiting his next directive. As I instructed, cut along the lines I've drawn. Chen Ran remained impervious to the surrounding bids, for he was not satisfied. He understood the true value of the stone better than anyone else present. Observing Chen Ran's intent to continue cutting, the bald vendor who had previously secured a high-quality icy jade at 750,000 interjected, "Young man, this already substantial yield of green is commendable. Further cutting may yield less. If it fails, the price will inevitably decrease. I offer you 1 million for the stone." Though the bald vendor had not participated in the earlier bidding, he boldly raised the offer by 35,000, demonstrating his resolve. Yet, Chen Ran remained unsatisfied with this price. While the vendor made a valid point, the stone had not yet been cut in half, and a substantial portion remained. The urge to uncover its true nature was too compelling, leading him to politely decline. These potential buyers were not to be trifled with, and Chen Ran maintained a respectful demeanor. However, despite his courtesy, the bald vendor recognized that Chen Ran was not inclined to sell, and with a bemused shake of his head, he ceased further commentary. Huang Xinghua, however, felt a twinge of anxiety and whispered to Chen Ran, "Brother, 1 million is still a profit of over 70,000. It's quite substantial. Perhaps it would be wise to take the deal?" His apprehension about the potential for loss was evident. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran frowned. "Huang, you are in your 40s and surely have encountered wealth before. Let us maintain our composure. We have merely scratched the surface." Though Huang Xinghua was amiable, his incessant chatter since selecting the stone had become somewhat excessive. "Your role is to provide the funds. Allow me to handle the rest." Realizing that Chen Ran was growing impatient, Huang Xinghua quickly acquiesced. Yes, I concede. It is I who lack composure. You are right. I will defer to your judgment." In accordance with Chen Ran's guidance, the vendor proceeded to make the third and final cut. This cut had the potential to remove a third of the remaining stone, and should it yield green, the value would undoubtedly soar, far surpassing 650,000, possibly even reaching 1 million. Chen Ran's hesitance to sell was justified, as many had gathered to witness the outcome, even new arrivals at the stall who abandoned their stone selections to wait for the results. With a decisive slice, the last remnants of stone fell away, revealing the final surface to the assembled crowd. A mere glance elicited exclamations of astonishment. "Good gracious! Incredible! My word! It's all green. Who dares to claim otherwise? It's greener than your head. What could this possibly be worth? No wonder he refused to sell earlier. This young man is indeed fortunate. Fortunate? He had meticulously chosen this piece. Every cut revealed green, and his earlier refusal to sell suggested he possessed some considerable skill. At such a young age, could it truly be? With all 3 surfaces revealing green, and the final one abundant in it, the jade merchants wasted no time in launching a new round of bidding. 1,500,000. I bid 1,800,000. 2,220,000. The bidding had more than doubled compared to before, and Huang Xinghua, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Chen Ran's arm. However, upon receiving a sharp glance from Chen Ran, he promptly released his hold, reminding himself to maintain composure. He needed to be more restrained. It wasn't that Huang Xinghua was lacking in steadiness. Rather, he was simply elated. After all, this was merely the first piece of jade, and its astonishing value heralded a splendid beginning. Such a dazzling success. Chen, my esteemed younger brother, truly possesses remarkable talent. I must refrain from further displeasing him. As Huang Xinghua ruminated, the bidding surged to 2,800,000. With even the stall owner joining in the fray. Chen Ran's initial offer of 250,000 for such a fine piece astonished him. Yet, as someone seasoned in this trade, he had seen it all and was somewhat prepared, so he felt no jealousy. He had a discerning eye and perceived that the remaining uncut stones were not particularly substantial, estimating the value of this piece, which prompted him to participate in the bidding. Nonetheless, he only raised his bid twice before ceasing once the price reached 2,800,000. This was nearly the ceiling for such an item. Finally, when the last bidder upped the ante by another 200,000, silence enveloped the room. "Young man, 3 million. Can we seal the deal now?" It was the same bald-headed gentleman from before. This fellow appeared quite formidable, having previously placed the highest bid and now leading again. 3 million exceeded Chen Ran's expectations. and he had no qualms about it, nodding in agreement to finalize the transaction. The exchange of money and goods transpired seamlessly. The bald-headed owner made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, two individuals arrived to collect the stone. Meanwhile, in the app, the transaction was completed, and Huang Xinghua beamed with joy, nearly bursting into a dance. Although he owned an antique shop, the total value of everything within, including the storefront, did not amount to 3 million. To profit so handsomely from the very first stone left him positively exhilarated. Chen Ran, too, felt a surge of excitement, as this was his first substantial earnings. However, his ambitions were grander. This sum was merely a fraction of his ultimate goal. Though thrilled, he did not exhibit the same exuberance as Huang Xinghua. Moreover, having turned down a 5 million check the previous night, this amount felt rather inconsequential. Brother, shall we continue browsing here or explore other stalls? This event featured numerous vendors selling raw stones. This was merely the first, with at least 30 or 40 more to consider, albeit scattered over considerable distances. To unearth a valuable stone at one stall was already remarkable. If they were to find another, it would inevitably raise eyebrows. Although Chen Ran was indeed talented, he preferred not to draw excessive attention to himself. It was acceptable to be ostentatious in spending, but when it came to earning, discretion was preferable. Thus, he resolved to check out other stalls. Chen Ran, just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out, prompting Chen Ran to turn around and spot a well-known face, Zhao Shuyuan. Shuyuan, what a surprise to see you here. Chen Ran exclaimed, taken aback. Zhao Shuyuan, clad in casual attire with a small black purse slung over her shoulder, approached him with an expression of indignation. You little rascal. I asked you to accompany me shopping last night, and you claimed to have other matters, yet here you are, wandering about on your own? Chen Ran was momentarily speechless, feeling a touch aggrieved. You only mentioned shopping. You didn't specify coming here. He had assumed she meant browsing at a shopping mall. Oh, isn't this Mr. Chen? Zhao Shuyuan continued her reproach, but another voice interrupted, revealing that she was not alone. Behind her stood a man and a woman, and to Chen Ran's dismay, the man was none other than Zhang Hengfa, one of the two scoundrels who had attempted to deceive Zhao Shuyuan with a purple clay teapot just days prior. The woman beside him appeared to be of a similar age to Zhao Shuyuan. While not as strikingly beautiful, she possessed a certain charm and was fashionably dressed. Although Chen Ran did not know her name, her face was familiar, often appearing in Zhao Shuyuan's social media posts, likely a friend of hers. Chen Ran's mind raced, recalling Zhao Shuyuan's request for him to pose as her boyfriend. Upon seeing Zhang Hengfa, he discreetly placed his hand on Zhao Shuyuan's waist and whispered, "Why is he here?" Zhang Hengfa did not catch Chen Ran's words, but sneered at his gesture. Enough with the charade. I'm well aware of the situation. He waved dismissively at Chen Ran. I know you and Shuyuan are not in a romantic relationship. You're merely her tenant. I've heard you don't even have a proper job, just occasionally delivering takeout. It's no wonder the two of you seem mismatched. Hearing this, Chen Ran shot a glance at Zhao Shuyuan, inquiring softly, have we been exposed? Zhao Shuyuan nodded in confirmation. You said that? Chen Ran pressed further. Am I that foolish? It was that silly woman, Zhou Yi, who let it slip, she replied, casting a disdainful glance at the woman standing next to Zhang Hengfa. This individual was her close friend, with whom she shared everything. Thus, although she had never met Chen Ran, she was aware of his identity. However, she was oblivious to Zhao Shuyuan's pretense of having a boyfriend. And when Zhang Hengfa chatted with her, he inadvertently revealed too much. Noticing Chen Ran's gaze, the woman appeared slightly embarrassed. Following the incident where Li Jiujiang was unmasked by Chen Ran, Zhang Hengfa, as the intermediary, had been scolded and deprived of a substantial commission, harboring resentment towards Chen Ran. Had Chen Ran truly been Zhao Shuyuan's boyfriend, he might have felt intimidated and restrained his disdain. Now, realizing that Chen Ran was neither her boyfriend nor anything more than a tenant, he felt no need to regard him seriously. After all, Zhao Shuyuan was a woman he was keen on pursuing, and seeing them together stirred jealousy within him. Enough already. I understand the situation, so stop pretending. How much longer do you intend to cling to her? Zhang Hengfa's remarks were pointed, clearly expressing his disdain for Chen Ran. Before Chen Ran could respond, Zhao Shuyuan interjected, taking hold of Chen Ran's hand, as if to prevent him from letting go. We have a close relationship. What is wrong with him holding me? Chen Ran, who had no intention of releasing his grasp, tightened his hold upon hearing Zhao Shuyuan's words, sporting a bemused expression directed at Zhang Hengfa. Exactly. We have a close bond. Why shouldn't I hold her? In fact, I often hold her while we sleep. At this declaration, Zhang Hengfa's face turned a shade of green, astonished as he gazed at Zhao Shuyuan. In contrast, Zhao Shuyuan shot Chen Ran an exasperated glare, discreetly pinching him. You little scoundrel, I was trying to help you, and you went ahead and added your own lines. Was that really necessary to provoke him? Chen Ran whispered in confusion. Didn't I tell you that guy is no good? Why are you still hanging out with him? He pondered whether Zhao Shuyuan had sought out Zhang Hengfa since he had declined her earlier invitation. To his surprise, Zhao Shuyuan looked equally vexed. Who said I was shopping with him? I had clearly arranged to meet Zhou Yi. This guy somehow caught wind of it and approached us as soon as we crossed paths. Given that the matter lacked concrete evidence, he stubbornly insisted on sticking around, like a stubborn piece of gum that refuses to come off. It was evident that Zhao Shuyuan was equally frustrated with Zhang Hengfa. Then tell him to scram. I'm not afraid of him, but I can't disregard my friends. His brother-in-law works at the Industry and Commerce Bureau and wields some influence. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran comprehended the implications and surmised that Zhou Yi might be engaged in commerce, which could explain her reluctance to offend Zhang Hengfa. It was plausible that she had willingly divulged their whereabouts. The two exchanged hushed words, their voices barely rising above the surrounding clamor, rendering their conversation inaudible to outsiders. Zhang Hengfa was infuriated by Chen Ran's earlier remarks and, upon witnessing their intimate whispers, his irritation intensified. Unable to voice his displeasure, he hastily cast a knowing glance at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi frowned in private exasperation but ultimately approached them, addressing Zhao Shuyuan. You two are living just one floor apart, and you still can't seem to find enough time to chat. Do you intend to keep this up until dusk? With this remark, the two finally realized that this was not the appropriate setting for idle chatter. Zhao Shuyuan released her grip, and Chen Ran followed suit. However, just as they parted, Zhao Shuyuan recalled something and inquired of Chen Ran, what brings you here? She was unaware of Chen Ran's intentions, having arrived after he had purchased the raw stones. Yet, upon noticing the nearby stall, she quickly pieced it together. At that moment, a man had just spent 80,000 yuan on a raw stone, from which nothing had been extracted, causing a stir among the onlookers. Zhao Shuyuan immediately grew wary and questioned Chen Ran. You're not here to gamble on stones, are you? Chen Ran felt a twinge of guilt. Is that really a bad thing? He thought. You must be joking. Zhao Shuyuan shot him a disapproving glare. You barely have a few coins to your name, and you dare to emulate others in gambling on stones? I see you are blissfully unaware of your own standing. With an exasperated tone, Zhao Shuyuan seized Chen Ran's wrist, cautioning him, these stones are merely a ruse. You must not purchase any. I have yet to witness anyone profit from such ventures. Many have lost everything, their families torn apart. Whether Zhao Shuyuan had witnessed such tragedies or was simply trying to intimidate Chen Ran was uncertain, but her words rang with conviction. If you find yourself in need of funds, just tell me. I can lend you the money, and you can pay me back whenever. Don't entertain notions of striking it rich through gambling. Life is not so generous. After Zhao Shuyuan finished speaking, she noticed Chen Ran's silence and wondered if she had been too harsh. She swiftly softened her tone, saying, if you merely wish to indulge in the thrill of gambling on stones, that is not entirely out of the question. I could buy you a couple of stones as a gift. You shouldn't spend your own money on this. You still need enough to marry. Chen Ran remained silent, partly because Zhao Shuyuan had spoken in a rapid-fire manner that left him little room to interject, and partly due to the mixed emotions swirling within him. Zhao Shuyuan knew him well, aware of his financial constraints, which prompted her to dissuade him from engaging in stone gambling. The fact that he owed her over 40,000 yuan, yet she was willing to lend him more and even purchase stones for his enjoyment, touched him deeply. Given her strong aversion to stone gambling, Chen Ran felt compelled to clarify, but he realized this was not the right moment for such discussions. He decided to play along, stating, Sister Shuyuan, you misunderstand. I would never dare to gamble on stones. Even if I had the audacity, I lack the funds to do so. Just look at how expensive these stones are. I'm not here to gamble. I came with my boss to purchase raw stones. You don't deliver takeout anymore. So where did you find a boss? Zhao Shuyuan questioned skeptically. I haven't delivered takeout in ages. I've transitioned to a new job at a jade shop. Look, that is my boss over there. Chen Ran gestured towards Huang Xinghua behind him. Noticing Chen Ran had encountered a friend, Huang Xinghua remained silent. But when he saw Chen Ran signaling him and discreetly glancing at Zhao Shuyuan, he quickly straightened up. My surname is Huang. I am indeed his boss. Huang Xinghua, being the proprietor of an antique shop, possessed a commanding presence far exceeding that of Chen Ran, with a bag tucked under his arm and a ring on his finger. Whether genuine or not, he certainly appeared the part, convincing Zhao Shuyuan of his credibility. Huang Xinghua, concerned about not meeting Chen Ran's expectations, interjected as Zhao Shuyuan scrutinized him. I'm in the jade business. Chen, young Chen here is an industrious and reliable individual, truly a person of promise. I brought him along today to expose him to some new merchandise. Hearing such praise from Huang Xinghua, Zhao Shuyuan beamed with delight. Boss, you have an excellent eye. Chen Ran is indeed a trustworthy fellow. Well, Sister Shuyuan, my boss is quite busy and needs to check out other stalls for jade. We should be on our way. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ran sought to extricate himself from Zhao Shuyuan's company. Zhao Shuyuan, irritated by Zhang Hongfa, initially hoped to have Chen Ran accompany them to alleviate her frustrations. However, upon realizing Chen Ran was there for work, she refrained from making such a request. Finding Huang Xinghua amiable, she hoped for Chen Ran to secure a good job and nodded in agreement, allowing them to proceed with their tasks. Thus, Chen Ran successfully disentangled himself from Zhao Shuyuan and walked alongside Huang Xinghua towards another stall. Brother, you're quite the loyal friend. Prioritizing our matters over the company of beautiful women, Huang Xinghua remarked, relieved that Chen Ran had not succumbed to the charms of Zhao Shuyuan. Boss, that sentiment borders on disparagement. We are here to make money. Indulging in romantic entanglements at this moment would be most inappropriate. Although Sister Shuyuan and I share a good rapport, I know how to maintain my boundaries. Chen Ran, accustomed to seeing Zhao Shuyuan daily, had no issues with remaining focused on their business. Indeed, my apologies, brother. I underestimated your resolve. You are a man of purpose. As they conversed, Chen Ran glanced back and noticed that Zhao Shuyuan had vanished from sight, prompting a sigh of relief as he headed towards a nearby raw stone stall. This particular stall, though modest in size, drew a considerable crowd due to the recent unveiling of two valuable items, captivating many curious onlookers. The quality of the stones was indeed commendable, and upon Chen Ran's arrival, he discovered that the first stone he examined was of ice variety, albeit rather small, priced at 200,000. It would scarcely cover its cost, and he promptly discarded it in favor of searching for something more suitable. After inspecting over a dozen stones, he finally selected one that met his expectations, an ice variety priced at 150,000. Upon its unveiling, the first bid came in at 170,000, escalating rapidly until it sold for 260,000. Although this stone did not surpass the value of the first, its lower cost made it a more favorable choice. With the unveiling of two stones, their total worth approached 6 million, and Chen Ran was gaining momentum, much to Huang Xinghua's delight. By now it was well past noon. Yet neither of them showed any inclination to depart. Huang Xinghua purchased some snacks from a vendor near the park, and they ambled through various raw stone stalls while enjoying their food. Chen Ran made several purchases. Although he took his time to deliberate at each stall, he never made an ill-fated decision. Each stone he acquired yielded not only a product, but also considerable value. The third stone he purchased was a blue ice variety, blue jade of exceptional quality. The high ice was the finest, while the regular ice was just a notch below, yet still commanded a hefty price. He acquired this stone for 400,000 and, due to its size, sold it for 650,000, marking it as his most lucrative transaction. The fourth stone was also of the ice variety, green in hue, slightly inferior to the first jade, purchased for 100,000 and sold for 240,000. The fifth stone was a red variety, with a color of deep crimson, slightly less desirable than the ice varieties, acquired for 80,000 and sold for 150,000. In total, he procured 5 stones for a mere 980,000, which he subsequently sold for a remarkable total of 13 million. After deducting costs, even with Huang Xinghua taking a 20% cut, he would still pocket over 200,000. After deducting the interest on his loan, he still had 2 million left. In just a brief moment, Huang Xinghua was naturally elated, yet his satisfaction was not complete. He yearned for more. Who would ever say no to more money? Fortunately, Chen Ran shared this sentiment. Although he had expended quite a number of his sensing attempts, he estimated that at least 30 or 40 remained. He resolved to utilize these to purchase a piece of higher value, marking the culmination of his efforts for the day. After traversing over a dozen stalls and acquiring 5 stones, Chen Ran began to comprehend the situation. Although the blind stones could yield substantial returns, they were all carefully selected for their undesirability. The individuals who sifted through these stones possessed keen insight. Thus, even if a blind stone turned out promising, its price would hardly soar. In any case, after examining hundreds of stones, the highest value he encountered was merely over 6 million, with none exceeding that. It seemed that the truly valuable pieces had already been cut into open window stones. After pondering for a while, Chen Ran decided to try his luck with the open window stones. On one hand, he was intrigued. On the other, with his remaining sensing attempts dwindling, selecting blind stones one by one would be too taxing. Open window stones were chosen precisely because they contained jadeite, and after a thorough selection, the likelihood of uncovering something valuable was considerably higher. Of course, the cost was also elevated. For instance, the open window stone Chen Ran touched was priced at 900,000, palm-sized, with a greenish window, while the entire stone was merely the size of a person's head. Upon his touch, he indeed detected some green icy jade, but it was too diminutive, no larger than a fist, and the lower half contained many impurities. It could fetch at most 300,000, resulting in a loss of 600,000, rendering it not worth the investment. He continued to explore other stones until the 8th one, where he finally encountered a satisfactory find. It was high-quality icy jade, substantial in size, likely worth 8 to 9 million. Although priced at 280,000, a profit was still attainable. Chen Ran selected it, having previously only purchased blind stones, the highest of which was merely 400,000. Huang Xinghua was somewhat perplexed by this sudden shift to open window stones, especially given their hefty price, which made him quite apprehensive. Brother Chen, why the sudden interest in open window stones? They aren't cheap. Are you sure of your choice? He had previously encouraged Chen Ran to consider open window stones, having tasted the benefits of betting small to gain large after purchasing a collection of blind stones. Now, however, he felt a pang of regret. There are too few valuable blind stones, and it appears to be quite exhausting. I wish to try a few open window stones. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Upon hearing this, Huang Xinghua could only nod, primarily because he had witnessed Chen Ran's exceptional skills, his cautious approach, and his consistent success. He trusted that Chen Ran would not embark on a venture without certainty. After making his selection, Chen Ran promptly paid, instructing the vendor to cut the stone. As anticipated, a remarkable piece emerged, high-quality icy jade. Following a series of bids, the price soared from 6 million to 9 million, ultimately surpassing the 10 million mark, reaching 11 million, which exhilarated Huang Xinghua. Chen Ran, too, was delighted, as the price exceeded his expectations, netting him an 8 million profit. However, his greatest thrill did not stem solely from this stone's high sale price. While waiting for the stone to be cut, he casually touched several nearby open window stones. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon one of even greater value. Despite already amassing considerable wealth, he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. In a bid to maintain a low profile, Chen Ran had never purchased a second stone from the same stall, yet this time he felt compelled to make an exception, for he simply could not bear to let this stone go. Vendor, please cut this stone for me. As Huang Xinghua completed his transaction, Chen Ran marked the cutting line on the stone, prompting the vendor to proceed. Having just unveiled a highly valuable jadeite, the onlookers, initially envious, paused to observe whether this next stone would yield anything of note. This open window stone was even pricier than the last, at 350,000. Although it was not as large as the previous one, it was still substantial. The reliability of open window stones reassured Huang Xinghua, who, now fully convinced of Chen Ran's acumen, said nothing and promptly paid through the app. Once the payment was completed, the vendor pushed the stone beside the machine and began cutting along the line drawn by Chen Ran. The crowd erupted in astonishment as the first face was revealed. Goodness, is that glass jade? Indeed, glass jade is nearly transparent and superior to icy jade, considered among the finest jadeite available on the market. The finest dragon stone and imperial green are often legendary and carry no market value. Only glass jade is both valuable and marketable, albeit at a steep price. Chen Ran had opened numerous stones without encountering a single piece of glass jade, underscoring its rarity. This scarcity was precisely why he was so intent on acquiring this stone. The rarity was genuine, but so was the exorbitance. As the first face emerged, the owner who had just purchased the previous stone for 11 million immediately bid 10 million on this one, though it was evident that this initial bid would not suffice. Chen Ran instructed them to continue cutting. The stall owners, two men, exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, perhaps envious of Chen Ran's fortune. Following Chen Ran's guidance, the cutter proceeded. The next face was still glass jade, albeit with some flecks, which minimally affected its value. Commonly available icy jade was prevalent, yet glass jade was scarce, attracting numerous jade merchants to the bidding. The price climbed to 18 million. Huang Xinghua, witnessing the dramatic price surge, felt his heart race, while Chen Ran remained composed, urging them to continue. Upon completion of the third face, the price escalated to 25 million. However, a fourth face remained. The stone's irregular shape necessitated at least 8 faces to reveal its contents fully without compromising its overall integrity. Previously, Chen Ran had opted for full cuts, but this time he employed a clever strategy, opting for a partial cut, leaving half intact to give buyers room for imagination, thus encouraging higher bids. Many potential buyers were cautious. To entice them, he selected the most unique spot for the fourth face, revealing a greenish hue. Goodness, it has changed color. The glass jade bore a hint of green, suggesting depths that could hint at imperial green. This revelation set the crowd abuzz. Even seasoned traders rarely encountered true imperial green, which was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. A genuine piece could command tens of millions, far exceeding the capacities of typical shops. The fourth face was too small to discern clearly. Some believed it resembled the rarer Xinjiang green, which also held significant value. The bidding surged to 30 million, 33 million, 35 million, 37 million. The cumulative worth of all the stones previously acquired pales in comparison to this singular piece, and Huang Xinghua is utterly exhilarated. Observing the fervor of the bidding, which shows no signs of abating, he eagerly anticipates the final price this extraordinary stone will fetch. Just as he revels in his anticipation, one of the two stall owners exchanges glances with the other, and one of them speaks up. "Hey, everyone, hold on a moment before you continue bidding." The speaker, Hu Xiqing, the proprietor responsible for cutting the stones and the registered owner of the stall, interjects with an air of impatience. The clamoring for bids ceases, leaving the crowd in a state of perplexity. "I must confess, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but my workers have made a grievous error. Can you believe it? While moving the stones today, they mislabeled the price tag." As Hu Xiqing speaks, another individual at the stall wears an awkward smile, appearing quite embarrassed. Upon finishing his explanation, Hu Xiqing gestures to the stone that had already been sold to Chen Ran. "This stone is not priced at 3,500,000. Rather, it should be 35 million. My apologies, young man, truly I am sorry." He bows repeatedly in contrition toward Chen Ran. The surrounding crowd is taken aback, most still grappling with the revelation, but Huang Xinghua quickly grasps the implications. "What do you mean by that, owner?" he inquires sharply. Hu Xiqing maintains his apologetic demeanor. "Isn't it clear? The price tag was incorrect." Huang Xinghua's expression shifts to one of scorn. "This bizarre stone expo has been ongoing for at least 2 to 3 hours. And you only now notice a pricing error? You were oblivious when we came to purchase, and even as you began cutting, you failed to notice. Now that it has reached over 30 million in bidding, you suddenly realize it? Where on earth have you been all this time?" Being in the business himself, Huang Xinghua perceives the underlying motives. This exquisite piece must have incited envy in the seller, who now seeks to retract the sale. His accusations resonate with the onlookers, who also begin to voice their indignation at Hu Xiqing. "Indeed, where were you earlier? Surely you are not reluctant to part with it." They chime in, expressing their disbelief. Upon hearing Huang Xinghua and the crowd's remarks, Hu Xiqing feigns a smile. "I was simply too busy to notice. I truly apologize." He then turns to Huang Xinghua and Chen Ran. "Gentlemen, since the price was misquoted, would you prefer to pay the difference, or shall I refund you? Since the mistake is ours, if it comes to a refund, I shall return an additional 500,000 as compensation." Having glimpsed Huang Xinghua's account balance during their transaction, Hu Xiqing is certain that the latter cannot afford the difference. As for a refund, the stone cost only 350,000. So even with the additional 500,000, it pales in comparison to the stone's worth. Surely, he muses, Huang Xinghua must realize this too. "Oh, how generous of you to offer an extra 500,000. Do you think my brother and I need that paltry sum?" Huang Xinghua is incensed. Just as the largest sale of the day is within reach, he finds himself confronted by a deceitful trickster. Were it not for the multitude of witnesses, he would have spat in Hu Xiqing's face. "If you are unwilling, I can only refund at the original price." Hu Xiqing replies indifferently. "Did we agree on that? You cannot simply decide to refund." Chen Ran, equally irked, had initially believed that the grandeur of the event would ensure the reliability of the stall owners, only to be confronted with such unscrupulousness. Hu Xiqing had intended to perform a mere charade, hoping to dismiss the pair without further ado. However, their persistence, coupled with the incessant chatter of the onlookers, frays his composure. "I have already stated the price was mislabeled, yet you refuse to pay the difference and will not permit a refund. Is there no law?" The 34th chapter unfolds, a tale of the powerless being victimized by the powerful. Whether the price was mislabeled or not is irrelevant, for if memory serves, each stone had its price tag photographed at the time of labeling. The transaction records can directly display these images. We can ascertain whether this stone corresponds to the tag price. If it does, regardless of whether it was an error, it is a matter that occurred before the price tag was affixed. Such negligence, according to the Expo's regulations, falls squarely upon the individual who initially set the price, namely the seller, and bears no consequence for the buyer. Indeed, let us examine the records. Upon hearing Chen Ran's declaration, Huang Xinghua promptly accesses his phone to review the transaction records, confirming it is indeed this very stone. "Come, everyone, see for yourselves. Is this not the stone?" He raises his phone for the onlookers to see, and they, not blind to the truth, quickly affirm its identity. Thus, even if there were an error in pricing, it bears no relevance to Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua. "Have you all seen? This oversight is on your part. Do you intend to seek compensation from us?" Huang Xinghua asserts, moving to seize the stone, only to be shoved back by Hu Xiqing. Instantly, Huang Xinghua is invigorated. "What, do you intend to strike me?" Even if he is typically mild-mannered, he cannot afford to relinquish such a considerable sum without a fight. He rolls up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Yet it is Chen Ran who hastily restrains him. While he is more adept at physical confrontations, he understands that violence will not resolve this issue. Addressing Hu Xiqing, he asserts, "You are more familiar with the Expo's regulations than I am. They are documented in black and white. Even if you were to pursue legal action, you would not prevail. Now, swiftly return the stone. Hu Xiqing, whose entire stock is worth merely over 30 million, is unwilling to part with this stone, which alone is valued at the same amount. He has resolutely decided to hold on to it. To relinquish it would be akin to carving away at his own flesh. As Chen Ran persists, threatening legal recourse, Hu Xiqing dismisses the notion entirely. You wish to invoke regulations? Very well, I shall summon someone who can enforce them. But do not be surprised by the outcome. With that, he makes a call. He steps aside, his words to the person on the other end of the line obscured. But moments later, a bespectacled young man in a tailored suit approaches. In his 30s, he brandishes an ID badge, identifying himself as He Guanyo, the manager of the event planning department at Wana Group, responsible for coordinating various aspects of this expo. No doubt, he is Hu Xiqing's ally. Upon arrival, He Guanyo adopts an air of disdain, feigning concern as he inquires about the situation. His eyes glancing over Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua with an expression akin to one assessing beggars. No wonder Hu Xiqing dares to act so recklessly. It turns out there are people backing him. Huang Xinghua and Chen Ran exchange glances, their expressions somewhat grim. You two think you can buy something worth tens of millions with just 300,000? Isn't that a tad too greedy? He Guanyo admonished sternly. Such words were enough to provoke ire. Isn't it the manager's role to speak? Isn't the essence of raw stones to stake a little for a lot? In this industry, it's not uncommon to turn a few 100,000 into tens of millions. Even a mere tens of thousands can yield hundreds of millions. The police haven't declared it illegal. Huang Xinghua retorted angrily. True, it isn't illegal, but hasn't it been made clear that the price was misquoted? We've explained it to you, so why persist in your obstinacy? Are you looking to stir up trouble? He Guanyo countered. If I were to stab you by mistake, would you accept it? The exchange between Huang Xinghua and him was sharp, neither yielding an inch. The onlookers, still gathered around, began to murmur about Hu Xiqing's lack of vision as he sensed the situation was deteriorating. He leaned in to whisper something to He Guanyo, likely urging him to cease the pointless chatter and expedite the departure of the two men. Although He Guanyo was the manager overseeing this grand exhibition, he was not the sole authority. There were 4 other managers coordinating various aspects of the event. With the crowd growing larger, he wished to avoid prolonging the confrontation. Hence he declared with a commanding tone, I am the manager of Wanhua Group. I am here to make it clear. Either you compensate the difference in price, or you ask your boss for a refund. Choose one. And what if we choose neither? They replied defiantly. Then do not blame me for calling security and having you removed for disrupting the event. He Guanyo added, if you believe that security cannot intimidate you, I won't hesitate to involve the police and have you arrested for inciting trouble. As He Guanyo spoke, Hu Xiqing brazenly exchanged glances with Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Two fools, do you think I would dare to act this way without support? You are far from being my match. He Guanyo was a relative of his, leveraging his slight authority within Wanhua Group. Such confrontations at similar events were not uncommon for him, and he was quite adept at navigating them. He Guanyo's words infuriated Huang Xinghua, while Chen Ran felt equally distressed. Damn it, being rich but powerless leads to being bullied. The exhibition would not conclude until the day after tomorrow, and there were still many stalls he had yet to visit, many stones to purchase. He believed he could earn even more money, and even if he decided against this particular stone, it was inconsequential. However, how could he swallow his pride and relent? Let us just call the police. I see a few news reporters over there. Let's invite them here, Chen Ran declared, unwilling to back down. Upon hearing Chen Ran's words, He Guanyo's brow furrowed. There were indeed numerous media outlets present at the exhibition, and this incident would not be favorable for him. He did not wish for the media to report on it. It seemed wiser to summon security to expel them. He picked up the intercom to call for security. Chen Ran. Just as Chen Ran was about to send Huang Xinghua to fetch the media, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Su Yutong. The sight of her reminded him of Gui Yong's call earlier that morning. You came to find me? Chapter 35, The Social Network of Miss Su. Su Yutong had come alone, specifically seeking Chen Ran. I heard from your friend that you were at the South Suburban Park, so I came over. Having changed into a casual outfit, distinct from the sporty attire of the previous day, she appeared not only beautiful, but also exuded an air of elegance as she approached Chen Ran. A waft of fragrance enveloped him. Yet Chen Ran was too preoccupied with his troubles to inquire about her visit. Please hold on for a moment. I'm dealing with a bit of trouble. Let's talk once I resolve this, he replied, despite having questions for her. Having searched for Chen Ran for half the day at the exhibition, Su Yutong was unaware of the unfolding drama. Noticing Chen Ran's preoccupation, she couldn't help but ask, what's going on? This was not a matter shrouded in secrecy, and Chen Ran relayed the situation honestly. Upon hearing that the stone was valued at tens of millions, Su Yutong was taken aback. You still gamble on stones? She had only known Chen Ran as a delivery worker, and her curiosity was piqued. I'm buying for my boss. Chen Ran gestured towards Huang Xinghua beside him. Su Yutong glanced at Huang Xinghua, but refrained from commenting, instead addressing He Guanyo. Since there are regulations in place, you ought to adhere to them. Do you not fear the repercussions on your group's reputation? With a cold chuckle, He Guanyo responded, young lady, while it's fine to observe, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. The group has rules, but rules are rigid, people are not. How they are implemented is at my discretion as the group's manager. He Guanyo assumed that others had not experienced the world, attempting to intimidate with his status. Perhaps others might have been cowed, but Su Yutong was not just anyone. She was the heiress of Tianyue Group, just a planning manager. And you think you can dictate terms? Su Yutong scoffed, and before He Guanyo could retort, she nonchalantly took out her phone and made a call. Chen Ran initially thought she was merely advocating for him out of a sense of injustice, but upon witnessing her demeanor, he quickly realized the situation was more complex. Is she calling for help? However, could she, as the daughter of Tianyue Group, truly resolve matters with Wanhua Group? Uncle Zhuang, I'm at your exhibition and have encountered a bit of trouble, Su Yutong said, glancing at the stall number, stall 79. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, her casual phone call left many spectators astonished, murmuring about the young lady's background, and even Huang Xinghua discreetly nudged Chen Ran. Who is this girl? Can she help us? Chen Ran, equally perplexed by Su Yutong's contact, replied ambiguously, she should be able to. Just as he was about to inquire whom Su Yutong had called, he noticed a crowd parting on the street as a sharply dressed, vigorous middle-aged man strode forward. Following closely behind were a young man who appeared to be an assistant and 4 security guards. Uncle Zhuang. Upon seeing him, Su Yutong greeted him with a smile. Chen Ran was unfamiliar with the man, but he recognized that the once arrogant He Guanyo now resembled a mouse caught in a cat's gaze, his expression shifting drastically. Though Chen Ran did not know this man, he recognized him as Zhuang Jinfeng, vice president of Wanhua Group. Miss Su, what brings you to the stone exhibition? I hadn't heard you were fond of stones, Zhuang Jinfeng remarked, clearly acquainted with Su Yutong and seemingly on friendly terms. His previously stern demeanor softened into a smile upon seeing her. I came to find someone, but encountered a minor inconvenience. So I had no choice but to seek Uncle Zhuang's assistance, Su Yutong stated directly, bypassing any small talk. You encounter trouble? Zhuang Jinfeng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on He Guanyo, who visibly flinched. He hurried forward, eager to explain himself, but Su Yutong preemptively described Chen Ran's predicament. After finishing her account, she added, he's my friend. Listening intently to Su Yutong's account, Zhuang Jinfeng's expression darkened, and he immediately turned to He Guanyo. Is this true? Su Yutong's description had already outlined He Guanyo's role in the affair. Zhuang Jinfeng, although merely the vice president of Wanhua Group, concurrently holds the esteemed position of chief operating officer, rendering him the de facto third-in-command of the organization. He Guanyo could scarcely fathom that a mere child like Su Yutong could summon such a high-ranking figure with a mere phone call. At this moment, he found himself utterly bereft of hope. Mr. Zhuang, the situation is somewhat intricate. Allow me to explain. He attempted to defend himself, but Zhuang Jinfeng would not grant him the opportunity. Enough with the trivialities. Simply answer the question. With a formidable presence, Zhuang emitted a disdainful snort, prompting He Guanyo to abandon any further attempts at evasion. Reluctantly, he confessed, though not without a final effort to justify his actions. I merely wished to safeguard the interests of the merchants. After all, a mistake was indeed made. Yet Zhuang Jinfeng paid no heed to his excuses. You are to hand over your responsibilities to the 4th team, proceed to finance to settle your wages, and do not return tomorrow. The gravity of Zhuang's words caused He Guanyo's complexion to shift dramatically. Mr. Zhuang, resign voluntarily, or face legal action for abuse of power and tarnishing the group's reputation. You would do well to contemplate your choices. This statement fell upon He Guanyo like a frigid deluge, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Although resigning would yield no compensation, being prosecuted could potentially result in financial liabilities for the company, further complicating his future employment prospects. Faced with Zhuang Jinfeng's icy gaze, he dared not utter another word. Leaving in a dejected manner, Hu Xiqing, believing He Guanyo's presence would shield him from repercussions, was taken aback when Zhuang appeared, leaving He Guanyo with no opportunity for explanation before his dismissal. Should He Guanyo's termination come to pass, Hu Xiqing's position at Wanhua Group would be jeopardized, leaving him to ponder the fate of his future business endeavors. Before he could fully comprehend the implications, Zhuang Jinfeng had already acquired information regarding the proprietor of shop number 79 through his assistant, Hu Xiqing. There are 30 million yuan in funds tied to the mini-program developed by Wanhua Group. Freeze his account and initiate legal proceedings against him for breach of contract. As the organizer of the expo, Wanhua Group had established contracts with all participating vendors, stipulating adherence to their regulations. Failure to comply would not only incur compensatory obligations for any resultant damages, but also result in being blacklisted, eliminating any future opportunities for collaboration with the group. Observing Zhuang Jinfeng's imposing demeanor, Hu Xiqing realized the gravity of the situation and quickly sought to appease him. Please, Mr. Zhuang, I admit my fault. I was gravely mistaken. You are magnanimous. Do not hold this against us. The stone belongs to him, and I shall return it. Let us proceed amicably. Chapter 36. The Clue of the Pigment. The freezing of funds, coupled with impending litigation, compounded by the necessity of repaying Chen Ran, weighed heavily on Hu Xiqing. He was particularly cautious, as half of his capital was sourced from the bank, and he could ill afford any turmoil. Although reluctant, he acquiesced and hastily returned the stone to Huang Xinghua. Zhuang Jinfeng, satisfied with Hu Xiqing's compliance, nodded approvingly and instructed, "Now, gather your belongings and vacate the expo. I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred." Hu Xiqing was taken aback. "Mr. Zhuang, I have already returned the stone." Hu Xiqing had anticipated profiting from the expo, and departing now left him with no means of earning. If there were no consequences for violations, everyone would disregard the regulations. Zhuang Jinfeng's countenance remained stern, devoid of any signs of wavering. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiqing's face turned ashen. "You may remain, but the funds in your account will be temporarily inaccessible. You may utilize them only upon your departure." The development of the mini-program served not only to facilitate transactions, but also to streamline management. Both buyers and sellers were often prone to unscrupulous behavior. Initially hoping to negotiate, Hu Xiqing, upon learning that his funds would be unusable, instantly felt despondent. With money in another's hands, there were countless methods to delay disbursement, and he could not withstand additional turmoil. "If I must go, then so be it." Reluctantly, he muttered a curse under his breath and began instructing another individual to assist with the relocation of items. His anger simmered. Yet he knew better than to confront Wanhao Group, as any such endeavor would lead to far graver consequences. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate experience you've endured." After dismissing He Guanyo and Hu Xiqing, Zhuang Jinfeng turned to Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua, expressing his regrets. Having swiftly resolved the matter and exacted appropriate retribution on their aggressors, Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua harbored no lingering grievances. Both waved their hands dismissively. "I maintain that a company as substantial as Wanhao Group should not engage in such unscrupulous behavior," Huang Xinghua remarked, a broad smile spreading across his face. Recovering assets worth tens of millions naturally brought joy to anyone. However, despite the excitement, many jade merchants began to depart the scene. They had come to purchase jade, and other venues offered similar opportunities. If they could not acquire what they sought, they would not linger, regardless of the spectacle. As the jade merchants dwindled, the price of the stone began to falter. Previously, bids had soared to 37 million, but now only one individual offered 35 million. During the earlier fervent bidding, there had still been room for increases, but with this significant drop, neither Huang Xinghua nor Chen Ran were satisfied, resulting in an inability to finalize the sale. Fortunately, Wanhao Group also engaged in jade procurement. Noticing Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua's discontent due to the recent events, Zhuang Jinfeng decided to make amends by proposing to purchase the stone on behalf of the group. However, he insisted on having a professional conduct a preliminary appraisal before proceeding with the offer. Chen Ran requested Huang Xinghua to accompany him for the evaluation. "Brother, what price should we aim for with this stone?" Huang Xinghua, lacking confidence, discreetly inquired of Chen Ran, fearful of incurring a loss. Given that the initial bidding had reached 37 million, Chen Ran estimated that a price of 40 million was reasonable. "Anything above 40 million will suffice. If we cannot reach that amount, we shall seek other avenues for sale." Huang Xinghua agreed and accompanied the stone back to Zhuang Jinfeng. "I appreciate your assistance earlier." Chen Ran refrained from joining them, as he had matters to discuss with Su Yutong, who had already extended her help, and it would be impolite to leave her unattended. It was merely a trivial matter, no need for concern. Su Yutong replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran could not help but scoff internally. After all, for a wealthy family's daughter, a few tens of millions could be regarded as a trifling concern, while he had been in a state of frantic distress moments prior. "By the way, is your father all right?" Recalling the scene he had witnessed when parting ways with Su Jianbang the previous night, Chen Ran inquired. "How did you know my father was in trouble?" Su Yutong responded, puzzled by his question. Chen Ran, startled, replied, "He was in trouble?" Su Yutong pouted, realizing her wording had been unfortunate, and shook her head. "Not exactly. He narrowly escaped trouble. His vehicle was involved in a collision, but he wasn't inside at the time. He merely received a scare upon hearing the news and accidentally fell, requiring a hospital visit. The doctor assured us there was nothing serious." Chen Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. "How did you learn of this?" "The accident had occurred at night when the streets were nearly deserted. Su Yutong was perplexed as to how Chen Ran had acquired such information. Clearly, Wu Haiyun had not relayed Chen Ran's fortune-telling incident to her. I saw it in the news, Chen Ran replied casually. Has this matter made the news? Su Yutong pondered. Chen Ran, fearing that the other party might deduce something, hastily inquired about the reason for her visit. It was then that Su Yutong recalled her more pressing purpose for seeking Chen Ran's company, and without further contemplation, she articulated her intentions. You see, you saved me yesterday afternoon, and my father wishes to express his gratitude. You declined the monetary compensation, instead requesting a painting from my mother? Chen Ran nodded. Su Yutong's expression turned slightly awkward. That painting was created by my mother. It is one of the few remnants she left for my father and me. I was wondering if you could return it to me. I would be glad to compensate you with something else. Chen Ran had assumed it was a matter of great importance, and upon realizing it was merely a request for the painting, he found himself in a quandary. If you cherish the painting, I could create a replica for you. Su Yutong, an artist in her own right since childhood, looked at Chen Ran with hope, but he did not acquiesce. I recognize my request may be rather impudent. If you truly wish to keep it, I shall not press further. Su Yutong longed to reclaim her mother's painting, yet Chen Ran's refusal left her hesitant to insist. After all, he had saved her life just the day before, declining money in favor of a mere painting, which seemed not unreasonable. With a hint of disappointment, Su Yutong appeared ready to concede, prompting Chen Ran to call after her. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, there is a slight issue with the painting. What issue? Su Yutong's anxiety heightened. Chen Ran, ruminating for an extended moment, ultimately decided to confess the truth. The paint has come off. His interest in the painting had stemmed from the paint itself, not a genuine appreciation for the artwork. Knowing the painting held sentimental value, Chen Ran felt a pang of guilt. Now that Su Yutong had requested it back, he was inclined to oblige, yet the paint had been absorbed, rendering the painting altered, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. How could the paint have come off? It was inadvertently smudged. It is my fault. Chen Ran spoke, wary that Su Yutong might be upset. To his surprise, she merely muttered that it might be due to the passage of time and shook her head, indicating it was of no consequence. I can retouch the paint myself. Chen Ran's expression shifted. The purple paint, you can touch it up yourself? Indeed. Upon seeing Su Yutong nod, Chen Ran's spirits lifted. What is the name of that paint? Where can I procure it? Chapter 37. Unexpected Developments. It is not professional paint. It is made from a rare mineral ground into powder. A rare mineral? Chen Ran speculated that it might be the very stone he had dreamed about. Ever since absorbing the paint from the painting the previous night, which had enhanced his abilities, he had been contemplating the nature of that substance. Drawing upon his dream's recollection, he had intended to search for such stones at the upcoming gem exhibition. However, after much searching, he had found none. Now that Su Yutong had mentioned her knowledge of the mineral, he inquired further about where it could be acquired. The rare mineral is difficult to come by. It is often not available for purchase. Su Yutong's words astonished Chen Ran. Unavailable for purchase? What about your mother? Chen Ran's query was cut short as Su Yutong anticipated his question. That was a gift from a friend of my mother's, many years ago. Chen Ran felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why? Do you have an affinity for that paint? Noticing Chen Ran's disheartenment, Su Yutong probed. Yes. Could you inquire with your mother's friend about where I might obtain it? Chen Ran believed his abilities had yet to reach their zenith. He was eager to explore how far he could advance. My mother's friend has settled abroad for many years. Chen Ran was again crestfallen. But Su Yutong's next words filled him with unexpected joy. However, I still possess a small amount of the rare mineral that she once gifted us. If you desire it, I would be happy to give it to you. Really? Chen Ran was overjoyed. Upon seeing Su Yutong's earnest demeanor, he finally felt a sense of relief. Thinking to himself that she could have mentioned the rare mineral sooner, sparing him from fluctuating emotions. Su Yutong's willingness to part with the rare mineral aligned with Chen Ran's intention to return the painting he had taken the previous night. They agreed upon this arrangement and exchanged contact information. Once I return for the painting, I will get in touch with you, Chen Ran stated. Watching as Su Yutong departed the exhibition. As soon as she left, Huang Xinguo rushed over, brimming with excitement, practically levitating with glee. Upon seeing him, Chen Ran immediately recognized that a business deal had indeed been struck, and his suspicions were confirmed. Brother, we've struck gold. We are going to be wealthy. Huang Xinguo exclaimed, clinging to Chen Ran's arm and bouncing with enthusiasm. I had thought the Wanhe group might haggle a bit, yet to my surprise, they did not. I cannot tell if they genuinely wish to compensate us, or if it is merely to honor that young lady, but their appraisal expert quoted 38 million. And Zhuang Jinfeng immediately raised it to 45 million. No wonder Huang Xinguo was so exhilarated. The Huang family had never seen such wealth across 3 generations. Hearing that the amount exceeded expectations by 5 million, Chen Ran felt elated. By the way, what about that young lady? We must express our gratitude to her, Huang Xinghua declared, searching everywhere for Su Yutong, until he learned from Chen Ran that she had already departed. Afterward, he inquired where Chen Ran intended to go next to buy more. Boss Huang, I am quite fatigued. I think I shall stop here. Chen Ran's quota for sensing was running low, and he had not planned to purchase further. Coupled with the considerable profit they had already made, he decided to call it a day. Huang Xinghua paused, clearly taken aback. There is no such thing as too much money. Even though we earned over 40 million all at once, who wouldn't he want to earn even more? He opened his mouth as if to persuade Chen Ran, but ultimately held back the words. Though their friendship was still nascent, they had done business together a few times. This young man, while still in his youth, possessed a resolute mindset and would not easily waver from his decisions. Very well, we shall conclude our dealings for today. What about tomorrow? Huang Xinghua looked at Chen Ran. Hopeful. The exhibition does not conclude until the day after tomorrow, leaving an entire day for purchasing raw stones. However, Chen Ran did not specify when he would return the following day. Instead, he gave Huang Xinghua's shoulder a meaningful pat. Boss Huang, money can always be made. Perhaps we shall collaborate again in the future. Profiting from gambling on stones depended solely on Chen Ran's own abilities. Today's inclusion of Huang Xinghua was merely a gesture of gratitude for the opportunity he had provided. Offering him a 20% share was already quite generous, adequately compensating Huang Xinghua for his efforts. It was unrealistic to expect Chen Ran to continuously partner with him for profit, as he had no obligation to do so. Moreover, Chen Ran himself had yet to decide if he would return the following day. As he had mentioned, money could never be exhausted. Previously, he had not earned much, which had instilled a sense of urgency to accumulate wealth. However, having already secured a substantial profit, he felt less frantic about amassing more. After all, with his abilities, he could earn at any moment. There was no need to rush. Now that he had some money, Chen Ran simply wished to return home and see his family. Huang Xinghua was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. Upon hearing Chen Ran's words, he understood the implication, feeling a pang of disappointment. Chen Ran was not just any individual. He was a veritable deity of wealth. Associating with such a figure would ensure a lifetime free from financial woes. Yet whether the deity of wealth would permit him to accompany him was beyond his control. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the words, he chuckled heartily. You're right, little brother. It's my greed that has led us here. Since we won't be making a purchase, shall we divide the money? Chen Ran naturally had no objections. The 5 stones from earlier had cost 980,000 and were sold for 13 million. The subsequent 2 stones were procured for 2.8 million and sold for 11 million, while the other was bought for 3.5 million and sold for 45 million. Chen Ran had mentioned last night that as long as Huang Xinghua's principal remained untouched, the cost would merely be deducted from the profits. With a total cost of 7.28 million for the stones, they had sold for a total of 69 million. After subtracting the cost, the profit amounted to 61.72 million. This sum would need to be adjusted for a 2-service fee payable to Wana Group, which amounted to 1,234,400. After deducting this fee, there remained 60,485,600. For simplicity, Chen Ran decided to round this figure down to 60,480,000. Huang Xinghua's 20 share would be 12,096,000. Since Chen Ran had rounded down, he naturally would not claim the 6,000. Subtracting Huang Xinghua's share from the total left them with 48,390,000, which would rightfully belong to Chen Ran. Huang Xinghua had initially hoped to earn 3 to 4 million, so he was pleasantly surprised by the considerable profit. The earlier disappointment from Chen Ran's decision to cease their collaboration faded significantly. The result they reached together met with no objections from either party. The funds remained in Huang Xinghua's account and would first need to be released from restrictions in the app before being transferred at the bank. Releasing the restrictions was straightforward, though the transfer itself could be a bit cumbersome, requiring a visit to the bank. Fortunately, there was a branch of Pingxing Bank not far from the South Suburb Park. Huang Xinghua planned to go to the bank with Chen Ran, but Chen Ran suggested he go alone. He had spotted Zhao Shuyuan standing in front of a stall selling raw stones. Concerned that Chen Ran might be deceived in his purchase, Zhao Shuyuan was equally wary of being taken advantage of, prompting Chen Ran to approach her. Little brother, we don't even have a contract, and yet you trust me so implicitly? Aren't you afraid I might run off? Huang Xinghua exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chen Ran's reluctance to accompany him. We've known each other long enough. If I didn't trust you, I would never have partnered with you in the first place. You handle matters well, and I have faith in your abilities. Chen Ran reassured him. They had no formal agreement. If Huang Xinghua chose to withhold payment, he could easily do so without consequence. Even if Chen Ran accompanied him, Chen Ran recognized that while Huang Xinghua might possess a cunning streak, he was not inherently malicious. Feeling a surge of confidence in his trustworthiness, Huang Xinghua straightened his posture. Little brother, based on your words, you can rest assured that I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. I will not falter. With that, Huang Xinghua parted ways with Chen Ran, first heading to the Wanha Group office to lift the restrictions on his account before making his way to his car to drive to the bank. The exhilaration of having earned money was palpable, lifting his spirits as he hummed a little tune while contemplating his future. After spending the day alongside Chen Ran, he had witnessed his extraordinary capabilities and felt a deep sense of admiration. My old brother Chen possesses remarkable skills. He is no ordinary individual. Though he may appear inexperienced now, he is destined for greatness. Huang Xinghua mused, pondering how he might continue to associate with Chen Ran, whose success could very well determine Huang Xinghua's own rise. As he approached his car, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure waiting for transportation at the intersection. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the young woman who had helped them earlier, since she was a friend of Chen Ran and had assisted them. He thought to offer her a ride. Just as he was about to get into the car, a white sedan abruptly halted in front of her, and two individuals emerged, dragging her into the vehicle without hesitation. Help! Help! Su Yutong's cries pierced the air. Huang Xinghua was momentarily stunned but quickly rushed over. What are you doing? In broad daylight, attempting to abduct a woman. Let her go? As he approached the white car, he regretted his impulsive decision. He hadn't noticed that the two assailants, a wiry bald man and a portly man with long hair, were both armed with knives, each about a foot long. Just as Su Yutong was being pulled inside, the portly man silenced her with duct tape. Seeing Huang Xinghua rush in, the bald man brandished his knife threateningly. Sorry, brother. I was just joking around. Don't come any closer. Huang Xinghua, taken aback by the sight of a weapon, instantly lost his nerve. His legs felt weak, and he could hardly move. Before he knew it, the bald man had subdued him. Bring him along as well. Hurry, shouted the driver. As the bald man pressed the knife against Huang Xinghua, dragging him into the car, the parking lot was sparsely populated, with most onlookers standing at a distance, only realizing something was amiss once the white car sped away, prompting some to hastily call the police. Chapter 38. Another attempt at deception. After parting ways with Huang Xinghua, Chen Ran quickly proceeded towards Zhao Shuyuan. His suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed intent on purchasing raw stones. Rest assured, this is my brother. He is a prominent figure in the jade industry. Trust him, and you will not be misled. Nearby, a man of similar age to Zhang Hengfa had appeared, engaging Zhao Shuyuan and Zhou Yi in conversation. As Chen Ran approached, he interrupted Zhang Hengfa's spiel. I thought you had left with your boss. I searched for you earlier, but couldn't find you. Zhao Shuyuan looked pleasantly surprised at his arrival. I was helping him move some things, now that he's gone. I got off early and saw you still here, so I returned. Chen Ran casually replied before inquiring about the situation and the identity of the man next to Zhang Hengfa. Zhang Hengfa, displeased at Chen Ran's arrival, chose to ignore him, continuing his conversation with Zhou Yi. Zhao Shuyuan, grappling with indecision, turned to Chen Ran for guidance. It turned out that the man beside Zhang Hengfa was named Du Chong, a friend of his who was reputedly involved in the raw stone business and had a notable reputation in the circle. He was currently showing Zhou Yi a piece of rough material, claiming it to be of great value, worth at least 10 million. Chen Ran found this suspicious. If Du Chong was indeed knowledgeable about raw stones, why would he not purchase the valuable piece himself instead of trying to persuade others to buy it? You may not know this, but before he arrived, Zhang Hengfa had Zhou Yi look at a stone worth 2.6 million. Zhou Yi followed his advice and ended up with nothing, losing over 2 million. Feeling guilty, Zhang Hengfa asked his friend to help Zhou Yi find another stone as compensation. Chen Ran's understanding deepened, and he recognized the situation as potentially dubious. However, certain aspects still puzzled him. I thought I overheard you mention wanting to buy as well. While he had no interest in meddling in others' purchases, he felt compelled to protect Zhao Shuyuan from making a poor choice, especially after Zhou Yi's previous loss of 2.6 million had left her hesitant to invest again. Given that this stone is not inexpensive, I was considering sharing the cost with her, so we could split any potential profits. Zhao Shuyuan's intentions were purely to assist her friend, knowing that her sister was currently struggling in her business endeavors and might lack funds. Chen Ran comprehended the situation and inquired about the price of the stone. Here it is, take a look for yourself. Zhao Shuyuan gestured towards a piece of rough jadeite the size of a basketball at their feet. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ran was taken aback. It was indeed exorbitantly priced at 3,800,000. The exposed section was a type of jade known as musai, which belongs to the mid to low-end category of jadeite. To label a piece of musai at such a steep price was nothing short of a scam aimed at gullible buyers. Even if the entire stone were composed of musai, it would barely be worth 1 million. Chen Ran's irritation grew as he scrutinized the stone, yet Zhao Shuyuan remained oblivious to his discontent. She was calculating in her mind that if they split the cost, Each would need to contribute 1,900,000. No trifling sum, indeed. Prompting her to proceed with caution. By the way, doesn't your boss dabble in jade as well? After working with him all afternoon, have you gleaned any insights on whether this stone could yield something valuable? Earlier, Zhao Shuyuan had cautioned Chen Ran against gambling on stones, warning that those who did often faced ruin. Yet now she seemed to have forgotten her own advice, hoping instead for a fortuitous discovery. Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle at her naivety. Sister Shuyuan, you ought to rush out and buy a lottery ticket instead, he urged her anxiously. Zhao Shuyuan looked puzzled. Why? The odds of winning the jackpot in the lottery are far greater than the chances of this stone revealing anything of worth. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned on Zhao Shuyuan. You little rascal, are you jesting with me? She exclaimed, playfully punching him on the chest. Can you truly guarantee that there's nothing of value here? That fellow Du was so adamant about it. Chen Ran had already crouched down to examine the stone, and as he suspected, it not only failed to harbor any valuable material, but even the mucei present was of inferior quality, with impurities increasing as one delved deeper. It might only be worth a few thousand in total. I told you that scoundrel wasn't trustworthy. He is even worse than this stone. Why do you still listen to him? Chen Ran reprimanded Zhao Shuyuan, who had no chance to retort as Zhou Yi seemed to be swayed. Shuyuan, why not just buy this one? Earlier, Zhao Shuyuan had agreed with Zhou Yi to purchase it together, each bearing half the cost, regardless of profit or loss. Perhaps we should reconsider and look at other options? If Chen Ran hadn't shown up, Zhao Shuyuan might have already consented to the purchase, but now, with his assertion that the stone was worthless, she hesitated. Whether Chen Ran had keen insight or not remained uncertain to her, but compared to Du Chong and Zhang Hengfa, she evidently preferred to trust Chen Ran. Shuyuan, my friend has laid it out clearly. What reservations do you still have? Zhang Hengfa questioned, furrowing his brow. Du Chong added, beautiful lady, trust me, such fine pieces are rare. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. No, I still want to buy this stone. Zhao Shuyuan maintained her stance. At this point, even Zhou Yi began to wonder why she was hesitant to proceed with the purchase. Chen Ran claims this stone won't yield anything valuable. Huh. Just as Zhao Shuyuan finished speaking, Zhou Yi had yet to respond when Zhang Hengfa scoffed derisively. So that's why you're backing out. You've listened to this fool's nonsense. He cast a scornful glance at Chen Ran, prompting Du Chong to curiously inquire. Who is this guy? Zhang Hengfa whispered a few words to him, though the introduction was unclear. Upon hearing, Du Chong's expression shifted to one of disdain. I see. Just a naive young man who knows nothing. He then addressed Chen Ran. Listen here, young man. Your youth is no excuse for ignorance. But spreading baseless claims is indeed your fault. Spreading falsehoods isn't illegal. What's wrong with that? It's preferable to your deceitful ways. Chen Ran retorted with a smile. Who are you calling a liar? Zhang Hengfa's eyes narrowed with anger. You, of course. What's the matter? Are you not satisfied? Chen Ran's temper flared, and regardless of the crowd, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Hengfa. Last time you tried to swindle my sister Shuyuan with that worthless purple clay teapot, and you thought I'd let it slide. Now you're at it again, thinking you can enjoy the spoils of deception. Chapter 39, You Know Nothing. They say to strike not the face nor unveil one's shortcomings. In calling Zhang Hengfa a fraud, Chen Ran had struck a nerve. Zhang Hengfa had no legitimate profession, merely running 2 internet cafes, thriving solely due to his brother-in-law's position as the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He leveraged this connection to introduce various business ventures, pocketing commissions, many of which were dubious. Those who were duped often suffered only minor losses and, out of fear of his brother-in-law, refrained from confronting him, thus privately labeling Zhang Hengfa a fraud. He was well aware of his own deceit, yet remained in denial. Hearing Chen Ran openly accuse him before an audience ignited his fury. Chen Ran, a penniless outsider, was beneath his consideration. You little brat. Who do you think you're calling a fraud? Zhang Hengfa began, but was interrupted as Zhao Shuyuan, Zhou Yi, and others sensed the escalating tension and swiftly separated the two, with Du Chong grabbing Zhang Hengfa as well. Calm down. Making money is paramount. It's just within reach. Du Chong whispered urgently in Zhang Hengfa's ear. Zhang Hengfa, though seething with rage, found his temper cooling at the mention of profit. As the saying goes, one must endure minor grievances to secure greater gains. Seeing Zhou Yi's agreement, he was reluctant to let his meal ticket slip away. Stay back and watch how I handle this. Du Chong pushed Zhang Hengfa aside and approached Chen Ran. When Chen Ran noticed Zhang Hengfa, still intent on confrontation, he couldn't suppress a laugh. You can't even win a debate and now wish to resort to violence? We're all friends here. We can agree to disagree without animosity, Du Chong said, smiling at Chen Ran. But we have no familiarity. What does it matter if we part ways in anger? Chen Ran replied indifferently. A flicker of shadow passed through Du Chong's eyes, but vanished just as quickly. He reminded himself that despite Chen Ran's irritating demeanor, making money was the priority. Several million could last quite a while. He steeled himself and ignored Chen Ran's words, continuing. My friend here previously caused Miss Zhou to lose 2 million, and he feels quite guilty about it. I must ensure she profits this time to compensate for her loss. After careful consideration, I determined that this stone is the only viable option, which is why I encouraged her to purchase it. Yet you arrive and declare it worthless. I cannot fathom why you, as a friend of these ladies, would act against their interests. Don't you want them to profit? He framed his inquiry as a moral judgment, casting himself as the virtuous benefactor while painting Chen Ran as a schemer. You know better than I whether this stone holds any value. I advise you to leave now and stop misleading others. Chen Ran dismissed him. The buyers are the 2 ladies. Whether I leave or stay is not your call, right, ladies? Du Chong turned to Zhao Shiyuan and Zhou Yi. Sister Shiyuan, if you trust me, you should ask them to leave, Chen Ran urged. I do trust you, but what of Zhou Yi? Zhao Shiyuan whispered back. If she wishes to be deceived, let her be. It's none of my concern. Just don't buy it. Before Chen Ran could finish his words, Zhao Shiyuan pinched him at the waist and exclaimed, How can you speak like that? I've already told you that Zhou Yi is my close friend. She doesn't believe me. I mentioned that she has her own dilemmas. Besides, she just lost over 2 million. Isn't she merely trying to recoup her losses? This statement was quite humorous. For the majority of gamblers who find themselves destitute do so in their desperate attempts to recover their losses. Although Chen Ran thought this, he refrained from making any excessively harsh remarks, glancing at Zhou Yi, who appeared to be in a state of inner turmoil. Torn between her best friend and someone she dared not offend, she genuinely sought to recover her losses. After all, she was not a wealthy magnate. She merely owned a small bar and had a modest sum of disposable income. For her, 200 million was indeed a significant amount. Noticing Zhao Shiyuan and Chen Ran whispering to each other, Du Chong feared that Chen Ran would jeopardize the deal. Observing Zhou Yi's indecision, he resolved to showcase his skills to gain her complete trust. Young man, your disbelief stems solely from your lack of understanding. I won't stoop to your level. Today, allow me to broaden your horizons and demonstrate my capabilities. With that, Du Chong turned and began inspecting stones at the stall. In no time, he selected a piece the size of a half football, its surface revealing a vibrant green hue. The stone was priced at 50,000. Boss, please cut this stone for me. He commanded, promptly paying for it. Once the stone was cut, it revealed a palm-sized chunk of the coveted green jade. Before anyone could comprehend, the boss himself made an offer. Sir, I'll give you 300,000 for this stone. What do you think? Du Chong, brimming with pride, responded. 300,000 is a bit low, don't you think? It should be at least this much. He held up 4 fingers. The boss frowned, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. All right, 40,000 it is. He immediately handed Du Chong the cash. Turning with an air of triumph, Du Chong addressed Chen Ran. Now do you see my prowess, young man? I flipped 50,000 into 400,000. Both Zhou Yi and Zhao Shiyuan were taken aback. They had seen their fair share of money, but never had they witnessed such rapid profits. Both began to believe Du Chong's claims. Only Chen Ran found the situation amusing and clapped for Du Chong. The latter, mistakenly believing that he had successfully impressed Chen Ran, clapped in return. It was only upon hearing Chen Ran's words that he realized otherwise. While the stone indeed possessed fine jade, the minuscule amount produced could scarcely yield even a bracelet. It was laughable that the boss would offer 400,000 for it. Chen Ran had discerned that the boss and Du Chong had likely conspired in this charade. His keen observation had allowed him to notice the repeated exchanges of glances between Du Chong and the stall owner when selecting the stone. Indeed, something valuable was extracted. But given its size, its market value would be at most 150,000. The fact that the boss offered 400,000 indicated collusion, especially since the stall was tucked away in a corner, preventing passers-by from questioning the transaction. However, while others remained oblivious, Chen Ran was acutely aware. After all, one could not execute a scam without prior agreement with the stall owner. As soon as Chen Ran expressed his suspicions, Du Chong and Zhang Hengfa's expressions soured, while the stall owner began to fidget nervously, hastily offering explanations. I assure you, young man, this is the first time I've met this gentleman. There's no collusion here. Besides, you are young and inexperienced in our industry. How could you possibly understand the true value of jade? This piece is a prime example of top-quality jade. I could easily sell it for around 500,000. What is wrong with paying 400,000 for it? If you don't understand, kindly refrain from making baseless accusations and disrupting my business. Chen Ran's astute questioning startled Zhang Hengfa, but upon hearing the owner's rebuttal, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and scoffed at Chen Ran with disdain. Oh, you think I don't understand? Chen Ran chuckled upon hearing their remarks. Noticing Zhou Yi's puzzled gaze, he realized that unless he demonstrated his genuine understanding, these three rogues would not relent. Just wait, I will show you all. Without further ado, he moved to a nearby stall, meticulously selecting a piece of raw jade weighing around 10 pounds. Once he had chosen his stone, Chen Ran turned to Zhao Shuyuan and inquired if she had registered a small program. She nodded, confirming that she had registered one with only 1 million. Though Chen Ran had his own funds, he had not registered a program and thus intended to utilize Zhao Shuyuan's. He said to her, "Did you not previously mention that if I wished to gamble on stones, you would give me a few? Could you possibly give me this one?" Zhao Shuyuan felt a pang of regret at the thought of wasting over 1 million, but the idea of gifting Chen Ran something was far less painful, especially since this stone was relatively inexpensive, merely 80,000. Without hesitation, she agreed and proceeded to pay. After completing the transaction, Chen Ran drew 2 lines on the stone, instructing the owner to cut it. The stall was not crowded, and the owner, eager for business, promptly began cutting. Zhang Hengfa and the others were bewildered by Chen Ran's intentions. Even Zhao Shuyuan was in the dark until the stone was cut open, revealing a large expanse of green. They were astonished. Chen Ran truly understood raw jade. Moreover, he had successfully selected a piece of jade from a rough stone. Chen Ran's 2 drawn lines yielded 2 green surfaces, slightly inferior to the highly coveted jade, instead revealing a common variety, yet still valuable. The owner exclaimed, "Ah, young man, you have a keen eye. You drew those lines flawlessly, without any excess." Before the owner could finish, a passing jade merchant couldn't resist and made an offer. "Young man, would you sell it for 600,000? Another chimed in, 75,000. I'll take it." The owner pondered for a moment before making a bid of 900,000. Chen Ran had not anticipated such a high sale. Seeing the owner's offer matched his expectations, he readily agreed. In an instant, Zhao Shuyuan was bewildered, as her small program suddenly boasted 900,000. Zhang Hengfa, Du Chong, and the others stood agape. Yet, Chen Ran had no intention of stopping there. He proceeded to another stall and repeated the selection process, this time choosing a more expensive piece of raw jade for 150,000. "Sister Shuyuan, stop dawdling. Pay up." "Oh." Zhao Shuyuan, still stunned by the sudden influx of money, snapped back to reality and hurried to make the payment. Chen Ran drew 3 lines on this stone, and when the owner cut it open, it revealed a piece of ice jade larger than a fist, with green flecks. As soon as this stone was unveiled, several onlookers began to bid, and it was eventually sold for 1,700,000. Chen Ran had transformed 15,000 into 1,700,000, leaving Zhao Shuyuan utterly flabbergasted. How is it possible that we earn money without even lifting a finger? After successfully purchasing the 2 stones, Chen Ran returned to the previous stall and asked Zhang Hengfa and Du Chong, "You claimed earlier that I didn't understand. What do you think now? Do I understand?" Their expressions were a mixture of shock and disbelief. As they remained silent, Chen Ran turned to the stall owner. "What do you say, owner? Do I understand?" At this moment, the boss sat in a state of bewilderment, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. They were neither blind nor foolish. How could they not perceive that Chen Ran was not merely knowledgeable, but profoundly astute? The rough stone they had purchased had already yielded results, and not a single line was drawn in excess. Even seasoned veterans who had navigated this industry for a decade or 2 would not possess such discerning eyes. Chen Ran turned to Du Chong and said, "You wanted me to witness your prowess, did you not? Buying from this stall hardly qualifies as a demonstration of skill. Go elsewhere and procure a few pieces for us to examine. You need not produce them all. If you can just find one that yields a profit, I shall concede that you have some ability. Not only will I refrain from obstructing your purchase of this stone for Sister Shuyuan, but I shall also hand over the profits I've just made to you. Should you fail to produce anything, however, you must publicly declare yourself a fraud 3 times on this street. What do you say?" Chen Ran laid down the challenge, eagerly awaiting Du Chong's display of talent. Previously arrogant, Du Chong's face flushed crimson as he glared at Chen Ran for a prolonged moment, yet he lacked the courage to respond. Ultimately, he merely spat in silence. "Fool, who the hell cares about you?" With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, resolute and without a backward glance. To be fair, the conditions set forth by Chen Ran were not overly harsh. It was not arrogance on Chen Ran's part, but rather a clear understanding of Du Chong's limitations. Even purchasing a low-cost rough stone required the boss's subtle prompts. Did he possess any real skill? What skill could he possibly claim? "Oh, so you're leaving? Zhang, hurry and call your friend back. Didn't you want him to compensate this Miss Zhou?" Chen Ran remarked to Zhang Hengfa, having had their ruse exposed. Zhang Hengfa's face flushed with embarrassment. He, too, could no longer bear to stay and shot a fierce glare at Chen Ran. "My buddy doesn't want to deal with you, and neither do I. We shall see." With that, he intended to say something to Zhao Shuyuan and Zhou Yi, but perhaps out of shame, he ultimately said nothing and left in disgrace. With both of them gone, Chen Ran turned his attention back to the boss. But before he could speak, the boss hastily clasped his hands in supplication. "Young brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, show me mercy." He quickly explained. "I am not acquainted with those two at all. I only met them yesterday. It was that Zhang who coerced me into playing along, promising me a 30% cut once it was over, and that's why I agreed. I was foolish, bewitched by greed. You are a person of stature. Please do not hold this against me. I assure you, I will never engage in such deceit again." Zhang Hengfa and Du Chong were mere drifters. They could easily escape. But the boss had no such luxury. After all, he had a stall here, and while the monk could run, the temple remained. This was his livelihood. And with their charade unraveled, he was left to plead for mercy. In a bid for forgiveness, he sold out Zhang Hengfa and Du Chong completely, infuriating both Zhao Shuyuan and Zhou Yi in the process. Seeing that even the main culprits had fled, Chen Ran found it pointless to continue sparring with this man and chose to ignore him. "I told you Zhang is no good. Look, was I not right? If I had not arrived in time today, who knows how much they would have swindled you." After Du Chong and Zhang Hengfa left in defeat, Chen Ran began to admonish Zhao Shuyuan. Typically, it was she who lectured him, so such an opportunity was rare. Yes, you are right. Everything you say is correct. It was my mistake for not believing you, and it is my own fault for being deceived." Hearing this, Chen Ran felt something was amiss and glanced at Zhao Shuyuan. Noticing a flicker of resentment on her face, he quickly amended his statement. "But that cannot be entirely true. Sister Shuyuan, you still trust me, do you not? No matter the circumstances, you steadfastly stand by my side. It was my tardiness that allowed their trickery to unfold without interruption. That is indeed a significant failing on my part. However, ultimately, it is those two scoundrels who are far too cunning." This reasoning seemed more palatable, and Zhao Shuyuan's expression softened, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Now that sounds better." Chen Ran chuckled, and as Zhao Shuyuan scrutinized him, it was as if she were seeing him anew. "Who would have thought you possessed such capabilities? I must ask, did you come to this fair today solely to gamble on stones? Is there truly any gambling involved?" "Sister Shuyuan, you simply enjoy jesting. I aim to earn, not to gamble. When funds run low, I merely seek to replenish them. Profiting from raw stones is indeed gambling," Zhao Shuyuan retorted, her tone sharp. "That may apply to others, where there are both gains and losses, but in my case, it is a guaranteed profit. How could that be considered gambling?" Chen Ran insisted, attempting to defend his position. Zhao Shuyuan raised an eyebrow, finding some merit in his argument. "How much have you earned?" she inquired with curiosity. "Not much. Just a modest sum sufficient for basic sustenance," Chen Ran replied with a smile. Zhao Shuyuan, however, was skeptical. After all, just moments ago, he had made over 2 million. The potential profits from gambling on stones were evidently substantial. She was acutely aware of when Chen Ran had arrived. Several hours had passed since, and it was entirely possible that his fortune had surpassed hers. Yet, Chen Ran offered no further details, and she chose not to pry, instead chiding him with a playful, "You always speak in half-truths. Now, Sister Shuyuan, I assure you, I speak only the truth. By the way, I will return the over 40,000 I borrowed from you last time. You just made a fortune from those 2 stones, and you still have that money with me. What does it matter if you owe me a little more?" Zhao Shuyuan replied, having previously reminded Chen Ran about repaying his debts, concerned he might act rashly. Though she had no intention of insisting he actually pay her back, since the stones he had just purchased rightfully belonged to him. He was under no obligation to reimburse her. Chen Ran, now in a comfortable financial position, did not take her words to heart. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuyuan pouted, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Chen Ran, speak to me honestly. Do you truly understand raw stones?" Chen Ran raised an eyebrow. "Sister Shuyuan, your suspicions are rather excessive. Are they not? I demonstrated quite clearly just moments ago, and you still doubt? Well, it's not that I don't trust you. I merely wish to ascertain whether you genuinely comprehend the intricacies involved. If so, could you assist me with a task? What task do you have in mind?" Chen Ran was more than willing to lend a hand to Zhao Shuyuan. Their relationship extended beyond mere landlord and tenant. They were friends. And given that Zhao Shuyuan had previously aided him in various matters, though perhaps not monetarily significant, many of these things could not be quantified in terms of money. Seeing Chen Ran's prompt agreement brought a smile to Zhao Shuyuan's face, and she gestured toward Zhou Yi, who walked ahead. "With your skills, help my sister purchase a piece of stone. She was deceived out of over 2 million today, and I can only imagine her frustration." Since learning from the stall owner about Zhang Hengfa's deceitful intentions regarding that stone, Zhou Yi had pieced together the puzzle of her earlier losses. With this realization, she fell silent, her anger simmering as she walked ahead. Chen Ran, who had just confidently assured he would help, suddenly found himself in a quandary. First, he was not well acquainted with Zhou Yi, and assisting her in making money felt somewhat akin to handing over his earnings. Secondly, his sensitivity to raw stones was already dwindling, having recently purchased 2 pieces and used his intuition nearly 10 times. He estimated only 10 chances remained. With so few opportunities left, he could not guarantee he would select anything worthwhile. While he felt reluctant to refuse help, the prospect of failing to deliver was equally disheartening. Scratching his head, he hesitated. 2 million is really not a big deal. Consider it a lesson learned. Oh, so now that you have some money, your tone has changed. 2 million is nothing to scoff at. Please refrain from making such flippant remarks. Zhao Shuyuan shot a glare at Chen Ran. She added, she isn't as wealthy as you might think. Her husband has cheated on her, and after their divorce, she is left to raise the child alone. She merely runs a small bar, which is struggling due to poor business and excessive inspections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought to curry favor with Zhang Hengfa, hoping to purchase a piece of raw stone to turn her fortune around. Unfortunately, she was deceived, and 2 million is no small sum for her. She has no idea when she will earn that back on her own. If you truly empathize with her, why not just give her 2 million? Is this how you help others? What about her dignity? Zhao Shuyuan glared at Chen Ran in anger. What dignity is there when the money is gone? Isn't financial stability far more crucial than self-respect? Chen Ran mused, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, sensing Zhao Shuyuan's intense gaze. Just tell me directly. Will you help or not? Chen Ran didn't outright refuse to help. He merely feared that his assistance might fall short. Seeing Zhao Shuyuan's displeasure, he eventually nodded. All right, I'll help, but only with 1 piece. I knew you'd agree. I'll go speak with her right away. With Chen Ran's nod, Zhao Shuyuan's spirits soared, and she hurried ahead to converse with Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Chen Ran lingered at a stall, examining the offerings. Young man, are you truly willing to help me examine a stone? Zhou Yi exclaimed, surprised by Chen Ran's willingness. Although she was close to Zhao Shuyuan, she had little connection with Chen Ran and felt embarrassed for inadvertently revealing his identity, which had earned him Zhang Hengfa's disdain. Since you're a friend of Shuyuan, you're my friend as well. I heard from her that you want to buy a stone for good fortune. If I find a suitable one, I'll assist you. Zhou Yi hadn't joined in the ridicule when Zhang Hengfa and Du Chong belittled Chen Ran, so while her impression of him was neutral, she was willing to help because of Zhao Shuyuan's request. But I can only examine 1 piece, and I can't guarantee anything. 1 is sufficient, thank you. If I make a profit, I'll share half with you. Zhou Yi was content to recover even a portion of her losses. She had no grand expectations. She ignored Chen Ran's half-hearted statement, believing he must have the ability to discern valuable stones. The young man is quite modest, she thought. Chen Ran said little, preoccupied with feeling the raw materials at the stall. Earlier, he had purchased a rough stone to showcase his skills, but now his sensitivity had diminished, compelling him to choose a piece that would enhance his chances of success. He felt anxious, pondering how he would explain it if he failed to find a valuable stone. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He touched 3 stones before sensing something remarkable in the 4th. It was of high ice variety, not large, but surely worth several million. The stone was priced at 1.5 million. This one, Chen Ran declared, tapping the stone. Zhou Yi hesitated, wanting to confirm the price with Chen Ran, fearing he might overlook something. But upon catching Zhao Shuyuan's encouraging glance and recalling Chen Ran's earlier display of skill, she swallowed her concerns. All right, we'll take this one. Zhou Yi agreed enthusiastically and promptly paid. Chen Ran marked the stone, instructing the vendor to cut 3 sides. Upon revealing all 3 sides to be of high quality, Zhao Shuyuan and Zhou Yi were elated. But soon they were interrupted by a bid. 5 million. The first bid already covered Zhou Yi's losses and the cost of the stone, bringing her immense joy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Several gemstone merchants began to bid, driving the price up to over 8 million. Zhao Shuyuan and Zhou Yi, though seasoned, had never witnessed such rapid increases in value. It was faster than printing money. Both women were ecstatic, their faces beaming with delight, completely disregarding their composure as they clung to Chen Ran, bouncing with excitement. Chen Ran felt dizzy, overwhelmed by their admiration. Their ears rang with praises. You're incredible. You're so talented. You're amazing. You're the best. Every time a new bid was made, a chorus of compliments followed, none uttering a harsh word. Strangely, this feeling was rather pleasant. The bystanders who couldn't bid were no longer focused on the raw stones, but were instead casting envious glances at him. No wonder people say there's an addiction to being a good person. The thrill of being lauded is truly delightful, Chen Ran reflected. Chapter 42. New Intuition. As night fell, most of the visitors at the gemstone exhibition had departed, and the vendors began to pack up, preparing to return home for the night. At the temporary office of Wanhe Group, Zhuang Jinfeng sat in his office, listening to his assistant's report. This afternoon, only 3 pieces of jadeite valued at over 30 million were sold, the highest being a blue water glass variety that fetched 85 million, offered by Master Kai from the golden jade industry of Yangqing. Additionally, Master Lu from the Yuding Chamber of Commerce had sold a yellow jade for 60 million. while the third piece, valued at 45 million, was from someone named Huang Xinghua, whom you might have encountered earlier. After the assistant finished, he added, "That Huang Xinghua appears rather unremarkable, yet his skills are impressive. The system shows he purchased 7 stones, each yielding a profit, without a single misstep." Oh. Initially, just a routine summary, Zhuang Jinfeng's interest peaked at this point. He immediately took the tablet from his assistant to review Huang Xinghua's transaction records. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. It wasn't merely that each stone was profitable. The cost of each stone was low, yet their value had multiplied several times over. When calculated proportionally, the profit margin was extraordinarily high. 7 stones, and he didn't miss a single opportunity, Zhuang Jinfeng murmured, visibly surprised. It was well known that both Master Kai and Master Lu were luminaries in the jade industry, and they typically dealt in windowed materials worth over 10 million. In contrast, Huang Xinghua seemed to have come from nothing, yet he had purchased so many rough stones. His talent was evidently considerable. Wasn't this precisely the kind of talent their group desperately needed? Zhuang Jinfeng felt a surge of excitement and promptly instructed, "Ensure you get in touch with him. Invite him to our group for a discussion about collaboration." Understood, the assistant replied eagerly, hastening to contact Huang Xinghua. At the park entrance, Zhao Shuyuan and Zhou Yi flanked Chen Ran, both beaming with excitement. Their joy stemmed from the recent sale of the stone, which had ultimately fetched 9 million. Even after sharing half with Chen Ran, Zhao Shuyuan would still have 450,000 left, enough to cover her previous losses and even have some remaining. "There's no need to split it. After all, you were just helping me, Shuyuan," Zhou Yi insisted, eager to honor her promise to share the profits. But Chen Ran had no intention of accepting. 400,000 was substantial, yet given his abilities, earning money now felt as effortless as eating or drinking. He didn't place much value on it. "Consider it a favor. I won't be helping again if you get cheated next time. Also, that Zhang fellow is utterly foolish. Don't bring him along when you're with Shuyuan next time," Chen Ran stated plainly, unafraid of offending Zhou Yi. The fact that Chen Ran refused any reward left Zhou Yi quite astonished. Heeding Chen Ran's reminder, although his demeanor was somewhat brusque, Zhou Yi felt no objection. Considering he had just helped her earn money, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. "You, my charming young man, helping me once is already a great favor. I dare not hope for a second opportunity. Rest assured, there will be no second time. As for that scoundrel, Zhang Hong, despite the numerous advantages I have discreetly provided him over the years, he still dares to deceive me. Not only will I cease any further interaction with him, but I will also ensure that he does not involve Shuyuan in his schemes. That would be for the best." Once Chen Ran finished speaking, Zhou Yi noticed that it was getting late and suggested treating him and Zhao Shuyuan to dinner. While Zhao Shuyuan had no objections, Chen Ran had no intention of joining them. It was not a matter of deliberate refusal, he simply had no time. He had already arranged with Su Yutong to retrieve the painting after the exhibition and simultaneously collect the exotic minerals in her possession. This was a significant matter, and Chen Ran was determined not to delay. Moreover, there was another pressing issue. Earlier, when parting ways with Huang Xinghua, he mentioned going to the bank to process a transfer. However, over 2 hours had passed, darkness had fallen, and the bank was closed. Yet Chen Ran had not received a single cent. It was one thing not to have received the money. Perhaps Huang Xinghua had arrived too late to complete the transfer, and it could be done tomorrow. However, the fact that the man hadn't even called him, and that his phone was off when Chen Ran tried to reach him, was unsettling. Chen Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He had over 40 million of his own money in the account, certainly not a trifling sum. And they hadn't even signed a contract. The absence of the transfer and the phone being off. Could that scoundrel be absconding with his money? Chen Ran pondered, cursing himself for having trusted him so readily. Resolving to return the painting to Su Yutong later, he decided to find Huang Xinghua first to ascertain what was going on. Noticing that Chen Ran was not going to dinner, Zhao Shuyuan opted out as well. Zhou Yi suggested postponing the dinner invitation and planned to send them home, while Chen Ran, having arrived on his electric scooter, set off on foot. After Zhou Yi departed, he rode back home with Zhao Shuyuan seated behind him, her arms wrapped around his waist. Chen Ran felt her warmth against his back, a sensation that might have stirred other thoughts under different circumstances. However, today he was consumed by concerns about Huang Xinghua's possible flight. As he raced back to the community, his mind racing with scenarios of whether Huang Xinghua had indeed fled and where he might be now, he resolved that the immediate priority was to find Huang Xinghua rather than returning the painting. Though making money was relatively easy nowadays, he could not allow his efforts of the entire afternoon to go to waste. Taking out his phone, he intended to clarify the situation with Su Yutong, planning to return the painting later. To his dismay, her phone too was switched off. How peculiar. Huang Xinghua was one thing, but Su Yutong, being so affluent, should have a more reliable phone with a decent battery life. What is so urgent that you had to rush back? If you were free, We could grab a bite at the entrance of the community. If not, I'll just order takeout, Zhao Shuyuan inquired, unaware of the urgency that beset Chen Ran. Are you even listening? She exclaimed, noticing Chen Ran gazing up at the sky without responding. She playfully nudged him, but that slight touch sent a jolt through him. Chen Ran remained silent, having noticed something amiss at Zhao Shuyuan's residence. Her fifth-floor apartment was visible from the entrance, and although it appeared unoccupied, the lights were on. As Chen Ran contemplated whether Zhao Shuyuan had forgotten to turn off the lights, a peculiar vision suddenly flashed before him at the moment her hand touched him. In this vision, he saw Zhao Shuyuan sprawled on her sofa, covered in crimson marks, her complexion pallid, eyes closed, a bloody wound on her wrist dripping onto the floor, forming a large pool of blood. The horror of this scene was far less intense than those he had witnessed previously, yet it still startled him. After all, the person in the vision was Zhao Shuyuan. Just moments ago, while she was still wrapped around him in the vehicle, he had not seen this dreadful sight. Now, less than 3 minutes after they had disembarked, it appeared before him. Zhao Shuyuan, come with us, Chen Ran stammered, staring at her in shock, unable to articulate a word. His prior experiences had taught him that he could sense the impending death of others with startling accuracy, indicating that Zhao Shuyuan was in mortal danger, perhaps even contemplating suicide. But why would she consider such a drastic measure? What's wrong with you? Zhao Shuyuan queried, perplexed by Chen Ran's ghostly demeanor. Before he could respond, she too noticed the lights on in her apartment and the shadow of a figure within. Startled, she quickly scanned the area, and upon spotting a business vehicle parked by the roadside, her fury ignited. Li Chengnan, you scoundrel! She seethed, and without waiting for Chen Ran to react, she dashed into the stairwell. Zhao Shuyuan. Chen Ran, still grappling with the shocking vision, rushed after her, his mind racing with questions. Had that scoundrel from yesterday returned? Search thoroughly. This place is small. We must find it. Li Chengnan and his cohort were ransacking Zhao Shuyuan's home, and even before she reached the stairs, she could hear their voices, propelling her to run faster. Arriving at her doorway, she was met with a scene of chaos, and her anger surged. Li Chengnan, what in the world are you doing? Ah, back already? Li Chengnan feigned nonchalance, instructing his men to ignore her. Keep searching. You all stop right now. Zhao Shuyuan, infuriated, charged forward to intervene, but Li Chengnan blocked her way. You refuse to sign over your shares, so I must retrieve that contract myself. If you prefer not to have your home turned upside down, you should hand it over willingly. Hand it over to hell. In her wrath, Zhao Shuyuan delivered a stinging slap to Li Chengnan's face. Li Chengnan, taken aback by her audacity, instantly erupted in rage. You insolent woman! How dare you hit me? As he raised his hand to retaliate, Chen Ran, moving with swift determination, intervened, delivering a kick that sent Li Chengnan crashing backward against Zhao Shuyuan's liquor cabinet with a resounding thud. With the experience of their previous altercation, Chen Ran controlled his strength, ensuring he did not inflict fatal harm, but rendered Li Chengnan thoroughly disoriented. Upon witnessing his boss being kicked, the four individuals hastily abandoned their search and rushed over to assist him. Just as they managed to lift him, Li Chengnan, in a fit of rage, shoved them aside. Damn it, can't you see? Why are you helping me? Go and break that kid's leg. Enraged, Li Chengnan commanded his subordinates to deal with Chen Ran. But Chen Ran did not afford them the opportunity. No sooner had Li Chengnan finished his command than Chen Ran charged forward, effortlessly bringing all four to the ground with a few swift strikes. Each received but a singular blow, yet that solitary hit nearly had them expelling their insides, leaving them sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, unable to rise. In an instant, Li Chengnan found himself isolated, his heart racing as he gazed at Chen Ran. He had failed to comprehend how he had been kicked moments ago and still could not grasp it now. How could this young man possess such formidable strength, rendering his four subordinates powerless? Before Li Chengnan could fully process this, Chen Ran seized his collar, and in a blur, he felt a barrage of slaps upon his face. The sound of impact echoed as Li Chengnan was left with a bruised visage, his nose and mouth swollen, his eyes squinting to mere slits, barely able to see. At this moment, he comprehended the harsh reality. He was no match for Chen Ran. He yearned to kneel and plead for mercy, yet found himself unable to do so, as Chen Ran held him aloft by his collar, leaving him suspended in midair. With no other recourse, he desperately begged, "Please, stop hitting me." Chen Ran ceased his assault, but did not relinquish his grip on Li Chengnan. Sister Shuyuan, quickly check if anything valuable is missing. Should we call the police? He inquired, but did not receive a response from Zhao Shuyuan. Turning to face her, he noticed she was staring blankly at a shattered jar in her hand. Sister Shuyuan? Noticing something was amiss with Zhao Shuyuan, Chen Ran abandoned his confrontation with Li Chengnan and hurried over. What's wrong? It was only when Chen Ran reached her that she seemed to snap back to reality, raising the broken jar. The jar is broken. This response left Chen Ran momentarily dumbfounded. Amidst the chaos, the shattered jar was but a fraction of the wreckage. Zhao Shuyuan pointed to the jar, and he could not fathom why she fixated solely on it. Peering inside, he discovered it was empty, devoid of contents. Was it an antique? Chen Ran pondered. Lifting the jar, in an instant, the scene shifted. He beheld a place where individuals donned modern attire. This was no antique. Concerned he had misinterpreted, he switched hands. And the scene transformed once more, this time revealing an apothecary. An elderly man with gray hair cradled the jar, filling it with numerous brown pills, before solemnly handing it to a little girl. The girl, with wide, innocent eyes, gazed up at the old man, then at the jar, and finally nodded earnestly. The child bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Shuyuan, complete with a tear-shaped mole at the corner of her eye, unmistakably indicating it was Zhao Shuyuan as a child. Regardless of how long he spent within the scene, to the outside world, it was but a fleeting moment. When Chen Ran regained his senses, he realized the jar was not empty after all. Its contents had spilled out upon shattering. 3 small brown pills, no larger than grains of rice, now lay trampled on the ground. Nearby, a vase had also been shattered, its water pooling, mingling with the crushed pills to create a brown puddle that spread nearly a square meter. Chen Ran had previously wondered about the medicinal aroma in the air, and now it all made sense. But what exactly were these pills? In the scene he witnessed, the jar had been filled to half its capacity. Yet now only a mere fraction remained, indicating the pills had been consumed for some purpose unknown to him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed numerous medical texts scattered across the balcony floor. In all his visits to Zhao Shuyuan's home, he had never encountered such an extensive collection of medical books. With a glance, he realized a door on the balcony had been opened, indicating it was a storage room. It seemed these books had previously been stowed away, only to be unearthed during the chaos caused by Li Chungnan's intrusions. Had someone in Zhao Shuyuan's family once studied medicine? As Chen Ran remained preoccupied with this revelation, Li Chungnan and his cohorts seized the opportunity to flee. Chen Ran, indeed, had no time to pursue them, for he was more concerned with Zhao Shuyuan, who sat on the ground, appearing despondent. Sister Shuyuan, the ground is cold. You should get up. He intended to assist her to her feet for further inquiry, but just as he rose, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Suddenly, a swarm of uniformed police officers burst in. Chen Ran was taken aback. Had the police arrived so swiftly? He hadn't even called them. Could it be that Li Chungnan had the audacity of this scoundrel to report a burglary after breaking in? Before Chen Ran could fully process the situation, the lead officer, a burly man, approached and firmly grasped his wrist. You must be Chen Ran. Come with us. With that, he produced handcuffs and quickly secured them around Chen Ran's wrists. Chapter 44. He truly believed it. Handcuffed, Chen Ran was taken to the Pingqing police station without further ado. On the way, he inquired about what was happening, yet none of the officers acknowledged him. It was only upon entering the interrogation room that someone finally engaged him. Name? Chen Ran. Age? 23. Where were you this afternoon? Nanjiao Park. What was your reason for being at Nanjiao Park? As he faced the 2 stern interrogators, confusion washed over Chen Ran. Officer, could you at least inform me of what transpired? I am still completely in the dark. What is it you wish to know? Shouldn't I be informed as to why I've been apprehended? You know full well what you've done. Chen Ran truly had no understanding of the situation. Assault? You're accusing me of assault? The 2 officers exchanged incredulous glances. Seriously? You hit someone? Chen Ran was at a loss for words, realizing he should have remained silent. It had been them who initiated the confrontation, and they had broken in to commit theft. He had merely acted in self-defense. As he attempted to explain, the officers merely looked at each other, seemingly unable to grasp his words. Chen Ran, sensing their confusion, pondered if the matter at hand was something entirely different. Could it be related to the incident with Sun Hailan yesterday? He hesitated, the words caught in his throat. Having already slipped up once, he dared not expose himself further. If it turned out to be unrelated, he would only be incriminating himself by revealing so much. Deciding silence was his best strategy. He leaned back in his chair and adopted a defiant tone reminiscent of a television villain, declaring, I shall not utter a word until my lawyer arrives. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuyuan was equally alarmed by Chen Ran's abrupt departure, bewildered by his apparent wrongdoing. She assured him not to worry and promised to promptly secure a lawyer. After all, not only did she hold over 2 million in assets on his behalf, sufficient to hire legal counsel, but she would not abandon him regardless of his financial standing. As Chen Ran maintained his silence, the officers exchanged uneasy glances, preparing to consult their superior. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a furious middle-aged man stormed in. You've brought someone in for questioning without any evidence? Are we not busy enough in this precinct? The one hurling insults was a middle-aged man, while the recipient of the reprimand was a robust man following closely behind him. This was indeed the individual who had spearheaded the effort to apprehend Chen Ran. After receiving the scolding, the man, visibly displeased, attempted to clarify. He was the last person to have had contact with the kidnapped individual and had intended to question him. The intention was merely to test him, to ascertain any possible connection. However, inquiries aside, we must adhere to principles of verifiable evidence. Relying solely on deception leaves us bereft of substantiation. Release him immediately. Upon concluding his tirade, the middle-aged man prompted the sturdy figure to hastily retrieve a key and unlock Chen Ran's handcuffs, all the while offering apologies. I sincerely apologize. My friend, there was no ill intent. It was merely a procedural formality. Chen Ran was oblivious to the identity of the kidnapped individual they referenced. Yet he discerned that the interrogation was fundamentally a ruse aimed at extracting information from him. Irritated, he retorted with a sardonic smile. Hasn't the process yet reached its conclusion? I haven't divulged anything either. His tone conveyed a hint of grievance, prompting the robust man to apologize once more. Please do not take offense, brother. You must understand that we have not mistreated you, have we? Previously, we were unaware that you were the courageous soul from Victory Road. Had we known it was you, we would have refrained from deceiving you. Nonetheless, certain matters require your input. Let us discuss them outside. Although Chen Ran had not received public recognition for his bravery, the police were undoubtedly aware of it. Seeing the earnestness in their demeanor, and sensing the gravity of the situation, he decided to suppress his anger and followed them outside. After all, if he could rescue his daughter from perilous circumstances, how could he possibly pose a threat to her? It piqued Chen Ran's curiosity how these individuals, who previously seemed unfamiliar with him, suddenly recognized him. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Su Jianbang and Wu Haiyun were also present. Moreover, his swift release was attributable to Su Jianbang informing the police of his identity. It is our oversight. We have already briefed Mr. Chen on the situation. Yet there remain additional inquiries to be made. Chen Ran pondered his own worthiness, questioning why Su Jianbang would personally come forth to clarify matters on his behalf. He began to sense that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Indeed, as soon as Su Jianbang spotted Chen Ran, he approached him urgently, imploring him to assist. Chen Ran was still grappling with the unfolding events when the robust man posed the next question, revealing that his apprehension was connected to Su Yutong, who had gone missing, abducted, in fact, immediately after parting ways with him at Nanjiao Park. The revelation left Chen Ran astounded. In this day and age, kidnapping still occurred? Hadn't scams become the prevalent threat? It was evident that Su Jianbang was in a state of distress, and Chen Ran's initial resentment over his unwarranted capture dissipated. In response to the police's inquiries, he recounted what he knew. She sought me out to retrieve the painting that Boss Su had given me yesterday. I agreed. And then we parted ways. Was there anyone suspicious accompanying her? She came alone, and there were no questionable individuals. And upon her departure? None at all. As Chen Ran spoke, he recalled that Su Yutong had a close friend and wondered if anyone had contacted her since Su Yutong's disappearance. Wu Haiyun interjected. We have inquired. That young lady, Lin Shi, hails from Kyoto. After a car accident yesterday afternoon, her family grew concerned for her, and she returned to Kyoto that night. Completely unaware of the events that transpired today, Chen Ran furrowed his brow. You mentioned she arrived alone. Yet surveillance footage indicates that two individuals forcibly abducted her at the location. Do you know who the other person was? The officer inquired. Chen Ran was equally perplexed. As far as he remembered, Su Yutong had indeed come alone to meet him. He had seen no second individual. May I view the surveillance footage? Chen Ran asked. The robust man glanced at the middle-aged officer. At this point, Chen Ran understood that the middle-aged man was the deputy chief of the police station, named Yang Changyun, while the robust man was Lu Yuan, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Yang Changyun nodded, and Lu Yuan directed someone to retrieve the footage. The surveillance was soon brought forth and displayed before them. Every individual present had previously viewed it, save for Chen Ran, who was seeing it for the first time. The perpetrators appeared to have meticulously selected a site far from the cameras, and had it not been for the presence of witnesses, they might not have even confirmed it as a kidnapping. The footage was particularly unclear, as it was captured from a considerable distance, and only upon magnification could one discern the movements of the individuals. As for their faces, body types, license plates, and vehicle logos, they remained indistinct. Nevertheless, Chen Ran recognized, at first glance, that the second individual forced into the vehicle was Huang Xinghua, dressed in a checkered shirt, just as depicted in the video. Slapping his thigh in realization, he exclaimed, "Damn it, no wonder I couldn't reach Lao Huang. He has been kidnapped." Initially suspecting Huang Xinghua of absconding, he now understood that he had wronged him. You know him? Upon hearing Chen Ran's words, both Yang Changyun and Lu Yuan perked up. He is my friend, Huang Xinghua. We were together at the South Suburb Park Stone exhibition this afternoon. Both men, upon hearing Chen Ran's familiarity with Huang Xinghua, eagerly inquired for further information. Yet Chen Ran could offer little of substance. At that moment, Yang Chongyun and the others received a notification that the chief had returned and requested them to convene immediately for a meeting. If this were merely a case of someone missing, the elapsed time was not significant enough for it to be deemed serious. However, a kidnapping alters the gravity of the situation entirely. Even if merely a few dozen minutes had passed, this was indeed a matter of utmost importance. Over the years, public safety had improved year on year. Not only in Pengcheng but across the nation, instances of kidnapping had dwindled. The gravity intensified further given that the victim was the daughter of a prominent local businessman. The head of the Pengcheng police station, initially on leave, had rushed back upon receiving the news, and an urgent discussion regarding this case was imminent. Yang Chongyun, Liu Yuan, and the others dared not delay and hurried off to the meeting, leaving Su Jianbang, Wu Haiyun, and Chen Ran in the room. As soon as they departed, Su Jianbang grasped Chen Ran's hand tightly. "Mr. Chen, I implore you, please, you must help me, save my daughter." When Chen Ran first encountered Su Jianbang, he had uttered similar words, and Chen Ran initially believed he simply wanted him to cooperate with the police and share all he knew. However, now that he had already divulged everything, Su Jianbang's insistence bewildered him. "Help? How could I help? If the police are at a loss, what can I possibly do? This is far too high an estimation of my capabilities. Mr. Su, I wish to assist you, but I am powerless. Let us await the outcome of Director Yang and the others' meeting and see what they suggest," Chen Ran replied, expressing his helplessness. Yet Su Jianbang persisted. "How could Mr. Chen be powerless? You possess extraordinary abilities, a talent for reading faces and divining fortunes. You saved me last night. Surely you can also ensure my daughter's safety." Chen Ran was taken aback by Su Jianbang's unyielding insistence. Did he genuinely believe in such claims of fortune-telling? Meanwhile, Wu Haiyun, standing nearby, began to clarify the situation. It turned out that Chen Ran's words from the previous night had resonated with Su Jianbang, prompting him to concoct an excuse regarding a car malfunction, preventing Su Jianbang from using the Rolls-Royce. Though Su Jianbang did not personally sit in the car, he held a fondness for that vehicle. Contemplating the necessity of prompt repairs in the event of a malfunction, he instructed someone to take the car for servicing. Little did he anticipate that mere moments after leaving the company, a catastrophic accident would transpire. An engineering vehicle, seemingly from nowhere, collided with the rear of the Rolls-Royce, crumpling it beyond recognition. Fortunately, there were no passengers in the back. Had there been, their fate would have been dire. The driver, though spared his life, sustained significant injuries. Su Jianbang considered his fall the previous night to be an unfortunate accident, blissfully unaware of Chen Ran's prophetic foresight. He did not regard the car crash with great concern, merely relieved that he had not been a passenger. However, Wu Haiyun's perspective was markedly different. Upon realizing Chen Ran's prediction had indeed come to pass, he was profoundly astonished. Initially skeptical, he found himself utterly in awe of Chen Ran's uncanny insight. Throughout the day, he pondered whether he should disclose this incident to the chairman. Unexpectedly, he received news in the evening that the young lady had been kidnapped. With no leads to pursue, Su Jianbang was consumed by anxiety. After much deliberation, Wu Haiyun decided to recount the events of the previous night, suggesting that perhaps they could consult Chen Ran for guidance. He had initially feared that the chairman would dismiss such an extraordinary claim, yet Su Jianbang, upon hearing it, seemed momentarily surprised but did not express any skepticism. Su Jianbang, a top scholar in his youth and once a firm skeptic, had matured into a man of 40 with a more open mindset. Over the years, he had encountered numerous phenomena that had nudged him toward a belief in fate. Furthermore, Wu Haiyun was his trusted confidant, someone he had always placed his faith in. While he might have doubted the claims of others, he could hardly dismiss Wu Haiyun's words, for he understood that Wu was the least likely to embrace such notions. If the most skeptical among them had come to believe, how could he remain unconvinced? Especially considering that his daughter had been missing for 2 to 3 hours with no clues. Even in the case of a kidnapping, the abductors would typically make contact for ransom. Yet, there was nothing. Terrified for his daughter's safety, he found himself with no recourse but to depend on Chen Ran. In a show of respect, he, an elder and the chairman of a large corporation, resorted to polite speech. Yet, his earnest appeal left Chen Ran at a loss. Having spoken offhandedly the night before without a solid rationale, he was taken aback to find both men fully believed him and now sought his assistance in divining Su Yutong's whereabouts. If Chen Ran possessed the ability to foresee destinies, he certainly would not have endured misfortune for so many years. He was at a loss. How could he articulate his inability? He could only blame the accuracy of the previous night's prophecy for his current predicament. If he were to confess his lack of ability now, Su Jianbang would likely not accept it. As he furrowed his brow, Su Jianbang misinterpreted the gesture as reluctance to comply and immediately implored, I understand that your profession adheres to strict tenets, that the secrets of heaven must not be divulged lightly. Yet, there exists a saying that saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. Mr. Chen, your willingness to warn me last night was a tremendous favor, and while I should not ask for more, Su Yutong is, after all, my daughter. If you cannot provide a clear answer, perhaps you could discern her fortune or offer some lead to aid in her rescue. I would be eternally grateful and am willing to meet any request you may have. For a figure as prominent as Su Jianbang to adopt such humility in his plea to save his daughter was remarkable. Wu Haiyun, standing by, added his own entreaties, urging Chen Ran to empathize with their chairman's paternal anguish and lend his assistance. Yet, Chen Ran was genuinely incapable of predicting fortunes. His ability extended only to foreseeing death, and even that required the presence of the individual involved. With the person in question missing, how could he possibly glean any insights? He found himself in a difficult position. Mr. Su, Chen Ran contemplated deeply, ultimately deciding to speak candidly. He could not predict destinies. In matters of urgency, they had to rely on the police. Just as he opened his mouth to convey this, a police officer arrived at the door, stating that a woman insisted on seeing him. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran immediately deduced it was Zhao Shuyuan. While he could not ascertain whether Su Yutong was alive, he was acutely aware that Zhao Shuyuan was in imminent danger. Recognizing her arrival, he hastened to step outside, disregarding the need for explanations. You have no right to arrest him. He acted in self-defense. Zhao Shuyuan protested vehemently, having assumed Chen Ran was detained for assaulting Li Chengnan. Upon spotting Chen Ran, she rushed over to him, anxiously scanning for signs of harm. They didn't hurt you, did they? Did they explain why you were arrested? Don't worry, I've already contacted a lawyer. Until he arrives, don't say a word. After learning of Chen Ran's arrest, Zhao Shuyuan had promptly reached out to a law firm and driven over, as she had everything arranged. Concerned that Chen Ran might be coerced or manipulated into confessing, she wanted to check on him. Chen Ran was touched by her concern, quickly assuring her that he was unharmed. It's all a misunderstanding. There's no need to involve a lawyer, he explained, recounting the circumstances. Upon realizing that Chen Ran was not implicated, Zhao Shuyuan sighed in relief. If it has nothing to do with you, why are you still here? She asked, preparing to leave with him, but Chen Ran hesitated. Though he felt powerless, he was eager to learn more about the unfolding situation. Not only was he owed millions by Huang Xinghua, but he had also yet to receive the exotic minerals promised by Su Yutong. Setting aside personal gain, his innate kindness compelled him to ensure both of their safety. The frustration weighed heavily on Chen Ran. After finally securing a semblance of financial stability, he found himself entangled in such turmoil. He remained oblivious to who had captured Huang Xinghua and Su Yutong. At this juncture, the question of money paled in comparison to the concern for their lives. If their lives were in jeopardy, what hope was there for the money? It felt as if misfortune had taken up residence in his life. The situation was dire, especially since Zhao Shuyuan was also at risk. As he spoke, he inadvertently brushed against Zhao Shuyuan, once again envisioning her impending demise, a sign that the crisis she faced remained unresolved. Yet, inexplicably, Zhao Shuyuan did not appear to be in a state of despair. Fortunately, during his second glimpse of the scene, he noticed her phone resting on the coffee table beside her, the date displayed reading May 15th. Today was the 8th. Chen Ran had previously sensed that the death predictions occurred on the same day. He speculated that his earlier limitations confined his foresight to immediate events. However, after absorbing the paint from the previous night, his abilities had improved, allowing him to glimpse events occurring days ahead. While Zhao Shuyuan might contemplate suicide, she still had a week. A week should provide ample time for him to intervene. With this thought, he felt less urgency and advised Zhao Shuyuan to return home. Please take care of yourself. Knowing that both missing individuals were friends of Chen Ran, Zhao Shuyuan did not press him to leave, but merely cautioned him before preparing to depart. Sister Shuyuan, as she turned to go, Chen Ran suddenly issued a request. Your home is in disarray, and being alone is unsafe. Rather than return home, why not stay at Zhou E's place for the night? I'll help you tidy up when I return. Very well, she acquiesced. Zhao Shuyuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. By the way, whatever happens, wait until I return to discuss it. Please, don't overthink things, stay cheerful. Although the anticipated scenario would not unfold for another week, Chen Ran couldn't shake off his unease, prompting him to offer an additional caution. Zhao Shuyuan failed to grasp Chen Ran's underlying meaning and found his words rather perplexing. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever been unhappy? Focus on yourself, and hurry back once everything is resolved. With that, Zhao Shuyuan grabbed her bag and departed. Despite her nonchalant demeanor, Chen Ran sensed a weight upon her heart, perhaps a figment of his imagination. Just as he was still mulling over this, a sudden voice rang out, announcing that the kidnappers were on the line. He then witnessed a swarm of police rushing towards the room he had just been in, and he hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 46. The Calculated Outcome. Dad, I'm fine. The call was directed to Su Jianbang, and as Chen Ran entered, he heard Su Yutong's voice from within. At that moment, the kidnappers, seeking to assure Su Jianbang of his daughter's safety, allowed her to speak briefly before snatching the phone away. Mr. Su, your daughter is unharmed. We merely seek money. As long as you comply fully with my instructions, I can guarantee her safety. As long as you do not harm my daughter, I am willing to negotiate. Whatever amount you demand, I shall provide. First, do not contact the police or alert anyone. Su Jianbang glanced at the multitude of officers filling the room and replied with a forced bravado, No, I haven't contacted anyone yet. Good. Within 2 hours, prepare 20 million in cash and await my call. 20 million is manageable, but Su Jianbang attempted to voice further thoughts, yet the kidnapper abruptly ended the call before he could elaborate. Deputy Director Yang Changyun took Su Jianbang's phone, attempted to redial, but was met with silence. He then handed the device to a nearby officer, instructing them to trace the origin of the call. 20 million in cash? Did these individuals have any experience with wealth? Such a vast sum in cash would be exceedingly cumbersome to transport, while 20 million posed little challenge for Su Jianbang. In physical form, it would weigh several hundred kilograms, leading many to deem the kidnappers' demand utterly nonsensical. At least we received a call. We now know these individuals are solely after money, and the hostage is safe, granting us some leeway. A middle-aged man remarked as he promptly dispatched personnel to review surveillance footage at various intersections, aiming to identify the type of vehicle used by the kidnappers and its license plate number. This man, appearing somewhat older than Yang Changyun, with graying hair, was none other than Chen Ran, the head of the Pingqing Police Department. After delegating necessary tasks, he instructed Su Jianbang to prepare the cash as requested by the kidnappers. Regardless of whether the abductors could transport it, the immediate priority was to placate them and comply with their demands. Su Jianbang lacked nothing but money and quickly tasked Wu Haiyun with making arrangements. Did the earlier call mention whether my friend is alive or dead? Chen Ran finally managed to squeeze into the conversation and inquired about Huang Xinggua's situation. Su Jianbang hesitated. The call had ended so swiftly, and he had been preoccupied with his daughter's safety, neglecting to consider the other individual. Upon hearing Chen Ran's question, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. Chen Ran noted that there had been no mention of Huang Xinggua's voice during the call, and, upon observing Su Jianbang's expression, realized he had not inquired either. Who is this person? Chen Ran, fresh on the scene, was unfamiliar with Chen Ran. Yang Changyun briefly introduced Chen Ran's identity, and Chen Ran nodded, offering reassurance. If the kidnappers are solely motivated by money, they are unlikely to harm the hostages, at least not until they receive the ransom. You needn't worry excessively. While Chen Ran's reasoning bore some merit, Chen Ran harbored his own anxieties. Huang Xinggua possessed over 60 million. Should the kidnappers learn of this, the man's life would be in jeopardy. When Chen Ran voiced his concerns, both Chen Ran and the others were taken aback, yet after a moment's contemplation, he added, if the kidnappers were aware of that money's existence, they likely wouldn't have called seeking ransom. Their request indicates they are currently oblivious. As long as your friend keeps his mouth shut, he should be safe. Keeping quiet is critical. Should he slip up, the outcome could be dire. Chen Ran discerned the insinuation behind the words, yet felt powerless in the moment. Director Chen, a witness, found this phone at the scene where the two hostages were abducted. As Chen Ran and Chen Ran conversed, Lu Yuan entered, holding a phone. It turned out that the police had indeed made a discovery. After Su Yutong and the others were taken away, a bystander had picked up a dropped phone, albeit damaged. The Pingqing police promptly repaired it, and it had just been restored to working order. Chen Ran took the phone and inquired if it belonged to Su Yutong. Su Jianbang replied in the negative, preparing to ask Chen Ran if he recognized it, but Chen Ran had already identified it as Huang Xinggua's device. This belongs to my friend, Chen Ran stated, taking the phone to verify. However, the instant he touched it, he was instantly transported back to the moment Huang Xinggua was seized and shoved into the vehicle. There were 5 individuals in the car, 1 behind the wheel and 4 in the back. Su Yutong was bound and gagged, while the kidnappers, 1 stout and the other slender, wore masks and wielded knives. Huang Xinggua had struggled briefly upon being forced inside, and the phone had been discarded by the kidnappers, perhaps out of fear of being tracked. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ran returned to the present, unnoticed by others, yet within that fleeting moment, he had made a significant realization. It was a Toyota, Chen Ran exclaimed. At this declaration, everyone in the room fell silent in astonishment. What? Chen Ran looked at Chen Ran in bewilderment. The surveillance footage had not captured the vehicle's make. How did he suddenly know it was a Toyota? The cameras were positioned too far away to discern the logo, but in the brief scene, Chen Ran had caught a glimpse of the Toyota emblem in the center of the steering wheel. His assertion astonished everyone. How do you know? Yang Changyan queried, puzzled. The investigation had commenced immediately upon receiving the report, and over 2 hours had elapsed without confirming the vehicle S brand. How could Chen Ran suddenly possess this knowledge? Chen Ran, faced with their incredulous gazes and skepticism, felt exhausted. The pressure of not having leads was burdensome, yet discovering a lead felt equally overwhelming. How could he possibly explain? Would he claim he had an intuitive sense? He doubted anyone would believe him. Suddenly, he noticed Su Jianbang and Wu Haiyun gazing at him expectantly, and with a determined resolve, he thought, what the hell, I might as well keep up the charade. I already pretended to be a fortune teller yesterday, why not go all in? I calculated it. Chen Ran declared with conviction. Upon hearing this, Su Jianbang and Wu Haiyun were visibly excited, their expressions reflecting a sense of vindication, while the others reacted differently. Calculated it? Chen Yuan and Yang Changyun appeared perplexed. Chen Ran, throwing caution to the wind, pressed on. Is it so difficult to comprehend? It's simple. I made a calculation. He gestured dramatically. See. With a flick of my fingers, I deduced it. The two exchanged glances, Yang Changyun looking dumbfounded, while Chen Yuan was fuming. What nonsense. Is this really the time for jokes? Chapter 47. Hurry and let him go. He truly believed that Chen Ran possessed some vital clue. Not only was he infuriated, but other officers were equally agitated, feeling that Chen Ran was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chen Ran was acutely aware that such sentiments might be challenging to accept, yet the urgency of the circumstances left him at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Fortunately, although the police were skeptical of him, Su Jianbang and Wu Haiyun were not. Su Jianbang, who evidently shared a good rapport with Chen Yuan, immediately vouched for Chen Ran, stating, Old Chen, Mr. Chen is not speaking in vain. He indeed has the gift of divination, and he is remarkably accurate. You should urgently investigate whether it is a Toyota vehicle. The camaraderie between Chen Yuan and Su Jianbang was well established, having known each other for over a decade, which made Chen Yuan struggle to comprehend why even Su Jianbang would lend credence to Chen Ran's assertions. To him, Su Jianbang was not one to indulge in superstitions. It seemed his concern for his daughter's safety had clouded his judgment. He responded sternly, Old Su, I can understand your anxiety regarding your daughter, but divination is sheer nonsense. I have been a police officer for decades, solving countless cases, and never has a case been resolved through such methods. Chen Yuan had initially harbored a favorable impression of Chen Ran, especially after learning of his act of bravery the previous day, but his demeanor had shifted dramatically. He now perceived Chen Ran as nothing more than a charlatan. What could possibly compel a young man to engage in such folly? It was unreasonable to expect him to maintain a positive attitude. This matter does not concern you any longer. You should return and rest. We will contact you immediately should we receive any news about your friend. We will do our utmost to ensure the safety of all hostages, so you need not worry. Chen Yuan was intent on dismissing Chen Ran, not wanting him to continue speaking nonsense. Previously, when faced with Su Jianbang's pleas, Chen Ran had expressed his helplessness, genuinely unable to provide assistance. Had anyone attempted to send him away then, he would have left without a backward glance. However, the situation had changed. He was now capable of exerting influence and offering help. To be sent away now would mean abandoning those in peril. His own precious resources and finances were in the hands of the kidnappers. How could he not be concerned? Director Chen, while you may not believe me, you are at a loss for leads. Why not heed my suggestion and investigate the Toyota vehicles? If you doubt my ability to predict, simply verify it. What harm could it do? What if it leads to a breakthrough? It is easier said than done. Our resources are limited. Even to investigate a single brand of vehicle would consume a considerable amount of time. The kidnappers have given us only 2 hours. We cannot afford to indulge in such fanciful pursuits. This matter no longer involves you. Be on your way. Chen Yuan, a man of considerable authority and temperament, was singularly focused on locating the kidnappers and had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Chen Ran. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he sought to send Chen Ran away. Seeing this, Su Jianbang hastily intervened, intending to counsel his old friend when suddenly a report came in that a traffic accident had occurred on Hepping Road 2 hours earlier. A tricycle had collided with a sedan, and the offending vehicle had fled the scene. The reason this incident reached their room was that the head of the traffic police was present, as vehicle investigations depend on their efforts. His name was Li Dongliang. Upon hearing the report, he immediately inquired, was there a fatality? No, came the reply from the messenger. How many were injured? Was it serious? Just the elderly gentleman on the tricycle sustained some minor abrasions, nothing severe. Initially, Li Dongliang had been startled, fearing a major accident had occurred. With the events of Victory Road still unresolved, the possibility of another significant incident occurring just 2 hours prior was alarming. Yet, upon further inquiry, He learned that there were no fatalities and only a minor injury, which incensed him. No one died, and only one person was slightly injured? Why bring this to my attention? They could have handled it themselves. His frustration was palpable. He was on the verge of berating his subordinate. What a lack of discernment. There is a kidnapping case of significant magnitude unfolding, and the entire department is in a frenzy, and you come to report this trivial traffic incident, startling me for no reason. The subordinate, chastised and somewhat embarrassed, mustered the courage to respond. Did you not say that once a suspicious white vehicle was identified, it should be prioritized for investigation? According to the information from the division, the vehicle involved in the hit and run was white. What? Li Dongliang's interest was piqued. Why did you not mention this earlier? Knowing that the kidnapper's vehicle was white, he had indeed ordered a thorough inspection of white cars. The timing of the accident coinciding with the kidnapping was fortuitous, and Hepping Road was not far from South Suburban Park. There could be a connection. Were you able to intercept it? He inquired urgently. The subordinate shook his head. By the time our division arrived, the vehicle had already fled. All we recovered was a piece of the bumper, which was sent over upon learning we were investigating white vehicles. Li Dongliang, who had been contemplating the possibility of a lead, was now furious. What use is a bumper? What are they doing? Quickly, retrieve the surveillance footage from the intersection and check the license plate. We are in the process of doing so. Li Dongliang was beside himself with rage, and Chen Ran and the others exchanged incredulous looks, feeling that the personnel below were utterly unreliable. What could a bumper possibly yield? Yet, Chen Ran had a different perspective. Where's the bumper? He suddenly asked. The messenger, an officer from the traffic division who was not stationed at this precinct, was unfamiliar with the personnel present. Although Chen Ran was not in uniform, his presence among such high-ranking officials suggested he, too, was a public servant. Upon hearing the inquiry, he did not hesitate to respond, stating that the bumper had been brought outside. Show it to me. The messenger, perceptive enough to recognize the urgency in Chen Ran's voice, quickly retrieved the bumper. It was white, approximately 2 meters long, and somewhat damaged. While everyone else was puzzled by Chen Ran's intentions, he simply examined the bumper closely. To others, it appeared that he was scrutinizing it, but internally, he was attuning himself to its energy. Since he could sense the relevant scene by touching Huang Xinggua's phone, he thought to do the same with this bumper. Sure enough, as soon as he grasped the bumper, visions of the incident began to unfold before him. Switching hands, he then saw the vehicle parked at a second-hand car market. Changing hands again, he finally witnessed the scene of the accident. The collision had occurred at an intersection, and the vehicle in question was not only white, but also a Toyota, with its license plate clearly visible. All 4 windows were tinted, rendering the interior hidden from view. Fortunately, the windshield lacked any tint, allowing him to vaguely discern 4 individuals seated in the back, among whom he distinctly recognized Huang Xinghua. As he uncovered further clues, Chen Ran's excitement surged, prompting an exclamation. This is the vehicle. His voice rang out, startling everyone in the room. Turning to see their astonished faces, he quickly realized he had spoken too impulsively. He hastily feigned a divinatory gesture, making arbitrary hand signs, before asserting, the white Toyota, with the local license plate 65370, is indeed the kidnapper's vehicle. While Chen Ran spoke with conviction, few believed him. Recognizing his attempt at theatrics, Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Having been civil moments earlier, he now felt compelled to be forthright, believing that Chen Ran was overstepping and deserved no further courtesy. Immediately, Lu Yuan turned to the person beside him and urged, hurry and let him go. The individual in question had been brought back by Lu Yuan, making it only fitting for him to handle the situation. Lu Yuan himself found Chen Ran to be rather unreliable. Who would have thought that such a dashing young man could be a charlatan? He was about to escort him out when the traffic police officer, who had conveyed the message earlier, suddenly received a phone call. After a brief conversation, the officer exclaimed with excitement, we've located the surveillance footage. The white Toyota's license plate is 65,370. Chapter 48, I never lie. What? Upon hearing the traffic officer's revelation, Lu Yuan, who was just about to take action, froze. Chen Yuan and Yang Changyun, both department heads, were equally astonished. Truth be told, everyone in the room was taken aback. Wasn't this precisely what Chen Ran had just mentioned? What did you say? What is the license plate number? Li Dongliang, still somewhat skeptical, asked again. The license plate is 65,370. When the traffic officer repeated his report, he sensed something was amiss. How could it align so perfectly with what this individual had just asserted? He had only received the information from their unit, which had been recently uncovered. The man before him seemed to possess inside knowledge, raising questions about his true identity. No wonder he could attend meetings with so many influential figures while dressed in casual attire. He must hold a significant position, though his origins remained a mystery. As the traffic officer pondered this, the increasingly incredulous Li Dongliang hurried over to personally verify the details over the phone. Once he confirmed that the officer had not erred, he nodded towards Chen Yuan and the others. Those who had previously doubted Chen Ran now regarded him with a transformed gaze. Chen Ran, is it true that you possess the ability to divine? The head of the criminal investigation team, Lu Yuan, was the first to articulate the collective curiosity. However, before Chen Ran could respond, Su Jianbang recounted how Chen Ran had predicted his misfortune the previous night, stating that thanks to Chen Ran's warning, he had managed to avert disaster. The room erupted in astonishment. Chen Yuan remarked on Su Jianbang's typically rational nature, questioning how he could possibly believe in Chen Ran's abilities, revealing yet another layer to the unfolding drama. He scrutinized Chen Ran with a deeply complex expression. Chen Ran found himself at a loss. How could he explain his gift without sounding preposterous? Faced with the astonishment of the crowd, he feigned an air of profundity, declaring, in our line of work, we seldom reveal our capabilities, for the secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. Today, however, I have no choice. A friend is in peril, and I cannot remain idle. Now, let us not linger. Our immediate priority is to locate the kidnappers. You mentioned that vehicle as belonging to the kidnappers. Is that reliable? Although the information relayed from the traffic police matched Chen Ran's description of the car's make and license plate, it did not confirm it as the kidnapper's vehicle. How many white Toyotas could there be in the entire city? Surely, it numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Could this car truly be the same one? Yang Changyan, clearly still harboring doubts, voiced his skepticism. Hearing this, Chen Ran felt exasperated. I've stated my position clearly. If you choose not to believe me, I cannot assist you further. If you are willing to endure the hassle, feel free to investigate each vehicle until you ascertain whether my claims hold merit. Chen Ran sighed, weary of the disbelief. Yang Changyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while it was Chen Yuan who decisively interjected, even if it's merely a case of hit and run. We must apprehend them. Let us investigate this vehicle. As expected from a department head, Chen Yuan's decisiveness eclipsed the hesitancy of his counterparts, and he promptly resolved to trust Chen Ran's insight. Noticing Yang Changyun's lingering uncertainty, Chen Ran internally mused. No wonder he was a bureau chief while you were merely a deputy. His indecisiveness was quite striking. Following the directive, Lu Yuan and Li Dongliang swiftly organized a review of surveillance footage from various routes around Ping Road to trace the location of the white Toyota. Their approach was standard procedure for previous cases, yet Chen Ran felt it would be too sluggish. After pondering for a moment, he proposed another lead. Are you familiar with the Tianma second-hand car market? He inquired, recalling the scene he had observed while inspecting the bumper for the second time at a used car market. I am, replied Li Dongliang, raising his hand. There's a dealership called Yuanlai Second-Hand Cars. I deduced that the white Toyota was parked outside that establishment. You may wish to investigate for further clues. His assertion left the room in stunned silence. You can deduce that? Chen Ran shrugged. If you prefer not to inquire, consider my words as unspoken. Uncertain of the usefulness of this lead, he attempted to excuse himself. Yet, before he could finish, Chen Yuan instructed Lu Yuan to immediately dispatch a team to investigate. That market is right next to the 2nd Brigade. I'll have someone inquire about it, and we'll proceed if we uncover any leads. Li Dongliang, evidently familiar with the second-hand car market, advised Lu Yuan to exercise caution and gather preliminary information first. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, prompting him to make the necessary calls. Barely 20 minutes after placing the call, Li Dongliang received a response revealing that they had indeed found a lead. The white Toyota was registered to that dealership and had been rented out 2 days prior for a rate of 200 per day. The news sparked excitement among the gathered crowd, with Chen Yuan and Yang Changyun, both figures of authority, unable to remain still and eager to investigate. However, it was essential to maintain someone at headquarters to manage any unforeseen developments. Ultimately, they agreed that Chen Yuan would stay behind while Yang Changyun and Lu Yuan would lead the team to the car lot. Yang Changyun, 8 years Chen Yuan's junior, not only served as deputy director, but also as the head of the criminal investigation team. Lu Yuan was his assistant. The two quickly departed, leaving the room significantly emptier. With a lead in hand, there was hope that they might soon discover the kidnappers' whereabouts. Once that was achieved, immediate rescue operations could be initiated. Do not fret too much. Chen Yuan reassured his anxious friend, we are making progress. Turning to Wu Haiyun, he inquired about the prepared funds. Wu Haiyun confirmed that everything was in order and that arrangements were underway for delivery. Despite Chen Yuan's assurances and the funds being ready, Su Jianbang still felt a gnawing anxiety. His concerns stemmed not only from his daughter's predicament, but also from the recent series of unsettling events. 3 days prior, he had experienced a near-fatal incident at his company's gym pool when a drain valve had unexpectedly activated, nearly pulling him under. Had it not been for Wu Haiyun's timely intervention, he could have drowned. If that incident was a mere accident. The previous night's close call was also troubling. Was it truly coincidental? Most distressing was the fact that his daughter had almost encountered disaster just the day before. It was only thanks to Chen Ran that both he and his daughter had narrowly escaped calamity. Yet, mere hours after their brush with danger, his daughter had been kidnapped. One incident might be dismissed as mere misfortune, but could so many events transpire in such a short span without deeper implications? He found it hard to believe that such a succession of accidents could be mere chance, and the uncertainty gnawed at his peace of mind. After Chen Yuan concluded his remarks, Su Jianbang's gaze shifted back to Chen Ran. It was evident that Chen Ran possessed genuine capabilities. After all, he had managed to provide so many leads without stepping outside. If he truly had such talents, Su Jianbang's foremost concern was not the kidnapper's whereabouts, but rather whether his daughter was in imminent danger. He turned to Chen Ran once more, seeking insight into their fates. Chen Ran, uncertain whether the clues he had provided would lead to the kidnappers, found himself wishing for positive news. Faced with Su Jianbang's request to divine his daughter's fortune, he felt a sense of resignation. Heartfelt thoughts crossed my mind. I have already provided numerous clues, which is commendable enough. Where can one discern fortune or misfortune without the individual present? If only the person were here, it would be easier to discuss, but as it stands, their whereabouts remain elusive. You truly do put me in a difficult position. Chen Ran genuinely wished to disregard him, yet upon witnessing Su Jianbang's flustered demeanor, he felt a twinge of compassion. Regardless of his stature as a boss, he was, at this moment, merely a helpless father, anxious for the safety of his daughter. Furthermore, despite the skepticism of the crowd earlier, Su Jianbang had still sought to explain things to him, and Chen Ran felt it would be disrespectful to dismiss him outright. After much contemplation, Chen Ran resolved to utter some comforting words to ease the man's troubled heart. By providing him with the answers he sought, he hoped to quell the barrage of questions. With this determination in mind, Chen Ran spoke. Mr. Su, do not fret. Your daughter is indeed a blessed soul and will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Is that so? Su Jianbang was eager to hear such words. Upon hearing Chen Ran's affirmation, his spirits soared. Of course it is true. I am not one to speak falsehoods. Chen Ran responded earnestly. Su Jianbang was elated. That is wonderful news. As long as she is unharmed, I would spend any amount of money. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. Su Jianbang's joy was palpable, and in his enthusiasm, he hastily poured a glass of water for Chen Ran, fearing that the latter might tire from the strain of divination. It was quite a remarkable gesture for such a prominent figure to serve him water, and Chen Ran, feeling somewhat daunted, accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude. In the exchange, their hands brushed against each other, and in that moment, the once confident Chen Ran, who had just pledged that Su Yutong would be safe, found himself utterly stunned. For in a fleeting distraction, a horrific scene unfolded before his eyes. On a ground strewn with iron chains, Su Jianbang lay motionless, his body charred. Not far from him, his beloved daughter, Su Yutong, lay with a gaping wound across her neck, blood flowing freely, painting the ground a vivid crimson. In an instant, the sight sent a shockwave through Chen Ran's being. Mr. Chen? The horrifying vision left Chen Ran momentarily paralyzed, the water untouched. Su Jianbang, perplexed by Chen Ran's sudden silence, called out to him once more, prompting Chen Ran to regain his composure. Though his expression remained impassive, his eyes reflected an intensified horror. For upon closer reflection of the ghastly scene, he distinctly recalled several other bodies lying near Su Yutong and Su Jianbang, including individuals clad in police uniforms. This revelation signified that not only were Su Jianbang and his daughter in peril, but the officers as well might not escape unscathed. However, Su Jianbang was right there with him, while his daughter was unaccounted for. How had they managed to meet? Could the kidnappers possess such formidable power? Even if they did, would they dare to harm the police? Their motives were ostensibly monetary, were they not? Furrowing his brow, Chen Ran sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Mr. Chen, what troubles you? Wu Haiyun and Chen Yuan also noticed Chen Ran's peculiar demeanor, with the former inquiring curiously. Chen Ran swallowed hard, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Chen Yuan's phone rang. After a brief exchange, his expression transformed with exhilaration. A significant discovery. The vehicle was rented from Yuanlai used car dealership, and it is equipped with a satellite tracker. We have located it in the northern suburbs. The team outside was still awaiting updates on the vehicle's route, but in the brief time since, Yang Changyun and Lu Yuan had already pinpointed its location. This was indeed exhilarating news, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Upon learning that Yang Changyun and Lu Yuan had already dispatched personnel to the vehicle's location, Chen Yuan hastily arranged for reinforcements, concerned about their numbers. I wish to join as well, Chen Ran suddenly declared. Upon noticing Chen Yuan's puzzled gaze, he elaborated. If I can conduct an on-site investigation, my readings will be more accurate. In truth, Chen Ran had relinquished any pretense of restraint, no longer concerned with whether others believed him or not. Fortunately, Chen Yuan merely regarded him with a look of bewilderment, offering no objections, and thus acquiesced. The kidnappers would likely not linger near the vehicle, and Chen Ran intended to uncover further clues. The ghastly scene he had witnessed weighed heavily on his conscience. If he remained ignorant, the deaths would merely be another tragedy, detached from his reality. But knowing what he did, Chen Ran could not feign ignorance. His conscience would not allow it. His innate compassion propelled him forward. The reinforcements quickly gathered, and as Chen Ran prepared to depart, he felt compelled to issue a grave warning to Su Jianbang, fearing for his safety in his absence. Mr. Su, I sense a storm brewing. My calculations indicate that you should not venture anywhere, lest you invite calamity. While I am away, please refrain from wandering. Remain within the precinct and do not even attempt to go to the restroom alone. You must have at least 5 or 6 individuals accompany you. Remember, we shall discuss everything upon my return. What? Su Jianbang was taken aback when informed of the impending danger, and upon hearing that Chen Ran advised him to summon several companions even for a restroom visit, he found the notion utterly absurd, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, Chen Ran offered him no opportunity for further dialogue, insisting that he heed his words before hastily departing. Although his warnings may have been somewhat exaggerated, they stemmed from the vividness of the deathly scene he had witnessed. The gravity of it felt all too real, and he feared that should he underestimate the seriousness of the situation, Su Jianbang might not heed his counsel. In Chen Ran's mind, since Su Jianbang and Su Yutong encountered misfortune together, safeguarding Su Jianbang would prevent any ill fate from befalling them. At the very least, it would ensure Su Jianbang's safety. As Chen Ran boarded the police vehicle, he accompanied the reinforcements heading toward the northern suburbs. We have successfully identified the vehicle's location. Situated in an urban village in the northern suburbs. To avoid alarming the perpetrators, I propose we send a few individuals in plain clothes to conduct preliminary reconnaissance. Upon learning that reinforcements had arrived, Yang Changyun prepared for action. While on the phone with Chen Yuan, Lu Yuan, and 3 others donned civilian attire, boldly strolling toward the location. Meanwhile, Yang Changyun and the others remained in the vehicle, alert and ready for any unforeseen developments. Several other officers had also changed into plain clothes, conducting surveillance in different areas of the street. After some time, Lu Yuan called, reporting that there was nothing of note in the vehicle and urging them to come over. Yang Changyun, accompanied by his team, arrived to find Lu Yuan exhaling deeply. I inquired among the nearby tenants, and they assert that this vehicle is not from the urban village. It only appeared for the first time this evening. As an experienced detective, Yang Changyun furrowed his brow at this revelation. The owner of the used car dealership had claimed that the vehicle was rented 2 days prior. Yet it had only just made its debut here, suggesting that this urban village was unlikely to be the kidnappers' hideout. Although they had formed a hypothesis, Yang Changyun decided to play it safe and ordered an immediate investigation among the surrounding residents. The urban village was modest, comprising merely a dozen or so households, most inhabited by migrant workers. When the police arrived to conduct inquiries, the residents were generally cooperative, yet no remarkable findings emerged from the investigation. Damn it! Lu Yuan angrily struck the vehicle with his fist, feeling the frustration of a lead slipping away after such a painstaking discovery. Just then, Chen Ran and the reinforcements arrived. What have you found? Chen Ran inquired eagerly as he exited the vehicle, speaking before the team leader could even respond. Yang Changyun and Lu Yuan were evidently taken aback by Chen Ran's unexpected presence. Both shook their heads in disbelief as Yang Changyun recounted the events that had transpired. Brother Chen Ran, I hear you possess the art of divination. Since we've hit a dead end, might you attempt to divine for us once more? Lu Yuan, feeling the weight of their lost lead, was reluctant to give up so easily. The clues they had painstakingly uncovered had vanished. And recalling that Chen Ran had been the one to decipher their earlier hints, he unabashedly urged Chen Ran to try again. Although Chen Ran had already demonstrated his abilities twice, the peculiarity of his predictions had left many in a state of skepticism. Lu Yuan, despite his request, was uncertain if Chen Ran could indeed provide clarity and feared he might face difficulty. To their surprise, Chen Ran, without the slightest furrow in his brow, clapped his hands and declared, "No problem, just watch me." Chen Ran was acutely aware that locating the kidnappers would not be a simple task. He had come seeking clues, and thus would not shy away from the challenge. As he spoke, he swiftly approached the white vehicle, which indeed resembled the one he had sensed moments before. "We have already inspected the vehicle. There was nothing inside," Yang Changyun remarked, assuming Chen Ran would conduct a thorough examination. However, Chen Ran merely tapped on it a few times, without scrutinizing it closely, before turning to say, The kidnappers switched to a delivery truck here, a local yellow license plate, 57693. The victims have been loaded onto that truck. Wait, so soon? Lu Yuan exclaimed, astonished at the rapidity of Chen Ran's revelation. Yang Changyun, too, found it hard to believe, yet given Chen Ran's prior successes, he refrained from casting doubt and instead urged his team to inquire with nearby residents if a delivery truck had been parked there that evening. Director, I just spoke to 2 households. Both confirmed a blue box delivery truck had been parked here all afternoon, came the response from his subordinate. Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Yang Changyun cast a profound glance at Chen Ran. Impressive, Lu Yuan exclaimed, giving Chen Ran a thumbs up, articulating what was on Yang Changyun's mind. Lu Yuan, youthful and forthright in demeanor, was thoroughly impressed by Chen Ran's abilities. He had encountered many fortune tellers over the years, but never had he met one whose predictions were so consistently accurate. Chen Ran was the first he had met who could seemingly divine with such precision. Brother, I hear you deliver takeout. Such talent is being squandered, Lu Yuan remarked with a tinge of regret. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Changyun ordered his team to locate the truck Chen Ran had described. Just as they were organizing the search, a call came in from Chen Yuan, informing them that the kidnappers were furious upon learning that Su Jianbang had reported to the police and were now demanding new terms, insisting they return immediately. Chapter 50, You Must Not Go. Mr. Su, you're quite audacious, daring to alert the authorities. It appears you won't grasp the gravity of the situation unless we show you some consequences. Upon returning, Chen Ran and his companions discovered the kidnappers had already hung up, leaving them with only the recorded messages from the previous call. The kidnappers, enraged to learn of Su Jianbang's report, uttered threats, and the chilling sound of Su Yutong's screams echoed through the line. Su Jianbang's heart ached as he hastily apologized and offered reassurances. The kidnappers, seeming to maintain a level of restraint, only struck her twice, perhaps aware of her value. However, their restraint towards Su Yutong did not imply mercy for others, as they had also captured another individual, Huang Xinghua. Poor Huang had endured unspeakable torment. In an effort to intimidate Su Jianbang, the kidnappers relentlessly lashed him with a whip. Even without witnessing the brutality firsthand, Chen Ran could discern the sheer horror from the sounds of the whip and Huang Xinghua's agonized cries. Should you continue to disregard our stipulations, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Prepare an additional 10 million in ransom within half an hour and await our call. If you dare to play tricks again, you shall never see your daughter again. With that, the kidnappers ended the call, and even through the recording, tears streamed down Su Jianbang's face. Lu Yuan and Yang Changyun seethed with anger. This group is exceedingly cunning. They were unaware of Su Jianbang's report until we located the discarded vehicle, and the moment we made progress, they called us. We suspect they may have installed surveillance nearby. Yet, it was too late to realize this now. Enough self-reproach, we have half an hour left. We cannot predict what demands the kidnappers may present then. Our immediate priority is to locate that delivery truck with utmost urgency. Chen Yuan was also aware of the kidnappers' switch to a delivery truck and insisted that the entire police force devote their efforts to the search. At that moment, Lu Yuan raised a concern. The kidnappers are so shrewd. What if we find the truck, only to discover they've switched vehicles again? While Lu Yuan's apprehension was not unfounded, such doubts should not have been voiced in that moment. Su Jianbang was already deeply troubled. Hearing Lu Yuan's words only reminded him of the threats from the kidnappers, intensifying his fear that if he did not comply, his daughter would be in grave danger. He abruptly stood and grasped Chen Yuan's wrist. Old Chen, if it comes to it, perhaps we should just give them the money. They only seek financial gain. Maybe if we satisfy their demands, they release the hostages. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan appeared conflicted. He understood Su Jianbang's perspective, but these were kidnappers. Who could predict if they would honor their word? Without the ransom, they might act with caution. However, once they receive payment, they could become reckless and commit further atrocities. Just as Chen Yuan was about to explain the stakes to Su Jianbang, Chen Ran interjected, dismissing Su Jianbang's suggestion. That will not happen. Even if we give them money, they will not release the hostages. Chen Ran's assertion captivated everyone's attention. Had anyone else made such a claim, Su Jianbang might have been skeptical, but he dared not question Chen Ran, knowing he had a basis for his confidence. Indeed, Chen Ran feigned a calculation and stated, these 3 kidnappers are malevolent and uncompromising. Should we yield, we will surely suffer both losses and despair. This proclamation sent a shiver down Su Jianbang's spine. Wu Haiyun, standing nearby, inquired, but Mr. Chen, did you not just say our young lady would escape misfortune? Indeed. Chen Ran nodded, his demeanor unwavering. But the caveat is that we must not pay them first. You can discern their character? Lu Yuan interjected. As soon as Chen Ran finished speaking, Lu Yuan unexpectedly posed a question. Having spoken too hastily before, he now felt compelled to affirm. Chen Ran, Steeling himself, conceded that he could. Lu Yuan then pressed, "Can you determine their appearances?" Chen Ran felt he had already stretched the limits of credibility and was astounded that the deputy captain of the criminal police could be even more audacious. "Their appearances are beyond my knowledge." Chen Ran explained that the kidnappers had concealed their faces, and he genuinely could not ascertain their looks. "I recall seeing something on television about a heavenly eye that could reveal people's appearances. Is there a possibility to see what the kidnappers look like?" Lu Yuan's inquiry revealed that he was not merely being imaginative, but had been misled by television. Upon reflection, Chen Ran considered that his sensory abilities might bear some resemblance to the heavenly eye, yet he was truly powerless regarding appearances. The kidnappers had never revealed their faces in any of the scenes he had perceived. He only knew there were 3 individuals. 2 had distinct traits, a gaunt, bald man and a plump man with long hair, while the third was of average build and height, lacking any notable characteristics. Upon hearing Chen Ran's admission of ignorance, Lu Yuan sighed. In the surveillance footage from Yuan Lai's second-hand car dealership, only the gaunt, bald man and the long-haired, plump man were somewhat visible, but the resolution was poor. The third seemed to deliberately evade the camera, donning a sun hat. The proprietor of the car rental agency mentioned that the 2 hefty individuals exhibited accents from afar, while only the person adorned with a sun hat spoke with a local dialect. It was not merely a matter of blurred surveillance footage or unclear facial recognition. Even if a match could be established, tracing leads from the 2 outsiders would prove arduous. Lu Yuan inquired about the appearance of the sun hat wearer, primarily to ascertain what the local individual looked like, as it would be comparatively easier to investigate. Furthermore, he speculated that this person might very well be the ringleader, since the car rental owner recalled that the other 2 largely deferred to him during their transaction. Regrettably, Chen Ran could not deduce the individual's visage either. Just as Lu Yuan wallowed in disappointment, Su Jianbang's phone rang again. Upon seeing it was the kidnapper, everyone hastily hushed. Su Jianbang answered the call, and the voice of the kidnapper resonated through. "Boss Su, is the money ready? Wasn't it supposed to be half an hour? Now, enough with the idle chatter. Do you still wish to see your daughter? Hurry up and prepare the cash. I will send you the address in 10 minutes, and you will bring the money over." "What? Me deliver it?" "Of course. Do you want to enlist a police officer to assist you?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan swiftly gestured to Su Jianbang, indicating that the sum was too substantial for one person to manage. Su Jianbang relayed this message to the kidnapper. After a moment of silence, the kidnapper inquired, "Is 30 million a lot? You want it all in cash. At least 4 or 5 individuals are needed to transport it, and not even a single vehicle could accommodate it." Following another brief silence, the kidnapper replied, "Then procure a larger vehicle. If you cannot manage alone, you are permitted to bring 2 others. 2 won't suffice. We need at least 3. 2 should be adequate. I am not strong enough to carry it. Then take 3. Don't play tricks, or I will kill your daughter immediately." With that, the kidnapper hung up. As soon as the call ended, a look of elation spread across Su Jianbang's face. The kidnapper wanted him to deliver the money, yet he felt no fear. He had negotiated to bring 3 people along, and the kidnapper had only 3 accomplices. Hope surged within him for rescuing his daughter. Chen Yuan and the others also felt a wave of joy, knowing that the 3 individuals Su Jianbang would take were surely not ordinary but elite members of the police force. They recognized this as an opportune moment to effect a rescue. Many believed that hope for saving the hostage was within reach. Only Chen Ran appeared visibly alarmed. He had previously struggled to comprehend how Su Jianbang could end up alongside Su Yutong in such dire circumstances, but he now realized the gravity of the situation. The other party was asking him to deliver the ransom. Wasn't this merely an opportunity for the kidnappers? "You cannot go," Chen Ran insisted, restraining an elated Su Jianbang. Chapter 51. Not the kidnappers. Why not? Su Jianbang's expression was one of confusion. "If you do not go, that is one thing. If you do, you will surely die." Chen Ran spoke candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. "Do not worry. I will also go, along with Lu Yuan. We will ensure his safety." This declaration came from Chen Yuan, who, despite being in his 50s and a high-ranking officer, surprised Chen Ran with his willingness to take such risks. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuan was renowned in the Pingqing police circle as a sharpshooter, excelling in his youth and still formidable in his 50s. Lu Yuan represented a new generation of marksmen, and together, they formed a partnership capable of striking true. They believed that with an additional elite officer, they could protect Su Jianbang and rescue the hostage. Chen Ran, however, was unconcerned with their marksmanship prowess. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's intention to participate, he instinctively grasped the older man's arm. Chen Yuan looked at him quizzically, uncertain of Chen Ran's motives. Previously, when he had touched Su Jianbang, he had only perceived a limited scene, noting the presence of Su Jianbang and his daughter, alongside a corpse, but without discernible faces. This new touch instantly revealed the identities of the other individuals lying there, One was Chen Ran, another Lu Yuan, and a stranger whom Chen Ran did not recognize. All three were in plain clothes, with uniformed officers nearby. Overwhelmed once more, Chen Ran withdrew his hand and addressed Chen Ran. You cannot go either. He then turned to Lu Yuan. None of you can go. What? Everyone was bewildered by Chen Ran's assertion that they should refrain from going after merely a brief touch with Chen Ran. Do not tell me you calculated that as well. Lu Yuan inquired. Chen Ran nodded affirmatively. What will happen if we go? Su Jianbang pressed. None will return alive. Chen Ran's statement sent shockwaves through the group. Such grim foreboding was indeed disconcerting. Chen Ran cast a penetrating gaze at Chen Ran and, with a hint of indignation, remarked, Mr. Chen Ran, I acknowledge your impressive predictive abilities, yet to claim that none of us will return is rather alarmist, is it not? He believed in Chen Ran's talent for divination, but he also felt that life could not be dictated solely by fate. He was convinced otherwise. Compared to fate, he placed greater faith in human determination. In a nutshell, it was a matter of confidence. He and Lu Yuan, as the new and seasoned sharpshooters of Pengcheng's police, surely stood a chance against a mere handful of kidnappers. Furthermore, they would not be going in alone. Once they located the kidnappers, reinforcements would be at hand, including snipers on standby. Even with backup, we cannot prevail. Chen Ran asserted definitively. How could that be? Do the kidnappers possess firearms? Lu Yuan queried, puzzled. No firearms, Chen Ran replied. Recalling that during his contact with Huang Xingguo's phone, he had only observed knives. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan grew even more perplexed. How could they possibly be at a disadvantage? Not only would they bring weapons, but even without them, he was undeterred. Besides being a sharpshooter, he was also a three-time champion of the police combat competition. Even in close-quarters combat, he believed they could at least hold their own, if not triumph outright. How could Chen Ran proclaim that none would return? They lack firearms, yet they possess electricity. No matter your prowess, how long can you withstand high-voltage electricity? Chen Ran recounted the scene he had witnessed, where the ground was strewn with iron chains, and nearly everyone appeared scorched beyond recognition. He suspected the kidnappers would employ electricity against them. Initially dismissive, Chen Ran and Lu Yuan were momentarily taken aback by this revelation, exchanging incredulous glances. Electricity? They both found it hard to fathom, but dared not refute his assertion. Regardless of voltage, they could not withstand even the slightest shock. No amount of skill would suffice. And even with backup, help might not arrive in time. They now understood why Chen Ran had been so adamant about impending disaster. Nevertheless, was this a tactic that an ordinary person could conceive? Their skepticism lingered, until Lu Yuan voiced, the kidnappers only want money. Could they really resort to such extremes? Even if captured, kidnappers generally avoided harming hostages to evade the death penalty. Yet Chen Ran's implication was that these individuals clearly intended to eliminate all witnesses. A grave risk indeed. Could a kidnapper with such a singular focus on profit possess the audacity to act in such a manner? While Lu Yuan was perplexed, so too was Chen Ran, who felt it was illogical, yet he staunchly believed in what he had seen. Perhaps these kidnappers were indeed desperate renegades? Just as they continued their discourse, a police officer entered abruptly, announcing that they had discovered a potential link between the kidnappers and the accident on Victory Road from the previous day. This revelation astonished everyone. The kidnappers were connected to yesterday's car crash? We found that the phone number of the kidnappers had communicated with the truck driver involved in the accident on Victory Road yesterday. Although the car accident on Victory Road was publicly declared an accident, this was merely a FAAD. Within Tianyue Group, the incident was not viewed as an unexpected occurrence. Victory Road serves as a major thoroughfare in the city, where regulations prohibit large trucks from traversing. Although the Tianyue Group warehouse is in proximity, all cargo vehicles typically follow a designated route that leads directly out of the city. This route has been consistently adhered to by all of Tianyue Group's trucks. However, yesterday, one truck deviated from this established path and unlawfully entered the main road, culminating in the unfortunate accident. This deviation was deemed irregular by Tianyue Group, prompting Su Jianbang, the chairman, to launch an investigation. He reported the incident to the police, seeking their assistance in uncovering the reasons behind the truck's violation or any underlying circumstances. Upon receiving the report, the Pengcheng Police Department took the matter seriously. Discovering that the driver had been under the influence of alcohol, they initiated a thorough investigation. Although the driver was deceased, his mobile phone was recovered for forensic analysis. After a day of investigation, no significant findings emerged until recently, when the technician examining the driver's phone also monitored the calls of a kidnapper. Recognizing a familiar number, he took the initiative to compare it and discovered a call log linking the kidnapper to the driver of the accident. Realizing the implications, he promptly reported this to his superiors. He presented the phone, revealing the two numbers to Chen Ran, Yang Changyun, and others. Upon inspection, they confirmed the connection. yet the full context eluded them momentarily. It was Chen Ran who, with a sudden insight, took the phone. "Let me have a look." As he held the device, a revelation struck him. He envisioned a scene where the truck driver was still alive, gripping his phone, standing before a table containing an open box brimming with cash. Opposite him stood a man of average build with a square face, slightly short eyebrows, and unremarkable features, save for a thumb-sized red birthmark beneath his right ear, extending towards his neck. The moment Chen Ran spotted this birthmark, he was reminded of a scene he had glimpsed while handling Huangxing's phone. Though the driver had been masked and his face obscured, Chen Ran distinctly recalled the birthmark he had noticed earlier, realizing it was the same. This scene appeared to depict a transaction. Was it possible that the kidnapper had compensated the driver to steer the vehicle towards Victory Road? If so, the accident from yesterday might have been orchestrated with malicious intent. Reflecting on the timing of the crash, Chen Ran recalled that Su Yutong had been on Victory Road at that moment, and the truck, despite its apparent loss of control, had approached her directly. It became increasingly difficult for him to dismiss the notion that the accident was unrelated to Su Yutong. Moreover, the orchestrators of this accident had subsequently kidnapped her, laying a trap for Su Jianbang to deliver ransom. As the threads of evidence intertwined, Chen Ran's understanding crystallized. They were not mere kidnappers, they were adversaries. Chapter 52. Enemies. Chen Ran's assertion drew the attention of those present. If they are not kidnappers, then what are they? He was asked. Chen Ran deduced a connection between the kidnappers and the driver, positing the possibility of a vendetta. The group exchanged uneasy glances, acknowledging the plausibility of his claim. Chen Anyuan and Yang Changyun nodded in agreement, having sensed the gravity of the situation upon learning of the link between the kidnappers and the accident driver. However, they needed further validation before reaching any conclusions. Enemies. Su Jianbang furrowed his brow, ruminating on the possibility of a vengeful foe. In recent years, I have not wronged anyone to such an extent. Even if I had, I doubt it would incite such ruthless retaliation. Could it be a shareholder in your company seeking to usurp power? Chen Anyuan, aware of the dynamics within Tianyue Group, inquired. Su Jianbang shook his head. There are a few who harbor dissent, but none possess the audacity for such a scheme. Seeing Su Jianbang at a loss, Chen Ran offered a clue. I just calculated that, while I cannot discern the individual's appearance, I surmised he bears a birthmark on the side of his face, extending to his neck, approximately the size of a thumb. Reflect on whether you have encountered anyone fitting this description. Anyone intent on harming Su Jianbang and his daughter would likely harbor a profound grudge, and such a conspicuous trait should not escape his memory. Indeed, after contemplating Chen Ran's clue, Su Jianbang's expression shifted to one of horror. Could it be Zhang Huayan? He posited, glancing at Chen Anyuan, who appeared equally startled by the name. Who is Zhang Huayan? Inquired Yang Changyun, the deputy chief, bewildered by the mention of this individual, as were many others present. Su Jianbang quickly elaborated. Zhang Huayan was once my partner and a shareholder in Tianyue Group. A decade ago, when the company was not as prosperous, he embezzled corporate assets and sold company technology, subsequently being apprehended. During his arrest, he assaulted me with a knife, leading to a 12-year sentence. He has a birthmark beneath his ear, resembling the one Chen mentioned. Chen Anyuan nodded, recalling that he had personally captured Zhang Huayan during his tenure as the head of the criminal police a decade prior, and the birthmark had indeed left a lasting impression. He was sentenced to 12 years and should still be incarcerated, Lu Yuan interjected, perplexed. Chen Anyuan, deep in thought, swiftly dialed a number. It was to the warden of Qingshan prison, where Zhang Huayan was serving his sentence. Without engaging in pleasantries, he inquired about Zhang Huayan. Upon hearing the response, his expression darkened considerably. After ending the call, he informed the group, Zhang Huayan has exhibited good behavior in prison and received a 2-year sentence reduction. He was released 10 days ago. At this revelation, Su Jianbang's face drained of color, and he collapsed onto the sofa. Of course, it must be him. It all makes sense now. No wonder he wanted me to deliver the ransom personally. Initially skeptical of Chen Ran's assertion that he would be doomed if he did so, he now had no doubt. The supposed kidnappers were, in fact, his enemies, intent on his destruction. This man is utterly despicable. He commits a crime and then seeks to blame others. Lu Yuan exclaimed in outrage, realizing the depths of Zhang Huayan's treachery. Su Jianbang, however, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. What seemed unreasonable to outsiders was, in fact, rooted in a traceable history. According to his account, when Zhang Huayan was reported by the company shareholders, he had implored Su Jianbang to cover for him, citing the substantial losses and far-reaching consequences. Su Jianbang, however, dismissed his plea. In desperation, Zhang Huayan turned to another request, to facilitate the relocation of his wife and child abroad. He reasoned that if they remained in the country, they would inevitably suffer from his predicament, and their assets would be compromised. Sending them overseas was the most prudent course of action. At that time, Zhang Huayan was already under duress, unable to act independently, and thus he beseeched Su Jianbang for assistance. Moved by Zhang Huayan's plight and reminiscing about their shared struggles, Su Jianbang's heart softened, and he agreed to send the man's family to Europe. Had this plan succeeded, Zhang Huayan would have no grounds for harboring resentment. Yet, fate intervened. Although Zhang's wife and child reached Europe safely, they vanished mere days later, and news would soon follow of their tragic demise, coupled with the theft of their funds. Given their foreign status and Zhang's status as a fugitive in their homeland, the local authorities showed little interest, hastily concluding the case without apprehending the assailants. Su Jianbang's expression turned furious as he recounted this tale. Upon hearing the devastating news, I was shocked but ultimately powerless, while Zhang Huayan, upon learning of his family's fate, resolutely accused me of orchestrating their demise in a bid to seize his assets. No matter how I attempted to explain myself, he remained unconvinced, declaring that I must pay with my life. After that, I refrained from visiting him, and thus, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Su Jianbang spoke, his face etched with regret. Noticing the silence around him, he found it peculiar and looked up to see everyone staring at him, momentarily taken aback before his countenance filled with indignation. It wasn't me. The security abroad has always been lacking. Faced with such circumstances, I was powerless. I not only did not cause their misfortune, but out of compassion for their plight, I even provided an additional 5 million. Su Jianbang was genuinely exhausted. He had extended his hand to help, only to find his goodwill turned against him, and now he faced threats to his own life. Events from a decade ago had gone unexamined then, and it was unlikely they would be scrutinized now. The silence among the group was not born of suspicion against Su Jianbang, but rather a lack of suitable words. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ran remarked, Zhang Huayan has clearly become fixated on his beliefs. Now that he has decided you are to blame, he will not rest until he exacts his vengeance. It is no wonder he demands such a large sum. He likely intends to give us this opportunity deliberately, indicating that he seeks to retaliate not only against you, but also against the police. As a former shareholder of Tianyue Group, Zhang Huayan certainly understood the magnitude of 30 million in cash. His demand was clearly calculated, designed to compel Su Jianbang to bring additional individuals along. Given that Su Jianbang had reported the incident to the authorities, it was improbable he would accompany mere civilians. They would undoubtedly be law enforcement officers. If Zhang were indeed a kidnapper, he might have hesitated, but he was not. He was simply a man consumed by a desire for revenge, having meticulously devised his plan. Regardless of who accompanied Su Jianbang, he had no intention of allowing them to survive. That scoundrel is exceedingly malevolent. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's analysis, Yang Changyun and Lu Yuan began to curse vehemently. Had it not been for Chen Ran's assistance in divining their fortunes and uncovering these clues, they might have fallen victim to this fiend. Just as they voiced their thoughts, Su Jianbang's phone emitted a notification sound. It turned out that 10 minutes had elapsed, and the kidnappers had sent a text instructing him to bring the ransom to Wanha Plaza in the Northern District. Simultaneously, the police who had been searching for the truck made a breakthrough, locating it parked in the western suburb. Chapter 53, the operation commences. Why are the addresses different? Where are the kidnappers truly located? The address provided by the kidnappers was in the Northern District, yet the truck was found in the western suburb, separated by several kilometers. Even after a decade, I remembered Zhang Huayan was exceedingly cunning. If he sought revenge, he would certainly not reveal his location immediately and was likely hiding in the western suburb. The site where the first vehicle was discarded lacked surveillance, and Zhang Huayan and his accomplices, unaware that the police had someone skilled in divination among them, likely did not believe their vehicle would be easily located. This was likely their final means of transportation. Moreover, the journey from the southern suburb to the northern district, and then from there to the western suburb, would require considerable time. They could not run indefinitely and would surely seek refuge somewhere. Hence, the truck's last known position was likely in proximity to their hiding place. The group listened to Chen Yuan's reasoning and found it compelling. So, do we still need to follow his instructions to the northern district? Wu Haiyan, who had just brought the money, inquired. Yes, Chen Yuan nodded. Zhang Huayan is certainly unaware that we have uncovered his identity. Since we know they are in the western suburb, it is imperative that we do not alarm them. We must stabilize him according to his instructions. Given that it was clear the other party was not genuinely after the ransom, but rather intended to eliminate everyone involved, they could not afford to confront him head-on as previously considered. The lives of the police were equally valuable, and a strategic approach was essential to minimize casualties. Chen Yuan's intention was to have Su Jianbang maintain his composure with Zhang Huayan while the others sought out the kidnappers' hideout in the western suburb. Once the location was identified, they could deploy snipers and SWAT teams for a rescue operation. If they could eliminate Zhang Huayan and his accomplices from a distance, the risks would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Su Jianbang had no objections. However, Yang Changyun furrowed his brows, expressing concern. I wonder how much time the kidnappers will allow us. The western suburb is vast. And without any leads, not only is it uncertain whether we can locate their hideout in a short time, but even if we do, we risk alerting them. When they discovered the Toyota vehicle, the kidnappers had made no moves. This was because they had abandoned it and fled to another location. Yet, if they were indeed hiding close to the truck, a sudden influx of personnel searching nearby would undoubtedly arouse their suspicion, even if they were not in uniform. Would they not take action if they sensed they were about to be captured? Yang Changyun's thorough considerations raised this dilemma, causing the group to frown in unison. If the kidnappers were to engage in a direct confrontation, that would be manageable, but the fear was that they might resort to drastic measures against the hostages. The room fell into a contemplative silence as they struggled to devise a solution. Meanwhile, Chen Ran recalled a scene he had witnessed earlier, which offered a potential lead. In the death scene of Su Jianbang and Chen Yuan, the location was unmistakably a construction site, with concrete littering the ground and no surrounding walls. Only a few concrete pillars stood upright. Chen Ran shared his discovery, framing it as a deduction rather than a personal observation. Currently, there were no active construction projects in the western suburb, but numerous abandoned buildings could be found. After hearing Chen Ran's clue, Yang Changyun remarked, not long ago, a real estate developer in Pengcheng went bankrupt, leaving behind a multitude of unfinished buildings, over a dozen in total. It is plausible that they are hiding in one of those. Chen Ran had merely noted signs of construction. He could not confirm whether any were actively being built, even if they identified it as an abandoned site. With so many in the western suburb, finding the right one would not be easy, and they could not guarantee they wouldn't alert the kidnappers. Yang Changyun's gaze turned expectantly towards Chen Ran, clearly hoping for more definitive clues that would ensure their success. Chen Ran thought to himself, this fellow is quite audacious, expecting me to provide all the answers. Does he truly believe I am some sort of oracle? Little did he know, time and again, his precise deductions had not only led Yang Changyun to regard him as a deity, but the entire police precinct had come to view him in the same exalted light. Why seek clues oneself when one could consult a divine oracle? Just based on this swiftness, he had saved them countless hours. As Chen Ran observed others gazing at him with the same intensity as Yang Changyun, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Understanding that they merely wished to ensure the hostages' safety, he could not help but reminisce about those harrowing scenes. Bring me paper and pen, he suddenly commanded. Moments later, Chen Ran exclaimed, I have made a new discovery. The crowd gasped in delight, with Chen Yuan promptly presenting him with the writing materials. He proceeded to sketch an oddly shaped object on the paper. What is this? Lu Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. It should resemble a tower, Chen Ran contemplated. Should? The uncertainty in his words left the crowd somewhat hesitant. Chen Ran pointed to his drawing and declared, if I knew what this was, would I need to illustrate it for you? I have drawn it for you to decipher. From the vantage point in Chen Yuan's death scene, Chen Ran had glimpsed this peculiar structure in the distance. However, the darkness obscured its details, and he could not discern what it was, only that it was adjacent to a small hill, which he also illustrated. The lower half of the object lacked illumination, with only 2 lights shining at the apex. Its peak sharp, situated not far from those dilapidated buildings, visible from within them. Chen Ran endeavored to articulate every detail, concerned that the others might not pay heed. He added, tonight, I have already divulged much arcane knowledge. My powers are waning. This is the last piece of information I can ascertain. The group, wishing for more clues, felt disheartened by his words and began to concentrate intently on their memories, some even retrieving a map of the western suburbs. Through diligent recollection and discussion, within a mere 3 minutes, they identified it, the television station's signal tower. This signal tower had recently been constructed, situated at an intersection where Lu Yuan recalled directing traffic during its inauguration, with the very hill beside it. It was the traffic police chief, Li Dongliang, who recognized the tower. As it was newly built and absent from the map, he marked its approximate location. Chen Ran took the map and inquired about the location of the unfinished buildings. Lu Yuan, well acquainted with those structures due to previous encounters over unpaid wages, indicated their positions. The dilapidated buildings comprised 3 clusters, all closely situated. Chen Ran examined the 2 locations and, recalling the perspective from which he had seen the signal tower, pinpointed one of the clusters. Here, he proclaimed. Mr. Chen, can you confirm? Su Jianbang asked. Yes, it must be here. Chen Ran's certainty stirred excitement among the group. Chen Yuan began issuing commands. Gather immediately. Chapter 54, Ascend. You really don't have to accompany us. It is indeed perilous. In a van, Lu Yuan was fitting Chen Ran with communication equipment. Chen Yuan, seated beside him, attempted to persuade him to return. Just moments ago, After Chen Ran had pinpointed the kidnapper's location, the Pengqing Police Bureau had launched into action. Yang Changyun, accompanied by 2 officers disguised in plain clothes, was to follow Su Jianbang's lead to deliver the ransom as a means to stall the kidnappers. Meanwhile, Chen Anyuan and Lu Yuan were leading a team to the unfinished buildings to secure the kidnapper's position and execute a rescue plan. "I must come. I fear for your safety," Chen Ran replied. Engaging in such perilous endeavors was never to his liking. He only came to save lives, compelled by circumstance. As he spoke, his gaze briefly fell upon Lu Yuan's face. In the scenes he had previously witnessed, Chen Anyuan and Lu Yuan had met their ends by electrocution. After their actions commenced, Chen Anyuan's scene had vanished, indicating that he would not perish. Yet, Lu Yuan's misfortune had taken a different turn, though his electrocution scene disappeared. A new scene emerged depicting his fall to his death. When Chen Ran touched him, he envisioned Lu Yuan lying shattered beneath the unfinished building. Yet, this was not the most horrifying aspect. The truly terrifying revelation was the corpse of Su Yutong lying beside him. Chen Ran surmised that perhaps by locating the kidnappers ahead of time, he had altered the fates of certain individuals. But it was evident that this person and Su Yutong were still fated for peril. Once again, it was evident that Chen Ran was too kind-hearted. If he were ignorant, it would be one thing, but knowing that lives were at stake, he found it impossible to stand idly by. He was uncertain whether he could save anyone by intervening. Yet he felt compelled to contribute in any way possible, taking one step at a time. To communicate, one must engage the device. If you wish to speak, you must press this button, Lu Yuan instructed as he secured the communication device on Chen Ran, demonstrating its function. Chen Ran nodded, committing the instructions to memory. "Brother, though you possess the ability to predict the future and are undoubtedly courageous and capable, your experience in dealing with criminals pales in comparison to ours. Please, do not act impulsively. Simply follow my lead, and I will ensure your safety." Lu Yuan, having greatly valued the insights Chen Ran provided, was intent on looking after him. Yet, the words startled Chen Ran, who inwardly mused, "With such a grim fate, wouldn't he following you lead to disaster?" Though he thought this, he refrained from voicing it, instead expressing his gratitude. The group swiftly approached their destination, soon spotting the cargo truck. Upon disembarking, Chen Anyuan received a call from Yang Changyun, informing him that they had arrived at Wanhe Plaza, where the kidnappers had instructed them to switch to a vehicle parked by the roadside. They speculated that the vehicle might be equipped with listening devices, making further communication impossible. Thus, they would only be able to listen, requiring no verbal exchanges, after the switch. They would drive slowly, aiming to prolong the duration as much as possible. After conveying these instructions, Chen Anyuan hung up. Given the desolate surroundings of the unfinished buildings, devoid of residents or businesses, shrouded in darkness, they refrained from driving too close, opting to park several hundred meters away and proceed on foot. A police drone operator, masquerading as a passerby, piloted the drone, appearing to be engaged in leisurely play while actually providing guidance to the task force. Although all clues indicated there were 3 kidnappers, until they apprehended them, no one could ascertain the true number of adversaries, nor could they guarantee that no additional spies were positioned. After a thorough reconnaissance, the drone found no suspicious figures, and the task force stealthily infiltrated the residential area. Though termed a residential area, it was merely a poorly planned locale with no walls, gates, or security, lacking even electricity, featuring a sparse arrangement of 4 buildings. 2 of the buildings were closely situated, while the other 2 were more distanced, leading them to designate the structures as 1, 2, 3, and 4 for easier identification. The first and second buildings were in proximity, whereas the third and fourth were significantly farther apart, separated by an estimated 200 meters. Despite the limited number of buildings, locating the kidnappers proved challenging, as the tallest structure reached 30 stories, while the shortest stood at 8. The entire task force donned plain clothes, and their vehicles were unremarkable, with all equipment concealed, to avoid raising suspicion and alerting the kidnappers. The kidnappers were not mere criminals. They bore a deep-seated vendetta against Su Jianbang. Once he realizes that his exposure is imminent and that the situation has turned against him, he will undoubtedly resort to violence against the hostages. This is human nature. If he cannot eliminate Su Jianbang, does he truly believe he can spare his daughter? It can be asserted that even if the kidnappers are located, if they are not neutralized swiftly, Su Yutong's demise is all but certain. This was a topic of discussion among Chen Anyuan and his team during their hurried journey, and their conclusions mirrored Chen Ran's ominous intuition perfectly. Given that they must avoid alarming the enemy, the situation has become exceedingly precarious. The 4 buildings tower high, and it remains uncertain which one harbors the kidnappers. A systematic search could easily compromise their position. Chen Anyuan contemplated deploying a drone for reconnaissance, only to be informed that it was unfeasible. The drone at their disposal was merely a standard police model, lacking sufficient night vision clarity, too distant to discern details, yet too loud when nearby. The surrounding area was devoid of any noise, leaving the drone's sound exposed. Persistent flight would likely attract the kidnapper's attention. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ran ordered a more sophisticated drone to be dispatched. Such advanced models were available, but would require retrieval from the armory, taking at least an hour to arrive. While they could afford to wait, the question remained, would the kidnappers be so patient? Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. In light of this, Chen Ran queried urgently about the direction of the signal tower. Their current low vantage point obscured any view of it. After scrutinizing the map for a moment, Lu Yuan pointed out its location. Chen Ran recalled earlier when he could see the signal tower directly, comparing the positions of the 4 buildings. He deduced that only buildings 1 and 2 had a clear line of sight, while buildings 3 and 4 were obstructed. It should be within one of these 2 edifices. Chen Ran indicated buildings 1 and 2, noting that their proximity allowed for a clear view of the signal tower, although he remained uncertain about the exact building. Fortunately, that narrowed down their search to 2 options. Following so many precise deductions, no one doubted Chen Ran's insight. Not even Chen Ran. All had faith in him. Since Chen Ran had pinpointed that the kidnappers were likely within these 2 buildings, there was no need to adjust the drone. The immediate priority was to ascertain their specific location and floor. Under the cover of darkness, you will stealthily ascend the unoccupied buildings 3 and 4 to observe buildings 1 and 2. It is nighttime, and since the kidnappers are hiding in this abandoned structure, any fire or lighting would surely emit some glow. Should anyone spot a light, report immediately, Chen Ran commanded, demonstrating the decisiveness of a director as he dispatched 2 teams for remote reconnaissance of Building 3 and Building 4. The team assigned to Building 3, which only stood 8 stories tall, discovered nothing of note. In contrast, the team at Building 4 made significant progress. They ascended to the 20th floor, where they detected illumination emanating from Building 2, promptly notifying the others. Damn, I'm exhausted. Upon learning of the discovery, Lu Yuan and Chen Ran hastily climbed up to Building 4 for a closer look. The absence of an elevator on the 20th floor necessitated a strenuous climb. And while Lu Yuan was nearly spent, Chen Ran appeared unperturbed, immediately inquiring about the source of the light. He didn't even need to ask, as he had already seen it. The light was situated on the 18th floor of Building 2. The team from Building 4 had spotted the light on the 18th floor, yet they had ascended to the 20th for clarity. The illumination was dim, as the source on the 18th floor of Building 2 was enclosed by metal sheeting, preventing the light from dispersing. Thus, Chen Ran could see it at a glance, while others relied on binoculars. Damn it! How can they not be tired, climbing so high? Lu Yuan huffed, spitting in frustration after observing through the binoculars. The nearby SWAT officer remarked, with the metal sheeting obstructing the view, the sniper cannot identify the target, making it exceedingly difficult to execute a clean shot. This posed a significant dilemma. Without a clear target for the sniper, those making a frontal assault would be dangerously exposed. Moreover, they had already assessed the structural layout of these buildings. Given their status as abandoned constructions, the elevators were non-operational, and the only means of access was via a singular staircase. The likelihood of being discovered through that solitary passage was alarmingly high. Who could say whether the kidnappers had installed surveillance along that route? There could very well be traps. Even in the absence of such precautions, without sniper cover, those advancing head-on would be in grave peril. To ensure the hostage's safety, the optimal strategy would be to catch the kidnappers off guard, rather than engage in direct confrontation. Lu Yuan frowned deeply, momentarily at a loss for a viable plan. It was then that Chen Ran suggested, the 18th floor is not excessively high. We could approach from the rear. Lu Yuan shot a skeptical glance at Chen Ran, struggling to reconcile the insightful fortune teller who had provided numerous leads with such a seemingly reckless suggestion. Ascend from the rear? That was the 18th floor. How could one possibly scale it? Did he think he was Spider-Man? Chapter 55. You really can. This was utterly absurd. Climbing those stairs was laborious enough, and there was nothing at the back to assist. Lu Yuan expressed his fatigue. Even the elite Tiger team would need ropes to get up there? Chen Ran maintained his stubborn stance, yet Lu Yuan argued vehemently. But there's no route at the back. Even the Tiger team would need ropes. Lu Yuan's face reflected his exhaustion, and he was not just mentally fatigued. The physical toll of their rapid ascension and descent had drained him. He couldn't fathom how Chen Ran remained so composed and unflustered. There's no need for ropes. One could scale it barehanded. Despite the nighttime cover, Chen Ran perceived the rough, protruding support columns, which offered ample grip for climbing. Initially, Chen Ran had merely speculated whether Chen Ran might be somewhat unhinged. But upon hearing this, he was convinced that Chen Ran had indeed lost his mind. While there are those who can climb walls unassisted, perhaps 1 or 2 stories might be feasible, and with determination, they might manage 3 or 4, but beyond that, it was sheer folly. This was a structure towering over 10 stories, 70 to 80 meters high. Did he think they were playing a game? A moment's miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic fall. Lu Yuan waved his hands in protest. I certainly lack that capability. If you expect me to scale that, I might as well charge in with a gun. He added. None of my team possesses such skills either. As the vice captain of the criminal police, he was not lacking in courage. Rather, he simply recognized the absurdity of such a task. Faced with the same peril, he would prefer to be shot by the kidnappers than risk a fatal fall before even encountering them. What kind of outcome would that be? Hardly a pleasant tale to tell. Realizing he had misunderstood, he quickly clarified, I didn't mean for you to climb. I meant for myself. As he spoke, Chen Ran began to warm up, preparing himself for the ascent. What? Both Lu Yuan and Chen Yuan were taken aback. Realizing he was about to confront the kidnappers head-on, now was not the time for reckless behavior. Chen Yuan immediately sought to have Chen Ran restrained. But before he could act, Chen Ran had already approached a support column, wrapping his arms around it and beginning his ascent. He ascended with surprising agility, effortlessly reaching the second floor in just a few moments, only to descend in the same manner. This was not his building. He merely sought to demonstrate his capabilities to Chen Yuan and the others. Witnessing Chen Ran's effortless climbing, reminiscent of a gecko, both Chen Yuan and Lu Yuan were left astounded, their mouths agape. Is it true, Brother Chen, that you possess such remarkable upper body strength? Lu Yuan inquired, genuinely astonished by Chen Ran's unexpected prowess. Well, it's rather ordinary. Climbing 10 or 20 stories is not particularly remarkable, Chen Ran modestly replied. Lu Yuan's face twitched in disbelief. How could climbing such heights be considered mundane? In my spare time, I dabble in rock climbing and such. He added, after all, if one can impersonate a fortune teller, what harm is there in posing as a climbing enthusiast? It's no wonder you ascend and descend 20 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. I hadn't realized your interests were so diverse. Skills never go to waste, right? So what do you think? Now that I've claimed I can climb, do you believe me? Chen Ran addressed them confidently. Though he had never actually practiced rock climbing, he was acutely aware of his own strength and was convinced he could scale a pillar. His earlier attempt had proven that it was not an illusion. He had ascended with ease, seemingly without exertion. Indeed, actions speak far louder than words. And both Chen Yuan and Lu Yuan, having witnessed his feat, had no choice but to believe. Yet, despite their newfound faith, they remained unconvinced of the safety of the endeavor. In the dark, it was not merely a question of whether Chen Ran could safely ascend 18 stories. Even if he succeeded, how could he possibly rescue anyone alone? If he failed to save the person in peril and ended up jeopardizing himself, it would be a most unfortunate turn of events. And if he were to meet with an accident before even reaching the top, all hope would be lost. They were there to save lives, not to lose one. And even if someone had to make that sacrifice, it could not be an ordinary citizen like Chen Ran. Both men were resolute in their refusal. Just then, the communication device connected to Yang Chongyun and the others crackled to life, revealing the voices of Su Jianbang and Zhang Huayan. Suspecting that the vehicle was bugged, they refrained from direct communication with Chen Yuan. Yet they transmitted the kidnapper's voice over the device. Zhang Huayan had instructed Su Jianbang to drive around the northern district for an extended period. Perhaps feeling that enough time had passed, he ordered him to head to the western suburbs. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized that a final act of vengeance was imminent. It was now the early hours of the morning, and the roads were nearly deserted. They could traverse the distance from the northern district in under 20 minutes. Making time a pressing concern. Drive slowly, create some delays if necessary. We must not allow them to approach until we receive our signal, Chen Yuan solemnly advised Yang Chongyun. Although slowing down could help stall the kidnappers, they could not afford to delay for too long, lest the abductors become suspicious and take action. Director Chen, time is of the essence. Trust me, let me go. Not only can I read fortunes and climb, but I also practice combat sports. A few criminals are no match for me, Chen Ran insisted, having followed them here, determined to take action himself. His confidence stemmed not only from his abilities, but also from a desire to prevent any harm from befalling anyone. After all, everyone had parents and many had wives and children. He had resolved that if Chen Yuan and Lu Yuan continued to refuse, he would ascend regardless. Brother, this is not a time for jest. The kidnappers are not to be trifled with, Lu Yuan admonished. The notion that Chen Ran could read fortunes and climb was already absurd. The idea that he also practiced combat sports was simply beyond belief. Without further ado, Chen Ran demonstrated his prowess. Spotting a piece of concrete with exposed rebar, he selected the thickest rod, easily bending it with a single strike. Combat sports? I should mention, I've also trained in hard qigong. His actions left Lu Yuan speechless. Is that real rebar? Lu Yuan stammered, approaching to test its authenticity. Chen Ran quietly exclaimed. Good. Let him go. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Given the urgency of the situation and Chen Ran's formidable skills, he found it difficult to justify any further obstruction. Most importantly, he sensed that Chen Ran was resolute in his decision to rescue the hostage. If he continued to refuse, Chen Ran would likely disregard his warnings and proceed regardless. Since there was no stopping him, why further hinder his determination? Once Chen Ran granted his consent, Chen Ran's demeanor visibly relaxed. He had indeed been prepared to disregard all caution. Rest assured, I will bring them back safely, he declared, thumping his chest. Although Chen Ran had acquiesced, Lu Yuan still harbored concerns. Perhaps I should accompany you. You can take a rope and climb a distance, securing it for me to follow. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran quickly waved his hands. No. You mustn't come. Why not? I may not be adept at climbing, but I can manage with a rope. Lu Yuan assumed Chen Ran looked down on him, unaware that Chen Ran had foreseen a scenario where he would fall to his demise, and thus would never allow him to join. My hands are accustomed to my own weight. Climbing with a rope would be cumbersome. Trust me, I will assess the situation as I go. I will notify you once I have succeeded, Chen Ran asserted, turning to take action, only to be halted by Chen Ran's call. Fearing a change of heart, he turned to see Chen Ran handing him a firearm. Take this. Should an emergency arise, use it. Chen Ran offered his service weapon. And this was the extent of support he could provide as Chen Ran ventured forth alone. Lu Yuan looked on in disbelief. Chen Ran allowing Chen Ran to attempt a rescue was already a breach of protocol, and now he was arming him. This was even more against the rules. Yet, he remained silent, merely astonished. They were sending Chen Ran to save lives, not to become a casualty himself. Having a means of defense was prudent. Within the entire team, only someone of Chen Ran's stature would dare to hand a firearm to Chen Ran. He did not voice his thoughts, trusting that the others would remain similarly discreet. Chen Ran was taken aback by Chen Ran's generosity, grateful for the firearm for protection. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Thank you, he exclaimed, securing the gun at his waist before sprinting toward building number 2. Chen Ran moved with remarkable speed, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. It was only after he had vanished that Lu Yuan smacked his forehead. But can he even use a gun? He just left. Hiss. At this remark, Chen Ran furrowed his brow. What a blunder. I failed to consider that. Now that Chen Ran has disappeared, it's too late to vocalize concerns without alarming the enemy. He could only speculate. Perhaps he can? Ever since being struck by lightning, Chen Ran had not only gained the ability to sense various phenomena, but his physical capabilities had also significantly enhanced. His acuity had sharpened to the point where he could hear distant sounds, and the darkness did not hinder his navigation. He took swift strides, reaching the base of building number 2 in mere moments, reassured by the weight of the gun at his side. Selecting a load-bearing column, Chen Ran promptly employed both hands and feet to ascend the 18-story building. He climbed with remarkable speed and steadiness, appearing less like a person and more akin to a lizard of similar size. Fortunately, this was an unfinished construction site, devoid of onlookers. Had anyone witnessed this spectacle under the cover of night, they would likely have been struck with a heart attack or, at the very least, rendered paralyzed with fear. Chen Ran's urgency stemmed from his apprehension that Chen Ran and his associates might pursue him and inadvertently frighten him. As Chen Ran scaled the building, on the 18th floor, within a section surrounded by iron sheeting, the moderately built Zhang Huayan was vehemently berating Su Jianbang on the other end of the phone. I do not care what unforeseen circumstances have arisen. If you do not arrive here within 15 minutes, do not expect to see your daughter. His frustration was not unfounded. He had relayed the address to Su Jianbang a mere 10 minutes prior. Under normal circumstances, Su Jianbang would have already arrived, yet he remained stuck in the northern district, claiming to have encountered a drunk driver and suffered a car accident. Zhang Huayan cared not whether the accident was genuine. All that mattered was that Su Jianbang arrived within the stipulated time frame. After ending the call, he glanced at the yellowed photograph in his hand. It was a decade-old image of his wife and son. Their features remained vivid in his memory, yet they had been gone from his life for 10 long years. Zhang Huayan had contemplated suicide multiple times during his imprisonment, but each time he dismissed the thought, not out of fear of death, but because he believed he could not perish without seeking retribution. Su Jianbang had dared to harm his wife and child. How could he simply let it go? He yearned to make Su Jianbang experience the anguish of losing his family, to feel the devastation of a broken home. Fueled by this singular obsession, he exhibited exemplary behavior in prison and was released early. 10 days prior, he stepped back into the world. Immediately upon his release, he contacted a former confidant from his past and retrieved a sum of money that had been in the latter's possession. Originally intended as travel expenses to reunite with his deceased wife and son, the funds were now repurposed for vengeance. With the money in hand, Zhang Huayan initially planned to eliminate Su Jianbang's wife. However, upon discovering that she had fallen ill and was now in a vegetative state, he abandoned that notion. It seemed unnecessary. Once Su Jianbang and his daughter were dead, no one would care for the vegetative woman, and she would inevitably meet her end. Zhang Huayan focused his sights on Su Jianbang and his daughter, orchestrating 3 assassination attempts against them. Yet, fate was unkind. Each meticulously crafted plot had been thwarted. The intensity of his vengeful mindset left no room for despair, compelling him to devise a kidnapping plan. This time, he would not target them one by one. Instead, he aimed to ensnare them all at once, ensuring Su Jianbang witnessed the demise of his daughter before his very eyes. Anyone accompanying them would be met with the same fate. Everyone involved was complicit in aiding Su Jianbang and, thus, deserving of death. Soon enough, once I have avenged you, I shall join you, Zhang Huayan murmured to the photograph, just as a figure approached from behind. Boss Zhang, you wouldn't renege on the money you promised us, would you? The kidnappers numbered 3. Aside from Zhang Huayan, there was the thin bald man and the long-haired fat man. These 2 were brothers from out of town. Having served 8 years for robbery, now released, they sought to return to their criminal ways. A former inmate who had been acquainted with Zhang Huayan facilitated their introduction, knowing Zhang was in need of assistance. They were devoid of education and fear, motivated solely by monetary gain. The thin bald man spoke. When have I ever gone back on my word? What I promise, I deliver, not a single cent for myself. Zhang Huayan's sole desire was revenge. Money held no significance for him. Receiving the assurance he sought, the thin bald man nodded in satisfaction. All right, but when the time comes to see the money, Boss Zhang, you better not go back on your word, or my brother and I will be quite irate. Hearing the implied threat, Zhang Huayan's expression remained impassive, though inwardly he scoffed. These 2 fools, having never encountered real money, genuinely believed they could abscond with such a fortune? They were mistaken. Even if it were 30 million in cash, they would never escape the city. Were it not for the urgency of time, he would not have chosen to employ these greedy imbeciles. However, it mattered little. As long as he could exact his revenge, he cared not for their fates. As he contemplated, he noticed the thin bald man glance back at the bound Su Yutong. Licking his lips as he leered, Boss Zhang, since you have no intention of letting this girl go, why not let my brother and me have some fun? I've never had a pretty girl like her before. The man's demeanor was repugnant, even to Zhang Huayan, who instinctively displayed his disgust. Yet, he did not refuse. It was of no consequence to him. Su Yutong was destined to die regardless, and whether she suffered humiliation beforehand mattered not. Perhaps her degradation would further incite Su Jianbang's fury. He yearned to witness the blend of rage and sorrow etched across Su Jianbang's face, so helpless in his despair. With this thought, he waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish. The thin bald man beamed with delight, his grin stretching from ear to ear. He hurriedly relayed the message to the long-haired fat man, who joined in with a lecherous grin, adjusting his pants. Then, the 2 approached Su Yutong, their intentions clear in her terrified gaze. Though Su Yutong could not decipher their words, she was no fool. The predatory glances from the corpulent and the thin men had repulsed her from the outset. Initially, they had refrained from harming her out of fear of jeopardizing the ransom. But why were they emboldened now? Bound and gagged, Su Yutong emitted muffled sounds of protest, writhing desperately in an attempt to escape. Little girl, do not be afraid. If you cooperate, we won't harm you, the thin bald man sneered, advancing to seize her foot. Filled with dread, Su Yutong's tears streamed down her cheeks as she struggled to kick them away. Zhang Huayan had originally intended to abduct only Su Yutong. Huang Xinghua had been an unforeseen addition. Lacking sufficient rope, Huang Xinghua was suspended by chains rather than bound by ropes. After hours of being hung, he was disoriented. Seeing the kidnappers shift their focus to Su Yutong, he could no longer contain his panic. Though his mouth was taped shut, his hands were free. Previously, he had refrained from tearing off the tape, but now, he could no longer afford to be cautious. He ripped off the tape and shouted, "What the hell do you 2 want? Stop this at once. Someone help." Huang Xinghua's cries grew louder, and though his insults might have gone unnoticed, the thin bald man feared attracting attention. Despite the absence of bystanders, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Rising, he grabbed a whip nearby and lashed out at Huang Xinghua. The whip cracked against Huang Xinghua's body, eliciting grimaces of pain. "You dare shout again, and I'll kill you." The thin bald man growled menacingly. Huang Xinghua, silenced by fear of further punishment, could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. With a pitiful tone, he pleaded, "Brother, good sir, there exists a code even among thieves. You seek only money, and the family has promised to provide it. Please, do not harm the child. She is but a young girl." Huang Xinghua implored earnestly, yet the scrawny thug remained unmoved. "A young girl? I thrive on young girls," he retorted. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yutong delivered a swift kick to the fat man's face. He quickly turned to cry for help. Brother, this little lady possesses quite a bit of strength. I cannot subdue her alone. Come assist me. The scrawny thug, incensed by his brother's lack of wits, noted that one hand was preoccupied with his own trousers while the other sought to undress another. You fool, why the rush? He scolded, hastening to lend his assistance. Despite the reprimand, the fat man remained unfazed, chuckling. I've never had the pleasure of a girl so vibrant. I simply adore it. Brother, what do you think about taking her home as our bride after we're done? As he spoke, the scrawny one seized Su Yutong's foot, providing the fat man an opportunity to continue his nefarious intentions. Su Yutong, with tears streaming down her face, was engulfed in despair, wishing she could perish on the spot. Just then, a sudden clang resonated through the air as a figure lunged forth from the shadows. Chapter 57. The hero arrives. The newcomer was none other than Chen Ran, who had heard Huang Xinghua's cries for help and, sensing something amiss, had hastened his ascent. With keen hearing, he immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. Upon arrival, he was appalled to witness the kidnappers attempting to violate Su Yutong. His indignation surged, igniting a fierce anger within him. In a swift motion, he advanced and seized the fat man's hair, lifting him effortlessly before delivering a powerful kick to his groin. You scoundrel! Chen Ran exclaimed, his speed and strength sending the hefty thug flying several meters away. Look at yourself. You think you are worthy to marry anyone? The sudden appearance of Chen Ran startled the scrawny thug, who had just risen to his feet, speechless. Chen Ran, noticing his opponent's stance, wasted no time and delivered another kick to the groin, sending the scrawny one soaring even further than his brother. Chen Ran, fueled by rage, did not hold back. Whether these two would live or die was of little concern to him. What mattered was that they would now be forever distanced from women. Perhaps in their next lives, they would be reborn as human beings. Who are you? Zhang Huayan finally reacted, his fury directed at Chen Ran. Who I am is of no concern to you. Chen Ran shot back, preparing to confront him. Zhang Huayan, sensing the impending danger, swiftly placed his hand on a nearby transformer. Chen Ran's eyes widened as he recalled the grim fate of Su Jianbang and the others who had perished from electrocution. He glanced down to see the ground littered with conductive chains, save for the thick wooden board propped beneath Zhang Huayan's feet. Understanding the threat, Chen Ran recognized the danger of electricity. Though his physical prowess had increased dramatically, he was unwilling to risk it. Estimating that Zhang Huayan was a mere 30 meters away, Chen Ran doubted he could reach him in time. Even if he could evade the attack, Su Yutong would surely not be able to. Thus, he drew another weapon from his belt, aiming it at Zhang Huayan and pulling the trigger. To his astonishment, the gun clicked empty. What the hell? A gun of mercy? Chen Ran gasped in disbelief. As Zhang Huayan prepared to pull the lever, panic surged within him, prompting him to hurl the gun at Zhang Huayan's head. With remarkable accuracy, the firearm struck Zhang Huayan, causing blood to spill as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, unconscious or perhaps worse. Chen Ran rushed to retrieve the gun, exhaling in relief. Indeed, I am a jack of all trades. Even throwing objects can yield deadly results. I am reminded of the legendary archer Zhang Qing from Water Margin. Surveying the transformer, he initially intended to dismantle it, but soon became overwhelmed by the numerous wires. Opting for safety, he kicked the transformer into the elevator shaft. Once he ensured everything was secure, he contacted Chun An Yuan and Lu Yuan. All clear. You can come up now. Approaching Su Yutong, he tore the tape from her mouth and untied her wrists. Upon freeing her, Su Yutong said nothing. Chen Ran assumed her demeanor reflected a strong, composed individual accustomed to the trials of high society. However, as soon as the ropes fell away, she threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. In truth, Su Yutong was not as resilient as he had imagined. She was merely an ordinary girl with a privileged background, unaccustomed to peril. In that moment of danger, fear consumed her, rendering Chen Ran's appearance surreal. Only when he crouched before her, loosening her restraints, did she realize he was indeed real, not a figment of her imagination, causing her emotions to shatter. Though her breakdown was one of joy, it was still a breakdown. She clung to Chen Ran as if fearing he might vanish should she release him. Despite having rescued her once before, they shared no deep bond. Their prior encounter at the expo had merely been a matter of mutual benefit. Chen Ran viewed their relationship as one lacking in warmth, and the intimate embrace felt out of place. He was unaccustomed to such displays of affection. The warmth of Mazer only intensified as they stood so close. Yet, pushing Su Yutong away seemed too cruel. She was a young girl, sheltered her entire life, suddenly thrust into danger. It was only natural for her to be frightened. Having saved her, what harm was there in allowing her a moment of comfort? There, all is well now. Fear not. It is over, Chen Ran reassured her, gently patting her shoulder with a tone of kindness. As Su Yutong gradually regained her composure, Huang Xinghua could no longer contain his agitation. Brother, enough of the embrace. Release her, my head is pounding. If this continues, I shall surely suffer from cerebral congestion. Huang Xinghua felt a pang of guilt for interrupting such a tender moment. Yet he could no longer endure it. He had held his tongue until that point, but the pressure in his bladder had become unbearable. Since leaving the expo, he had consumed a large bottle of water and had been suspended without relief. He could no longer hold it in. Upon hearing Huang Xinghua's anguished cries, the composed Su Yutong quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily released Chen Ran, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Ran, however, had no time to spare for her, as he rushed to rescue Huang Xinghua, who was wailing in despair. Hurry, hurry, I can't hold it any longer. As soon as Huang Xinghua was set down, he dashed to a secluded spot to relieve himself. Just as he began, a thunderous voice echoed from below. Don't move. Who's there? Startled by the authoritative shout, Huang Xinghua froze midstream, contemplating the possibility that the bandits might have reinforcements. Peeking over, he was relieved to see it was the police, and he exhaled, Officer, don't shoot. I'm one of the good guys, just taking a leak. Chen Ran, recognizing that Chen Yuan and Lu Yuan had arrived, shouted back, I've dealt with the situation, you can come up now. Don't be afraid, everything is fine. Your father is on his way. Chen Yuan reassured Su Yutong, an old friend of his. After ascending the stairs, his immediate concern was her safety. Upon learning she was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and offered her some words of comfort. Turning to Chen Ran, he gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, exclaiming, Young man, you are truly remarkable. You've accomplished it. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Ran felt a surge of anger at this praise. Director Chen, you nearly put me in peril. Your weapon is unloaded. He retorted, brandishing the firearm in indignation. Unloaded? Chen Yuan was puzzled, recalling that he had loaded it himself. Upon inspecting the gun, he burst into laughter, realizing the safety was still engaged. Chen Ran was taken aback by this revelation. You have to disengage the safety? Why didn't you mention that earlier? I thought you knew everything. Chen Yuan had intended to explain, but Chen Ran had been too quick. Thankfully, despite the mix-up, both Chen Ran and the hostage were safe. While they conversed, the two kidnappers had already been handcuffed, and Zhang Huayan was unconscious but alive. Lu Yuan ordered him to be restrained, but unexpectedly, as he was being cuffed, Zhang Huayan suddenly regained consciousness. Having collapsed near the edge of the building, he realized the situation was lost and had no hope of revenge. He merely wished to end his life to avoid humiliation. He shouted as he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the building's ledge. The police, caught off guard by his sudden movement, were momentarily stunned. However, one officer, in the midst of handcuffing, quickly reacted, believing Zhang Huayan was attempting to flee, and reached out to grab him. Zhang Huayan, intent on ending his own life, seized the officer's hand, determined to take someone down with him. In a swift motion, he leaped off the building. Witnessing this, everyone realized he was attempting a fatal plunge while taking someone with him. They rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Lu Yuan, with remarkable speed, lunged forward and wrapped his arms around the officer's waist. His rapid movement, however, lacked a solid footing, and by the time Zhang Huayan jumped, the immense force of his descent pulled both him and Lu Yuan down. Lu team, the gravity of the situation was apparent. Falling from the 18th floor guaranteed death. All watched in horror as their comrades faced imminent peril. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was equally shocked. After a smooth operation where Chen Ran had navigated the most dangerous moments, an unforeseen complication had emerged at the last moment. He hurried to assess the situation, but was startled to find that the Chen Ran he had just seen had vanished. Chen Ran, not anticipating Zhang Huayan's desperate attempt to drag someone down with him, reacted swiftly upon sensing the danger. His reflexes were far superior, and despite the distance, he relied on his extraordinary speed to reach them just in time. Yet, even with his swiftness, he was a fraction too late. As he watched Lu Yuan plummet, memories of previous tragedies flashed through his mind. Had all his efforts been in vain, insufficient to alter their fates? Chen Ran refused to accept this. Spotting a sturdy iron chain beneath him, he grasped it firmly and shouted, "Grab the chain," before leaping after them. If Lu Yuan's fall alongside Zhang Huayan had already left everyone astounded, Chen Ran's daring move was utterly shocking. Was this not akin to suicide? Su Yutong gasped, covering her mouth in horror, while Huang Xinghua lamented, "Brother, what are you doing?" Yet, Chen Yuan remained composed, quickly grasping that Chen Ran's exhortation was directed at those above. He barked an order, "Quick, grab hold of the chain." While Chen Ran may not have been able to save Lu Yuan and the other officer, he was determined to ensure his own survival. The officers, though stunned, promptly obeyed the command and lunged for the chain. If Zhang Huayan had done one good deed, it was purchasing a robust chain. The officers seized it just as Chen Ran had descended several meters, already gripping Lu Yuan's ankle. His strength was immense. This posed no challenge for him. His only concern was whether anyone above would hold onto the chain. Fortunately, after a brief struggle, he halted his descent. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, the rapid descent of the group came to an abrupt stop, and while Chen Ran maintained his grip, Lu Yuan clung tightly to the other officer, both unaffected by the sudden halt. Only Zhang Huayan was adversely affected. He had underestimated Chen Ran's resolve to save others. Believing his victory was assured, he relaxed his grip, allowing the chain to suddenly stop and sending him plummeting downwards with a resounding thud. Chen Ran silently offered a prayer of gratitude, relieved that he was unharmed. If anything were to happen to him, he would haunt this scoundrel for eternity. In the brief moments that followed, they descended to a height comparable to the 13th floor. Noticing the proximity of the floors, Chen Ran called out, "Hold on tight." This message was directed both to those above and a reminder for those below. He swayed momentarily, then exerted force, launching Lu Yuan and the other officers several meters across. They would undoubtedly experience a fall, but it would be far less severe than death. After tossing them, Chen Ran adjusted his position and leaped across himself, landing smoothly, far more gracefully than the rolling Lu Yuan and the other officer. He landed with the poise of a gymnast, wishing for a round of applause. "How is everyone? Are you all right?" Chen Ran inquired as he checked on Lu Yuan and the other officer. Lu Yuan, in his 30s, had endured the fall without injury. The other officer, named Guo Feng, was even younger, not much older than Chen Ran, and likewise emerged unscathed. Both individuals stood up, relief evident on their faces as they recalled the harrowing scene they had just endured. They had narrowly escaped death. "Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable," Lu Yuan exclaimed, gripping Chen Ran's arm with palpable excitement, almost wishing to bow in gratitude. Only through personal experience could one fathom the terrifying nature of the earlier predicament. To describe it as a situation from which escape was impossible would not be an exaggeration. He had almost been swept away in a whirlwind of memories from his life. Yet, amidst such a perilous scenario, Chen Ran had managed to save him. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Hairpin. Meanwhile, Guo Feng, having survived the ordeal, was equally exhilarated. "Master Chen, thank you for saving us." Although he was not well acquainted with Chen Ran, he recognized him as a formidable fortune-teller. Remarkably, after a single night's turmoil, Chen Ran had already garnered the title of master, a notion that even amused him. "It was your captain's bravery that saved you, not mine," Lu Yuan praised Chen Ran, who reciprocated the admiration. Chen Ran had the audacity to save someone because he knew he was capable. Lu Yuan, however, lacked such prowess. He believed that during the act of saving, the other party had not overthought the situation either. Guo Feng certainly understood who his greatest benefactor was for escaping unscathed, and his gratitude towards Lu Yuan was beyond measure. While the three conversed, Chen Yuan and his team rushed down the stairs. Upon seeing all three unharmed, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Inquiring about Zhang Huayan, he learned of the latter's fatal fall and could not help but sigh. He himself had wished for death. It seemed a fitting end to prevent further complications. This individual had created numerous troubles for Chen Ran in his quest for vengeance. One could hardly blame Chen Ran for his displeasure. The most critical error was that he had targeted the wrong person, a pure lunatic in Chen Ran's view. Such individuals posed a societal threat and would be better off eliminated. With the captors vanquished, the hostages safe, and no casualties among the rescuers, the operation that night was undeniably a resounding success. As the crowd descended, Su Jianbang and others arrived. Su Jianbang had nearly lost sight of his daughter and embraced Su Yutong, tears flowing freely. Old Huang was also quick to connect with his wife over the phone. Earlier, as everyone focused on gathering information about the kidnappers, no one had informed Huang Xinggua's wife of his abduction. However, this inadvertently spared her from anxiety. Huang Xinghua cried uncontrollably on the phone, recounting his ordeal with the kidnappers, almost believing he would never return. He assumed his wife would rush to his side upon hearing the news. Little did he know that, due to the police's failure to notify her, she was utterly skeptical. "You made money this afternoon, and now you're out partying at night. Do you think I don't know you?" His wife retorted. "Look at the time. If you're not back now and are on the phone pretending to be kidnapped, what a ridiculous story. You love being out and about so much. Then enjoy yourself and don't bother coming back." With that, she abruptly hung up. Huang Xinggua's tears flowed even more abundantly. His earlier tears had been those of relief from surviving, but now they were tears of injustice. He had nearly lost his life, yet his wife doubted him. After being captured by the kidnappers, he had endured a severe beating, his body covered in bruises. An ambulance had arrived, urging him to seek medical attention. Yet, because his wife did not believe he had been kidnapped, he refused treatment, insisting on returning home to show her his injuries. He feared that if he went to the hospital and recovered, there would be no evidence left to prove his story. Ultimately, It was Lu Yuan and the others who vouched for him, persuading him to go to the hospital first, with promises that someone would accompany him home the next day to explain everything to his wife. Only then did he reluctantly agree to seek medical care. Brother, you have no idea how brutal the beating was. Those bastards treated me like a toy, spinning me around. He lamented. They threatened Boss Su. What does that have to do with me? I'm not even Boss Su's son. I nearly suffocated from the pain. Yet, despite all that, I didn't even mention the money I have in my account. Am I not reliable? It's not that I'm concerned about my own money. No, I'm worried about yours. I don't mind if they take my money, but if I fail to protect yours, that would be a grave sin. Rest assured, the bank will be closed tonight. I'll get my injuries treated at the hospital, and as soon as the bank opens tomorrow, I'll transfer the funds to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran was both amused and exasperated. Huang Xinghua had been beaten severely, his body in tatters, and yet he was still preoccupied with financial matters. It seemed he feared Chen Ran might hold a grudge against him. To be fair, old Huang was indeed reliable, but this was hardly necessary. Chen Ran was not so petty. Earlier, he had been anxious that Huang Xinghua might flee, but now that he knew he wouldn't, there was no reason to rush. Enough with the chatter. Hurry to the hospital. There's no need to rush the transfer. Just do it when you have the time, Chen Ran said as he helped Huang Xinghua into the ambulance. As Huang Xinghua was taken away, the police began to collect the dismembered remains of Zhang Huayan. Su Jianbing, undeterred, even ventured closer to inspect the man who had sought his demise. Noticing that Chen Yuan and the others were gathered together, Chen Ran intended to join them, but was approached by Su Yutong. Aren't you going to the hospital? She asked, surprised to see him still there after the ambulance had departed. The kidnappers only struck me twice, Su Yutong replied, revealing 2 bloodied marks on her arm. The rest of the blows landed on your friend. These injuries are nothing. I'll just apply some medicine at home. I don't wish to go to the hospital. After such a harrowing experience, she preferred to return home and rest rather than visit a hospital. She approached Chen Ran to bid farewell. Chen Ran, thank you for saving me once again. It was merely a trivial effort. There's no need for gratitude. You should return home and rest early, Chen Ran replied, downplaying his actions. However, Su Yutong did not genuinely believe it was trivial. Whether yesterday or today, Chen Ran's interventions had been fraught with danger. She gazed deeply at him. The exotic mineral you wanted. There's no rush. Just call me when you have the time, and I'll come to retrieve it, along with returning your painting. Though Chen Ran felt a sense of urgency, he understood that after such a fright, she might not sleep easily upon returning home. Thus, he chose to feign indifference. Su Yutong nodded and turned to leave, but as she did, her hairpin fell to the ground. Earlier, she had almost been assaulted by the 2 kidnappers, and though Chen Ran had arrived in time, she had struggled, causing her hairpin to loosen. As she turned, her long hair swept around, dislodging the pin, which rolled to Chen Ran's feet. He bent down to pick it up and handed it to her. Su Yutong took the hairpin but struggled to secure it in her hair. With her thick locks, one hand was insufficient, especially since her other hand had been struck by the kidnappers, making movement difficult. Let me assist you, Chen Ran offered, perceiving her plight and stepping closer to help. Thank you, Su Yutong replied, surrendering to his assistance. However, after Chen Ran took the hairpin, he remained motionless for a moment, leaving her puzzled. Is it not ready yet? As soon as Su Yutong's words fell, Chen Ran stepped in front of her. Where did you get this hairpin? The question left Su Yutong bewildered. What significance did the origin of the hairpin hold for him? Did he find it appealing and wish to purchase one for a female relative at home? What is wrong with my mother gifting it to me? Su Yutong gazed at Chen Ran in confusion, only to see him abruptly and forcefully snap the hairpin in 2. Su Yutong was taken aback, about to inquire what Chen Ran was doing when she suddenly noticed that the broken hairpin revealed something peculiar within, a sort of miniature electronic device. What is this? Su Yutong pondered, bewildered. Chen Ran, however, was equally in the dark. When he picked up the hairpin, he merely observed the manufacturing process, which seemed utterly mundane to him. It was only when he was about to assist Su Yutong in putting it on, and saw the second scene unfold, that he realized this object was anything but ordinary. In that second scene, someone was installing a minuscule electronic device into the hairpin. It was this revelation that prompted him to break it apart. What is going on? Lu Yuan approached, noticing Chen Ran scrutinizing something in his hands. Chen Ran immediately presented the item for analysis. Lu Yuan examined it for a moment, then called over a few others, including members of the tech team, who instantly recognized it as a tracking device. A tracking device? The group was momentarily stunned. Who would place a tracking device inside a hairpin? Someone queried. Precisely because it's so unlikely for anyone to do such a thing, it becomes all the more suspicious. Chen Yuan and Su Jianbing also arrived. And upon hearing the matter, Chen Yuan immediately recalled Su Yutong's car accident the previous day and today's kidnapping incident. Both situations required knowledge of Su Yutong's precise location. He had previously wondered how the kidnappers had obtained this information. Now, it seemed likely that it was connected to this device. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's analysis, Su Yutong felt a chill run down her spine, and Su Jianbang also realized the gravity of the situation, hastily inquiring about the origins of the hairpin. "It was given to me by Aunt Li," Su Yutong replied, her expression incredulous. The Aunt Li she referred to was Li Xiaohe, the wife of Zheng Wentao, a shareholder of Tianyue Group. This individual was a college alumna of Su Yutong's mother and a fellow high-ranking executive spouse, and they had once shared a close friendship. After Su Yutong's mother fell into a comatose state, their interactions had diminished, yet their relationship remained amicable. A few days prior, Zheng Wentao had celebrated his son's 10th birthday and invited Su Jianbang and his daughter. During the visit, Li Xiaohe had reminisced about shopping with Su Yutong's mother, mentioning that her mother had purchased a hairpin to gift to Su Yutong but had forgotten to take it back home. After her illness, Li Xiaohe had also forgotten about it. She had only recalled it while tidying up her house, and now it had returned to its rightful owner. Upon learning that the hairpin was a token from her mother, Su Yutong felt compelled to keep it and wore it home. After 3 years, how could this come to mind now? Lu Yuan scoffed, clearly sensing something amiss. In fact, nearly everyone recognized the abnormality of the situation. Su Jianbang was particularly furious. Recently, foreign investors had expressed interest in acquiring shares in Tianyue Group, with Zheng Wentao as the intermediary, having broached the subject several times, all of which he had declined. As longtime friends and company executives, his decisions had been made with the company's interests in mind, and he had assumed that Zheng Wentao would not take offense. Little did he expect that, while feigning no objections, Zheng Wentao was secretly colluding with Zhang Huayan to undermine him. It was no wonder that Zhang Huayan, just 10 days out of prison, was able to orchestrate so much chaos. It turned out there was a traitor among them. That scoundrel. Su Jianbang ground his teeth in anger, while Su Yutong recalled Li Xiaohe's gentle smile when she had given her the hairpin, and felt an icy dread wash over her. Lu Yuan shrugged at Yang Changyun and Chen Yuan, signifying that they had more work ahead of them. Indeed, upon confirming the origins of the hairpin, Chen Yuan immediately ordered Lu Yuan to lead a team to apprehend Zheng Wentao and his wife. Compared to capturing Zhang Huayan and his associates, this operation would undoubtedly be much simpler, as Zheng Wentao and his wife were far less nefarious than Zhang Huayan. Chen Ran was not required to join the fray, nor did he wish to. Mr. Chen Ran began to take his leave, having exerted considerable effort that night, and Su Jianbang would certainly be grateful. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Ran waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Su, there's no need for thanks. Hurry and catch the traitors." Su Jianbang understood that this was not the time for sentimentality and nodded earnestly. "Mr. Chen, your kindness is beyond words. Once I resolve the internal matters of the group, I shall invite you for a proper conversation." On the other hand, Lu Yuan, who had been directly saved by Chen Ran, also remarked, "Brother, I won't say much in thanks either. I'll treat you to drinks another day." Chen Ran readily accepted, then watched them depart. Su Yutong also took her leave, leaving only Chen Yuan, Yang Changyun, and a few others behind. The thin and stout men whom Chen Ran had incapacitated were still unconscious and needed to be taken back to the police station, along with Zhang Huayan's body. Yang Changyun was tasked with overseeing this matter. Soon, he too had left with his team, leaving only Chen Yuan and Chen Ran. Chen Yuan drove a car, intending to take Chen Ran home. "Director Chen, you're being too courteous. It's getting late, and my home is quite far. Just drop me at a busy intersection, and I'll call a taxi. There's no need to trouble yourself," Chen Ran said, feeling somewhat embarrassed that the head of the Pengcheng police station was personally driving him. It was already past 3 in the morning. What taxis could be found at this hour? Chen Yuan chuckled, already starting the car. "You could just have someone else take me if you prefer." "What? Do you think I'd refuse your company?" Chen Yuan asked, feigning displeasure. "Not at all. I just feel that given your age, you ought to rest instead of running about at this hour. It's unnecessary for you to personally see me off. You do have a knack for concern." Chen Yuan was determined to drive Chen Ran home. Realizing his efforts to dissuade the director were futile, Chen Ran turned the conversation. "By the way, while Zhang Huayan brought this upon himself, the other 2 rascals were knocked out by me, but I did it to save someone. If anything happens to them, you won't come looking for me, will you?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan found it amusing. "Who told you to be so heavy-handed? Now you're frightened?" When the ambulance arrived earlier, a doctor had assessed the 2 men and indicated their condition was precarious. "I was merely thinking of saving a life. I didn't have the time to consider much else." Chen Ran never lied, and his earnest demeanor made it difficult for others to discern his true feelings. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the consequences. He was simply enraged. Fortunately, Chen Yuan didn't mind how Chen Ran felt. "Rest assured, you acted in the interest of saving a life. Even if you had kicked them to death, it would be of no consequence." "That is good to hear. Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief. As Chen Yuan drove, he observed Chen Ran. Knowing that the journey from the western suburbs back to Chen Ran's home was quite lengthy, and began to inquire about Chen Ran's family background. What family background? My parents are farmers, and I have just one younger sister. We are quite impoverished, so I began working after graduating high school. Chen Ran candidly recounted his background without reservation. A rural family? So your fortune-telling skills are inherited? Indeed. Chen Ran replied with utmost seriousness. My grandfather used to tell fortunes for people. I learned this skill from him. Chen Ran spoke with an unwavering demeanor, his heart unflinching. His abilities, of course, were not imparted by his grandfather, for he had passed away when Chen Ran was merely 6 years old, a time when he scarcely remembered anything. Yet, to a certain extent, he did not embellish the truth. His grandfather was indeed a fortune-teller, albeit one whose predictions were accurate only 1 in 10 times, rendering him largely disbelieved. Naturally, Chen Ran could not voice such sentiments. With his impressive talents, how could he not credit his grandfather? After all, he was none other than the renowned diviner, Master Chen Banxian, celebrated throughout the countryside. It was he who engaged in the celestial game, a master of the unseen. Chen Yuan was left momentarily speechless by this declaration. Had it been anyone else making such claims, he would have dismissed them outright. But with Chen Ran, he believed. There was no other reason than witnessing Chen Ran's extraordinary capabilities firsthand. If the disciple was so formidable, surely the master must be even more so. My own skills in the art of hard qigong were also taught by him, thus having crafted such an impressive legacy for his grandfather. Chen Ran chose to attribute all his prowess to him. I have encountered many who profess to be masters of divination, yet none possess even a fraction of your abilities. It is astonishing to think that such an extraordinary individual could arise from a humble mountain village, though regrettably, he is no longer among us. Upon learning of Chen Ran's grandfather's demise, Chen Yuan expressed a deep sense of lamentation. Chen Ran, whose own grandfather had passed away many years prior, was unsure of the source of Chen Yuan's sorrow, yet he sighed in a show of sympathy, pretending to say, "It is inevitable. Too many secrets of heaven have been revealed." As they neared his neighborhood, Chen Ran quickly directed Chen Yuan, "Please pull over to the right. I can disembark here." Just as he prepared to exit the vehicle, Chen Yuan called out to him, "Chen Ran, I heard from Lu Yuan and the others that you work as a delivery driver?" Chen Ran paused, then nodded. "That was the case. But I am considering a career change." "A change to what?" "I haven't yet decided. You know how challenging it is to find work these days, especially without a degree or specialized skills." Chen Ran had earned money through stone gambling, allowing him the luxury of pursuing any path he wished. He had intended to downplay his situation with a few humble remarks, but to his surprise, Chen Yuan's face lit up with excitement. "Indeed, jobs are hard to come by. But we currently have an opening in our department. Would you be interested in a position within the system?" Chapter 61, A Gift. Chen Ran had merely been modest, yet he had not anticipated that Chen Yuan would promptly offer him a job. With no degree, no connections, how could he possibly work in the system? "What position?" he inquired, bemused. "Action consultant," Chen Yuan replied earnestly. This was the first time Chen Ran had heard of such a role, and, intrigued, he pressed for more information. "We often encounter particularly vexing cases that require intricate investigation, some of which yield no leads at all. Given your talent for divination and your accuracy, if you could assist us by providing useful insights during our collaborations, I believe even the most challenging cases could be resolved with greater ease." Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. At first, Chen Ran had been puzzled about the nature of the action consultant role, but upon hearing the explanation, he immediately grasped its implications. He scrutinized Chen Yuan closely. This was not merely a vacancy. It seemed the position had been conjured up on the spot with the intention of leveraging his fortune-telling abilities to aid in solving cases. Chen Ran furrowed his brow. This was not an ideal situation. He recalled the previous night, having toiled from dusk until dawn, navigating numerous perils along the way. Moreover, he was not genuinely a fortune-teller. His success stemmed from intuitive abilities that guided him to clues, ultimately leading to resolutions. There was a significant element of luck involved. Just because he had experienced good fortune with one case did not guarantee the same outcome with others. If he were to agree and subsequently fail to provide insights on a critical case, it would not only hinder their efforts, but also tarnish his reputation. If Chen Ran were destitute and devoid of employment, he might consider it, but he was financially secure and not actively seeking work. His primary concern was having rescued Su Yutong while still pondering how to save Zhao Shuyuan. After much contemplation, he concluded that it was best not to accept the offer. Noticing Chen Ran's reluctance, Chen Yuan appeared disheartened. Although the salary is not substantial, it exceeds 20,000, and while it may not be a formal position, I assure you that you will receive all the benefits associated with it. Please think it over. Chen Yuan was genuinely eager for Chen Ran to take on the role of action consultant. After years of police work, he understood how challenging cases of such magnitude could be. If the Pingqing Police Department had a master of divination like Chen Ran on their side, they would no longer have to worry about their case resolution rates. However, Chen Ran remained adamant in his refusal, though Chen Yuan felt anxious. He understood the importance of not pressuring him. Ultimately, he conceded, "This may come as a surprise to you. There is no rush for a response. Take a few days to consider it." "All right, I will think it over. Please drive carefully," Chen Ran replied as he exited the vehicle, bidding farewell as he watched Chen Yuan drive away. While he had promised to ponder the offer, he knew it was merely a courtesy. He had resolved that this was not a feasible undertaking and could not acquiesce. By the time Chen Ran returned home, it was already 4 in the morning. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Zhao Shuyuan had sent him a message around midnight inquiring whether he had returned home. At that moment, he had just departed from the police station to rescue someone. Thus he had not seen his phone nor responded. He had earlier suggested that Zhao Shuyuan spend the night at Zhou Yi's, but he was uncertain if she had done so. After sending her a message with no reply, he assumed she had likely gone to bed. After a day and night of exertion, even with his extraordinary stamina, Chen Ran felt fatigued. Once home, he hastily showered, dried his hair, and collapsed into bed. He fell asleep at 5 in the morning, and to his astonishment, he slept for a full 10 hours. Awakening to find it was already 3 in the afternoon. How could I have slept for so long? Chen Ran pondered, perplexed, for he recalled having rested quite a bit the previous day, yet today seemed even longer. Picking up his phone, he was taken aback to find over 20 missed calls. 5 from Su Yutong, 7 from Huang Xinghua, and the remaining 13 from Zhao Shuyuan. Both Su Yutong and Huang Xinghua had sent messages, with Su Yutong asking if he was available to bring over the exotic ore, while Huang Xinghua mentioned that he had transferred Chen Ran's share of the earnings, 4,839,000, just as they had agreed. He also inquired if Chen Ran was free to join him for a meal to express his gratitude for helping him make money and rescuing him from the kidnappers. While both of these calls had clear reasons, Zhao Shuyuan had not sent any messages but had been the one to call the most. Chen Ran felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the scene of Zhao Shuyuan's attempted suicide. He feared something had happened to her. In a flurry, he returned her call, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing her voice. "You sleep far too soundly. I must have called you a dozen times without a single response." Zhao Shuyuan's voice came through, tinged with irritation. Strangely enough, Chen Ran found himself equally bewildered. He did not typically silence his phone while sleeping, and logically, he should have been able to receive calls. Yet, after sleeping for 10 hours, with over 20 calls coming in, he had not managed to answer a single one. Could it be that the phone is malfunctioning, causing the ringer to be silent? "My phone is indeed broken." Chen Ran was uncertain whether the issue lay with the phone, so he decided to fabricate a small lie. "That old piece of junk of yours should have been replaced ages ago. Fortuitously, I've purchased a new one for you." Zhao Shuyuan's words left Chen Ran somewhat perplexed. Why would she buy him a phone out of the blue? "Sister Shuyuan, are you feeling all right?" Chen Ran couldn't help but worry, recalling the scene he witnessed the previous night. Fortunately, Zhao Shuyuan's voice sounded robust and lively, not indicative of any trouble. "What could possibly be wrong with me? I dialed you numerous times without any response. I was beginning to think something had happened to you." "I'm fine, just my phone is broken and not ringing." "That's a relief. Send me your address. Come pick me up now. I've bought a heap of things, and I'm utterly exhausted." Just as Chen Ran agreed, Zhao Shuyuan added, "Oh, and don't ride that little electric scooter of yours. Take a cab instead." Was it because she had too many items that the scooter wouldn't suffice? Indeed, the scooter was rather petite. Without overthinking it, Chen Ran acquiesced, quickly freshened up, and set out. While washing up, he noticed that his left hand appeared unusually pale, as if the blood circulation was compromised, resembling a corpse's hand. Could it be the result of sleeping too long without movement? Chen Ran, eager to meet Zhao Shuyuan, dismissed the thought and hailed a cab, heading straight for the address she provided. Zhao Shuyuan frequently indulged in shopping sprees, ultimately calling Chen Ran to pick her up, each time offering him a fare ranging from 200 to 500 yuan. Chen Ran always declined the money. Instead, she would treat him to a sumptuous meal. It could be said that most of the delightful culinary experiences Chen Ran had savored in this city were thanks to Zhao Shuyuan. He had grown accustomed to this routine. But previously he would always ride the electric scooter to fetch her, so it piqued his curiosity why she preferred he not use it this time, especially considering how much she might have purchased. Upon arriving at their rendezvous, he discovered the reason. A vehicle was parked by the roadside where Zhao Shuyuan stood, which Chen Ran recognized as a Porsche Panamera from his phone. All of Zhao Shuyuan's purchases were loaded into this car, leading Chen Ran to initially believe she had acquired a new vehicle. His surprise escalated when he inquired, only to learn that it was, in fact, his own. "My own." Chen Ran was taken aback. Zhao Shuyuan nodded. "It's a gift from Zhou Yi." Chapter 62. Shall we marry? Yesterday, you assisted Zhou Yi in earning money, and when she offered you a share, you graciously declined. To express her gratitude, she made this purchase for you. Zhao Shiyuan's words left Chen Ran wide-eyed. It took him a moment to regain his composure, glancing at the car before him in disbelief. Is this truly the case? He questioned, unable to fathom it. Of course it is. Do you think I traveled all this way just to tease you? Zhao Shiyuan replied, slightly exasperated, then continued to vent her frustration. I called you to come for the transfer of ownership, yet you didn't answer a single call. I had no choice but to proceed with my own registration. We can handle the transfer for you another day. After leaving the police station last night, she followed Chen Ran's advice and spent the night at Zhou Yi's home. The two friends, lying together, naturally engaged in conversation. Chen Ran had rendered Zhou Yi considerable assistance without accepting any remuneration, leaving her feeling somewhat indebted. Unsure of what Chen Ran might want, she consulted Zhao Shiyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiyuan quipped that Chen Ran was in need of a wife. Zhou Yi, who was indeed willing to consider being Chen Ran's wife, after all. He was young and handsome, felt a pang of awareness of her own age at 30. While she was keen, Chen Ran's agreement was uncertain. They jested and bantered for a while, and she contemplated gifting him a vehicle as a token of appreciation. Zhao Shiyuan, having access to over 2 million yuan that Chen Ran had gifted her, readily supported the idea. The two quickly came to an agreement. Heading out early the next morning to select a car for Chen Ran, they visited 7 dealerships within the span of a morning. Either the vehicles were too inexpensive and unappealing or too costly, without any available stock. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they settled on this one. It was not the cheapest, yet it was readily available. With Zhao Shiyuan's explanation, Chen Ran finally believed her. I had initially intended to customize it for you, but that would have required waiting some time for delivery. Luckily, there was a pre-configured model that the previous customer rejected. Upon seeing it, I decided to let Zhou Yi purchase it. If you dislike it, you can simply exchange it later. What is there not to like? I like it. I like it very much. Chen Ran had obtained his driver's license 2 years ago, but had scarcely driven since. Well, not entirely true. He had been involved in a couple of minor incidents while delivering takeout on his electric scooter. In those cases, he had merely bumped into the rear of other vehicles. As for the steering wheel, he had never been permitted to touch it, and due to financial constraints, he had never been able to either. He was unaware of what vehicles were considered good or bad, but he had heard that this particular model included an additional 500,000 yuan worth of options, totaling over 170,000 yuan. Truly not inexpensive. The car's exterior was white with a red interior. While he couldn't claim to be overly fond of it, he certainly didn't dislike it. Furthermore, given that it was a gift, he felt even less inclined to express any dissatisfaction. What a lavish gift. Upon learning that the vehicle had cost over 1 million yuan, Chen Ran couldn't help but marvel. You helped her earn so much money. It's only fair she shows her appreciation. However, considering she has gifted you such a car, you shouldn't always refer to her in such a formal manner. Calling her sister wouldn't hurt you. After all, she is a year older than I am. Zhao Shiyuan was 29 this year, while Zhou Yi was 30, making them both 7 years Chen Ran senior. Chen Ran had no objections to Zhou Yi, though he was not particularly familiar with her. He felt it would be somewhat cheap to address her as sister without a proper relationship. However, now that she had gifted him a car, he reflected that although this vehicle paled in comparison to the money he had helped her earn, his assistance had been motivated purely by his regard for Zhao Shiyuan, without any expectation of recompense. Zhou Yi's willingness to offer a gift indicated her understanding of social grace and demonstrated her appreciation for Chen Ran's assistance. Moreover, it was the first time anyone had ever given him such a valuable present. He realized that if he continued to act rigidly, it would come across as rather ungracious. He nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will definitely address her as sister. Once he uttered those words, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to see Zhou Yi. Zhao Shiyuan had clearly stated that the car was a joint purchase, and they had spent a considerable amount of time shopping afterward. Why was Zhou Yi absent now? She had some matters to attend to at her shop and had to hurry back. She had initially planned to treat us to a meal, but today seems unlikely. Zhao Shiyuan explained, and Chen Ran nodded in response. He felt that dining could be arranged for another time, and there was no need for her to feel compelled to treat them. He could invite her on another occasion. Very well. I will ask her to select a time later, Zhao Shiyuan said as she opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. I've been out shopping all day and I'm utterly worn out. Hurry up and drive me home. Understood. Chen Ran replied enthusiastically as he took his place in the driver's seat. You do have a driver's license, right? You can drive, can't you? Seeing Chen Ran gazing around and fumbling with the controls, Zhao Shiyuan inquired with a furrowed brow. I can drive, but this car is so luxurious. Nothing like the one from my driving school. Where does the key even go? After searching for some time without locating the ignition, he expressed his confusion. Forget about that. Modern cars utilize keyless ignition. Just press this. Zhao Shuyuan said, guiding him through the starting process. Buckle up. Chen Ran responded, pressing the accelerator, and the car surged forward. On their way home, Zhao Shuyuan inquired about the case from the previous night. She was only aware that Chen Ran's friend had gone missing, unaware that it was a kidnapping. Due to the rapid resolution of the case, coupled with the fact that the victim was the daughter of the Tianyue group, information was deliberately suppressed, leaving even the media uninformed. Aside from the police department and the parties involved, only Chen Ran was aware of the situation. Zhao Shuyuan, like most citizens, had not heard a word about it. To avoid alarming her, Chen Ran did not disclose the truth, merely stating that the two had quarreled with their families and had gone out. In reality, they had not gone far. They had simply turned off their phones and lost contact. The police found them in the early hours of the morning and brought them back. How old are they? Yet still throwing tantrums and pretending to be missing? Upon hearing Chen Ran's account, Zhao Shuyuan couldn't help but feel perplexed. They were indeed adults, yet their maturity seemed lacking. Chen Ran casually brushed off her inquiries and soon returned to the community. After parking in the lot, Zhao Shuyuan stopped at the entrance to buy some groceries, claiming she wanted to cook dinner herself. The trunk and back seat of the car were filled with large and small bags, and Chen Ran initially thought they were all for Zhao Shuyuan, only to realize, when helping her carry them into the house, that they were all gifts from her to him. Phones, watches, clothes, trousers, and shoes. All of this is mine. Chen Ran stared at the pile on the sofa in disbelief. Zhao Shuyuan nodded, saying, what? Did you think only Zhou Yi would be generous? I wouldn't he be too? In the past, when I bought you things, you hesitated and said you couldn't accept them, but now you needn't worry. These are all purchased with your money and do not require repayment. Chen Ran had indeed been overly frugal, with only a few articles of clothing for each season. Zhao Shuyuan had bought him gifts on multiple occasions, but he had always declined, citing his inability to repay them. After a few attempts, Zhao Shuyuan realized his pride and stopped offering gifts. Now, as she stated, the purchases were made with Chen Ran's own earnings from the raw stones he had bought using her account, which amounted to over 2 million. Although she claimed it was for him, Zhao Shuyuan was not in need of money herself, so there was no question of her taking advantage of Chen Ran's funds. As Zhao Shuyuan urged him to try on the clothes and shoes to see if they fit, Chen Ran discovered they were surprisingly well suited. I could recognize you even if you turned to ashes. It's impossible for you to purchase something ill-fitting. Zhou Yi won't believe it. I'll wear it for her to see another day. While Zhao Shuyuan prepared dinner, she observed Chen Ran trying on the outfits, clearly pleased with her own judgment. Chen Ran was taken aback not only by the sheer number of clothes Zhao Shuyuan had bought for him, but also by how fitting they were. He wondered why he always felt a chill at the back of his neck when facing her. It seemed she had been stealing glances at him more often than he realized. Zhao Shuyuan's home had been left in disarray following Li Chengnan's intrusion the previous night, and after trying on a few sets of clothes, Chen Ran decided to assist her in tidying up while she cooked. As he cleaned, anger boiled within him. It was a complete mess. What on earth did that scoundrel Li Chengnan want? Chen Ran suddenly pondered whether Zhao Shuyuan's suicide could be connected to him. Earlier, when Zhao Shuyuan had guided him in starting the car, he had touched her hand and had seen the scene of her suicide. Although he hadn't voiced his concerns, they lingered in his mind, compelling him to seek out the truth. He intended to inquire about the nature of Zhao Shuyuan's relationship with Li Chengnan to see if he could unravel the mystery. As he contemplated this, he noticed a plethora of medical books scattered about the room, wondering where they had come from, as he had never heard of Zhao Shuyuan having an interest in such literature. Dinner is ready. Zhao Shuyuan's voice interrupted his thoughts. She brought the dishes to the table, setting out bowls and chopsticks, inviting Chen Ran to eat. There were 2 dishes and a soup, nothing extravagant, but more than sufficient for 2. Chen Ran did not hesitate and quickly took a seat at the table. There would be ample time to clean up after the meal. As they dined, Chen Ran planned to broach the subject of Li Chengnan. Quick, taste how it is. The meal consisted of steamed base, dry-fried green beans, and cucumber with century egg soup. Zhao Shuyuan served him a piece of fish. It's delicious. Chen Ran encouraged. You should eat too, Sister Shuyuan. I'm not very hungry. You should eat more. Zhao Shuyuan's culinary skills were undeniably impressive. Chen Ran hadn't had a proper meal since yesterday, having only eaten a few pancakes and spending the night solving the case without any food. He woke up in the afternoon, still without a meal. But his unusual physique allowed him to endure hunger longer than most. Yet, even he felt genuine hunger at that moment, shoveling several large bites into his mouth. Zhao Shuyuan served him a few more helpings, while she barely touched her own food. She occasionally rested her chin on her hands, watching him eat, and then pushed a couple of bites into her mouth. Eventually, her eyelids drooped as if she were lost in thought. Suddenly, she looked up at Chen Ran and said, Chen Ran, why don't we get married? Chapter 63, An Incurable Illness. Uffed. Chen Ran, in the midst of swallowing, sprayed his food everywhere upon hearing this. His throat constricted, forcing some of the food into his airway, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Yet, he quickly patted his chest to regain his composure. Cough, cough, Sister Shuyuan. What did you just say? Seeing the food he had sprayed into her bowl, Zhao Shuyuan showed no signs of disgust and maintained her calm demeanor. I said, let us get married. Chen Ran confirmed he had not misheard her and hurriedly reached to touch Zhao Shuyuan's forehead. It wasn't he warm. Was it his own issue? He then checked his own forehead. It felt normal. I'm being serious here, Zhao Shuyuan insisted, noticing his disbelief. So, will you agree? No wonder she had bought him so many things. It was all for the dowry. Chen Ran finally grasped the situation. She was suggesting he move in with her. Sister Shuyuan, isn't this a bit too sudden? Chen Ran was caught completely off guard and found it hard to accept. What is sudden? We've known each other for quite some time. Zhao Shuyuan replied. Previously, we were just friends, right? Normally, friendships should develop into romantic relationships before discussing marriage. We're skipping straight from friends to marriage, missing a whole stage. She was right. They hadn't even enjoyed the sweetness of a romantic relationship before jumping to marriage. Everyone says marriage is the grave of love. If Chen Ran agreed, wouldn't it mean he was diving headfirst into a grave without any prior experience? He couldn't fathom why Zhao Shuyuan was in such a hurry. I also wanted to take my time, but there is no more time left. Zhao Shuyuan sighed, clearly understanding Chen Ran's hesitation. What do you mean there is no time? Chen Ran asked, puzzled. I'm dying. At first, Chen Ran thought Zhao Shuyuan was joking about marriage, but upon hearing her words, his expression shifted dramatically. If he hadn't witnessed the scene of her suicide, he would have found it hard to believe. Yet, having seen it, he could not dismiss it. How could that be? Don't say such things. Chen Ran replied casually. Though confusion swirled in his mind, he had seen many people die, and the individuals were unaware of their fates. Yet Zhao Shuyuan seemed to know hers, which was perplexing. After all, others had died unexpectedly. While she was contemplating suicide, it was understandable she would be aware. However, why would she choose to take her own life? And why would she marry herself before doing so? Chen Ran was utterly perplexed. I am not joking when I say this. I have no family. If I were to die, my inheritance would likely fall into the hands of Li Changnan, and I have no desire to bequeath anything to that scoundrel. I wish to leave it all to you. Chen Ran was taken aback. Leave it to herself? The sum was not insignificant. It amounted to 30 to 40 million. Not to mention this building. Although most of the units have been sold, there are still a dozen rooms remaining. Despite being an older community, the location is quite favorable. If sold entirely, it could certainly yield 30 million, bringing the total to around 60 to 70 million. That is no small fortune. And all it requires is a marriage certificate. Then it would all be yours. It seems exceedingly advantageous, and you need not worry about my longevity, at most. I might have a week left to live. Zhao Shuyuan spoke with a dispassionate demeanor, leaving Chen Ran incredulous at how she could discuss death so nonchalantly. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Seeing Chen Ran frozen in place, Zhao Shuyuan gave him a gentle nudge. I am listening. It's just that I cannot comprehend why you claim you will die. Chen Ran had thought this was a secret he alone held. But now that he realized Zhao Shuyuan was aware, he directly inquired about the reason. You wouldn't believe what I tell you. Zhao Shuyuan was reluctant to disclose. Yet Chen Ran insisted she do so. If you tell me, I will believe you. Really? Absolutely. You could say you are a celestial fairy, descending to earth to undergo trials, and now that your virtues are fulfilled, you are returning to the heavens to become a deity. I would believe that too. Chen Ran asserted with unwavering conviction. This amused Zhao Shuyuan, and she playfully chided him with a glance. It's not that outrageous. Seeing Chen Ran genuinely interested, Zhao Shuyuan pondered for a moment before beginning to share her story. It turned out that when she was 5 years old, she fell ill with a condition that caused red spots to appear on her skin, and each episode brought excruciating pain, akin to being pricked by needles. The suffering was unbearable. My maternal grandfather's family name is Sun, a descendant of the famed physician Sun Simiao. When he was alive, he was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. To cure my ailment, he devoted considerable effort to research and developed a formula for a special pill. This pill cannot cure my illness, but it can suppress its onset. I have been taking one every 3 months for many years. Upon hearing Zhao Shuyuan's account, Chen Ran immediately recalled the medicine jar from the previous night. No wonder it shattered. Zhao Shuyuan seemed so dejected. If memory serves, there were hardly any pills left in that jar. My grandfather passed away when I was 7, in a fire, and my parents also perished in that tragic incident. They left so suddenly that the formula was never recorded. Over the years, I have been consuming the pills that my grandfather initially produced. Thankfully, they were well preserved, allowing me to continue taking them until now. However, now that the jar is nearly empty, only 3 pills remain. They should have lasted for another 6 months, but unfortunately, last night, Li Changnan brought people to search for things and shattered the jar, destroying those last 3 pills. After Zhao Shuyuan finished speaking, Chen Ran finally grasped the situation. Zhao Shuyuan's condition depended on medication for suppression, and now that it was gone, she was left without a means to manage it. It has been nearly 3 months since her last dose, and in just a few days, she should experience an episode. Zhao Shuyuan stated. Will you die from the episode? Chen Ran inquired. Not death, but the pain is unbearable. It's a living hell. So, you want to take your own life? Chen Ran's words caught Zhao Shuyuan off guard. She hadn't mentioned her desire to die, so how did he know? However, given the circumstances, there was no longer anything to hide. It is a consideration I have. At last, Chen Ran understood why Zhao Shuyuan contemplated suicide. That scoundrel Li Chengnan. He had destroyed the last 3 pills. Chen Ran wished he could strike him dead. Although those pills were shattered by his hand, even without that, they would have only prolonged her life by a few months. She had already made her decision. With no formula and the pills dwindling, Zhao Shuyuan had long accepted that she would die. She had already resolved to end her life, merely expedited by the events of yesterday. Initially, she found it hard to accept, but upon reflection, she realized that as a solitary individual, whether she lived a few months longer or not seemed inconsequential. And she found peace in that realization. Let us go get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Perhaps we can even enjoy a brief honeymoon. After I pass, you can return to being single. It won't hinder your pursuit of a girlfriend. Zhao Shuyuan said, but Chen Ran hurriedly interrupted her. Shuyuan, don't be so pessimistic. You will be fine. The fact that Zhao Shuyuan, on the brink of death, still thought of leaving her inheritance to him, filled Chen Ran with mixed emotions. And he offered a word of comfort. Zhao Shuyuan shook her head. You don't understand. When that illness strikes, it is truly agonizing. For over 20 years, I have mostly taken my medicine on time, but there were occasions I forgot, and the suffering was unbearable, pain that penetrated to the bone, a torment no one could withstand. Who would wish for death when they could live? If one could endure the pain, Zhao Shuyuan would never contemplate suicide, but she was acutely aware that she could not withstand it. With the advancements in medical care, let us go to the hospital for an examination tomorrow. Perhaps there is a chance for a cure. If it were an accident, Chen Ran could intervene, but with an illness, he felt powerless to avert it. He could only pin his hopes on the hospital. He could not bear to watch Zhao Shuyuan perish. Upon hearing Chen Ran's intention to take her to the hospital, Zhao Shuyuan urged him not to fuss. Throughout the years, she had considered treating her condition. However, after visiting many prestigious hospitals and consulting numerous distinguished physicians, none could ascertain the cause of her ailment. Once, in her desperation to heal, she went to the hospital only after an episode had begun. Yet they could not diagnose her, merely labeling it as an allergy. After countless failures, Zhao Shuyuan had long accepted her fate. Hearing these words, Chen Ran felt a deep sense of sorrow. Is there truly no way? I refuse to believe it. Tomorrow I will take you to see another doctor. There must be a way to heal you. If you are unwilling to marry, that is one thing, but I absolutely will not let you forego the hospital. I cannot waste what little time remains. Zhao Shuyuan adamantly refused to go to the hospital. Chen Ran wished to persuade her not to give up, but she was disinterested and walked directly into the house. Seeing this, Chen Ran realized that Zhao Shuyuan had resolved to embrace death. Glancing at the uneaten food on the table, he felt a pang of hunger, yet he could not bring himself to eat a single bite. He cleared away the dishes. You should head back. I can manage the cleanup. Hearing the noise, Zhao Shuyuan's voice floated from within the house. Chen Ran vaguely detected a hint of choked emotion. He could not discern whether she was crying out of anger at his refusal to marry or from sadness over her impending demise. It seemed her heart was far from the ease she displayed in front of him. As he contemplated whether to enter and comfort her, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Yutong. She had tried to reach him several times throughout the day, and he had not responded to any of them. Chen Ran, are you home? Su Yutong's voice came through once he answered. I'm home. I apologize. My phone is broken, and I missed your calls today. Chen Ran felt embarrassed to admit he had seen the calls, but chose not to return them. No worries. I brought the Yijijuan mineral over, and I'm currently at your community's entrance. Chen Ran had mentioned he would go to pick up the Yijijuan mineral and deliver the painting to Su Yutong, but he did not expect her to come to him. Please hold on a moment. I'll be right there. Chen Ran quickly hung up the phone and rushed out the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Zhao Shuyuan opened her door only to find Chen Ran had vanished, leaving the bowl and chopsticks still upon the table. The traces of tears, which had never fully dried on her face, immediately began to flow anew. What a scoundrel! You actually left after I let you go. She fumed. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, cursing Chen Ran for his lack of conscience. With only a few days left, he had not even thought to keep her company. How foolish she had been to consider leaving her inheritance to him. Truly, he was a heartless rogue. Chapter 64. A surprising discovery. Achoo! Chen Ran swiftly descended the stairs, having returned home to retrieve the painting gifted by Su Jianbang. Just as he stepped outside, he sneezed unexpectedly. He was unsure what had caused it. As his nose felt slightly ticklish, he hurried to the community entrance, and there, as anticipated, parked by the roadside was a familiar Maybach. Wu Haiyun stood beside the car, smiling and waving at him as he emerged. Alongside Wu Haiyun, a driver occupied the front seat of the Maybach, and trailing behind was a black Audi, within which Chen Ran vaguely discerned several well-dressed men. Perhaps the kidnapping incident from the previous day had instilled fear in Su Jianbang, prompting him to assign bodyguards to follow Su Yutong in order to ensure her safety. Su Yutong stood at the community entrance, and upon spotting Chen Ran, she greeted him with a radiant smile, prompting him to rush over. "I truly apologize for having you come here personally," he exclaimed. Clad in a floral long dress and carrying a petite white handbag, Su Yutong replied, "There's no need for apologies. I called you, but you didn't answer. I was concerned about interrupting you by coming to your community." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Ran. He promptly handed over the painting, saying, "I am sincerely sorry about the paint." Before he could finish, Su Yutong shook her head. "It's of no concern. It simply fell off over time. It's not your fault. I will just touch it up later." Despite her reassurances, Chen Ran understood that it was indeed his responsibility, and he managed a sheepish smile. "This is your exotic mineral," he stated. After accepting the painting, Su Yutong offered her handbag in return. Even before she opened it, Chen Ran caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Upon opening, he discovered 5 thumb-sized purple stones nestled within. Indeed, the exotic minerals. Though he appeared calm, a surge of excitement coursed through him, as if uncontrollable. "Aren't you going to keep some for the paint?" he inquired. "I've only kept a small piece," Su Yutong responded. Chen Ran, realizing the implication, asked how much it cost. "Do you truly think I would ask for your money?" Su Yutong responded, her expression slightly displeased. Chen Ran knew she wouldn't demand it, but he posed the question symbolically. "Then, thank you," he replied, reaching for the exotic minerals. As soon as the minerals were in his hand, and he was about to return the handbag to Su Yutong, a vivid scene abruptly unfolded before his eyes. This section requires a number 5 stitch, while this one needs a number 3. The moment the scene appeared, a strange voice reached his ears, revealing a young man seated before a machine, diligently crafting the handbag, while a middle-aged man stood beside him, instructing him on the process. Chen Ran was momentarily stunned. The first time he had taken Su Yutong's bag, he had witnessed a similar scene, but it had been devoid of sound. Why did this one have audio? Upon reflection, he realized that not only had the previous scenes lacked sound, but ever since he had developed his sensory abilities, every scene he had seen had been silent. He had assumed he could only perceive mute visuals, yet now, he could distinctly hear the conversation within the scene. What astonished him even more was that previous scenes had only lasted mere seconds before vanishing, while this one persisted for over 10 seconds, remaining vividly alive. He could hear not only the 2 individuals speaking, but also the ambient noise and the chatter of others, all crystal clear. Instinctively, he attempted to survey the surroundings. But as he focused, he realized the scene was rapidly shifting. The area around the handbag morphed with astonishing speed. The artisan soon completed the bag, proceeding to wash and package it. Though the transitions were swift, every fleeting moment was etched into his memory. With a mere thought, the scene materialized vividly in his mind. Chen Ran, Su Yutong, puzzled by his sudden stillness upon retrieving the exotic minerals, called out to him twice. With a start, Chen Ran returned to reality, only to find Su Yutong still before him, her expression one of bewilderment. "What just happened to me?" he urgently inquired. This left Su Yutong momentarily speechless, as she had been about to ask him the same. "You seem to be lost in thought. For how long?" he pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yutong responded. "A few seconds, perhaps. Just a few seconds? 5 or 6 seconds?" Chen Ran queried, though Su Yutong hadn't precisely timed his distraction, certain it hadn't exceeded 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, a wave of exhilaration washed over Chen Ran. The rapid changes he had witnessed, the making, packaging, transporting, and selling of the bag, had unfolded over several months, while only a few seconds had elapsed in the outside world. "Wait," Chen Ran thought, overwhelmed with astonishment, while Su Yutong, raising an eyebrow, pointed at the exotic minerals in his hand. "I remember all 5 being of similar size. Why is one smaller now? Did I perhaps take the wrong one?" Su Yutong clearly recalled her minerals being nearly identical in size, so she was perplexed by the discrepancy, assuming she might have made an error. Yet Chen Ran was certain that she had not. He too remembered the 5 exotic minerals being nearly uniform, at least when he had initially removed them from the bag. Now, one was noticeably smaller. Chen Ran explained how the scene he had perceived was different from before. It turned out to be due to the exotic minerals. Initially, when he had first developed his sensory abilities, he could only glimpse a singular scene of an object, and that too sporadically. After retrieving the painting from Su Yutong's mother and absorbing the paint made from the exotic minerals, his abilities had intensified. enabling him to stabilize the viewing of 3 scenes. However, those 3 scenes had only lasted mere seconds, with the second 2 being unpredictable in nature. But now, he could directly witness the entire process from the production's inception. The scenes flickered like a lantern show, transitioning rapidly, yet he could see everything clearly and retain the details. Aside from the exotic minerals, he could fathom no other explanation. However, he pondered how his abilities had seemingly elevated so swiftly this time, especially after consuming just a minuscule amount of the exotic minerals. Chen Ran suspected that the matter was far more complex. "Could you hold this for me?" Chen Ran asked, handing the exotic minerals to Su Yutong. Uncertain of his intentions, she accepted them, only to see him walk to the roadside and pick up a discarded water bottle. After weighing it in his hand for a moment, he tossed it into a trash bin. Who would have thought he possessed such civic-mindedness? Su Yutong mused, perplexed. Yet Chen Ran's actions were not motivated by a sense of civic duty. He merely wished to find something to test his newfound abilities. He felt that his abilities were not so easily improved. Indeed, after this trial, he could only perceive 3 scenes, just like before. Now he understood that his abilities had not truly advanced. The reason he had seen such a long series of scenes earlier was solely due to the extraordinary mineral he held in his hand. Chen Ran speculated that this extraordinary mineral might carry a certain energy, an energy that could directly replenish his perceptive abilities. Perhaps his perceptive capacity relied on this very energy to manifest, but the limited energy within him restricted the scenes he could access. With the extraordinary mineral at his disposal, the energy required for his perceptive abilities could be continuously supplied, allowing him to perceive indefinitely. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Ran felt a surge of excitement. Not only had he discovered that his abilities could be supplemented by external sources, but he had also conceived a method to save Zhao Shuyuan. After the passing of Zhao Shuyuan's grandfather, he left behind not only a plethora of medical texts, but also the tools he had used during his practice of traditional Chinese medicine. The mortar and pestle, the scales, the silver needles, and such were all stored in Zhao Shuyuan's home, which Chen Ran had seen earlier. If he could, with the help of the extraordinary mineral, perceive the entire journey of these tools from their creation to the present, even hearing the sounds associated with them, then he might just uncover the remedies his grandfather had once researched. Chapter 65. Healing you with high and low techniques. You arrived just in time, thank you. Finding a solution to save Zhao Shuyuan filled Chen Ran with exhilaration, and he grasped Su Yutong's shoulders, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Su Yutong, taken aback by his fervor, wondered how her simple act of delivering something could be considered timely. Chen Ran, are you all right? She noticed something was off with him and couldn't help but inquire further. I'm perfectly fine, never better, Chen Ran replied, tucking the extraordinary mineral into his pocket. It's getting late. You should head back. The method to save Zhao Shuyuan was still merely a concept, and Chen Ran was eager to implement it without leaving Su Yutong behind. It's still early. Su Yutong glanced at her watch, noting it was barely past 7. Don't you like painting? I feel bad for taking that painting back. I'll create another one for you. What style do you prefer? Actually, it's not necessary. You've already gifted me the extraordinary mineral. No, I insist. Tell me what you like. Don't be shy. Anything is fine. You decide. I'm not picky. Do you prefer oil painting, ink wash, or realism? There's that many styles. Chen Ran was genuinely surprised by Su Yutong's artistic versatility. He had never expressed a preference. He was merely making conversation. You decide. I'll like whatever you create. By the way, I need to hurry home. I left the stove on. He just wanted to expedite Su Yutong's departure, speaking without thinking. Upon hearing that he liked everything she painted, Su Yutong's cheeks flushed with color, and she completely missed the latter part of Chen Ran's remarks. Hey, Assistant Wu, please escort our young lady home safely. It's dark, and the roads can be dangerous. Drive carefully, Chen Ran called to Wu Haiyun, who was unaware of their conversation and assumed Su Yutong was leaving. All right, let us go, Wu Haiyun nodded and opened the car door. Okay, hurry back, goodbye, Chen Ran said, turning to leave when Su Yutong called out to him again. You've helped us so many times. My father and I are very grateful. We would like to invite you to our home as a guest. When might you be free? Su Yutong, realizing Chen Ran seemed busy, hesitated to delay him further and voiced her second purpose for coming. Visit your home as a guest? I'm focused on saving Zhao Shuyuan. I have no time for social calls. That won't do. My father insists I invite you. It's fine if you're busy now. We can arrange it for another time. Chen Ran genuinely wanted to decline, but seeing Su Yutong's hopeful expression and remembering the extraordinary mineral in his pocket, he relented and nodded. All right. We can discuss it when I have time. Great, see you. With Chen Ran's agreement, Su Yutong finally smiled. Goodbye. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ran hurriedly ascended the stairs. He rushed to Zhao Shuyuan's door, ready to enter, only to find it locked. He knocked frantically. Shuyuan, open the door. It's me. After several attempts with no response, he wondered if she had gone to bed early. He picked up his phone to call her, and just as the call connected, the door swung open. "You've left. So why are you back?" Zhao Shuyuan, irritated by his earlier departure, glared at him disapprovingly. However, Chen Ran was too elated to notice her displeasure. As soon as the door opened, he hurried inside. "Shuyuan, I found a way to treat your illness." Zhao Shuyuan shot him an exasperated look. "You don't know any medicine. What possible solution could you have?" She assumed he was merely trying to placate her. "While I may not know medicine, I can learn," Chen Ran stated earnestly. Zhao Shuyuan frowned. "Learn? Where will you learn?" "Right here. I will study the knowledge your grandfather left behind. Don't worry, I will surely research a remedy for you," Chen Ran declared with conviction. Zhao Shuyuan scrutinized him closely, unable to contain her frustration. "Are you kidding me? You're just starting to learn now. When will you ever master it? By the time you do, I might as well be reincarnated and preparing for college." Her anger had only intensified. Faced with the possibility of her demise, Chen Ran's flippant remarks felt like mockery. Zhao Shuyuan, fuming, noticed that Chen Ran had entered without realizing she had just bathed and was now clad in a translucent nightgown, accentuating her figure, paired with short sleeve shorts that highlighted her long legs. Chen Ran, in the throes of youthful exuberance, couldn't help but glance, his heart racing as he swallowed hard. His gaze was unmistakably obvious, and Zhao Shuyuan caught him staring, which only fueled her ire. "Earlier, when I proposed marriage, you wouldn't agree, but now you're drooling." Chen Ran blushed at her reprimand, coming back to his senses and mentally chastising himself. "Chen Ran, your self-control is atrocious. Shuyuan is on the brink of death. And here you are, lost in thought." The pressing priority was to save her. "Shuyuan, whether you believe me or not, I am determined to save you. Just wait. I will surely uncover a remedy," Chen Ran proclaimed, disregarding Zhao Shuyuan as he busily gathered the tools left behind by her grandfather that had once been used to heal. Among them was a copper mortar and pestle, showing signs of age. He eagerly inquired if the pills her grandfather had made were crafted using this very tool. "I wouldn't know. I was just a child back then. How could I remember?" Zhao Shuyuan was infuriated with Chen Ran and chose to ignore her. Yet after uttering her words, she could not help but retort, "Regardless, all of my grandfather's belongings are right here." Chen Ran searched high and low but found no other mortar and pestle. She mused that since everything was indeed here, this must be the vessel from which the medicine was concocted. If she could witness the entire process from the moment the pot was crafted, she might uncover the recipe for the medicine. With one hand grasping the extraordinary mineral and the other touching the mortar, Chen Ran was thrilled to see the corresponding scenes unfold before her eyes. She had intended to observe without interruption, but suddenly noticed Zhao Shuyuan staring at her. Unbeknownst to Zhao, Chen possessed an extraordinary skill that rendered her actions inscrutable. To appear less peculiar, Chen Ran resorted to feigning engrossment in a medical text placed before her. Thus, while ostensibly studying, she simultaneously tuned into the experiences embedded within the mortar. Chapter 66. The answer draws nearer initially. Chen Ran believed that the mortar was exclusively utilized by Zhao Shuyuan's grandfather, and it might not even be the first mortar he had employed, thus leading her to anticipate a limited number of scenes. However, she soon realized the fallacy of her assumptions. The mortar's origins traced back much further than she had imagined, dating back to the Song dynasty. The words spoken within the scenes were somewhat obscure to her, but she recognized some traditional characters and noted the inscription from the third year of the Xining era, discovering it was nearly 1,000 years ago. Truly, it was a relic of profound antiquity. This mortar boasted a millennium of history, and it was reasonable to surmise that it would reveal scenes of Zhao Shuyuan's grandfather preparing medicine for her. Regrettably, Chen Ran could not selectively view specific time frames as if watching a film. She was compelled to witness the entire narrative from beginning to end. After several attempts, she discerned that for every year observed within the scene, 10 seconds elapsed in the real world. For every decade, 100 seconds. For a century, 1,000 seconds. And for a millennium, 10,000 seconds. To view the entirety would require nearly 2 to 3 hours. Chen Ran possessed the patience to endure this lengthy endeavor. Yet the extraordinary mineral in her possession was rapidly depleting. Within less than an hour of observation, the mineral she held was entirely consumed, leaving her with merely 4 remaining. The pace of depletion was alarmingly swift. Gazing at the dwindling supply of extraordinary minerals, Chen Ran felt a pang of anxiety regarding their sufficiency. She believed that only under perfectly favorable circumstances could she glean the recipe to treat Zhao Shuyuan's ailment by solely observing the mortar's experiences. What constituted perfectly favorable circumstances? It meant that each time ingredients were added to the mortar, the herbalist would articulate the names of the corresponding herbs. However, after observing for centuries, Chen Ran realized her optimism had been misplaced. The mortar had passed through the hands of numerous individuals, most of whom only uttered a few names while adding and grinding the herbs. With each passing moment, Chen Ran's hopes of achieving her objective seemed increasingly elusive. Yet, as long as there remained even a fraction of hope, she was unwilling to relinquish her pursuit. Just as she was about to exhaust her third extraordinary mineral, Zhao Shiyuan's figure finally appeared in the scene. As the focus of the vision revolved around the mortar, Zhao Shiyuan's appearances were few and far between, but fortunately, it was sufficient to observe her growth year by year. As she watched Zhao Shiyuan mature, Chen Ran's concentration intensified. At last, in one particular scene, she overheard a conversation. "Shuyuan, if you take this medicine, the poison within you will be cured." In this scene, Zhao Shuyuan was leaning beside the mortar while her grandfather prepared the medicine and spoke to her. Poison. As the timeline progressed into the Ming and Qing dynasties, Chen Ran found herself able to comprehend the dialogue spoken by the characters, especially since Zhao Shiyuan's grandfather was a figure from merely 20 years prior. Naturally, she understood his words. It was this term that momentarily left her in a daze. Zhao Shiyuan had only mentioned her childhood affliction without specifying its nature. Now, it seemed it was not an illness but rather poison. This term was one she had only heard of on television, and she had thought it to be fictitious. Did such a thing truly exist? No wonder Zhao Shuyuan claimed that hospitals could not identify her condition. The root of the issue lay here. For it was not an illness in the conventional sense. How could it be diagnosed? As Chen Ran pondered, she continued to observe the unfolding scene. Within the vision, Zhao Shiyuan's grandfather was exceedingly gentle, preparing medicine while conversing with her, explaining how to consume it. Upon hearing that it was to be taken once every 3 months, Chen Ran's heart surged with excitement, convinced that this was indeed the medicine Zhao Shuyuan had been taking. Finally, she had uncovered the key. Zhao Shuyuan listened intently to every word from her grandfather, occasionally inquiring about the herbs being added to the mortar. "This is ashwagandha, this is salvia, and this is schizandra." Chen Ran hurriedly noted these names of traditional Chinese herbs. Yet, upon recording them all, she realized there were only 4. As she had feared, while 11 herbs were placed within the mortar, only a portion bore names. With a furrowed brow, Chen Ran felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her previously elated spirit. After watching for a while longer and finding no further clues, she reluctantly withdrew from the scene to conserve her extraordinary minerals. Though she had not learned the names of all the herbs, she did not feel disheartened, for time was of the essence. While examining the mortar, Chen Ran noticed that the herbal scale had appeared multiple times. She resolved to observe its experiences next. Not only would this reveal the names of various herbs, but it would also provide insights into the quantities used. Yet, glancing at the 2 remaining extraordinary minerals in her possession, she felt uncertain about her ability to fully witness the scale's experiences. Nevertheless, she had no alternative. As long as there was even a sliver of possibility, she would not concede. Grasping the extraordinary mineral in one hand and the herbal scale in the other, Chen Ran began her observation. The scale dated back slightly less than the mortar, yet it was only a century younger, spanning over 900 years, a considerable endeavor indeed. Moreover, she discovered that the mineral's consumption rate was even more substantial than that of the mortar, primarily due to the scale's higher frequency of use. The mortar was utilized 5 to 6 times daily, as not every prescription required it, while the scale was indispensable, being employed 30 to 40 times each day. Chen Ran found herself depleting her extraordinary minerals by the time she reached the Ming dynasty. Although she had not completed her exploration, she had almost become acquainted with all the herbs. The scenes centered around the scale were predominantly near the drawers containing the medicinal ingredients, allowing her to discern the names of each herb. It was not a total loss, leveraging her newfound knowledge of the herbs. She recalled 5 of them from the scenes involving the mortar. Out of the 11 herbs, only 2 remained unrecognized. Initially, when faced with a multitude of unknowns, Chen Ran had been reluctant to give up. Now, with only 2 left, her confidence surged. She spent the entire night in vigil, seated among the medical texts. Curiously, despite the continuous exertion of her sensing abilities, she felt no fatigue. Perhaps it was the extraordinary mineral's influence. The energy required for her ability was drawn from the mineral, possibly replenishing her physical stamina in the process. Zhao Shuyuan had assumed Chen Ran's declaration of self-learning medicine was a jest, dismissing it and going to sleep herself. However, upon awakening and discovering Chen Ran still engrossed in a sea of medical books, she realized the gravity of his commitment. She could not help but express her astonishment. "Chen Ran, are you all right? You truly are learning on the fly?" Zhao Shuyuan gazed at him in disbelief. "Sister Shuyuan, I have already familiarized myself with the names of most medicinal herbs. However, there are still 2 unknown ones, and the dosages remain unclear. But rest assured, I am confident that I will unravel this mystery." Chen Ran excitedly conveyed this good news to Zhao Shuyuan. yet she broke down in tears. How could she possibly believe Chen Ran's words? Even if she were devoid of reason, it was inconceivable that someone could master the art of medicine overnight. Furthermore, to directly formulate a remedy to cure her ailments. It was worth noting that even her grandfather had dedicated an entire year, through relentless trials, to devise a prescription. Chen Ran, filled with vigor, appeared to her as unreasonably exuberant. She realized she had misjudged him, mistakenly thinking he was indifferent to her plight. Little did she know, he placed immense value on her, and upon learning of her grave illness, he was simply unable to bear the weight of such devastating news. Madness. Chen Ran, I apologize. I wronged you. Zhao Shuyuan embraced Chen Ran tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. The elder sister's affliction is beyond remedy. Please, come to your senses and do not frighten me. Zhao Shuyuan wept bitterly as she held Chen Ran. Chen Ran, seated on the ground, was still bewildered by the turn of events when Zhao Shuyuan pulled him into her embrace. With two towering figures surrounding him, he felt a wave of darkness wash over his vision, nearly losing his breath. Realizing the situation, he hastily pushed Zhao Shuyuan away. Sister Shuyuan, I am quite lucid at the moment. Do not worry. I will undoubtedly find a cure for your illness. Chen Ran proclaimed, disregarding Zhao Shuyuan's confusion. As he took out his phone to call Su Yutong, after such a lengthy wait, he presumed she must have awakened. Chen Ran, receiving a call from you so early is rather unusual, Su Yutong replied, her tone slightly perplexed. Having given Chen Ran 5 pieces of the rare mineral, keeping one for herself, he had no choice but to inquire whether she had utilized it. If not, he would borrow it for his own use. I apologize. That little piece was transformed into paint for my mother's artwork as soon as I returned last night, Su Yutong said with an apologetic tone. Chen Ran felt a twinge of disappointment, but managed to respond with a casual "it's all right." At one point, he even considered asking her to give him the painting. But he ultimately lacked the audacity to do so, reasoning that he had yet to exhaust all avenues. After much contemplation, he finally dialed Huang Xingguo's number. His acquaintances in this city were limited. Aside from Su Yutong, Huang Xingguo was likely the only one who could assist in locating the rare mineral. Awakened early by the phone disturbance, Huang Xingguo was initially irritable, but upon seeing Chen Ran's name on the screen, his annoyance evaporated. Chen, my brother. What brings you to call? Are you looking to join me for breakfast? Let's save the breakfast for another day, Boss Huang. I require your assistance with a matter. Just tell me what you need, my brother, and I assure you it will be handled with utmost care. Huang Xingguo, unaware of the specifics, confidently promised support. However, when Chen Ran articulated his request for the rare mineral, he was momentarily taken aback. The rare mineral? I have heard of it, but I have never seen it. If you ask me where to find it, I cannot say. Oh, then I suppose that will be the end of that. Hearing Chen Ran's tone of disappointment, Huang Xingguo felt somewhat guilty, especially after having just assured him of assistance. Would Chen Ran still hold him in esteem after this? Huang Xingguo worried about being regarded with disdain, fearing it would lead to exclusion from future endeavors. In a moment of inspiration, Huang Xingguo suddenly exclaimed, My brother, I do know where to find it. How about this? You come over, and we shall have breakfast together. Afterward, I will take you to the location. As Chen Ran hurried to meet Huang Xingguo, he found that the latter had already ordered a plethora of dishes at a breakfast shop near the community entrance. Here, my brother, try this crab roe bun. Its skin is thin, its filling generous, and the broth is delectable. I assure you it is delicious, albeit a bit pricey at 58 each. I typically wouldn't indulge, but today, I shall treat myself in your honor, having earned a bit of extra cash. Huang Xingguo spoke as he offered Chen Ran one, neglecting his own meal, and asked the proprietor to pack several for his family. This establishment offered delivery service, although it was rarely utilized due to the exorbitant $30 fee. In the past, Huang Xingguo would never have considered it, but now, with his pockets lined, he had become more generous, never forgetting his family. The aroma of the crab roe bun was indeed enticing, yet Chen Ran was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Where can we find the rare mineral? He implored. Calm down, my brother. Let us first enjoy our meal. We can go afterward. Boss Huang, do you really think I can afford to be calm when lives are at stake? I have no appetite right now. Here's the deal. You eat if you're hungry. Just give me the address, and I will seek it out myself. Chen Ran was acutely aware that Zhao Shuyuan had attempted suicide on the 15th of May, and her body had been covered in rashes, indicating that her illness would manifest no later than that date. With only 5 days remaining until the 10th, the clock was ticking, though time seemed ample. Who could guarantee that unforeseen circumstances wouldn't arise? Chen Ran dared not take chances. He only wished to resolve the matter with utmost urgency. Huang Xingguo recognized Chen Ran's anxiety, yet he remained powerless to alleviate it. Let me put it this way. Your haste serves no purpose. It would be wiser to sit down and enjoy some food. How can it be of no use? Did you not say you knew where to find the rare mineral? I do not know its whereabouts, I merely contacted someone who might. Huang Xinghua's initial statement nearly provoked Chen Ran to retaliate, believing he was being trifled with. But he managed to regain composure upon hearing the complete sentence. I just spoke to that person, without the mineral on hand. Even the most capable individual requires time to locate it. Rushing will not yield results. Let us eat and await his call. Who did you reach out to? Does he truly know where to find the rare mineral? Chen Ran questioned, concerned that Huang Xinghua might falter. Upon hearing the inquiry, Huang Xinghua's face lit up with excitement. Rest assured, my brother, he certainly knows. Even if he does not, he will undoubtedly find a way. At this juncture, spare me the theatrics. Chen Ran exclaimed in frustration. Huang Xinghua, realizing Chen Ran's agitation, promptly divulged the identity of the person he had contacted. To Chen Ran's surprise, it was none other than Zhuang Jinfeng, the vice president of the Wanhe Group, who had assisted them at the expo. Zhuang Jinfeng wielded considerable influence, possessing extensive connections. Moreover, given that the Wanhe Group dealt with various luxury goods, it was rumored that the rare mineral was also categorized as a luxury item. Entrust this matter to him, and you can rest assured that he will locate it for you. Huang Xinghua assured him. Chen Ran, however, was taken aback. If Su Yutong had sought Zhuang Jinfeng's assistance, it would have made sense given their acquaintance. But what right did Huang Xinghua have to approach him? If he possessed such connections, they would not have encountered difficulties at the expo. Chen Ran, seeking clarity, posed the question directly. Upon hearing this, Huang Xinghua, shedding any pretense, spoke candidly. What capabilities do I possess to solicit assistance from Vice President Zhuang? It is merely by virtue of your influence, my dear brother. Chen Ran found himself perplexed. Indeed, Huang Xinghua elaborated, revealing that ever since they accrued substantial profits at the expo, Wanhe Group had taken an interest in his account. With such low overheads yielding such substantial gains, it was impossible not to attract attention. That fellow, Zhuang Jinfeng, reached out to me first thing yesterday, proposing a collaboration. I pondered for quite some time why he would want to partner with someone as inexperienced as myself. Only upon hearing the details did I realize he was not seeking a partnership with me, but rather with you, my dear brother. The account may bear my name, but he mistakenly assumed the acumen was also mine, unaware that I am merely a facilitator. Huang Xinghua continued to munch on his food, unperturbed by the risk of choking. His enthusiasm was palpable as he added, Wanhe Group is a colossal entity, and I must admit, I am quite eager to collaborate with them. It is indeed advantageous to find shelter under a great tree. However, I lack the expertise you possess, so I dared not commit, though I did not outright refuse. When I called you yesterday, my intention was twofold: to invite you to a meal as a token of gratitude and to discuss this matter with you. As long as you give your nod of approval, I will promptly clarify the situation to them. Yet, I made several attempts to reach you, all in vain. I was contemplating following up today when, lo and behold, you called first thing in the morning. Truth be told, I have never encountered an exotic mineral before. I would have no idea where to begin my search. However, upon reflection, I realized I could enlist Wanhe Group's assistance. After all, they are keen to collaborate with me. And although I have not formally agreed, they are indeed in need of my support. Why not seize the opportunity? As Huang Xinghua elucidated, Chen Ran experienced an epiphany. Casting a profound glance at Huang Xinghua, this individual, albeit avaricious, possessed a moral compass. Though his words were somewhat convoluted, his actions were grounded. This was precisely why Chen Ran appreciated their association. Most crucially, Huang Xinghua's intellect was astute and agile. Remarkably, without even having committed to a collaboration, he had already begun to leverage their potential. The shrewdness of a businessman was vividly illustrated in his demeanor. After finishing the last bun, Huang Xinghua patted Chen Ran on the shoulder, saying, "While I may be borrowing your influence, rest assured, they remain oblivious to who truly possesses the skills. They merely attribute them to me. Should you choose not to engage in a partnership, once we secure the exotic mineral, I can simply decline all further involvement. And they will find themselves powerless against me, without affecting you in the least." To be candid, Huang Xinghua's strategy was rather unsporting towards Wanhe Group, yet it was quite generous towards Chen Ran, relieving him of any future anxieties. However, Chen Ran was not devoid of empathy. He remarked, "If they can indeed locate the exotic mineral for me, I would not be opposed to a partnership, but it must be contingent upon the specifics of the collaboration. Let us discuss that once the mineral is acquired." Upon hearing Chen Ran's openness to collaboration, Huang Xinghua grinned broadly. Even if Chen Ran opted against collaboration, Huang Xinghua would incur no loss. Yet, should a partnership materialize, it could yield him substantial benefits and facilitate smoother negotiations with Wanhe Group. The prospect of declining collaboration was simple, yet if complications arose later, it could become quite burdensome. If Chen Ran accepted the collaboration, such dilemmas would be entirely circumvented, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. After breakfast, Chen Ran requested Huang Xinghua to contact Zhuang Jinfeng to inquire about the situation. specifically if he could source the exotic mineral and the timeline for its acquisition. Upon making the call, Huang Xinghua was immediately greeted with good news. Wanha Group had successfully located the exotic mineral, albeit in a distant locale, and was currently expediting its delivery to Pengcheng, expected to arrive by this afternoon at the latest. This news filled Chen Ran with immense joy. Once he obtained the exotic mineral, he would swiftly discern the identities of the final 2 medicinal ingredients. He opted not to return home, allowing Huang Xinghua to escort him to the largest traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market in Pengcheng, where they procured the 9 known medicinal herbs. By the afternoon, Huang Xinghua received a call from Zhuang Jinfeng, and the two hastily made their way to Wanha Group's headquarters. Upon their arrival at Wanha Group's headquarters, they promptly conveyed their purpose to the receptionist and were swiftly ushered into the reception room. Just as Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua settled into their seats, the sound of a phone conversation echoed from the corridor. The pricing from Jingxianjiu is exorbitant. We must prioritize our own raw stones. Gather all the craftsmen and aim to complete the work within 3 days. Having a remarkable memory, Chen Ran recognized Zhuang Jinfeng's voice, which confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the familiar figure entered the room. Apologies for keeping you both waiting. Zhuang Jinfeng, despite appearing somewhat troubled, wore a smile upon entering. No matter the weight of his concerns, his professionalism remained intact. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Xinghua and Chen Ran, he summoned his assistant to serve tea. Upon receiving Mr. Huang's call, I promptly consulted with colleagues from our various branches and, after thorough investigation, we located the exotic mineral in regions such as Yangqing, Chongqing, and Xiangzhou. It has now been transported to Pengcheng and will arrive shortly. Hearing Zhuang Jinfeng's words, Chen Ran realized that the mineral had yet to arrive, but it was imminent, and he felt no urgency. Given Zhuang Jinfeng's stature, summoning them in advance suggested he had more than mere time management on his mind. He was likely keen to discuss matters of collaboration. As Chen Ran contemplated this, Zhuang Jinfeng initiated the conversation, confirming his suspicions. He began by subtly complimenting Huang Xinghua before expressing his desire to collaborate. Given that Huang Xinghua had secured Chen Ran's endorsement, he was now at liberty to disclose his identity. With a sheepish smile, Huang Xinghua remarked, "Mr. Zhuang, if you wish to discuss collaboration with me, you might have taken a wrong turn. The true expert is right here." He gestured towards Chen Ran, leaving Zhuang Jinfeng momentarily taken aback. The account was indeed mine, but my sole contribution was providing it. All the expertise in selecting the stones belongs to my brother Chen here. He is the true craftsman, the very partner you seek. Zhuang Jinfeng scrutinized Chen Ran, his expression reflecting surprise. He recognized Chen Ran as a friend of Su Yutong, yet he had no inkling of Chen Ran's capabilities. After all, he had not witnessed Chen Ran in action when purchasing stones, and during the final transaction, Chen Ran had been absent. In terms of appearance and demeanor, Huang Xinghua undoubtedly exuded more gravitas than Chen Ran. Assuming Chen Ran was merely Huang Xinghua's assistant, he could not fathom that this young man was the main player in the narrative. Had it not been for Huang Xinghua's assertion, he would have found it hard to believe. The primary reason was Chen Ran's youthful visage. While there were indeed young individuals in the stone gambling industry, he had yet to encounter one with genuine discernment. "Mr. Zhuang, do not underestimate my brother here. He is a veritable master in the realm of stone gambling, akin to a deity in the jade industry. Many industry giants cannot match his prowess. To put it plainly, his vision rivals that of an X-ray machine. Regardless of the type of raw stone, large or small, coarse or fine, long or short, pointed or flat, whether it is a window or a blind, once he weighs it and casts his discerning gaze, he can assess its quality with unparalleled clarity, from contour to quality, without a single misjudgment. Were it anyone else making such a claim, it could easily be dismissed as flattery. Yet, in Chen Ran's case, Huang Xinghua spoke nothing but the truth. Chen Ran's abilities were known to him, if not to others. It would be challenging to find anyone, not just in Pengcheng but across the nation, who could rival his expertise. Chen Ran is truly remarkable, and he is deserving of every praise he receives. Huang Xinghua extolled Chen Ran's virtues without reservation, articulating every commendation conceivable. Listening to Huang's enthusiastic accolades, Zhuang Jinfeng felt compelled to regard the young man before him with newfound respect. This was not a matter of naivety or blind faith in others' words. Rather, it was the undeniable accomplishments of Chen Ran that commanded attention. After all, the data from Huang Xinghua's account remained firmly within the system, rendering disbelief impossible. To think that Mr. Chen, at such a tender age, has attained a mastery in distinguishing raw stones that is nothing short of extraordinary. I must confess my own inability to recognize his greatness. As Zhuang Jinfeng spoke, he realized that Chen Ran was indeed the collaborative partner he sought, prompting him to shift his focus to Chen and broach the topic of partnership. While he referred to it as collaboration, it was essentially an invitation for employment. Zhuang hoped that Chen Ran would assume the role of gemstone consultant for their group, responsible for the selection and appraisal of raw stones during acquisitions. Although there were numerous consultants within the group tasked with evaluating raw stones, none possessed the exceptional skills that Chen Ran displayed. Securing Chen would undoubtedly lead to a significant reduction in the costs associated with purchasing raw stones. As for the remuneration, Zhuang proposed an annual base salary of 5 million, complemented by a 5% share of the profits from each raw stone. While a 5 million base salary may appear substantial, it paled in comparison to Chen Ran's current capabilities, which rendered it unappealing. The profit share, too, was rather meager. A 5% cut of the profits from a raw stone implied that Chen would only benefit if there were profits to begin with. Otherwise, he would receive nothing. For instance, if Chen selected a raw stone purchased for 200 and sold for 300, yielding a profit of 100, his share would amount to a mere $5. This was simply insufficient. Mr. Chen may be unaware that our annual demand for raw stones reaches the tens of billions. Should the stones he handles generate profits exceeding 1 billion, his share would equate to 30 million. This sum entails no risks on your part. Even if the stones incur losses, you bear no responsibility. Regardless of a master's prowess, no one can guarantee profits from every stone. The term gambling on stones exists for a reason. It signifies the existence of both gains and losses. While profit is one thing, loss raises the question of who bears the consequences. The terms Zhuang offered were underwritten by Wanhe Group, which, while commendable for others, held no appeal for Chen Ran. Why? Because Chen Ran's selections carried no risks whatsoever. With no risk involved and profits guaranteed, as Chen would not foolishly choose stones with low yields. The prospect of receiving only 5% was utterly unacceptable. Noticing Chen's refusal, Zhuang Jinfeng furrowed his brow and continued to persuade, raising the profit share to 8%. This time, rather than providing a direct response, Chen posed a question. If I decline, will I still receive the EG mine? Upon arriving with Huangxinghua, Zhuang had mentioned that the EG mine was en route. However, nearly an hour had elapsed without its arrival, leading Chen to wonder if the delay stemmed from the lack of a finalized agreement. Was Zhuang attempting to leverage the EG mine as a means of coercion? Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, Zhuang recalled the EG mine. Although he hoped for Chen to accept his offer to become a gemstone consultant, he harbored no ulterior motives. Despite not being a major figure, Zhuang held a respectable position within the business circles of Pingqing and the entire Pearl River Delta, and he would not stoop to such unprincipled tactics. Moreover, Chen Ran was a friend of Su Yutong. Zhuang's former employer, Tianyue Group, had groomed Su Yutong since childhood, and that connection alone precluded any thoughts of coercion. Regardless of Chen's decision, he would indeed receive the EG mine, and Zhuang assured him of this. Promptly instructing someone to inquire about the delay, Zhuang had just heard from his subordinate that it would take no longer than half an hour for the delivery, yet the absence of any arrival perplexed him. After speaking with Chen, he immediately summoned an assistant to investigate. Upon realizing that Zhuang had no intention of using the EG mine as leverage, Chen felt a surge of goodwill towards him. Zhuang demonstrated a degree of integrity. But the proposed profit share remained disappointingly low, failing to ignite Chen's interest. Chen contemplated offering double the amount once he acquired the EG mine. Ensuring that Zhuang's assistance would not go unrewarded, Zhuang instructed his assistant to make inquiries, and shortly thereafter, the assistant returned. Manager Zhuang. The staff reported that the EG mine arrived at headquarters half an hour ago, but it was taken by General Manager Tian. What? Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his assistant's words. What could he possibly want with it? The assistant cautiously replied. Manager Tian stated that he wanted to thoroughly inspect the gold nugget you had mobilized such substantial resources to deliver to Pingqing. This remark did not sound particularly flattering. Chen Ran and Huangxinghua exchanged glances, sensing that complications were arising. Indeed, Zhuang's brow furrowed deeply as he addressed the two, instructing them to wait momentarily before swiftly exiting. It appeared he was heading to confront this Manager Tian. Chapter 69, A Sudden Decision. As Zhuang departed, he instructed Chen Ran and Huangxinghua to remain patient. However, after what felt like an eternity of waiting without any signs of his return or anyone to inquire about the situation, the two could no longer remain seated and decided to step outside. No sooner had they taken a few steps out of the reception room than they heard the sound of an argument. Following the noise, they discovered Zhuang Jinfeng embroiled in a heated dispute with a bespectacled middle-aged man. You mobilized so many resources, and I thought you were busy with the Jade Buddha statue matter, only to find out you're searching for some EG mine for two unrelated individuals. Isn't this an abuse of power, wasting company resources? The bespectacled man asserted vehemently. I have made my intentions perfectly clear. Those two are not unrelated. They are the gemstone consultants I wish to recruit for the group. They require the EG mine, which the company conveniently has at hand, so I merely facilitated the process. Whether in Yangcheng, Changcheng, or Xiangzhou, none are far from Pengcheng, and as the vice president, it is entirely reasonable for me to make such arrangements, Zhuang Jinfeng countered, refusing to concede to the accusations. Upon reaching the entrance hall, Chen Ran noticed Zhuang's assistant standing nearby and approached him to inquire about the identity of the bespectacled man. He learned that this individual was Tian Guanyao, the general manager of Wanha Group. Such a temper. Zhuang is also a vice president. Is it really necessary for him to be so relentless over a mere EG mine? Huang Xinghua expressed his disdain for the aggressive man. After hearing this, the assistant quickly interjected that it was not truly about the EG mine. Tian Guanyao was merely seeking an excuse to provoke Zhuang. What do you mean by that? Both Chen Ran and Huang Xinghua were intrigued. The assistant, being Zhuang Jinfeng's aide, was naturally biased against Tian Guanyao and proceeded to explain. Wanha Group specialized in luxury goods, with Zhuang overseeing antiques and gemstones, while Tian Guanyao was responsible for gold, silver, and jewelry. Though their roles seemed unrelated, a long-standing enmity existed between them. The chairman of Wanha Group was advanced in years, and rumors had circulated within the company for some time that he intended to select a vice chairman to manage the company on his behalf. The vice president does not bear sole responsibility for any specific sector. Rather, he oversees all operations of the company, wielding the authority typically reserved for the chairman. In the absence of the chairman's voice, he effectively assumes the role of the top leader, commanding significant power. Many senior executives within the company are keen to vie for this position. Zhuang Jinfeng possesses remarkable capabilities, having significantly expanded Wanha Group's business in jade and antiques over the years, a feat for which he deserves considerable credit, earning the chairman's deep respect. It is precisely this competence that makes him a formidable contender for the position. Although Tian Guanyao's abilities do not quite match Zhuang Jinfeng's, his connections are noteworthy. He is the chairman's brother-in-law. Numerous family members of the chairman are present within the group, and it is inevitable that they would support this brother-in-law. Coincidentally, he also aspires to become the vice president. However, Zhuang Jinfeng's formidable skills stand as an obstacle to Tian Guanyao, making him acutely aware that with Zhuang Jinfeng in the picture, his chances of ascending to the vice presidency are slim. Consequently, he views Zhuang Jinfeng as a thorn in his side and has consistently been at odds with him. Yet, Zhuang Jinfeng's business operations have historically remained flawless, leaving Tian Guanyao powerless to undermine him. However, that was in the past. Recently, by a stroke of misfortune, a problem arose in the jade business overseen by Zhuang Jinfeng. Wanha Group's jade operations encompass not only jewelry, but also jade artifacts and jade carvings. They deal with various large-scale items and sculptural figures intended for display in homes rather than personal adornment. Recently, they secured a substantial order from a Chinese businessman operating in Southeast Asia, a long-standing client of Wanha Group. He wished to commission a jade Buddha statue as a gift for a royal family member celebrating an upcoming birthday. The statue, standing at 50 centimeters, was to be crafted from icy jade, with the jade already selected and a price of over 400 million confirmed. The client had paid a deposit of 100 million and signed a contract. Should this transaction proceed, it would yield profits exceeding 100 million. Yet, what appeared to be a surefire deal was marred by a grave oversight on the part of the sculptor, who inadvertently cracked the entire piece of jade. The fissure was substantial, rendering it unusable and necessitating the selection of a new jade piece. However, due to the height specifications of the statue, a suitable piece was not readily available. There were no suitable jade stones in all of Pengcheng. Rumor had it that a piece existed in Yangqing's gold-inlaid jade industry, but as competitors to Wanha Group, they would relish the opportunity to see their rival falter and would not easily part with it, demanding a staggering price of 700 million. Wanha Group, recognizing the exorbitance of the price, naturally declined, firmly resolved not to acquiesce unless absolutely necessary. Yet, the moment of necessity was rapidly approaching, with only half a month remaining until the delivery deadline and no jade in sight. Compounded by the fact that the carving process would require at least 10 days, failure to deliver on time would constitute a breach of contract. In addition to returning the deposit, they would incur a penalty of double the amount. This would already amount to a staggering loss. Furthermore, they risked losing this crucial client, as the gift was intended for presentation on the royal member's birthday. This client was one of Wanha Group's key patrons, and if they failed to deliver due to their own shortcomings, it was likely they would sever future ties with Wanha Group. The cumulative losses would be nothing short of catastrophic. Naturally, the entire Wanha Group was in a state of panic. Every jade consultant had been tirelessly attempting to source stones. Yet even after exhausting all their own raw materials, they found nothing suitable. They were left with no choice but to seek stones from other suppliers. Thanks to Wanha Group's logistics and warehousing operations, many small jade merchants in Pengcheng stored their raw stones in their facilities. Sourcing from other suppliers was feasible, as they could simply access the warehouse. However, Since these were not their own stones, they could not be treated lightly. Each piece had to be paid for. Although Wanha Group employed numerous jade consultants, none possessed Chen Ran's exceptional skills. After sifting through a plethora of external stones, they had not unearthed anything that could be fashioned into a Buddha statue. Many were even below cost. The stones that met the volume requirements were sizable, and even the rough materials were expensive. This predicament resulted in Wanha Group already spending tens of millions, even before formally breaching the contract. Since Zhuang Jinfeng was responsible for the jade business, the issue inevitably fell upon him. As progress in locating the jade stagnated, Tian Guangyao had already confronted Zhuang Jinfeng multiple times in recent days. Zhuang Jinfeng found himself the target of ridicule, especially today, as Tian Guangyao mobilized resources from 3 cities to pursue a completely unrelated mineral. This was a tangible leverage for Tian Guangyao, who had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to strike at Zhuang Jinfeng. Thus, the current scene unfolded. This scoundrel is truly despicable. Huangxing was spat in anger after listening to his assistant's explanation and grasping the situation. Why are you using our resources to pursue your vendetta against Zhuang Jinfeng? Can't you see my brother is in a hurry? As Huangxing contemplated how to resolve this issue, he noticed Chen Ran approaching. Do you really believe that simply having more jade consultants will lead to finding suitable jade? Do you think numbers alone will yield results? Tian Guangyao retorted stubbornly. Leave this to me. Just provide me with the mineral. Chen Ran interjected as he approached Zhuang Jinfeng again. I might consider giving it to you, but you must resign in disgrace first, Tian Guangyao sneered. Zhuang Jinfeng was adamant in his refusal. I do not believe I need to resign over a mere mineral. I am not referring to the mineral. I am talking about the jade Buddha statue. We have over 10 days until the delivery deadline. What justification do you have for demanding a resignation now? Chen Ran's voice suddenly rang out. Tian Guangyao was momentarily taken aback, turning to face him with a hostile expression. Which department are you from? What gives you the right to speak here? He initially assumed Chen Ran to be a mere employee. I belong to no department. I am here solely to secure my mineral. Tian Guangyao's eyes widened in realization. So, it was you who instructed him to seek the mineral? Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I will provide you with the mineral, he quickly conceded. Wary of a potential clash between Chen Ran and Tian Guangyao that could exacerbate the situation, Zhuang Jinfeng attempted to soothe Chen Ran, suggesting he wait aside. However, Tian Guangyao's icy laughter interrupted. The mineral is in my possession now, and I have no intention of handing it over to him. Unfazed by the slight, Chen Ran merely smiled. Do you have any idea how much effort Zhuang Jinfeng expended to bring me in to resolve your group's jade Buddha statue issue? Are you aware that withholding this mineral will directly prevent you from delivering the statue on time? I've heard you are the general manager of Wanha Group. I wonder if you are prepared to shoulder the consequences of this failure. Now, if you simply state that you accept responsibility for the delayed delivery of the jade Buddha statue, I shall relinquish my claim to the mineral and walk away. What? Chen Ran's declaration left Tian Guangyao momentarily speechless, and after a while, he scrutinized Chen Ran with a look of disdain. You believe you can resolve the issue with the jade Buddha statue? You? Just me. Just me. Chen Ran remained calm and composed. Although he had only spontaneously made this assertion, he truly possessed the capability to do so. His words not only astonished Tian Guangyao, but also left Zhuang Jinfeng momentarily taken aback. He summoned Chen Ran, yet never mentioned the matter of the jade Buddha statue, for the urgency was too great, and he had no expectation that Chen Ran could resolve it. He was bewildered as to how Chen Ran had come to know of this affair. However, Chen Ran's words did provide him with a glimmer of insight. Why not attempt to intimidate Tian Guangyao into relinquishing the exotic ore? Upon this thought, Zhuang Jinfeng added, Mr. Chen possesses extraordinary expertise in identifying raw stones. I have gone to great lengths to invite him here, with the intention of selecting the raw materials for the jade Buddha statue. Should you offend him, and he declines to assist, the repercussions of failing to deliver the jade Buddha statue on time will squarely fall upon your shoulders. Tian Guangyao's expression shifted dramatically. Do not try to deceive me. How do I know where you found this inexperienced youth? Just because you claim he has expertise does not make it so. Upon seeing Chen Ran's youthful visage, Tian Guangyao was resolute in his disbelief in his capabilities. Zhuang Jinfeng, taken aback by Tian Guangyao's obstinacy, furrowed his brow. Yet, Chen Ran, with a smile, inquired, what would convince you of my abilities? Tian Guangyao, with a mocking grin, replied, It's simple. If you can produce a piece of jade suitable for carving the Buddha statue, I shall concede that you possess skill. Zhuang Jinfeng, hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had merely intended to intimidate Tian Guangyao into handing over the exotic ore and had not anticipated that Chen Ran would actually produce suitable jade for the Buddha statue. This was no small feat. Even if he believed Chen Ran's skills surpassed those of the other jade consultants in the group, he could not guarantee success. He opened his mouth to speak, but Chen Ran gestured dismissively. Firstly, I have little time to waste with this fool. Secondly, since even President Zhuang is unaware of my capabilities, I might as well demonstrate them for you. After that, I believe President Zhuang will understand how we can collaborate. Although he had only just learned of the Jade Buddha statue, it was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Zhuang Jinfeng's offer was insufficient. He was unaware of Chen Ran's true prowess. Chen Ran was unbothered by the prospect of showcasing his skills. Of course, collaboration was secondary. His primary goal was to secure the exotic ore. It was clear that this Tian fellow was deliberately making things difficult for Zhuang Jinfeng, withholding the exotic ore to prevent him from recognizing his potential. Fearing that he would persistently pursue the matter, upon hearing Chen Ran refer to him as a fool, Tian Guangyao seethed with indignation, ready to retort, but found that Chen Ran disregarded him entirely, instructing Zhuang Jinfeng to lead him to the storage room for the raw stones. Chen Ran's confidence surprised Zhuang Jinfeng. Perhaps he truly possessed such skills? If he could indeed produce a piece of jade suitable for carving the Buddha statue, not only would Zhuang Jinfeng's crisis be averted, but Tian Guangyao would also have nothing to say. Zhuang Jinfeng no longer doubted Chen Ran's abilities and nodded, promptly leading the way. Remember to bring my exotic ore. Chen Ran casually remarked to Tian Guangyao, as he and Huangxing was swiftly followed. Tian Guangyao trailed behind, his expression one of disdain. The Wanha group had 8 jade consultants who had labored for days without producing suitable jade. The notion that this young man could succeed was laughable. He was certain that Chen Ran could not possibly present appropriate jade. As he pondered this, he summoned his assistant and instructed, "Send someone to inform the chairman that President Zhuang has expended great effort to procure a jade consultant who has already produced jade suitable for the Buddha statue. Have the chairman come to see for himself, but remember, do not attribute this to me. Say it is President Zhuang's directive." The assistant, puzzled, was cowed by Tian Guangyao's glare and complied. It was evident that Tian Guangyao was not a man of integrity. Despite not having produced suitable jade and firmly believing it was impossible, he still sought to deceive the chairman. Most egregiously, he did it under Zhuang Jinfeng's name. He was well aware that the chairman had been troubled by this matter for days. If the chairman received such news and arrived hopeful, only to discover nothing had been produced, how furious would he be? He found the situation amusing. As the saying goes, heaven's misdeeds can be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity cannot. Zhuang Jinfeng. Oh Zhuang Jinfeng, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Tian Guangyao chuckled coldly and hastened to catch up. The Wanha Group's storage facility was not located at the headquarters, but rather in a logistics park situated 10 kilometers to the north. This logistics park was also part of Wanha Group's enterprise, sprawling over more than 1,000 acres, immense in scale. Under Zhuang Jinfeng's guidance, Chen Ran navigated through rigorous security to reach the storage room. 80% of the raw stones in Pengcheng are stored in our group's facility, totaling over 20,000 pieces. Whenever there is a demand, we ensure rapid delivery to our clients, Zhuang Jinfeng explained as they walked. Among these 20,000 raw stones, more than 3,000 were suitable for crafting the Jade Buddha statue. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran could not help but marvel inwardly. His own sensing abilities were limited and could only be utilized a little over 100 times. He could not rely on that alone to find the ideal jade. Upon arriving at the storage room, Chen Ran glanced back to see Tian Guangyao standing behind him. "Where is my exotic ore?" he inquired. When they had departed from the Wanha Group headquarters, Chen Ran had instructed Tian Guangyao to bring the exotic ore. Tian Guangyao, not attempting any tricks, indeed had it in tow. He pointed to an assistant behind him, saying, "It's right here. Give me a piece first." Chen Ran thought that as long as he held the exotic ore during the sensing process, he could maintain the ability to sense continuously. He believed he could do the same with the raw stones. With the exotic ore's replenishment, he should be able to keep sensing. After all, the exotic ore was capable of replenishing the energy he expended while sensing. To avoid any mishaps, he needed to have a piece of the exotic ore in hand first. However, Tian Guangyao was unwilling to comply. "You will receive it once you produce jade. You have yet to accomplish anything, yet you demand the exotic ore?" Tian Guanyao's reasoning was not lost on Chen Ran, who was unperturbed by it. Instead, he impatiently replied, "To be frank, I find it hard to believe that what you've brought is indeed exotic ore. What if I do my part, and you provide me with something that is not what I require? Wouldn't that leave me at a disadvantage? Give me a piece first, so I can verify it." This statement infuriated Tian Guangyao. "Am I to deceive you with a few worthless stones?" He was entirely unaware that Chen Ran needed the ore for his own urgent purposes and had not taken the situation seriously. "Enough with the chatter. Hurry up, or I shall leave," Chen Ran declared, adopting a stance that suggested he would refuse to proceed without verifying the goods. Had it been earlier, Tian Guangyao might not have conceded, but the circumstances had changed. He had already informed the chairman to come witness the spectacle. He genuinely feared that Chen Ran might walk away, depriving the chairman of the anticipated drama. If Chen Ran failed to produce anything from the raw stone, the blame could be placed on Zhuang Jinfeng. However, if Chen Ran refused to proceed due to not receiving the exotic ore, the fault would lie with Tian Guangyao. He did not wish to bear the brunt of Zhuang Jinfeng's missteps. Observing his assistant's bulging bag, he thought that even if he gave Chen Ran a piece, it would not be of great consequence. He promptly instructed his assistant to hand over a piece to Chen Ran. As Chen Ran received the exotic ore, a familiar wave of elation surged through him. Two words came to mind: blissful comfort. The verification was merely a pretext. He had already detected the familiar fragrance and knew that this entire bag was filled with exotic ore. As he gazed at the bulging bag, which contained no less than 20 to 30 pieces, Chen Ran could not help but feel a surge of excitement. With these exotic minerals in hand, not only could he complete the experiences related to the pharmaceutical weights, but he could also finish those pertaining to other items and still have a considerable surplus left. If he were to absorb the remaining exotic minerals, he could only wonder how much his sensing ability might be enhanced. The more he pondered, the more his anticipation grew, causing Tian Guangyao to impatiently interject. "I've already given you one. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Don't think I'll fall for your tricks." Chen Ran remained silent and stepped into the storeroom. With the exotic minerals at his disposal, he found little to fear. Chapter 71. Averse to any risk, the original stones from the Wanha group had already been fully examined by their jade consultants. The storeroom Chen Ran entered contained raw stones from a company called Ending Jade Industry. There were over 200 pieces of raw stone, with more than 20 meeting the required specifications. Upon his arrival, he found that 2 jade consultants from Wanha group were already sifting through the stones, their objective being to find suitable jade material for crafting a Buddha statue. This was a directive from the company, and they had been laboring for several days in search of the right piece. Unfortunately, despite their extensive experience, they remained indecisive. The Buddha statue required a height of 50 centimeters and a width of at least 40 centimeters. Even with their expertise as seasoned stone appraisers, they found themselves at an impasse. For days, they had arrived at dawn to scour the storeroom, unable to return home until nightfall, their eyes weary from scrutinizing various raw stones. Yet, they could not afford to overlook any piece. While misjudging 1 or 2 stones might be manageable, consistently making errors could lead to reprimands. If they failed to procure the appropriate jade for the Buddha statue, it might not be too troubling if it still yielded profits. But if they ended up with stones that were neither suitable for the statue nor profitable, purchasing more than 3 pieces would mean losing their jobs. Thus, every raw stone was scrutinized with utmost caution, with some even preferring the notion of not purchasing at all rather than making a mistake. As they continued their deliberations, they suddenly noticed Zhuang Jinfeng entering, and assuming he was there to oversee their work, they hastily stood to report their findings. "Please, take a break," Zhuang Jinfeng said. Given the lack of results over the past few days, he had ceased to harbor any expectations and preferred to dispense with unnecessary chatter. Allowing Chen Ran to take a look first, he also called over the person in charge from Ending Jade Industry to briefly outline the situation. Ending Jade Industry specialized in jade jewelry and had never sold raw stones before. The raw stones in their storeroom were purchased from elsewhere. However, in light of the Buddha statue project, they had sold a considerable number of raw stones to the Wanha group recently, a task far easier than selling jewelry. The manager, indifferent to the age or discernment of those selecting the stones, allowed anyone from Wanha group to browse freely. Chen Ran, being quite young, was perceived as lacking in discernment, but that was advantageous for them. The less discerning, the more profit they could reap. While Zhuang Jinfeng negotiated with the manager from Ending Jade Industry, Chen Ran began to meander among the larger raw stones. Having just touched a few pieces, he suddenly heard Tian Guangyao's voice. "Wait." Chen Ran looked at him, puzzled. Tian Guangyao continued, "Although President Zhuang wishes to appoint you as a jade consultant, you are still not officially employed. Our policy at Wanha Group is to only cover losses incurred by our own consultants. Let me be clear. If you happen to purchase suitable jade material for the Buddha statue, we will certainly compensate you. But if you fail to procure anything appropriate, we will not pay a single cent." The raw stones that met the requirements ranged from tens of millions to 8 or 9 million, which was no small sum. Due to the incompetence of the Wanha Group's jade consultants over the past few days, they had already incurred losses of 50 to 60 million. Tian Guangyao's statement was crystal clear. He was unwilling to assume any risk. "I say, you truly are ungrateful. Do you realize how fortunate you are to have Chen Ran here, selecting raw stones for you? Yet you don't even want to cover the necessary costs. I have never encountered such a difficult individual." Tian Guangyao's audacity irked Huang Xinghua, who felt he had finally met his match and was fuming. "Only our group as consultants are entitled to discuss the costs of raw stones. Why should we cover the costs for someone unrelated? Tian Guangyao not only doubted Chen Ran's ability to select suitable jade for the Buddha statue, but also questioned whether he could find even a single stone that would yield any profit. He was convinced that Chen Ran would inevitably incur losses. If they were to fund the purchase of raw stones, any losses would ultimately come from their group's coffers. And despite having a budget for jade operations, the funds were not limitless. Each expenditure reduced their overall budget. If they were unable to resolve the issue of the Buddha statue, they could only speculate on the potential losses. As a prospective vice chairman of the group, he would not only be responsible for gold and silver jewelry, but also oversee the jade business. Any diminishment in the jade business's finances would ultimately fall upon him to rectify. Thus, he was intent on saving every penny, unwilling to spend a single cent more, and averse to any losses. Hearing this, Zhuang Jinfeng furrowed his brow. While it might be justifiable to act solely in the company's interest, Chen Ran was there to assist them in sourcing raw stones. How could they expect him to bear the costs alone? This seemed rather unreasonable. Zhuang Jinfeng believed that even if Chen Ran was not yet an official jade consultant, he should at least be treated as one, perhaps with a limit on the number of raw stones he could purchase. The cost of 3 or 4 stones was manageable, and if Chen Ran truly possessed the skills, he wouldn't need to buy that many. However, if he lacked the capability, that was another matter entirely. Zhuang Jinfeng wished to advocate for Chen Ran, but whatever he proposed, Tian Guangyao was adamant in his refusal. Enough, President Zhuang, Chen Ran interjected. I appreciate your good intentions, but there is no need for that. I actually find myself in agreement with Mr. Tian's proposal. What Mr. Tian? My surname is Tian. Tian Guangyao shot a furious glare at Chen Ran. Oh, my apologies. I mistakenly recalled it as Tian Yi. My memory fails me, Chen Ran replied, and without allowing Tian Guangyao to retort, he patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Mr. Tian, no matter which stone I choose, I will bear the cost myself, and I will not squander a single cent of the group's funds. Chen Ran was clearly being deliberately flippant with the name, but Tian Guangyao was too pleased with the statement to pursue the matter further. He thought to himself that this lad seemed to know his place, recognizing that he could not oppose authority. Very well, Tian Guangyao nodded, granting Chen Ran permission to begin selecting. Seeing the satisfaction on Tian Guangyao's face, Chen Ran found the situation amusing. His sole intention in this endeavor was to acquire the exotic minerals. He had no desire for profit, yet given this man's greed, he wouldn't mind earning a bit as well. Chen Ran continued to sift through the stones, and soon after, having examined over 20 raw stones, he found none that met the standards. They proceeded to the next storeroom, which contained a dozen or so raw stones that also fit the criteria. Yet again, none proved suitable. Accompanied by Zhuang Jinfeng and Tian Guangyao, Chen Ran traversed a total of 13 storerooms, encompassing 5 merchants, and examined over 600 raw stones. Yet he still had not selected a single piece. While Zhuang Jinfeng maintained his composure, Tian Guangyao could no longer suppress his derision. When I speak of Laozi and Zhuangzi, you may find yourself deceived, yet it would be prudent to seek a more astute individual. In such a case, even if you were to be tricked, you could attribute it to the cleverness of the other party, thus alleviating your own foolishness. However, you have chosen someone so dim-witted that it is impossible for me not to ridicule you. Just observe his manner of selecting raw stones. Does he truly appear knowledgeable? Chen Ran merely touches the stones with his hand and glances twice, counting each eye as one look, never bothering to examine further. Tian Guangyao may lack expertise in identifying raw stones, yet he understands that this is not how one assesses them. If he previously suspected Chen Ran of lacking ability, he is now certain of it. He possesses not a shred of competence. Upon hearing Tian Guangyao's derision, Zhuang Jinfeng felt bewildered. Huang Xinghua had praised Chen Ran to such an extent, yet his method of selecting raw stones is exceedingly unconventional, rendering him a mere novice. Zhuang Jinfeng had once placed his faith in Chen Ran, but now he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He wished to inquire further, yet Chen Ran was too engrossed to pause. Suddenly, someone entered from outside with news that the chairman had arrived, which startled him. Why would the chairman come? Turning to Tian Guangyao, he noticed him brimming with excitement. The chairman has come. Quickly, let us welcome him. Chapter 72. This one will do. Observing Tian Guangyao's exuberance, Zhuang Jinfeng comprehended everything. Did you summon the chairman? He furrowed his brow at Tian Guangyao. With palpable enthusiasm, Tian Guangyao replied, the chairman has been troubled over this matter and has not rested well for days. Now that there is good news, it is only right to inform him. While it is certainly reasonable to share good news with the chairman, the pressing issue is that there is, as yet, no good news. Zhuang Jinfeng was acutely aware of Tian Guangyao's intentions. Though anger simmered within him, he felt powerless, particularly as the chairman had already entered. The chairman of Wanhe Group, Shen Luming, was 65 years old and renowned throughout the Pearl River Delta business community. However, it was said that his health had deteriorated. and he had gradually become less visible in the media over the past few years. He was dressed in a traditional Tang suit, of average build, somewhat portly, with a head of silver hair, and he carried a purple sandalwood cane. Accompanied by the warehouse staff, upon entering, Zhuang Jinfeng and the others hastily approached him. Shen Luming waved his hand dismissively, getting straight to the point. Have you found suitable jade materials for crafting the Buddha statue? He was indeed quite concerned about this matter, as failing to fulfill the contract would result in financial loss. Moreover, he wished to seize the opportunity to expand Wanha Group's influence in Southeast Asia. Creating a jade Buddha statue would serve as an advertisement. If executed well, it would enhance their reputation, but if poorly done, the advertising effect would undoubtedly diminish. If they were unable to produce it at all, there would be nothing left to say. He simply hoped that the fewer people who were aware of this situation, the better. Not yet, Zhuang Jinfeng replied, shaking his head in response to the chairman's inquiry. Shen Luming's expression immediately turned cold. Not yet? Then why did you summon me here? He was evidently displeased, feeling he had been summoned under false pretenses. While it was not Zhuang Jinfeng who had invited Shen Luming, he refrained from explaining, knowing it would be futile. At this juncture, arguing over who had called the chairman was meaningless, as his thoughts were clearly not focused on such trivialities. Seeing Zhuang Jinfeng rendered speechless, Tian Guangyao felt a rush of satisfaction. He quickly interjected, Chairman, please do not be angry. Although we have yet to find suitable materials for the Buddha statue, we have Master Chen, whom President Zhuang has painstakingly invited. I am confident we will locate them soon. Tian Guangyao, relishing the unfolding drama, hoped Chen Ran would falter spectacularly, as he elevated him to a pedestal. Master Chen, which company does he represent? Shen Luming, having been in the jade business for decades, knew many prominent figures in the industry throughout the country. He recalled a few individuals with the surname Chen, but was unsure of their affiliations. Before Zhuang Jinfeng could clarify, Tian Guangyao interjected, he belongs to none. He is quite young and likely has not yet been employed by any company. As he spoke, he pointed to Chen Ran, who was diligently selecting raw stones in the distance. Upon hearing the words very young, Shen Luming frowned. Observing Chen Ran, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, he was visibly displeased, nearly ready to explode with anger. In the jade industry, true masters of discernment were typically over 50, as experience was paramount. The more stones one examined, the greater their knowledge. This was the norm. While there were indeed capable young individuals, being in their 40s still qualified as youthful. As for someone in their 20s, to claim they possessed skill was sheer nonsense. This young man was not only lacking in ability, but was audaciously referred to as a master. Shen Luming could hardly suppress his disdain for Tian Guangyao. Was this not absurd? He shot a glare at Tian Guangyao, who, sensing the chairman's ire, hastily distanced himself, claiming that it was Zhuang Jinfeng who had invited this individual. Though he had his doubts, he had reluctantly chosen to believe Zhuang Jinfeng's endorsement. This statement effectively redirected Shen Luming's ire toward Zhuang Jinfeng. In this vast Pengcheng, you could not find anyone else. His words carried an unmistakable tone of reproach. Zhuang Jinfeng, feeling uncertain, watched as Chen Ran continued his selection. He thought it best to wait a moment longer, steeling himself to assert that Chen Ran indeed possessed genuine skills. Tian Guangyao, noticing that Shen Luming was still not sufficiently enraged, eagerly added fuel to the fire. President Zhuang is a man of action. Since he has such confidence in this individual, he would not be mistaken. Chairman, perhaps you should exercise patience. It is likely that Master Chen will soon identify the stones suitable for crafting the Buddha statue. While he spoke thus, he secretly wished for the chairman to erupt in fury, ideally berating Zhuang Jinfeng and compelling him to resign in disgrace. Just as he entertained this thought, Chen Ran suddenly erupted into laughter. Haha, this one will do. This proclamation left Tian Guangyao momentarily stunned. Had he truly chosen? Shen Luming nearly unleashed his frustration on Zhuang Jinfeng, but was drawn to Chen Ran's laughter. Chen Ran had risen to his feet and gestured toward the company representative that held ownership of the stones. This one will do. Bring the contract over. As he spoke, he turned to Huang Xinguo beside him, saying, Boss Huang, I'm short on funds. Could you lend me some? Chen Ran was well aware that finding suitable materials would not be an easy task, relying on the energy supply from the exotic ore. He had examined over 600 stones and finally identified 2 that met the requirements. Indeed, 2. By the 400th stone, Chen Ran had found a suitable candidate. Though he refrained from announcing it due to dissatisfaction, not with the material itself, but with the price. One piece was a windowed stone, priced at a staggering 160 million. Wanha Group was unwilling to finance the purchase, meaning Chen Ran would need to cover the cost himself, a sum far beyond his means. Thus, he continued his search for a more reasonably priced option. And now, the stone before him was indeed more affordable, though only in comparison to the previous one. In reality, even a stone of this size would not come at a trivial cost. This one was priced at 58 million. At the last expo, Chen Ran had received just over 48 million, and it was clear that he could not afford to purchase it alone. Hence, he sought assistance from Huang Xinghua. Huang Xinghua harbored an unwavering trust in Chen Ran, fearing only that Chen might find himself in a position where he no longer required his assistance. The more Chen needed him, the more joy it brought him. When Chen expressed a need for funds, Huang immediately pounded his chest in assurance. We still have a cool 10 million from our previous ventures that remains unspent. If my dear brother Chen has a need, feel free to take it. As he spoke, Huang produced his card without hesitation. He had no qualms about the investment, firmly believing that the stone Chen had procured was precisely what Wanha Group sought. With such conviction, he reasoned, once the stone was processed, Wanha Group would surely remit payment. Given that there was a buyer, what concern could he possibly have about recovering his funds? It was merely a matter of transaction. Thank you, Chen Ran replied, his spirits lifted by Huang's straightforwardness. He then took the contract handed to him by the supervisor and affixed his signature, simultaneously initiating a bank transfer. While the efficiency of private transfers was often lacking, Chen was brought in by Zhuang Jinfeng, and although the supervisor was unfamiliar with Chen, he certainly recognized Zhuang. Unaware of the internal strife within Wanha Group, the supervisor felt reassured by Zhuang's endorsement and promptly signed the contract as well. With the signatures completed, the stone now belonged to Chen. At that moment, Zhuang Jinfeng approached, casting a wary glance at the large stone before Chen. The stone was a rough material, and aside from its suitable dimensions, nothing else was discernible. Could it truly yield the ice-type jade they required? Zhuang, I have already paid for this stone. If it does not yield what you desire, there will be no loss on your part, so let us not hesitate. Night is fast approaching, Chen asserted, unwilling to waste time on explanations for those who doubted him. Results would speak for themselves. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhuang found nothing more to say. Noticing the glances exchanged between Shen Luming and Tian Guangyao, he understood that they were at a critical juncture and promptly summoned the warehouse workers to move the stone. Shortly thereafter, the stone was transported into Wanha Group's warehouse, where workers, already instructed, prepared their tools for cutting. Chen expertly marked lines on the stone, instructing the workers to cut strictly along his guidelines. Buying a raw stone worth over 50 million with a mere nod, Mr. Chen, you appear quite affluent. However, let us clarify. If we do not obtain the material we desire, our group shall not be held liable, Tian Guangyao remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. His words were not entirely unfounded. Chen's ability to amass such wealth was indeed surprising. Rest assured, this material entirely meets your specifications, Chen replied, exuding calm confidence. While Tian displayed disdain, Chen could not help but be curious, as Chen's composure was almost unsettling, particularly given the stakes involved. Young man, are you so certain that this stone will yield jade suitable for crafting a Buddha statue? He inquired. Chen cast a curious glance at Shen Luming, then turned to Zhuang Jinfeng, seeking clarification on the identity of this individual. Having been preoccupied with selecting raw stones, he had missed much of the prior conversation. Upon Zhuang's introduction, he learned that this was the chairman of Wanha Group. Ah, my apologies, Chairman, Chen said, pausing momentarily before adding. Let me put it this way. If I were to misjudge this stone, you would find no one in Pengcheng who could offer better insight. Chen's assertion left Shen Luming momentarily speechless. What audacity. He had yet to encounter someone so brazen in this industry. Tian Guangyao scoffed. Anyone can boast, Mr. Chen. Are you not afraid of your words backfiring? Just then, a worker shouted in astonishment as the first cut revealed the ice-type jade. Upon hearing the cry, all eyes turned toward the scene. The initial surface was crystalline and translucent, radiating a luminous glow. Indeed, it was ice-type. Zhuang was the first to rush forward, his excitement palpable. It's ice-type, with a fine texture and no cracks. Tian Guangyao, taken aback by Zhuang's words, quickly joined to inspect the stone. With so many witnesses present, there was no room for deception. The stone was indeed ice-type, and of considerable size. He cast a shocked glance at Chen, questioning whether this young man truly possessed such remarkable skill. Not only Tian, but Shen Luming also regarded Chen with astonishment. Noticing the lines still marked on the stone, he instructed to have other sections cut as well. In short order, the workers revealed a second face, identical to the first, ice-type, flawless, with a fine grain and ample water content. Zhuang could no longer contain his smile, and as the remaining two faces were also revealed, he erupted into applause for Chen. Mr. Chen is indeed remarkable. Your discerning eye is astonishing. Though Zhuang had not entirely dismissed hope for Chen's success, he had tempered his expectations, fearing that higher hopes would lead to greater disappointment. Yet the outcome proved his skepticism unfounded. After all four faces were cut, the original oval-shaped stone had transformed into a rectangular prism, measuring approximately 65 centimeters in length, 50 centimeters in width, and 45 centimeters in height. Upon hearing these measurements, Zhuang could not help but convey his delight to Shen Luming. Chairman, this material is even superior to the one we previously ruined. It is perfectly suited. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shen erupted into hearty laughter. Only Tian Guangyao remained incredulous. How can this be? Surely this material is not genuine. Perhaps unable to accept the reality, he approached the revealed jade, examining it closely. Although he managed the precious metals and jewelry sector, he was not entirely ignorant of jade. Upon touching it, he confirmed its authenticity. It may look fine on the outside, but perhaps it has internal flaws, he murmured. But his words faltered as he caught Shen's disapproving gaze and promptly fell silent. Tian Guangyao was Shen Luming's brother-in-law, and Shen felt no need to feign congeniality in his presence. After finally unearthing a stone suitable for crafting a jade Buddha, Tian's doubts were utterly disheartening. Were it not for the throng of onlookers, Shen might have chastised him. Under Shen's penetrating glare, Tian could not voice further skepticism, despite his disbelief. He had to accept the outcome. Zhuang Jinfeng truly had remarkable fortune, stumbling upon a young man with such talent. Yet he bore a twinge of resentment, masking it with a broad smile. Mr. Chen is indeed capable. No wonder Zhuang insisted on inviting you. I apologize for any previous offense and hope you will forgive us. Since you have procured the material our group requires, we shall arrange payment. 58 million, correct? Please provide your account number so we may transfer the funds. Tian Guangyao, ever the pragmatist, quickly shifted his demeanor to one of affability, eager to restore his image by facilitating payment to Chen. However, Chen did not disclose his account number but instead stated, in the jade raw stone business, there has never been a practice of buying at original price and selling at original price. 58 million is merely my purchase price. If your esteemed group desires it, it will not be available at that rate. Chen's declaration momentarily left Tian speechless as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Then what price do you propose? As Chen Ran contemplated, he remarked, not much, just add a zero. 580 million. The sheer shock caused Tian Guangyao's voice to crack. It was not just him who was astonished. Both Zhuang Jinfeng and Shen Luming's expressions shifted dramatically. Even Huang Xingguo was taken aback, never having anticipated that Chen would be so ruthless as to multiply the figure tenfold. Over 500 million, such a sum he had never encountered in his lifetime. Indeed, that is the amount. Upon seeing Chen Ran nod, Tian Guangyao's fury ignited. What nonsense is this? Are you raising the price arbitrarily? Isn't this merely throwing stones at our group? We agreed that you would assist us in resolving the jade material issue for the Buddha statue, and in return, we would provide you with the exotic ore. Did we not come to this understanding? How can I recall such a thing? Chen Ran feigned forgetfulness. This was not an act. They indeed had not articulated such an agreement. Although it was a common understanding among them, no one dared to voice it openly. I only remember that President Tian doubted my capabilities and withheld the exotic or that President Zhuang had sourced for me. It was only to prove my worth that I consented to select a stone. This stone was chosen to demonstrate my abilities, not as a gift to you. Considering I had labored for quite some time, Tian Guangyao was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the earlier exchanges and realizing there had indeed been no explicit agreement. Yet, he could not easily acquiesce. If this stone was not procured for us, then you have no right to enter our warehouse to select stones. These stones belong to someone, and they were never meant for sale. Chen Ran was allowed to purchase them solely due to the privileges of Wana Group. Those jade merchants permitted access out of respect for Wana Group. Who else could do such a thing? It could be said that Chen Ran's ability to acquire this stone was a mere exercise of Wana Group's prerogative. Chen Ran was unyielding, producing a contract in black and white. The document clearly stated that he had invested 58 million to acquire this stone. As for whether he had the right to make a purchase here, it was not specified. In jade transactions, it has always been a matter of clear exchanges. Who cares if you wield privileges? Tian Guangyao seethed with rage, while Chen Ran maintained a cheerful demeanor. Had you, President Tian, been willing to pay for the stone I selected earlier, this contract would bear your group's name, and the stone would rightfully belong to you. Alas, you were unwilling to accept any risk, fearing I might cause you a loss. Now that I present a price, you wish to claim it? When Chen Ran arrived, his intention was merely to offer a suitable material for their needs regarding the Buddha statue and to acquire the exotic ore he required. He had no intention of exploiting them. It was simply that this individual was exceedingly vexing. Not only had he withheld the exotic ore, but he also displayed disdain, refusing to invest even the capital for the stone. Chen Ran possessed a temper. If this man made things difficult for him, why should he offer any leniency? Since you refused to pay earlier, your current offer is no longer valid. This statement turned Tian Guangyao's face ashen. He had never anticipated that Chen Ran could genuinely present a stone that met their requirements. He had never considered this possibility. It was precisely because he believed Chen Ran incapable of sourcing the stone that he focused solely on risk avoidance, completely neglecting the chance of Chen Ran raising the price. What is happening? Shen Luming, arriving late and unaware of the unfolding drama, initially thought Chen Ran was simply a person Zhuang Zhenfeng had brought to select raw stones, who typically earned a commission. Now, however, he was shocked at Chen Ran's audacious demands, which seemed utterly devoid of ethics. Only upon hearing the conversation did he realize there was more to the story and felt compelled to inquire. Chapter 74, A Warm Invitation. Upon the chairman's inquiry, Zhuang Zhenfeng promptly recounted how Tian Guangyao had put Chen Ran in a difficult position. Knowing how Tian had treated him, Zhuang Zhenfeng was no fool and embellished his report to Shen Luming. He claimed that Chen Ran had originally intended to join their company, but Tian Guangyao had refused. Subsequently, when Chen Ran selected raw stones for their company, Tian Guangyao, fearing a loss, had also refused to pay. It was likely these actions had directly provoked Chen Ran to raise the price unexpectedly. Shen Luming listened, growing increasingly furious. He glared intensely at his brother-in-law, gripping his cane as if ready to strike at any moment. Tian Guangyao, oblivious to the fact that Chen Ran had never agreed to join Wanha Group, believed Zhuang Zhenfeng's account without question, daring not to refute it. Realizing he had made a grave mistake, he urgently sought to rectify the situation, hastily addressing Chen Ran. You desire the exotic, or do you not? If you continue to raise the price arbitrarily, do not expect to receive the ore. Chen Ran feigned confusion. Is the exotic or something so precious? Is it that only you possess it in this world? My interest in the exotic ore is merely casual. It is not essential to me. If you cannot provide it, so be it. I can simply have someone else procure it later. Chen Ran appeared relaxed, displaying no concern. While he indeed needed the exotic ore, who besides him was aware of this? By acting indifferent, no one could discern the extent of his need. In contrast, it was common knowledge that Wanha Group desperately required this material for the Buddha statue. It was a matter of psychological endurance. Tian Guanyao's psychological resilience could not compare to Chen Ran's. He did not comprehend the true value of the exotic ore and did not consider it particularly significant. The exotic ore was a niche commodity, typically found only in remote mountains. Some utilized it for pigments, while others collected it. Beyond that, he was unaware of its uses. When he had inquired about the price of a large batch of exotic ore, the total had amounted to merely a few million. How could that compare to such a substantial piece of jade? Chen Ran was correct. This item could be found elsewhere. How could it intimidate him? How foolish I have been, Tian Guangyao thought, choosing not to mention the exotic ore any longer and instead altering his approach. Sell us this stone at its original price, and all will be well. Should you insist on raising the price, know that our Wanha Group is not to be trifled with. 580 million. Are you not afraid of earning a living only to lose your life? Such provocative words failed to intimidate Chen Ran. On the contrary, he found amusement in the threat. Not only did he find it funny, but Huang Xingwei shared in the laughter. He is threatening you, Chen. What should we do? Do not fear. This tactic will not work on us. Advancing a step, Huang Xingwei smiled and said, So, you are President Tian, daring to threaten my brother Chen? How should I address you? To put it bluntly, you are merely flailing in shallow waters without realizing the depths. Huang Xingwei's words left Tian Guangyao in doubt, setting aside Chen Ran's remarkable abilities, which made it difficult for even several burly men to approach him. The connections he possessed were enough to startle anyone. Do you know Lu Yuan? He is the captain of the criminal police team at the Pengqing Police Department. My brother saved his life, and they are closer than brothers. If you dare to touch my brother, just wait and see if Captain Lu will not deal with you. Huang Xingwei may not have excelled in other skills, but he was a master of boasting, and his talent had only grown in recent days. Having witnessed Chen Ran save Lu Yuan himself, he could speak the truth with utmost confidence, his words flowing naturally. With no other recourse, Tian Guangyao was solely focused on coercing Chen Ran into submission. Unwilling to believe Huang Xingwei's claims, he was also acquainted with Lu Yuan, yet he had not heard the latter mention who had rescued him. Do not attempt to deceive me. Enough. Although Tian Guangyao wished to retort with some biting remarks, Shen Luming, already growing impatient, stepped beside him as he spoke. With an unbridled tongue and a thoughtless demeanor, did he not feel ashamed enough? Under Shen Luming's reprimand, Tian Guangyao dared not utter a word and lowered his head in resignation. His capabilities were limited, and his ascent to the position of general manager was largely due to the patronage of his brother-in-law. Despite his bravado in front of Zhuang Zhenfeng, he dared not utter a single word against Shen Luming. The jade and stone business was under Zhenfeng's purview. What was it to you? Mind your own affairs. Should you cause any more trouble, you shall be relegated to guarding the warehouse. Shen Luming's tone was stern, and Tian Guangyao could only acquiesce. Yet, being his brother-in-law, Shen Luming afforded him a modicum of dignity. After the scolding, He did not compel him to remain in the uncomfortable situation. Instead, he dismissed him. Tian Guangyao left, feeling a weight lifted as his attendant delivered the exotic ore into Zhuang Jinfeng's hands. Shen Luming gestured for Zhuang Jinfeng to hand over the items to Chen Ran. He was already aware that this was for Chen Ran's benefit, yet even Chen Ran was taken aback by how readily they were bestowed. "Young man, what is your name?" Shen Luming inquired as he appraised Chen Ran, who was accepting the exotic ore. Chen Ran stated his name, prompting Shen Luming to nod and sigh. "It is quite unexpected that at such a young age, you possess such discernment. Indeed, the younger generation is rising to prominence. The jade and stone industry may well become your domain in the future." Chen Ran refrained from responding, musing inwardly. Why is it the domain of the young? Do you presume every young person possesses my capabilities? Shen Luming, oblivious to Chen Ran's thoughts, first offered an apology, acknowledging Tian Guangyao's prior misdeeds. Chen Ran speculated that with such a gracious gesture and an apology, the next step would likely involve negotiations. However, to his astonishment, Shen Luming instructed Zhuang Jinfeng to present a contract for him to sign. 580 million, and he did not even negotiate. This bold move left Chen Ran momentarily speechless. Gazing at the contract, he stammered, "Chairman, you cannot be serious. Such a lofty price without any haggling?" Though this figure had originated from Chen Ran himself, it was merely a tit-for-tat response, fueled more by a desire for revenge than genuine greed. He had expected some back and forth in negotiations, a slight concession on his part, and a mutually agreeable price. He had not anticipated such an unwillingness to negotiate from the chairman. Was this chairman truly so accommodating? Had he known, he would have demanded more. While 580 million was no trifling sum, it paled in comparison to the exorbitant 700 million offered by the Jingxianju company, and considering their prior misstep, taking on the corresponding responsibility was only just. Shen Luming's demeanor was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Yet, Chen Ran furrowed his brow, hesitating to sign. The stone's value could hardly exceed 500 million. Such unusual readiness must harbor some hidden agenda. Surely there were traps nestled within the contract? With this thought, Chen Ran could not help but remain vigilant, hastily scanning the contract for any discrepancies. Noticing Chen Ran's reluctance to sign, Shen Luming seemed to perceive his apprehension and chuckled softly, then asked, "Did you truly save Lu Yuan?" Chen Ran was engrossed in the contract and was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. However, recalling that Lu Yuan was the captain of the criminal police brigade and that he had indeed saved him, he deemed it prudent to be forthright, lest this individual harbor ulterior motives. Thus, he nodded. "Lu Yuan is my nephew." Upon hearing Chen Ran's admission of having rescued Lu Yuan, Shen Luming was visibly startled. "Lu Yuan is your nephew? Is it by blood?" "Indeed." Chen Ran clicked his tongue. It was evident that throughout history, wealth and power have always been intertwined. Just last night, Lu Yuan had mentioned a young man who saved his life. He had not expected to encounter him today. "His mother is my sister, and I am here to express my gratitude on behalf of his family." Shen Luming sincerely thanked Chen Ran, then added, "You need not worry about any underhanded dealings in the contract. A few billion is a trivial matter for me. With Wanha Group valued at over 300 billion, and Shen Luming holding 70% of the shares, his net worth surely exceeded 20 billion, not to mention his personal fortune of over 4 billion. Chen Ran had no reason to doubt his capability to cover the expense. Yet, the ease with which he offered such a sum led Chen Ran to suspect there were ulterior motives at play. Was it merely gratitude for saving his nephew? There may have been some aspect of that, but it was not the entirety of his motive. Upon hearing Chen Ran's question, Shen Luming first nodded, then revealed his true intention. "I would like to invite you to join my Wanha group." Chapter 75. Work is exhausting. Chen Ran raised an eyebrow. He had suspected as much. This individual's readiness certainly harbored other intentions. He was evidently interested in Chen Ran's talents. However, Chen Ran had no intention of acquiescing. "I apologize, Chairman, but I have no interest in serving as a jade consultant for your esteemed group. If you are disinterested in the position of jade consultant, what about the role of general manager of the jade business?" This statement left Chen Ran momentarily stunned. General manager? He cast an inadvertent glance at Zhuang Jinfeng. If he were to be the general manager of the jade business, what would happen to Zhuang Jinfeng? Shen Luming patted Zhuang Jinfeng on the shoulder. "The selection for vice chairman has remained unresolved for too long, only serving to escalate internal strife within the group. I have decided to appoint you as vice chairman. I shall announce this to the board next Monday." Though Shen Luming was aging, he was not foolish. He was acutely aware of the fierce competition for the vice chairman position. Just today, Tian Guangyao had attempted to undermine Zhuang Jinfeng's position, directly offending Chen Ran and causing the group's acquisition of this jade to skyrocket in cost by 10-fold. While he was willing to pay 580 million, it did not mean he would not feel the pinch. The detrimental consequences of such strife were all too apparent, and he realized that failing to appoint a vice-chairman would be unwise. Zhuang Jinfeng was diligent in his work, and Chen Luming had always relied on him. Chen Ran was the one he had brought in, so regardless of whether Chen Ran was willing to join Wanha Group, Zhuang Jinfeng had played an indispensable role. Thus, he resolved to appoint Zhuang Jinfeng as vice-chairman. Upon hearing that Chen Luming intended for Chen Ran to become the general manager of the jade business, Zhuang Jinfeng initially believed it meant a division of authority, leaving him somewhat unsettled. However, he was taken aback to realize that this decision was made to elevate him to vice-chairman, leaving him astonished and thrilled. "Thank you for your kind consideration, Chairman," he exclaimed, filled with excitement, and began to persuade Chen Ran to accept the offer. He no longer doubted Chen Ran's abilities, fully believing that once Chen Ran joined their group, the jade business would thrive. In terms of remuneration, the offer included an annual salary of 50 million, along with 10% of the group's shares. Chen Luming was genuinely intent on having Chen Ran join Wanha Group, even willing to part with shares to secure his involvement. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran had yet to react, but Huang Xingguo was already beside himself with excitement. With Wanha Group valued at over 300 billion, 10% of the shares would amount to over 30 billion. Should Chen Ran agree, that fortune would be his. While some might argue that shares cannot be equated to cash, Chen Ran could always sell the stocks. It would not be impossible to sell them within Wanha Group, even directly to Chen Luming, who would likely be eager to acquire them. The excessive shareholding by outsiders poses a significant threat to him as the chairman. The mere thought of Chen's remarkable ascent to a billionaire status, with a fortune exceeding 30 billion, causes Huang Xingguo to grip his shoulders tightly. How enviable, how profoundly enviable. Being a chairman entails a different realm of remuneration. His compensation far surpasses that of Zhuang Jinfeng. Yet, this is hardly surprising, as Zhuang Jinfeng merely occupies a subordinate role, with limited authority to offer generous terms. Chen Luming's generous proposition leaves Chen Ran somewhat astonished, yet upon reflection, he ultimately declines. 15%. Upon noticing Chen Ran's reluctance, Chen Luming sweetens the deal. Chen Ran repeatedly gestures in refusal. "I am truly grateful for the chairman's regard, but I possess no interest. Even if you were to offer me 50%, I would still decline. Could you enlighten me as to why?" Chen Luming inquired, perplexed. Considering the current market valuation of Wanha Group, 15% of the shares would amount to over 5 billion, an offer that represents the absolute limit of his generosity. The fact that Chen Ran remains unmoved, even dismissing 50%, is astounding. That would equate to over 100 billion. Nearly 200 billion. How could he overlook such a fortune? It is worth noting that the entire jade market in the Pearl River Delta is valued at merely a few hundred billion, necessitating several companies to divide it among themselves. Could it be that Chen Ran harbors lofty ambitions, aspiring to consolidate the nation's jade business? Chen Luming presumes Chen Ran's refusal stems from excessive ambition, deeming his offer insufficient. However, Chen Ran's response leaves him utterly speechless. "I simply do not wish to work. Working is far too exhausting." What? Chen Luming nearly doubted his hearing. Glancing at Zhuang Jinfeng, who wore an equally astonished expression, confirming that he had indeed heard correctly. "This is preposterous." Chen Luming slammed his cane onto the ground with a resounding thud, glaring at Chen Ran with a look of utter disappointment. Even the ancients understood that the time for a young man to study is during the third watch of the night and the fifth crow of the rooster. At your age, possessing such talent, this is precisely the time to strive for success, and yet you claim you do not wish to work? Chen Ran, bewildered by Chen Luming's outburst, offers a brief explanation. "It is not just me. Many others share this sentiment. Chen Ran's pursuit of wealth is for the sake of a leisurely life, devoid of the need to appease others. When one lacks funds, they must heed the whims of others to survive. But once affluence is attained, why should one continue to bow to the whims of others?" Moreover, Chen Ran is currently disinterested in any form of employment, as he is preoccupied with pressing matters. Beyond treating Zhao Shiyuan's illness, he intends to visit his family in his hometown. He recalls the dilapidated state of his childhood home 2 years ago, now that he has acquired wealth. It is imperative that he returns to construct a new dwelling. He knows he will not return for several months. Chen Ran is solely focused on resolving his current affairs, unwilling to take on any additional obligations. Exhibiting an air of indifference, Chen Ran leaves Chen Luming momentarily speechless with anger. Yet, Chen Luming, undeterred, contemplates a while longer before making a concession. "Since you claim you do not wish to work, how about taking on the role of a part-time manager? You would only need to represent the company during the procurement of raw stones. During all other times, you are free to pursue your interests." He adds, "Our group only procures stones 3 times a year, averaging once every 4 months. To work only once every 4 months is indeed a favorable arrangement, and the compensation remains unchanged." Even Zhuang Jinfeng is taken aback by the advantageous terms presented by Shen Luman. For all his talents, Chen Ran is being offered conditions that are excessively generous. However, what baffles him further is that even with such an offer, Chen Ran still declines. To accept payment without fulfilling any responsibilities would weigh heavily on my conscience. I am not someone who takes advantage of others. If I were to accept their money, how could I refuse to act when called upon? But what if I no longer wish to do it? Chen Ran continues to firmly reject the offer. This perplexes Zhuang Jinfeng, who recalls that Chen Ran had previously expressed a willingness to cooperate. Before selecting the stone, he had mentioned showcasing his skills, claiming that after the demonstration, he would understand how to collaborate. Why, then, is he now so adamantly refusing? Zhuang Jinfeng articulates his confusion. Chen Ran, unwilling to keep him in suspense, directly addresses the question. You mentioned that I showed an intention to cooperate, but you are not seeking collaboration. You wish for me to work for your group. Cooperation is acceptable, but working as an employee is not. This statement leaves Zhuang Jinfeng momentarily stunned. What does Mr. Chen mean by cooperation?